I was merely an ordinary worker. Yet upon awakening, I found myself inexplicably transported to the desolate continent, assuming the role of the third son of the emperor, Prince Qi. This peculiar world turned out to be a chaotic amalgamation of female-centric novels, with the court embroiled in turmoil, far from the grandeur I had envisioned. To make matters worse, the original owner of this body had harbored nefarious intentions towards the crown prince and the empress, resulting in a tragic demise that was utterly unbearable, dragging even my maternal uncle's entire family into the catastrophe. I currently hold the esteemed position of the third son of the emperor, bestowed with the title of Prince of Qi. My elder brother, Yi Feng, is the refined and cultured crown prince, while my second brother, Yi Hao, is renowned for his unparalleled martial prowess as the Prince of Wei. Following them are my younger siblings, the fourth, Yi Tian, the fifth, Yi Fei, the sixth, Yi Shuai, and the seventh, Yi Yuan. The sixth and seventh brothers are still young, aged 10 and 9 respectively, and have yet to be granted titles or leave the palace. In the original narrative, I, as the Prince of Qi, harbored thoughts that were deemed inappropriate, developing an infatuation with my elder brother and his empress. The disastrous consequences of such folly were inevitable, resulting in a tragic demise, and even my maternal uncle, the Minister of Personnel, Tang, and his entire clan faced execution due to charges of treason. Ultimately, my elder brother ascended to the throne, while my second brother, consumed by his passion for martial arts, vanished into the void atop the continent's highest peak, Tianyin Peak. The fourth brother, Yi Tian, departed to foreign lands, becoming the consort of the Empress of Jin. The fate of the fifth brother mirrors my own, as his entire lineage met a similar fate. The sixth brother, possessing moderate talents in both civil and military affairs, managed to find a peaceful end, serving as a ceremonial figure and minister of rights. The seventh brother, however, took the daughter of a general as his wife and embarked on a journey across the world. I find myself transported to the moment just after the fourth and fifth princes have been conferred titles as they settle into the Qi Wang residence. Having barely spent a few days here, the original owner of this body has been hosting lavish banquets for the high-ranking officials of the court. However, after indulging a bit too much in wine, he lost his footing and collided with a grand tree in the estate, resulting in his spirit being cast adrift. And thus, I have taken possession of his corporeal form. At this juncture, my utmost priority is to maintain composure and avoid any reckless actions. I muse silently. I take a moment to assess my circumstances. The Minister of Personnel is my maternal uncle, Tang Tao. The Deputy Minister of Revenue is my second uncle, Tang Hai. And my sister-in-law is wed to the Grand Counselor, Xiao Yong, who is her legitimate husband. This family is composed entirely of civil officials, entirely devoid of military power. I find it utterly perplexing how the original owner dared to vie for the crown against the crown prince. The crown prince is not only supported by a time-traveling mother, but also has a formidable maternal uncle who serves as both a general and a minister of war, a noble grandfather, and an exceptionally talented younger uncle who, at just 18, has already distinguished himself in battle, commanding a formidable force of 100,000 troops along the borders. The crown prince's position is thus assured, and as long as I refrain from any foolishness, the throne is beyond reach for anyone else. Therefore, for the time being, I must adopt a cautious approach, recognizing that destiny is in my own hands. Whether I ascend to the throne is of little consequence. Surviving is the paramount truth. Having toiled as a mere workhorse in my past life, this new beginning is promising, as I need not worry about basic sustenance anymore. I shall lay low, avoid inciting animosity, and embrace a life of obscurity. Having established this ironclad rule for myself, I take stock of my assets, a royal residence, a gift from my imperial father, 100,000 taels of silver, also bestowed by him, 3 royal estates, naturally granted by my father, a restaurant, courtesy of my uncle, and a trading company, provided by my second uncle. My wealth is quite substantial and must be wisely utilized. In the past few days, the officials have bestowed upon me relocation gifts amounting to several thousand taels of silver. Quite impressive, I must say. Just as I am reveling in these thoughts, a system notification chimes in. Host detected. Kaishin system activated. Kaishin system number 10000086 at your service. Upon hearing this, I am astonished. There truly exists a system? It appears that my celestial father is indeed looking after me, and I am so exhilarated I could leap in joy. I cautiously called out, "System, are you still there?" To my astonishment, it promptly replied, "Yes, the Kaishin system number 10000086 is at your service." I couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "It really is here. Ifinadiyava system." The system, brimming with enthusiasm, hurried to introduce its functions. "Come, dear one, allow me to elucidate my capabilities." It explained, "This system is the Kaishin system subsystem number 10000086, integrating storage and a marketplace. You may deposit surplus wealth into the system, accruing a monthly interest of 10%. Furthermore, there is a marketplace with fair prices, ensuring honesty for all. Naturally, it also provides lending services at a monthly interest rate of 20%, promising the same integrity." Upon hearing the 20% interest, I nearly spat out my drink, questioning, "Isn't that illegal?" The system remained composed, reassuring me, "You may choose not to borrow. Rest assured, all lending operations comply with celestial regulations and are devoid of fraud." Deciding to proceed with enthusiasm, I opted to deposit 100,000 taels as a trial. The system promptly assessed, detecting 100,000 taels of silver in the Wang Fu's treasury. "Would you like to deposit it into the system?" I responded eagerly, "Yes, deposit it." "Very well. The silver has been deposited into the system." The page displayed, "Host, Yinan, Prince of the Great Wu Dynasty. Age, 17 years. Wealth, 100,000 taels of silver." Subsequently, the system proclaimed, "The Level 1 marketplace has been activated. Welcome, esteemed host." Overwhelmed with excitement, I exclaimed, "Open a marketplace. I wish to see what I can purchase with 100,000 taels." It presented the catalog. Level 1 marketplace catalog. Wooden horse, Li Chuangong's version, 100,000 taels. Sword cottage, Sword 9 Huang's version, 100,000 taels. 12 peach blossom flying swords, Deng Tai's version, 100,000 taels. Golden light spell, Zhang Jiwei's version, 90,000 taels. Qi body source flow, Zhang Huai's version, 90,000 taels. Divine machine refined, Ma Xianhong's version, 50,000 taels. Italian cannon, Li Yunlong's version, 200 taels per door. Great snow dragon rider, Beiliang's version, 100 taels per ride. Rice, 1 ton for 10 taels. Purified water, 10 tons for 1 tael. As I gazed at this marketplace, I was astounded to discover thousands of pages of goods, ranging from wooden horses to tiny screws. Everything imaginable was available for sale, leaving me utterly dazzled. I curiously inquired, "System, what is the most expensive item available for purchase in the first-level marketplace, and what cannot be acquired? Enlighten me." It responded, "The priciest item in the first-level marketplace is the Void Gate, priced at 10 billion gold coins. It allows passage to other first-level worlds, with each traversal costing 1 billion gold coins." I was astonished. "One can traverse to other worlds?" The system retorted, "Only to first-level worlds." I pressed further, "Are there additional tiers of worlds? How many levels are there in total?" The system coldly replied, "Your rank is too low." The system declines to answer. Frustration nearly led me to utter an expletive, but I decided against it. Further reading only ignited my ire. I promptly resolved, "Let me acquire the Qi body source stream." However, I pondered, would my true energy dissipate upon merging with the Qi body source stream? After all, I am a 4th-tier adept. The system quickly reassured me. No, this system will automatically modify the Qi body source stream into a true energy version. Thus, upon merging with the Qi body source stream, my true energy would theoretically become boundless, yet my output would remain at the 4th tier, with no increase in potency. The land of Tianwang is regarded as a realm of high martial prowess, where warriors are classified in 9 tiers, 1st tier being the lowest and 9th tier the highest. Should one break through to the 10th tier, they would be expelled by the world, commonly referred to as ascension. My aptitude is fairly commendable, bolstered by substantial imperial resources. I reached the 4th tier by the age of 17. Yet, I still lag behind Prince Wei, Yi Hao. At merely 18, he has already attained the 7th tier. It is known that advancing as a warrior becomes increasingly arduous. His achievement at such a young age is nothing short of terrifying, earning him the title of the most gifted individual in the past 6 centuries of the great martial nation. I nodded, saying, "Let the fusion commence." The system notified, host expends 90,000 taels of silver, merging with the chi body source stream. I felt my dantian expanding continuously. Initially, I could sense the presence of my dantian, yet soon it began to fade from my awareness, causing me to panic. System, you haven't obliterated my dantian, have you? The system reassured. It has merely expanded. Your dantian has reached the limit of the first-level world. From now on, to enhance your cultivation, it suffices to increase your true energy output. There shall be no more bottlenecks in your training, and once your true energy output reaches a certain threshold, you will level up. I sighed in relief, grateful that it had not vanished. What a fright it gave me. Chapter 2. The court's dynamics. Just as Yinan had completed his integration with the chi body source flow, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Your Highness, Lord Sun requests an audience." "Let him in," Yinan replied. "Your Highness, Lord Sun Chuanfu is waiting outside." Sun Chuanfu. A plump visage flickered through Yi Nan's mind. He was perpetually adorned with a cheerful smile. "Do you know what he seeks? He claims there is progress regarding the matter you instructed him about a few days ago." "Let him enter." "Yes." Sun Chuanfu, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, held a 5th-rank official title. A fortnight prior, after Yi Nan's ascension, Sun Chuanfu promptly allied himself with him. This individual was adept at navigating relationships, always wearing a smile. Yet in the original narrative, he was known for his ruthless nature, a notorious smiling tiger. Nevertheless, he was fiercely loyal to the original protagonist. Sun Chuanfu hailed from a farming family, whose parents had sacrificed greatly to fund his education. 5 years ago, while en route to take the imperial examination, he fell victim to bandits and sustained severe injuries. The original protagonist fortuitously rescued him during his travels. Subsequently, during the spring examination, he received substantial support from the original protagonist, and, fortunately, Sun Chuanfu did not disappoint, achieving 2nd place in the top tier. Although his academic prowess was slightly inferior to that of Zhang Zhong, who ranked 3rd, Sun Chuanfu's weight and less imposing appearance ultimately led to his elevation in rank, turning misfortune into fortune. After spending over a year at the Hanlin Academy, leveraging his connection to the original protagonist's uncle, he ascended to the Ministry of Revenue, where he climbed the ranks to become a deputy minister in just over 3 years. As a staunch member of the Chi faction, he eventually became the financial backbone of the Chi party within the court. At that moment, a man over 7 feet tall and somewhat portly entered the room. This was Sun Chuanfu, who bowed and addressed Yinan. "I pay my respects to His Highness, the Chi King. Have you made any progress?" "Your Highness, I have investigated the matter you assigned regarding the Minister of Works, Wang Lei, who is suspected of embezzling funds for the Li River Embankment project. I have confirmed that Wang Lei has misappropriated no less than 1 million taels, with irrefutable evidence." The Minister of Works, Wang Lei, appeared to be a staunch supporter of the Crown Prince, yet behind the scenes, he was an ally of the formidable 5th Prince, Yi Fei. "Do you know where the funds have been diverted?" "Yinan Inuit. Wang Lei has deposited the funds in 7 distinct banks, 3 of which are affiliated with the Huainan faction, while the remaining 4 belong to the 4 prominent families of Zhongzhou." "Ah, this fellow. Your Highness, shall we take action during tomorrow's court session?" Sun Chuanfu asked. "Let's wait a moment. I have an inkling that matters are not so straightforward. Inform my uncle that all actions against Wang Lei are to be suspended. Provide a copy of our findings to the censorate, and let us observe the developments." Surprised, Sun Chuanfu gazed at Yinan. "What? Is there an issue?" "No issue. I shall attend to it at once." After Sun Chuanfu departed, Yinan began to contemplate the dynamics of the court. Currently, there were 4 factions within the court. The most dominant was, without a doubt, the imperial faction. Among the 6 ministers, 3 were loyalists to the emperor: Minister of Rights, Kong Ru; Minister of Works, Cheng Xian; and Minister of Justice, Ma Xiueli. In 2nd place stands the princely party, whose influence is bolstered not only by his uncle, Xue Wenjing, the Minister of War, but also by his maternal uncle, General Shui Su, who commands a formidable force of 100,000 border troops. Furthermore, his maternal grandfather is the late emperor's sworn brother, Duke Shuili, and his mother is none other than the Empress Shui Qian, a formidable figure in her own right, renowned in the realm of female authors. The mere thought is enough to send shivers down one's spine. The crown prince seems to have accumulated every conceivable advantage, making it nearly impossible for him to face defeat. In third place is the Huainan faction, led by the prime minister. This group has long maintained control over the scholar officials, and while only one of the 6 ministries, Minister of Revenue Zhao Wenhai, belongs to them, they have fortified the prosperous Huainan region into an impregnable bastion, serving as the treasury of the great Wu kingdom. Even Emperor Yizhen must occasionally heed the wishes of the Huainan faction, which remains neutral, showing no favoritism towards any of the princes. Fourth is the Qi Wang faction of Yunnan, headed by Minister of Personnel Tang Tao, with Deputy Minister of Revenue Tang Hai as a second-in-command, along with several local governors. They lack both military power and substantial wealth, leaving one to wonder how the original owner possessed the audacity to vie for the throne. Fifth is the 5th prince, Yi Fei. Although his influence in the court is negligible, his maternal family is a prominent sect in the martial world, the Luoyuan sect. The sect leader is his grandfather, Xiao Tianci, a peak 9th-tier expert, merely a step away from ascension. The Luoyuan sect boasts several 9th-tier elders, with numerous disciples at the 8th and 7th tiers. After the original owner was sacrificed by the crown prince, Yi Fei had several near successes, primarily due to the overwhelming strength of the Luoyuan sect. Had it not been for the royal family's urgent deployment of their resources, coupled with Yi Fei's blunders and the wrath of the second prince, Yi Hao, who obliterated Xiao Tianci, he might have truly succeeded. At this stage, the strategy is to develop cautiously, maintaining a low profile while accumulating wealth and setting modest goals for oneself. Gradual growth will undoubtedly astonish everyone. System: place an order for 50 great snow dragon riders. Understood, host. The order for 50 great snow dragon riders has been placed, totaling 5,000 taels, balance remaining 5,000 taels. Money truly does not last. By the way, what is the exchange rate of gold to silver? 110. 1 tael of gold exchanges for 10 taels of silver. Moreover, once the host's expenditure reaches 100,000 taels of silver, the system will unlock the shop feature, allowing the host to sell excess items in the system marketplace. Why didn't you mention this earlier? With this, I could discreetly amass wealth. Developing cautiously. This feature is splendid. However, if the host sells an item, the system will charge a 30% service fee. What a ripoff. Such a hefty charge. Yenan Iklimet. Jumping up in excitement. The system is fair and just. Damn it. Enough of this. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Where are my great snow dragon riders? They're in the host system space and can be deployed at any time, within a radius of 20 kilometers centered on the host. They will be deployed in the Chilan Valley of the Great East Mountain, east of the capital, in 2 hours. Excellent. After saying this, Yinan called out, "Bring me someone." A young man dressed as a guard entered and cupped his hands. "Your Highness, how may I serve you?" "Shao Kuan, take my token to the Chilan Valley of Mount Daqing. There, you will find a squadron of cavalry. Find a way to bring them into the royal palace in batches, discreetly, and without drawing attention. Go now." "Yes." The guard accepted the token and turned to leave. Yinan had exchanged for the most basic unit of the great snow dragon riders, consisting of a captain of 5th rank and others of 4th rank. They were proficient in combined battle formations. 50 of them could rival a 6th rank opponent, sufficient for guarding the premises for the time being. Tomorrow's court assembly promises to be quite the spectacle, Yinan mused. Chapter 3. The morning court the next day, at the hour of the rabbit. The maid Xiao gently roused the slumbering Prince Yinan, announcing that it was time for court. Alas, this wretched feudal society. While one need not toil for mere sustenance, the early hour for court is indeed inhumane. Yenan gurumblit ivitabi. Xiao lowered her head, feigning ignorance. Come now, wash up and change. With a graceful wave of her hand, a dozen maids entered the room in an orderly fashion, attending to Yinan's ablutions. After washing his face and donning his court attire, Yinan made his way to the entrance of the royal residence. The prince's retinue was already waiting outside, and upon entering the carriage, he noticed it was drawn by 4 magnificent white steeds. In the great Wu dynasty, the emperor travels in a chariot pulled by 6 horses, the crown prince by 5, and the various princes by 4. "Let's depart," Yinan declared as he settled into the carriage. The coachman guided the vehicle toward the imperial city. The journey was smooth, and although the Qi Wangfu was not particularly far from the palace, today marked the monthly Grand Court Assembly, requiring all officials of the 5th rank and above to attend. If they did not leave promptly, the Zhuke Avenue would soon become congested. Despite the avenue's impressive width of 16 zhang, the throngs of people would create a bottleneck. Typically, minor court meetings are held at the Yingxia Hall, while grand assemblies convene at the Taiji Hall. Fortunately, they arrived at the outskirts of the imperial city without delay. Upon disembarking, Yinan spotted his brothers, the 2nd and 4th princes, already present. Stifling yawn, he greeted them. "Good morning, 2nd brother, 4th brother, 3rd brother. Did you not sleep well last night?" inquired the remarkably handsome 4th prince, Yi Tian. Among the brothers, he possessed the fairest visage, embodying the finest attributes of each sibling, a veritable Ferrari among men, eliciting envy from all who beheld him. In the original tale, his striking appearance garnered the attention of numerous noble ladies until his betrothal was arranged. "Do not mention it. I dreamed all night and awoke 3 or 4 times. Utterly exhausting." Yinan repeated. "What kind of dream? Surely, you weren't having lewd dreams?" teased the 5th prince, Yi Fei, a somewhat naive lad, standing at 7 feet tall, as he approached with a playful demeanor. "Do I still need to dream of such things?" Yinan rolled his eyes. "Enough chatter. Let us enter," urged the 2nd prince. Yehao, as princes, they need not wait for the palace gates to open. A small side door, designated for emergencies, allowed them to enter the palace directly. Once inside, they made their way toward the Taiji Hall. The 6th and 7th princes, still young and residing in the palace without titles, were not required to attend court. Those princes who had reached the age of 16 were expected to gain experience in the court. The crown prince resided in the Eastern Palace, conveniently located within the imperial city. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Taiji Hall, where Crown Prince Yi Feng awaited them. "Your Highness," the brothers bowed in respect. "I have told you countless times, there is no need for such formalities among us. Yi Feng admonishid genti. Etiquette must not be neglected. Yehao intajistit." Such a traditionalist. Yinan whispered softly, prompting a sharp glare from Yi Hao, causing Yi Nin to shrink back slightly. It was well known that Yi Lao heir would not hesitate to resort to violence over a disagreement. The original owner had often received his form of education and love. It wasn't just Yinan. Apart from the crown prince Yi Feng, several other brothers had also fallen victim to his wrath, including the younger ones, Lao Lu and Lao Qi. "Enough. The court meeting will commence shortly, so everyone quiet down," Yi Feng declared. Indeed, moments later, the sound of whips echoed from afar, signaling the arrival of the officials. After a brief pause, the grand gates of the imperial city slowly opened, revealing 2 rows of officials entering in an orderly fashion. The doors of the Taiji Hall also swung open, allowing a select few to enter first. The Grand Court Assembly differed significantly from the smaller meetings. In the latter, if they arrived early, they would wait in the side hall. However, for the Grand Assembly, they would remain at the entrance. The civil officials were led by Prime Minister Yang Ping, a man in his 50s, a top scholar from the 25th year of the former emperor's reign, who had ascended from a county magistrate to his current esteemed position, a testament to both his formidable connections and his considerable abilities. On the military side, the commander was Xue Wenjing, the crown prince's maternal uncle, a formidable warrior at the late 8th tier of power, renowned for his military strategy. He once held back an army of 100,000 with merely 3,000 men, even beheading the enemy commander amidst the chaos. A staunch royalist, he had grown up alongside Emperor Yizhen, earning the emperor's deep trust, which led to his appointment as general and minister of war, overseeing the nation's military forces. Before long, all present had settled into their respective positions, awaiting the arrival of the emperor. "His Majesty has arrived," announced the herald as Yizhen, adorned in his ceremonial robes, strode confidently toward the dragon throne. "Your Majesty," the officials intoned in unison after Yi Zhen took his seat, led by the Prime Minister. "All ministers, please rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty. If there are matters to report, please proceed." "Your Majesty, this year's tax revenue has been fully collected, totaling 31 million taels of silver. The military's projected expenditure is 30 million taels, while the Ministry of Works anticipates spending 15 million taels. The salaries of the national officials are expected to cost 13 million taels, the royal family 10 million taels. And we have set aside 30 million taels for emergency disaster relief, with an internal treasury of 10 million taels, announced Tang Hai, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. The Treasury's expenditures are of utmost importance and must be approached with caution. The proposals should first be submitted to the Cabinet for discussion, eliminating unnecessary expenses before a detailed report is drafted and presented, Yi Zhen commanded. "Understood," Tang Hai replied. "Your Majesty, the Kingdom of Xiliang wishes to form an alliance through marriage, seeking a suitable princess from our esteemed Wu dynasty for their crown prince, Tan Tai Ming." An official from the Ministry of Rights reported, "Father, how can our Wu princess marry the crown prince of such a minor nation? The Kingdom of Xiliang is simply delusional," exclaimed the fifth brother, Yi Fei, unable to contain himself. "Crown Prince, what is your opinion? After all, Xiliang seeks to marry your sister." Yi Zhen turned to Yifeng. Although Lao Wu's words may be blunt, they hold merit. "The Kingdom of Xiliang lies over 3,000 miles from our capital. If one of our princesses were to marry there, they might never meet again. While Xiliang is not without its strengths, we must also consider the happiness of our sisters." "Crown Prince," Yifeng replied. "And you, Lao, heir?" "I do not agree." Yi Haoyin spoke concisely, and Yinan steeled himself to face his father's inquiries. However, Yi Zhen merely cast him a fleeting glance and moved on. A wave of discomfort washed over Yinan. He had meticulously prepared his answers, yet he was not asked. Since both the Crown Prince and the Prince of Wei had expressed their dissent, the Ministry of Rights would surely decline. "As you command, Your Majesty, the Ministry of Personnel." "Your Majesty, the Ministry of War reports on conscription." "Your Majesty, the Ministry of Justice." With the reports from the other 5 ministries completed, only the Ministry of Works remained. "Your Majesty, after 3 years of construction, the embankment of Lijiang Prefecture has been completed. The embankment has passed inspection by the Ministry of Works and is exceptionally sturdy, expected to last over a century." At this moment, a short yet robust official stepped forward. This individual was none other than the day's principal, Deputy Minister of Works, Wang Lei. Chapter 4. The 3 Halls of Review. Your servant congratulates Your Majesty. The Li River embankment shall undoubtedly be immortalized through the ages, and Your Majesty's merits shall be sung by future generations. Wang Lei remarked, "What Lord Wang says is indeed true. I extend my congratulations to Your Majesty." The other ministers echoed in agreement. "May I speak, Your Majesty?" At that moment, while everyone was offering their congratulations to Emperor Yi Zhen, a figure emerged from the ranks of the officials of the censorate, clad in a deep crimson official robe. This individual held the rank of a 4th-grade official. "What do you wish to convey, Minister Chun?" Yi Zhen asked, his expression tinged with exasperation. This official, surnamed Chun and named Yu Dao, was known for his unyielding integrity, famously referred to as the Iron-Headed Boy. From the emperor down to the 7th rank, anyone who erred and fell into his grasp could expect a formal accusation. Several who had once doubted his resolve now lay beneath towering grass upon their graves, having faced penalties ranging from demotion to ruin for their families. "Your Majesty," he began, "I have received a report alleging that the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Works, Wang Lei, is implicated in the embezzlement of funds meant for the construction of the Li River embankment, amounting to no less than 1 million taels. Furthermore, he colluded with the suppliers of stone for the embankment, substituting inferior materials, while simultaneously slashing the wages of the laborers. During the construction process, lives were treated as mere trifles, resulting in countless fatalities. It can be said that the Li River embankment was erected upon a foundation of countless bones. Yet here stands Lord Wang, barking loudly in the court. Wang Lei, does your conscience not ache? Do you not fear the vengeful spirits of those who perish beneath the embankment, seeking retribution in your dreams? Chun Yudao directed a fierce rebuke at Wang Lei. Is what you say true, Minister Chun? Do you possess evidence? Yi Zhen's countenance darkened. The construction of the Li River embankment had cost nearly 6 million taels, spanning numerous prefectures across the Great Wu Kingdom. Should any issues arise, the very destiny of the nation could falter. 3 years prior, a breach of the embankment had resulted in devastation across 30 li, displacing millions. The court had invested nearly 20 million taels in disaster relief, followed by an additional 6 million taels for fortification. One natural disaster had consumed nearly a quarter of the national tax revenue, a grievous wound indeed. If further calamity were to befall the embankment, the Great Wu Kingdom would surely descend into chaos. Here lies the evidence. I beseech your majesty to examine it. Chun Yudao presented a pre-prepared memorial. Present it. Yi Zhen commanded it. Taking the memorial from the chief eunuch, Chao Mao, Yi Zhen unfolded it and scrutinized its contents. With each word, his expression grew increasingly grim. Wang Lei, Yi Zhen bellowed in fury. The deputy minister trembled, replying, "Your servant is here. Look at the deeds you have wrought. I entrusted you with such a vital project as the Li River embankment, and this is how you repay my trust? Behold the calamity you have sown. Do you have any justification for your actions?" Yi Zhen forcefully cast the memorial at Wang Lei. In a state of panic, Wang Lei fell to his knees, retrieving the memorial to read its damning accusations, which could easily warrant the annihilation of his entire clan. Cheng Xian, is this how you oversee the officials of your ministry? Have I not warned you repeatedly of the significance of the Li River embankment to the fate of the Great Wu Kingdom? Have I not implored you to ensure rigorous oversight? Is this truly how you fulfill your duties, despite your assurances that no issues would arise? Yi Zhen directed an accusatory gaze at Cheng Xian, the Minister of Works. I bear the guilt, your majesty. Cheng Xian confessed, I have failed to supervise my subordinates adequately, allowing this rogue to exploit the situation. I deserve the gravest of punishments. Cheng Xian, upon reviewing the memorial, was drenched in cold sweat. The Li River embankment was the grand enterprise of the Wu Kingdom. A misstep here could spell the end of his ministerial career. The most favorable outcome would be his dismissal from office. It was I who erred, I who failed to discern the character of men, I who deserved 1,000 deaths. Just a few years ago, the land lay bare. Did you forget? Have you not witnessed the sight of bones exposed in the wild? The grim reality of cannibalism transpired merely 3 years past. Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. The assembled officials urged in unison. The immediate priority is to reinforce the river embankment before the rainy season arrives. Moreover, we must ascertain the whereabouts of the embezzled funds, and all involved must face severe penalties. Chancellor Yang Bing interjected. Father, the Chancellor speaks wisely. Regardless of how much Wang Lei has embezzled, it is now a matter of record. Our foremost concern is to fortify the embankment. Otherwise, the consequences when the rains come will be unimaginable. Crown Prince Yi Feng asserted. Crown Prince, this matter shall be entrusted to you. The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Censorate will collaborate in the investigation. Once verified, those guilty shall face the harshest of punishments, be it execution, extermination of their lineage, or exile, declared Yi Zhen. I shall obey. The Crown Prince responded. Send Wang Lei to the dungeons. Members of the cabinet, come to the imperial study. I have matters to discuss. Dismissed. With a flick of his sleeve, Yi Zhen stormed out in indignation. After a lengthy pause, the officials regained their composure. You may disperse now. Return to your respective offices and fulfill your duties without engaging in private discussions. Chancellor Yang Bing instructed. Esteemed lords, please proceed. His Majesty awaits you in the imperial study. At that moment, Chao Mao approached Yang Ping. And the esteemed princes, His Majesty has summoned you to the imperial study as well. Thank you, Chao Ban. Yang Bing replied courteously. Do not underestimate Chao Mao. He grew up alongside Yi Zhen and is his most trusted confidant. In Yi Zhen's eyes, he is more trusted than the Crown Prince. Despite his amiable demeanor, he is a formidable 9th-tier expert, wielding an icy true qi that few can contend with. Chancellor, you are too kind. Let us proceed and not keep His Majesty waiting. The group arrived at the imperial study, lined up in formation, with Yi Zhen pacing at the front. Let us deliberate on how to address this situation. Your Majesty, began Minister of Justice Ma Xueli. Wang Lei colluded with stone merchants to embezzle funds for the embankment, a heinous crime indeed, warranting the extermination of his entire clan. Our primary focus now must be to repair and reinforce the embankment and recover the misappropriated funds. Minister Ma is correct, he continued, and we must investigate whether Wang Lei conspired with others. Such a monumental project could not have been concealed without accomplices. It is implausible that he could have maintained this ruse for 3 years amidst the court. Indeed, there are certainly others involved. They must all be apprehended and face justice. We must also investigate whether he is engaged in treasonous activities, whether he has colluded with foreign enemies intent on undermining our great Wu. Enough. Crown Prince, take note. I shall outline my directives. The Crown Prince hastily produced a notebook to record the orders. Crown Prince Yi Feng shall oversee the entire operation. The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, the Censorate, and the Secondary Committee are tasked with apprehending the culpable officials, conducting trials, rendering judgments, and recovering the embezzled funds. The Ministry of Works, along with the third brother, shall investigate the condition of the river embankment and fortify it. The Shadow Guard, accompanied by the fourth brother, is tasked with apprehending all suppliers related to the embankment, interrogating them one by one. Those found culpable shall face the direst of punishments. The Imperial Guards, alongside the fifth brother, must vigilantly monitor the disorganized throngs of the rivers and lakes, eradicating any signs of unrest. Repeat this back to me. I shall oversee the entire operation. The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Censorate, along with the second brother, are responsible for capturing corrupt officials, conducting trials, determining their guilt, and recovering embezzled funds. The Ministry of Works, with the third brother, shall inspect the river embankment and reinforce it. The Shadow Guard, with the fourth brother, will apprehend the suppliers. Those with connections shall face the ultimate penalty. The Imperial Guards, with the fifth brother, must keep a close watch over the rivers, eliminating any signs of disturbance. Yi Feng promptly recounted the orders. Very well, you may withdraw. Chapter 5. The Eastern Palace. Yin stumbled out of the imperial study, bewildered. Had he truly been dispatched to the riverbank? He had barely arrived and had yet to enjoy his position, only to face hardship ahead. Heavens! I shall no longer call you grandfather. You show no compassion for your grandson, truly blind to my plight. Yin lamented internally, tears streaming down his face. Third brother, your countenance reveals your discontent with Father Emperor's arrangements. Yi Feng remarked upon observing Yin Nan's glum expression. Not at all. Dear brother, do not slander me. I am quite fond of this task. Work brings me joy. Yin Nan retorted, then hastened to prepare for departure. We must repair the dam before the rainy season arrives. You bear the weight of the lives and fortunes of hundreds of thousands of citizens, as well as the fate of the great Wu Kingdom. We cannot afford to be negligent. Should you encounter any difficulties, inform me, and I shall do my utmost to assist you, Yi Feng said earnestly. Alas, others are assigned tasks of capturing criminals or retrieving stolen goods, while I am burdened with toil and hardship, Yinan grumbled. Thank you, dear brother. Do not mention it. We are brothers after all. As Yi Feng's figure receded, Yinan ground his teeth in frustration. By all that is holy, he even expressed gratitude. An hour later, in the Eastern Palace, Yi Feng fumed. Incompetent. 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 That fool Wang Lei has embezzled in this matter. How many heads has he grown? Thankfully, Father Emperor harbors no suspicion this time. Otherwise, punishing Wang Lei and his entire clan would be insufficient. Just then, a court official entered. May I report to His Highness the Crown Prince that Lord Cheng of the Ministry of Works requests an audience? Ah, Cheng Xiang? Allow him to enter, Yi Feng replied, slightly taken aback. It was no surprise that Cheng Xian sought him. Given the gravity of the ministry's scandal, as the minister, Cheng could not escape blame. Judging by the emperor's previous fury, Cheng's dismissal would be a light punishment. Worse still, he might face exile. The only ones who could save him were the crown prince and the empress dowager, who was far away at Lingyin Temple praying for blessings, too distant to extinguish the fire at hand. Thus he sought Yi Feng. Your Highness, Save me. Cheng Xian pleaded, kneeling as he entered. Lord Cheng, what are you doing? Please rise. Ye Feng Urgit. Your Highness, I implore you to spare this old minister's life. I would be eternally grateful. Stand up first. I shall grant your request, provided you have not colluded with Wang Lei. Rest assured, Your Highness, I truly knew nothing of Wang Lei's treachery and was not involved. I beseech you to see my innocence. Very well, return for now. I shall inform you should there be any developments. Thank you, Your Highness. After Cheng Xian departed, Yi Feng remained unsettled. Wang Lei had been his subordinate for many years. Had it not been for this scandal, Wang Lei would have succeeded Cheng Xian as the next Minister of Works. Wang Lei was indeed talented, adept at learning matters related to engineering and machinery, and possessed commendable capabilities, making him a strong candidate for the position. Yet how had he managed to cause such a significant debacle? Fan Ling, you currently hold my token. Go to the dungeon and meet with Wang Lei. Demand he divulge all his misdeeds and return all embezzled funds. Tell him to comply with my instructions, and I shall ensure the safety of his wife and children. The Crown Prince commanded. Fan Ling understood. What the Crown Prince was unaware of was that, in addition to sending individuals to locate Wang Lei, the fifth Prince Yi Fei had also discreetly dispatched his own agents into the prison. However, unlike the Crown Prince's emissaries, those sent by the fifth prince were tasked with escorting Wang Lei to his final resting place. Long before Wang Lei deposited the illicit funds into the bank, those ill-gotten gains had been surreptitiously withdrawn by Yi Fei and sent to the Luyun sect. Wang Lei hailed from a humble family of craftsmen. His family supported his education, and upon passing his examinations, he was gradually promoted to the position of Deputy Minister of Works due to his lifelong fascination with engineering machinery. After marrying, he had 2 sons and a daughter with his legitimate wife. However, unbeknownst to others, Wang Lei also maintained a mistress outside of his marriage, with whom he had a son. Wang Lei felt a deep sense of guilt regarding this child, especially since the boy exhibited some talent in martial arts. Thus, Wang Lei financed his admission to the Luyun sect. When the sect investigated his identity, they discovered that he was the illegitimate son of a current 4th-rank official, which provided them with a connection to Wang Lei. Upon returning to the Wang residence, Yinan found it was already midday. After having lunch, he proceeded to his study. The Lijiang River, being the closest to the capital, was nearly 500 kilometers away at its nearest point, extending over 1,000 kilometers at its furthest. It was uncertain how long this journey would take. Arrangements needed to be made for 3 royal estates, an inn, and a commercial establishment. These were all sources of income that could not be neglected. A development plan had to be drafted, although this was a narrative primarily for women. The Empress was currently preoccupied with palace intrigues. The Duchess was busy managing her household and training her somewhat disappointing offspring, and the Defei was still in the process of maturing. Moreover, she was not a formidable adversary, as the daughter of the minister posed little threat. The young Fuo was still breastfeeding, so even if his identity were to be exposed, it would not matter. If necessary, he could confront them directly. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. After 2 hours, he organized the development plans he had written for the royal estates and commercial establishment. He also procured various high-yield seeds from the market. With the system he now possessed, he felt no fear of the Crown Prince. His primary objective was to amass wealth swiftly, aspiring to purchase the Void Gate within the marketplace. This acquisition would allow him to expand his business across myriad realms, as the true profitable ventures lay in foreign trade. This world could only yield a modest profit if developed to its fullest potential. Therefore, expanding and strengthening his enterprises was of utmost urgency. Currently lacking the means for self-preservation, he resolved to adopt a cautious approach, intending to amass wealth before eventually procuring 109th tier guards. At that time, he would confront the emperor, simultaneously engaging in business with him to deplete the imperial treasury. It is worth noting that the emperor's treasury was immensely wealthy, consistently receiving substantial annual revenues. Although expenditures were considerable, there remained an overall surplus each year. The Great Wu Kingdom spanned a vast territory, ranking among the top 10 of the hundreds of nations on the Tianhuang continent. It is important to recognize that the Tianhuang continent is nearly 100 times larger than the original water sphere, and this is solely considering land area. The oceanic expanse would further amplify this comparison, then would adopt a membership system. The commercial establishment would evolve into a chain supermarket, and the estates would be cultivated with high-yield crops. He planned to purchase sterilized seeds, preventing others from coveting them, resulting in a variety that could only be consumed and not utilized after one generation. Seeds were relatively inexpensive, thus allowing for early defensive measures to lure out those lurking evildoers. In the royal palace, within the resplendent confines of Kunning Palace, the Empress is diligently preparing for the floral banquet. With the harsh winter now behind us, spring has unfurled its vibrant splendor, and the royal garden is adorned with blossoms in full bloom. Each year, the floral banquet serves as an official matchmaking event organized by the Great Wu Kingdom. And this year, several princes remain unwed. The second prince is engrossed in martial pursuits. The third prince is as obstinate as a mule, refusing to embrace matrimony. The fourth prince's looks have unfortunately hindered his prospects, and the fifth prince has already been betrothed since childhood, thereby exempting him from the matchmaking process. The primary objective of this year's floral banquet is to assist the second, third, and fourth princes in swiftly finding their partners. Chapter 6. Journey to the riverbank. As the Empress fervently prepared for the flower banquet, a maid named Chuyue swiftly entered Kunning Palace. She approached Empress Shueqian and reported, "Your Majesty, news has just arrived from the court. Several princes may not be able to attend the flower banquet." "What is the matter?" asked the Empress. "It appears that, aside from the crown prince, the other princes have been dispatched by His Majesty out of the city and are unlikely to return in the short term, hence their absence from the banquet. Since the princes have their duties, we cannot press them. It is a pity for the young ladies who will miss seeing the fourth prince. The invitations were sent out a month ago. Nevertheless, the flower banquet shall proceed as planned." "Understood." Chuyue acknowledged and departed. The following day, Yinan convened the stewards of the taverns, estates, and trading houses overnight, entrusting them with his plans. After all, it is wise to let professionals handle their respective tasks. He would refrain from intervening. Perform well, and they would be rewarded with promotions and pay raises. Fail, and they would face dismissal. Yinan, in particular, was in urgent need of funds and could not afford any losses. His immediate task was to head to the riverbank to repair it, as the well-being of hundreds of thousands of citizens was at stake, and he could not afford to be negligent. By the time he arrived at the city gate, the Ministry of Works personnel were already awaiting him, led by Deputy Minister Shueshan. The entire ministry had mobilized, as the blunder caused by Wang Lei was too significant to overlook. If not handled properly, all would face repercussions. "Your Highness, the Qi Wang, we are at your service," they exclaimed. "Please, no formalities. Is everyone here?" "All 73 members of the ministry are present." "Then let us depart swiftly. Time is of the essence. We are racing against nature itself, so let us hasten." "Understood." 3 days later, at the Lijiang embankment, the group arrived, weary yet determined. Fortunately, officials in this world possess some martial skills. Otherwise, the strain of travel might have proven fatal. Covering 500 kilometers in 3 days would have been unthinkable in the ancient world for which they came. Not to mention, they had encountered 2 assassination attempts along the way, which delayed them for several hours. Thankfully, he had brought along 50 formidable snow dragon riders, ensuring their journey was relatively smooth. Upon reaching the embankment, the scenery was splendid. The riverbank wound gracefully, resembling a colossal dragon lying in repose, safeguarding the prosperity and tranquility of both shores, adorned with willows swaying gently. In the distance, the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the river, creating a shimmering spectacle akin to a sheet of gilded silk. A few egrets glided gracefully across the scene, enhancing this natural masterpiece. The lingering chill in the river breeze brushed against their faces, invigorating and uplifting their spirits. Awakened by the refreshing river breeze, Yinan instructed Lord Shui, "Have your men begin the inspections. Mark the areas that require reinforcement and summon laborers to commence the fortifications. We must withstand at least this year's rainy season." "Understood," replied Shui. "Your Highness, several local governors have arrived along the route. Would you like to meet them?" "Yes, let us meet them, Their cooperation is essential. Please invite them in. Moments later, 3 or 4 individuals clad in the official robes of governors approached, varying in height and stature. One stepped forward and announced, "I am Lu Wenhai, here to pay my respects to His Royal Highness, the Qi Wang. Please refrain from formalities." By now, everyone should have received the court's brief regarding the recent incident. I earnestly hope that all of you will collaborate diligently to fortify the riverbank and eliminate any potential hazards. Rest assured, Your Highness, the Prince of Qi, we shall comply with your directives. Indeed, Your Highness, you may call upon me whenever needed. Others chimed in with their voices echoing the sentiment. Now, esteemed officials, our primary concern is to mobilize laborers and procure stone materials. The previous stone supplier has likely met with a dire fate, and I hope the forthcoming suppliers will take heed of this warning. I grant you a period of 10 days. I expect to see at least 30,000 laborers on the riverbank. How you mobilize them is your concern, but it must be done lawfully and reasonably. The court requires urgent assistance, and those who comply with this mobilization will receive triple the labor service compensation. Citizens willing to aid in the repairs of the embankment will be rewarded with thrice the pay. It is imperative that we complete the repairs before the rainy season arrives. I acknowledge your commands. In the subsequent days, the officials from the Ministry of Works meticulously identified several hazards along the 50-mile riverbank, all caused by the use of inferior stone materials in the construction. This Wang Lei deserves a fate worse than death. Indeed, he dares to jeopardize the lives of hundreds of thousands with such deceit. Such treachery warrants severe punishment. As the 10 days quietly elapsed, laborers began arriving at the riverbank in droves, transforming the site into a bustling hub of activity. The newly delivered stones reached the embankment, and the repairs commenced in earnest. Your Highness, news has arrived from the capital that Wang Lei has died in the dungeon. Dead? It is said he succumbed to poison. Huh. My 5th brother is quite adept, even managing to enter the dungeon. Inform our contacts to maintain discretion. We shall not involve ourselves in this murky affair. Let the Crown Prince and my 5th brother confront one another first. We will focus on safeguarding our own interests. As commanded, at this moment in the capital, within the Crown Prince's residence, a pack of useless fools. The dungeon, guarded by an 8th-tier master. How could someone die there? What use do I have for you? Yifeng was nearly beside himself with rage. Your Highness, please calm your temper. Calm? How can I be calm when someone perishes in the dungeon? Jiang Kun, as the warden, you bear the brunt of this failure. A death occurred under your jurisdiction. I demand an explanation, or I shall provide you with one. Your Highness, grant me 3 days, and I shall uncover the perpetrator. 1 day. You have 1 day to identify the murderer. Otherwise, you shall join Wang Lei in his eternal rest. As commanded, begone. As Jiang Kun exited the Eastern Palace, he realized his back was drenched with sweat. A wave of anxiety followed by a surge of fury coursing through him. As the warden of the dungeon, a death had occurred under his watch due to his negligence, or perhaps because the enemy did not regard him as a formidable adversary. He vowed to make those who underestimated him pay dearly. He quickly returned to the dungeon. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to waste a moment. Investigating the case was his utmost priority. At the Shu Wang residence, Your Highness, all matters have been addressed. Remember to eliminate any loose ends to prevent future complications. Rest assured, Your Highness, Qi Huan shall never leave behind any future troubles. For now, it is best for you to remain in hiding. Our esteemed Crown Prince, though appearing gentle and refined, possesses a rather dark side when provoked. During this period, it is advisable to keep a low profile. Should you be discovered, you know what must be done. The Crown Prince? Huh. As long as you have yet to ascend the throne, we all have our chances. Why should you be the sole heir? That position shall be determined by our individual merits. My dear elder brother. Oh, and let us not forget my beloved 3rd brother. I sincerely hope you will appreciate the gifts I have prepared for you. Under the glow of the setting sun, Yi Fei's silhouette was elongated before the window, stretching into infinity. Chapter 7. The falling meteorite, is it confirmed? Yes, it is undoubtedly the work of Qianhuan, who disguised himself as a jailer to poison Wang Lei's water with a lethal substance. However, we lack evidence. Evidence? Why do we need evidence? Since the fifth brother wishes to engage in a game, I shall indulge him. Order to remove several key supporters of the Luyan sect and observe his reaction. As for the affairs of the capital, we shall set them aside for now. On the banks of the river, after 3 months of diligent labor, the embankment has finally been repaired. It is finally completed, Yi Nin remarked. This has been utterly exhausting. Although Yi Nin did not have to physically toil on the embankment, he was responsible for overseeing and coordinating the efforts, and with his other duties as well, he felt mentally drained. Your Highness, everything has been tidied up. We may now proceed back to the capital. Then let us depart and return to the capital as soon as possible. The group set forth towards the capital. They had hastened their journey on the way there, but on the return, they were less urgent, having traveled 3 days yet still covering less than half the distance. Your Highness, ahead lies the Yinzhou Prefecture. Should we spend the night here or press onward to our next destination? After months of toil, everyone was weary and in no rush to return to the capital. Let us rest for the night ahead. The group arrived at the Yulai Inn in Yinzhou City. The guards set up camp outside the city, and they did not disturb the local authorities. After dinner and washing up, Yi Nan was on the verge of slumber when he suddenly heard a thunderous roar from the sky. He opened the window to gaze into the heavens, where a colossal fireball descended, trailing a long fiery tail. Its intense light painted the sky a deep crimson, as if the very heavens were ablaze. The object grew larger, resembling a mountain plummeting from the sky, exuding an unstoppable force. As the fireball neared the ground, the air became intensely compressed, and Yi Nan heard a sharp, explosive sound, as if the world held its breath in that moment. Boom! The fireball struck the earth, producing a deafening noise. Flames surged skyward, forming a massive mushroom cloud. The searing shock wave swept forth, and if not for the city walls, it could have flattened Yinzhou City. At that moment, the starry sky was illuminated as if it were day. The stars dimmed in the brightness of the flames, and the air became thick with the scent of charred earth, as if the entire land were ablaze. A meteorite. Yi Nan snapped back to reality. Good heavens! It veered off course. Had it struck the city, I would likely have been the first casualty among the time travelers. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Someone, Your Highness, are you all right? At this moment, most of the others regained their composure, rushing to protect Yi Nan. I am fine. Bring me my token immediately. I must find the governor of Yinzhou and demand he open the city gates. I wish to venture outside to inspect. Your Highness, this is unwise, Xue Shan interjected. The situation outside the city is uncertain. For your safety, you cannot leave the city at this time. Your Highness, Master Xue is correct. You must remain within the city. The circumstances outside will be clarified by Yinzhou. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, voices rose in dissent. All right, let the guards investigate first. We must secure the meteorite. Tomorrow morning, we shall go and have a look, Yi Nan declared. After uttering these words, he turned and returned to his quarters. The city of Yizhou buzzed with excitement throughout the night. At the break of dawn, Yi Nan and his companions ventured outside the city. The meteorite, which had fallen on the eastern side of Yizhou City, still radiated intense heat, preventing anyone from approaching it. The impact had created a massive crater, with a portion of the meteorite deeply embedded in the earth. The crater's diameter exceeded 100 meters, as if an invisible giant hand had violently torn the ground apart. Some of the surrounding rocks melted into glass-like crystals, shimmering with a myriad of colors. The shock waves had overturned the land, scattering rubble and charred earth across the area, rendering it a desolate wasteland. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning and sulfur, making it almost suffocating. In the center of this enormous pit stood a large stone, measuring 100 feet on each side, silently bearing witness to the catastrophic impact of the previous night. The meteorite displayed a deep brown hue. How can it still be so hot after an entire night? Send someone to bring water to create a path. I want to take a closer look. Yi Nan commanded. Before long, his subordinates brought several carts of spring water, dousing the ground in bucketfuls, which rapidly lowered the temperature. Yi Nan approached the meteorite and lightly touched its surface, only to find that while the ground was still scorching, the meteorite itself was surprisingly cool. As soon as his hand made contact with the meteorite, The long-dormant fortune system suddenly activated. Ding! High-value item detected upon host touch. Would you like to sell? Goodness. Could you at least give me a warning? You nearly scared me to death. Would you like to sell? But first, tell me what this item is. How can I sell something that I don't even know about? Scanning, please wait. Scan complete. This item is a level 7 world creation. A core component of the chat group system. Level 7 world? What level is my current world? Host is situated in a level 1 world. Level 1? Yeehanan extended a finger, incredulously questioning. Indeed, the host is indeed in a level 1 world. But there are beings who ascend to immortality here. How can it possibly be just a level 1? This world has not developed extraterrestrial civilizations. Thus, it is classified as level 1. Then what about ascension? In this world, ascension leads to an alternate space without leaving the current world. Goodness, I inadvertently stumbled upon another secret. May I ask if the host wishes to sell this item? Oh, right. Since you say this is a core component of some chat group system, can I use it myself? I could easily choose not to sell it. The current damage level of the system is 75%. Only the core components remain intact. Given the host's present conditions, it would take approximately 100,000 years and require 30,000 Imperial crystals. Imperial crystals? What are they? The Imperial crystal, currently recognized as the highest grade of trading currency in the known world, transcends mere currency. It serves as a resource for cultivation. The known realms are categorized into 9 levels, each comprising numerous star systems, with each system housing only one Imperial star. Only upon these Imperial stars can the Imperial crystals be harvested, though their quantities vary, generally not exceeding 100 crystals per star. Moreover, to restore them, the mere possession of Imperial crystals is insufficient. One requires additional materials, some of which one might never encounter throughout a lifetime. Why do I feel as though you are deceiving me? The system never lies. I refuse to believe it. All merchants are deceitful. Should the host wish to retain it, that is their prerogative. The system is indifferent. There are multitudes of realms, and the god of wealth can seek elsewhere. After considerable contemplation, Yeehanan inquired, if I were to sell it to you, what price could you possibly offer? Subsequently, the system proposed to integrate a chat group system as a plugin, imposing a 30% transaction fee on any dealings conducted within a group. The system presented the host with 3 options. 1. 100,000 Imperial crystals. 2. 50,000 Imperial crystals, with a 1% share of future chat group profits. 3. A 2% share of chat group profits. I desire them all. Yeehanan unabashedly declared. That is impossible. The host may select only one. The system responded. In that case, I choose the 3rd option. Yeehanan, aware that he could not select all options, still wished to test the system's resolve, wondering if it might acquiesce. However, the system promptly declined. Very well. Please place your hand upon the meteorite for 10 seconds. Yeehanan complied, resting his hand upon the meteorite. Transaction complete. Yeehanan gazed at the meteorite and remarked, aren't you supposed to take it away? Why does it remain? The system only requires the core within. The shell is unnecessary. In this world, the shell is also a valuable commodity, suitable for crafting into formidable weapons. All right then, if you do not require the shell, I shall keep it. I can later forge it into a weapon to sell in the chat group for a significant profit. Until we meet again. Patting the meteorite, Yeehanan declared. Send a message to the capital, reporting the discovery of a meteorite. Request my father to dispatch troops for its retrieval. Chapter 8. Return to the capital after successfully managing the meteorite incident. Yeehanan wasted no time and hastened his return to the capital. His first order of business was to report to his father. At this juncture, Yi Zhen's countenance was as grim as a stormy sea. The eldest and the youngest brothers were embroiled in a fierce quarrel, and the stolen silver remained elusive. The officials in court were engaged in mutual accusations, leading to a chaotic state of governance. Although he had ordered the punishment of several troublemakers, it proved largely ineffective. Today, he had no choice but to summon the 2 brothers for a stern reprimand. Should this approach fail, he would have to let them experience the depth of a father's love. Now, tell me, what do you 2 intend to do? Engaging in mutual accusations and sowing discord among brothers. Are you intent on driving me to my grave? Both knelt on the ground. Yi Feng fixed his gaze ahead while Yi Fei stared at the ceiling, avoiding each other's eyes. What are you two fighting about? It's not that I wish to contend with him. Rather, he seeks to eliminate me, leaving me no choice. Ye Fei retorted defiantly. Father, this is all in the name of duty, for the sake of Wu, and for you as well. Moreover, he plays underhanded tricks. Who employs underhanded tactics? You are the master of deceit. What have those governors done to me? Have I not brought ruin upon their families? They are corrupt and oppressing the people. Am I not justified in holding them accountable? I tell you, should such matters arise again, I will ensure their families are devastated. Try it. Come. Let us see who concedes first. The loser shall be deemed the lesser. Yi Feng declared fiercely. The tension between them had escalated into genuine animosity, each wishing the other dead. Silence. This is utter chaos. What is it, eldest? Do you aspire to be my father? Yizhen exclaimed in anger. Father, please do not be enraged. I harbor no such intentions. And you, youngest? If he does not relent, then let it continue. We shall see who falls first. Furious, Yizhen seized a ruler and struck both of them. They grimaced in pain, despite one being at the 5th tier and the other at the 4th. Neither dared to wield their true energy in the presence of Yizhen, for he was at least a 7th tier master. Since ascending to the throne, none had witnessed his true prowess, yet he had reached the pinnacle of 6th tier in the very year he became emperor. Ah, splendide. Have you both grown wings? Disregarding your father, the emperor? Very well. Continue this way, beat some sense into each other, and instill the legacy of our ancestors into your minds. Yizen Projlemet, Your Majesty, His Highness the Prince of Qi has returned and seeks an audience outside the hall. At that moment, Cao Mao cautiously entered and announced, If this quarrel is not interrupted, I fear it will be impossible to reach a resolution today. Third brother? Let him in, Yizhen replied. Yinan strolled leisurely into Yizhen's study, immediately observing the sight of the eldest and youngest brothers grimacing on the floor. Father, I have returned to report. The embankment of the Li River has been successfully reinforced. Yinan stated earnestly, Enough of your grandstanding. Speak to me plainly. Yizhen retorted, Ekasperated. Ha! I merely wish to bring you some joy. See, you are already agitated. Day by day, there is not a single moment of peace. The elder brother lacks the dignity of an elder, and the younger brother shows no semblance of a sibling. Is this how I have raised you? Did I not convey that regardless of the factions you may align with during the previous dynasty, you could contend as you wished? But you must remember that you are brothers, and should leave each other a way out. Look at these two ungrateful wretches, intent on bringing each other to ruin. Yinan was momentarily taken aback. Has the situation deteriorated to such an extent? In the original narrative, while the brothers did secretly vie against each other, they maintained a facade of harmony during Yi Zhen's lifetime. It was only after his passing that Yi Nan instigated rebellion, prompting Yi Feng to respond. The foundation of Wu suffered a loss of no less than 1/3. Subsequently, Yi Fei, under the pretext of avenging his third brother, targeted General Shui Wenjing, leading to yet another fierce confrontation that further depleted Wu's strength by another 1/3. Moreover, the fifth brother had an overwhelming amount of high-level combat power, putting Yi Feng in peril on several occasions. Though he did not perish, he was gravely injured, ultimately leading to his untimely demise, leaving behind a widow and orphans. Through the brothers' efforts, the original 13 provinces of Wu were reduced to merely 6, with more than half of the land seized by foreign foes. Is this true? Brother, how can you treat the fifth brother this way? We are blood relatives. Did you not once vow to treat us brothers kindly? And you, fifth brother, do you think your connections with a few 9th-tier families elevate you above your elder brothers? Have you forgotten who stood by you when you secretly ventured out of the palace and faced punishment? Who shielded you from assassination attempts? It was your elder brother, and now you conspire to bring about his downfall. Does your conscience not ache? Father, it seems these two have not faced enough punishment. Should I go out and let off some steam? Yinan suggested. Upon hearing Yinan's words, Yi Feng and Yi Fei fell into a state of guilt, regretting their recent actions. However, upon hearing Yinan's last remark, they both exclaimed in disbelief, Damn it, we were touched too soon. We knew Yi Sam was no good. Yi Zhen, who had initially basked in the atmosphere of brotherly affection, felt as though he had swallowed a bitter pill. "Get out of my sight," he shouted, throwing off his shoe towards Yinan. "All right then, you three continue your play. I shall take my leave," Yinan retorted as he dashed towards the hall's exit. "Huh, this little rascal." Yi Zhen chuckled at Yinan's retreat, his ire having diminished significantly thanks to Yinan's antics. Though Yi Zhen held the esteemed title of emperor, he was markedly different from emperors of past dynasties, particularly in his approach to parenting. He treated all his sons, whether it be the eldest Yi Feng or the others, with equal regard. All brothers who had reached the age of 16 were granted titles early on, yet he chose to keep them in the capital a few years longer. Although this decision gave rise to unwanted ambitions in others, it is undeniable that Yi Zhen was a competent father. While alive, his sons may have engaged in constant struggles, but their conflicts were confined to maternal relatives, leaving the brothers themselves unscathed. Why don't you both just roll out of here? Once you step through that door, cease all hostilities. If this happens again, Lao Wu, you shall retreat to your fief, and Lauda, you will take residence in the ancestral hall for a few years. The two of them rose, casting glances at one another. Oomph. They both huffed in unison. "Hurry up and leave. Your presence irritates me." Yi Zhen hurled his other shoe at them. The two ducked, scurrying out of the palace. Upon exiting, they spotted Yi Nan waving at them from a distance. They approached him, the space between them ample enough for a carriage to pass. "I say, enough is enough. We are brothers, after all. Is it truly worth turning against each other for a mere throne? What is there to gain in being an emperor? Rising with the roosters, retiring late, toiling from dawn till dusk, balancing the previous dynasty with the harem. It's a relentless labor. Moreover, one must contend with external forces. To be honest, I wouldn't want that throne even if it were offered to me. Look at Yi Lao Heir, living in pure bliss, devoting himself solely to cultivation, unbothered by worldly affairs. How delightful. And Yi Lao Si, frolicking amidst the flowers, reveling in sheer ecstasy. Yet here you two are, banging your heads together like fools. What is the point?" Yinan subtly manipulated their thoughts, though the true intentions behind his words remained known only to himself. He belittled the throne's worth, suggesting that if others relinquished their claims, it would rightfully belong to him. After all, what man does not yearn to sit upon the dragon throne, to indulge in the pleasures of life, to experience the intoxicating power of wielding dominion over the world? Surely, such aspirations would not be in vain for someone who has traversed time. Chapter 9. The chat group goes live. Haha, Yi Lao-san, you speak so lightly. Why don't you give it a try yourself? Indeed, do not treat others as fools. You are the most cunning of all. Hey, I wonder, when did you two start sharing the same pants? Truly, it is a case of good intentions being mistaken for malice. I owe you both one. Even try to mediate a quarrel can breed resentment. Well, since you both refuse to heed advice, continue on. I shall refrain from meddling further. Farewell. Yinan turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Oomph. Both Yi Feng and Yi Fei simultaneously scoffed, each turning away. Once outside the palace gates, Yinan murmured, "These two are rather hard to deceive." Sauntering back to the royal residence, he found the steward waiting patiently at the study door. "Your Highness, regarding the 3 matters you instructed before your departure, the chain of businesses has now spread across more than half of Dawu, with over 200 branches established, more than a dozen directly managed in the capital, while others are franchise models. The franchise fees alone have amassed a sum of 100,000 taels. The first harvest from the royal farm has been gathered, yielding 110 dan of sweet potatoes per acre, 50 dan of corn, and 200 dan of potatoes. Since implementing your Highness's membership system, the restaurant has become a gathering place for the nobility of the capital, with daily revenues exceeding 10,000 taels. Just tell me how much the royal treasury has left. No need for further details. Reporting to your Highness, the current treasury balance stands at 180,000 taels. And the food supplies? Has anyone cast their eyes upon our grain?" During this time, Lord Chow visited and subsequently stationed a team of imperial guards at the farm. He said nothing? He mentioned nothing at all. Good. Understood. You may leave. The steward bowed and withdrew. That old fellow, quite composed. I assent, does he not ask about me? I had intended to make a good meal of him. Since you do not inquire, I shall remain silent. Let us see who can hold their composure longer. Yenam Musit. System. Yes, host. Recharge. Transfer the entire sum of 180,000 taels to me. Recharge successful. Now, summon a few 9th-tier experts for me. Seated in the study, Yinan lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Clearly, Lord Chao was aware of this matter. Grain is fundamental to De Wu's prosperity, and the old fox in the palace never acts without purpose. His decision to station the Imperial Guards at the royal farm indicates he has designs on the grain. Yinan rose and approached the window, gazing at the bustling servants within the palace, and gradually formulated his plans. Grain is one of his most crucial bargaining chips, especially the high-yield crops like sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes, which could significantly alter the grain landscape of De Wu. It seems I must make some preparations in advance, Yinan whispered to himself. The following morning, Yinan set out from the royal residence with a few trusted confidants, making his way directly to the royal farm. Situated on the outskirts of the capital, the farm sprawled across vast fields, golden with the bounty of harvest season. The banner of the Imperial Guards fluttered outside the estate, and the soldiers wore solemn expressions, evidently adhering strictly to Lord Chao's orders. As Yinan disembarked from the carriage, the steward of the estate hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, you have arrived. Indeed, Yinan replied. Has there been any unusual activity in the estate of late? The steward shook his head. In response to Your Highness, all is normal. The Imperial Guards are merely stationed on the periphery and have not interfered with the affairs of the estate. Yinan nodded in acknowledgement and walked toward the patch of sweet potato fields. He crouched down, casually digging up a sweet potato, weighing in his hand, and smiled in satisfaction. These high-yield crops were seeds he had procured from the system. Though they could only be used for one generation, with meticulous care, they had now taken root in the land of De Wu, becoming a vital asset for him. Your Highness, the yield of these sweet potatoes is truly astounding. If they are promoted nationwide, the common people will no longer need to fear famine, the steward remarked with admiration. Yinan smiled without responding. He was indeed eager to promote the seeds. Harvesting the world using these seeds was his ultimate objective. It was merely a matter of how to collaborate with Old Deng. Upon returning to the royal residence, Yinan immediately summoned several trusted confidants to begin laying out plans for the forthcoming endeavors. Your Highness, there has been no word from the Emperor. Should we take the initiative? One of the advisors inquired. Yinan shook his head. No need. Since my father has not spoken, it indicates that he believes the time is not yet ripe. We shall merely observe the developments while simultaneously strengthening the estate's defenses to ensure the security of our grain supplies. Understood, Your Highness, the group responded in unison. Ding. System announcement. The Wealth God system will soon be updated, anticipated to take 72 hours. During this period, certain system functions will be unavailable. We kindly ask the host to make appropriate arrangements and apologize for any inconvenience caused. The system is updating. Yenam Musit. Yes. The core of the chat group has been repaired, and the chat group function is about to launch. Excellent. I shall no longer fear being impoverished. 3 days later, ding. System update complete. Chat mode has been enabled. The host may add one friend for free each month, provided the friend S level does not exceed the host world level. The host may chat and trade with friends, with a transaction fee of 20% of the total amount and a platform delivery fee of 5%. Only one person can be added per month? What a nuisance. This is a sheer waste of time. Moreover, I see the rules state that a group can only consist of 10 individuals. The chat group is a creation of a level 7 world, and its functions are inherently limited. The trading feature was added by the system. Otherwise, only technical and martial art exchanges could occur, and physical goods could not be traded. Very well. It seems I must toil away for my endeavors. The host has one opportunity to add a friend this month. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Let me see who my first friend will be. Searching, please hold on. Search successful. Please choose one from the following 3 individuals to add. 1. Indestructible kidney. 2. Jade-faced little white bug. 3. One more bottle. What on earth are these ridiculous names? It's impossible to glean anything from them. I'll just pick one at random. I'll choose the third option. It sounds the most normal. Please hold on. The host is currently adding. The addition will be successful only upon the other party's consent. The addition was successful. The host can now communicate with the other party. In an unknown apocalyptic world, amidst the ruins, a disheveled individual gazes expectantly at the interface within his mind. Chun-Hai has been traversing this realm for several days. Previously, a voice resounded in his mind, informing him that he had bound himself to a system known as the Wealth God system. Unfamiliar with the circumstances upon his arrival, he exchanged pure water and food, only to have the provisions snatched away by those nearby, leaving him with shattered limbs, cast aside into the ruins to await death. Meanwhile, the system announced it required an update and vanished. Just moments ago, the system informed him that the update was complete, and someone named Yi Jiao Lao San had added him as a friend. Without a second thought, he accepted the request as he continues to seek aid. If no one comes to his rescue, he will perish in a couple of days. Chapter 10. The End Times. Chun-Hai lay among the rubble, his limbs racked with excruciating pain. His right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, and the bone of his left leg had pierced through the skin, staining the debris beneath him with crimson. A few days prior, before he had bound himself to the system, he had been in search of supplies. The calamity that had befallen the world had persisted for 2 to 3 years. From a global population of 10 billion, less than 5% had survived the viral outbreak. The rest had either perished or been transformed into zombies. The survivors gradually congregated, establishing various bases, and it was soon discovered that the zombies bore crystals within their brains. By consuming these crystals, individuals not only avoided becoming zombies, but also unlocked a range of supernatural abilities. Chun-Hai's original self was a secondary Earth-type ability user. With the overwhelming presence of zombies, survival became a grueling endeavor, and resources were exceedingly scarce. Just days ago, he had acquired the system in exchange a crystal for 100 taels of silver, which he used to purchase some food and water. However, as he retrieved his meager supplies, he was ambushed by others, leading to the brutal severing of his limbs. As night fell, a chilling wind howled through the air. Chun-Hai felt his body temperature plummeting, and his consciousness began to fade. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. System update complete. The host may add 1 friend per month. Yi family's third son requests to add the host as a friend. Would you like to accept? Yes, no. Add. A translucent screen materialized before Chun-Hai, revealing the image of a man clad in ancient attire. The figure wore a flowing green robe, his features strikingly handsome. I didn't expect to add such a pitiful friend, Yinan remarked, gazing at the disheveled, contorted figure on the screen. Help! Help me! Chun-Hai uttered with the last of his strength. Yinan leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing Chun-Hai's injuries. All limbs severed, excessive blood loss. How fortuitous! I happen to have a bone restoration pill and a body refinement pill. I have no money. Not to worry, Yinan replied, shaking a jade vial in his hand. The system allows for loans, though the interest is steep. Chun-Hai nodded with great difficulty. He had no other options. Transaction completed. Loan amount 10,000 taels. Interest 20 per month. Yinan placed 2 jade vials in the transaction window. The green one is the bone restoration pill, which will allow your broken bones to regenerate. The red one is the body refinement pill, which will not only heal your injuries, but also enhance your strength. Chun-Hai gazed at the 2 vials that had appeared before him, and with his remaining functional left hand, he clumsily opened the green vial. A verdant pill rolled into his palm, exuding a faint medicinal aroma. He placed the pill in his mouth, where it dissolved instantly, sending a warm current coursing through his limbs. Chun-Hai felt a tingling sensation at the sight of his broken bones, which began to reforge and connect. He couldn't help but cry out. The agony of bone regeneration was even more intense than the pain of the initial fractures. Endure it, Yinan's voice came through. The process of bone restoration is indeed excruciating. Once your bones have healed, take the body refinement pill. Chun-Hai gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He could distinctly sense the bones mending and the muscles rejuvenating. This process endured for a full hour, and when the pain finally subsided, he discovered that his limbs were restored to their former glory. Eagerly, he opened the crimson jade vial and swallowed the body-refining elixir. This time, a searing energy erupted within him, causing his skin to flush red as dark impurities seeped from his pores. This was the cleansing of the marrow, expelling the toxins within. Yinan elucidated, your ability level should experience an elevation. Chun Hai felt a surge of power coursing through him. His earth-based abilities seemed to undergo a profound transformation. When he attempted to wield his powers, he found he could manipulate a broader expanse of land while expending significantly less energy. Chun Hai stared in astonishment at his hands, incredulously exclaiming, Level 4. Quite impressive, Yinan chuckled. It appears my elixir has proven effective. Chun Hai clenched his fists, feeling the tumultuous energy within him. Thank you. Not all. It's merely a fair exchange. You've compensated me. By the way, when you have the chance, help me procure some crystal cores. The abilities from your world seem intriguing. Sure, but before that, I must settle a blood debt. Chun Hai replied through gritted teeth. While Chun Hai sought vengeance, Yinan had gleaned insights about this world from him. The realm where Chun Hai resided was a post-apocalyptic one, ravaged 5 years prior by an ancient virus unearthed from the depths of the earth, turning the majority of the population into zombies, save for a fortunate few. Yet, amid this calamity, humanity discovered crystal cores within the zombies, which enabled human evolution. Consequently, mankind commenced large-scale hunts for the undead. However, the zombies continuously evolved as well. After several years, a delicate equilibrium formed between humans and zombies. By the second year, beasts had evolved, giving rise to the first level 9 Beast King, the Golden White Tiger King. In the third year, numerous marine creatures also underwent evolution, with the most formidable being the Azure Dragon King, a peak level 9 entity that once annihilated an entire nation. The Wano Kingdom was cast into the depths of the sea by a single swipe of the Azure Dragon King's tail, sending all creatures, be they human, beast, zombie, or fowl, into the ocean to feed the fish. The crystal cores were remarkable. Upon ingestion, they could awaken abilities irrespective of one's innate talent, far superior to the martial arts of the Tianhuan continent, which were exceedingly selective of potential. Those devoid of aptitude could never surpass the second tier throughout their lives unless they encountered extraordinary materials to alter their innate qualities. If he could bring these cores to the Tianhuan continent, he could reap an astounding harvest among the nobility, with a speed incomparable to that of grain cultivation. Of course, this is not to suggest that the efficacy of grain was inferior to that of the crystal cores. Rather, the latter was simply more expedient. Observing the solitary figure of a friend in his contact list, Yi Fan felt a sense of helplessness. The system only allowed one new edition per month, leaving him with no recourse. Nevertheless, Chun Hai's world represented a boon for him, as its resources were exceedingly valuable. He hoped for Chun Hai to avenge himself swiftly and stabilize his situation. Chapter 11. The Emperor summons since the addition of Chun Hai to his circle. Yinan had not paid him much attention. It appeared that Chun Hai was also a traveler, possessing a system of his own. Yet, he could not withstand the trials and ultimately perished, for which no one could be blamed. However, the name of Chun Hai in the friends list still radiated a healthy green hue, indicating his well-being. When Yinan had first added him, his name had glowed a blood red, signaling his near demise. Thus it could be inferred that he was now safe. Yinan passed a few carefree days, until one day, the chief eunuch, Chow Mao, arrived at the residence of Prince Qi. Your Highness, I have come to pay my respects, he announced. Please, no need for formalities, Chow Gonggong. What brings you to my humble abode? The prince replied, Your Highness jest. I come bearing a decree from His Majesty, summoning you to the imperial study tomorrow at the hour of the rat. My father wishes to see me? Do you know the reason? Yinan inquired. The emperor did not specify. Chow Mao responded. I understand. Thank you for your trouble, Gonggong. Your Highness is too courteous. I take my leave. Steward, see the Gonggong out. As you command. Yinan mused to himself. The emperor seeks my presence. It must be regarding the matter of grain. He has finally reached his limit. A sinister smile crept across his face. At last, I can wield my scythe and commence the harvest. The following day, Yinan arrived at the palace punctually. The imperial study was occupied solely by Yizhan. Your son pays his respects to father. Yinan Boit. Yizhen ignored him, continuing to peruse the documents at hand. Your son pays his respects again. Yinan persisted. Still, Yizhen remained unresponsive. I say, old man, have you had your fill of posturing? If you continue to ignore me, I shall take my leave. Yinan declared. Get out of my sight. Your presence vexes me. Very well, farewell. Yinan turned to depart. Come back here. Yizhen called out as he saw Yinan genuinely preparing to leave. See, it was you who told me to leave, and now you wish for my return. Speak of the sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes. Present your terms. Yizhen shot him a glare, intending to prompt Yinan to disclose his intentions, but the rebellious son remained obstinate. Since his return, it had been over a fortnight, and Yizhen's confidence had waned into agitation. After all, such bountiful crops should not be left ungoverned, for it rendered him restless at night. Initially, he believed Yinan, possessing such a miraculous item, would promptly report to him to claim merit. Yet, after waiting in vain, he had no choice but to summon this rebellious son for clarification. In Yizhen's mind, Yinan's withholding of the high-yield seeds signified a desire for the throne beneath him. Though he did not wish to receive the benefits of the high-yield crops for free, he had no choice but to allow Yinan to propose his terms. Conditions are mine to set? Yinan asked. Indeed, as long as they are not excessively unreasonable, such as demanding the title of crown prince. Yizhen replied. I can provide you with the seeds, and the terms are quite simple. Payment is required. If funds are lacking, jewels, jewelry, or elixirs will suffice as exchange. I do not mind, but be warned, the seeds can only be used for one season. The crops produced can only be consumed. Should they be sown again in the second season, they will not germinate. Do not say I did not forewarn you. What? Only usable for one season? Indeed. Yizhen gazed incredulously at Yinan, finally comprehending his intentions. This rebellious son aspired to seize control of the nation's grain supply, regardless of who ascended to the throne. The lifeblood of the empire would remain firmly in Yinan's grasp. With the introduction of high-yield crops, a population explosion was inevitable. Once the populace reached a certain threshold, the original grain varieties would no longer suffice, compelling the continued reliance on these superior strains. This effectively meant that Yinan held dominion over the grain of the realm. What grand ambitions you harbor! Look at what you're saying. What ill intentions could I possibly have? Even if I did harbor any, I would never turn them against our own people. Is there not a seed that can be used indefinitely? None. Truly, there is none, at least not at this moment. Very well, I shall take your word for it. Yizhen responded with a smile. The two continued their discussion, finalizing the price of the seeds and the scope of cultivation before Yinan departed from the imperial study. As Yinan exited, preparing to return to the royal residence, he was approached by a palace maid. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as Yunxiang, the chief maidservant to his mother, Tang Rou. Your Highness, please wait. The Empress requests your presence. Is there something concerning my mother? The Empress has missed you dearly, having not seen you for quite some time. His Majesty informed her that you would be visiting the palace today, and thus she instructed me to wait for you outside the imperial study. Since arriving in this world, Yinan had yet to meet his biological mother. In his memories, Tang Rou was as her name suggested, a gentle woman of mild temperament, who navigated the intrigues of the harem with grace. Despite having two capable brothers, she was not neglected by the emperor. However, in the original narrative, due to Yinan's rebellion, she was implicated and ultimately imprisoned in the cold palace, succumbing to despair after his demise. Upon reaching the Zikan Palace, where Tang Rou resided, it was evident that, as Yizhen had yet to establish a favored consort, Tang Rou held the esteemed position of the foremost among the four noble consorts, enjoying a commendable status within the harem. As Yinan entered, a woman approached him briskly. Her brows were like distant mountains adorned with emeralds. Her eyes resembled autumn waters brimming with emotion, and her every glance sparkled with brilliance. Her teeth were pearl-like, and her skin, fair as snow, delicate as jade, seemingly fragile yet exquisite. She moved with a graceful elegance, akin to willow catkins swaying in the breeze, exuding an aura of nobility, propriety, and grace. No wonder she was Yizhen's favored consort and the object of jealousy for the Empress, Xueqian. Tang Rou hurried towards him. enveloping him in a warm embrace. You ungrateful child, returning to the capital without even visiting me in the palace. Mother, Yinan stammered, struggling to find the right words to explain himself. Enough of that. Come, let me have a good look at my son. Tan gros scrutinizit Yinan, exclaiming. You've grown darker and thinner. By the way, while you were away, Lady Kong came to the palace and mentioned that her daughter, Jing Shu, has reached maturity. She seems interested in you and wishes to know your thoughts on the matter. Kong Jing Shu? Yinan exclaimed in astonishment. This Kong Jing Shu is no ordinary individual. She is the daughter of a minister renowned for her divination skills. In her previous life, she was the 72nd generation direct disciple of a prestigious sect, gifted with extraordinary talent. For millennia, she has perfected the 8 calculations of the mystical sect to its utmost pinnacle. During her tribulation, she was struck and transported to this realm. Even in an age of declining spiritual energy, her ability to transcend tribulations speaks volumes. Now, in this ancient world brimming with spiritual essence, she must thrive effortlessly. In fact, her innate gifts may surpass even those of Yilao Air. Considering the timeline, it appears that Kong Jing Shu has undergone a transformation. The current Kong Jing Shu is a formidable figure within a mystical sect. In the original narrative, Kong Jing Shu inadvertently wed the crown prince and was granted the title of concubine. With her assistance, the crown prince eliminated the original host and the 5th brother, ascending to the throne. However, the crown prince suffered grave injuries inflicted by the 5th brother and ultimately met an untimely demise, leaving no offspring behind. In the end, Kong Jing Shu ascended to a higher realm. Shoptitol, Kong Yingsu, Kong Residence. Haidang courtyard. Kong Jing Shu stood lost in thought amidst the blooming begonia flowers that adorned the courtyard. As a prominent figure in a celestial sect renowned for her exceptional talents over thousands of years, she inadvertently found herself struck by a bolt from the heavens and transported to this world. It was truly baffling. She had merely remarked during her tribulation that the lightning felt akin to a tickle, yet the heavens seemed to possess a rather petty disposition. At the very least, her current status was satisfactory. She was the legitimate daughter of the minister's residence, free from concerns about basic sustenance. It was important to remember that in her past life, prior to joining the sect, she had been an orphan, enduring hunger and uncertainty. Only after her initiation did her fortunes begin to improve. My lady, the madam requests your presence, a maidservant announced. Although Kong Jing Shu felt a twinge of curiosity, she followed the maid to the residence of the minister's wife. The minister's wife, Wang Lan, was the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Lord Qing Feng, Wang Junyan. Years ago, Kong Ru had excelled in the imperial examination, achieving the 3rd place among the top scholars. Thanks to the old Marquis's influence, Kong Ru's career flourished, ultimately attaining the position of Minister of Rites, a feat largely credited to the Wang family. This had bestowed upon Wang Lan considerable authority within the household. Upon entering her mother's chamber, Kong Jingshu found Wang Lan poring over the household accounts. Mother, I have arrived. Was it not you who summoned me? My child, come here. I have matters to discuss with you. What is it, mother? You are aware that the virtuous consort summoned me to the palace a few days ago. You are soon to come of age, and the Prince of Qi remains unmarried. Given your similar ages, the virtuous consort has high hopes for you both. I wish to know your thoughts on this matter. Though the Prince of Qi was the 3rd prince, he was indeed quite remarkable. That mischievous lad? Kong Jingshu recalled her encounters with Yinan, which occurred 7 or 8 years prior. Her impression of him was still that of a playful child from a banquet long ago. Do not speak so disrespectfully. Wang Lan chided her daughter lightly before continuing. Your father has mentioned that the Prince of Qi is now quite distinguished, capable, and efficient in his dealings, rivaling even the crown prince in merit. He is a truly suitable match. If you are inclined, I can arrange for you to meet with the virtuous consort. To be hastily urged into marriage, Kong Jingshu felt exasperated. Mother, I am still young. I'm not yet 15, and I do not feel compelled to marry so soon. In her previous life, girls her age were likely still completing their middle school education. The thought of marrying at this age was utterly daunting. You're not so young. Look at the granddaughter of the Duke of Changhua. She was married even before coming of age, and the eldest daughter of the general's household was wed shortly after her coming of age ceremony. If you wait too long, all the good suitors will be taken. And then what will you do? Wang Lan said, playfully tapping Kong Jingshu's forehead. Mother, I truly do not wish to marry at this moment. I am not suggesting an immediate marriage. I merely wish for you to meet him. The Prince of Qi may not even have an interest in you. If there is mutual inclination, we can consider a future engagement, perhaps in a year or two. Does he not find me appealing? I still can't bring myself to regard him. Who do you think I am? I am. As Kong Jingshu spoke, she suddenly realized that she was no longer in her original world. She was now the daughter of a minister, a lady of high standing. Had she completed her sentence, there would have been no need for matchmaking. Her mother would have summoned a sorcerer to exorcise spirits. Seeing her mother in stunned silence, Kong Jingshu chuckled. I was merely jesting, dear mother. Please do not take offense. You startle me. I thought you were possessed. Such words should only be spoken within our own household. When in the presence of His Highness the Prince, you must refrain from saying such things. Even if you find him unsuitable, we must not offend him. Do you understand? Wan Lan Zima? Must we truly meet him? You are no longer a child. There is no harm in meeting him. If you truly find him unworthy, we can simply decline. Wan Lan Zetponde. However, she did not consider whether a normal prince would truly accept rejection from someone he fancied. Very well, let us meet. Excellent. I shall promptly deliver a missive to the palace. Wang Lan exclaimed with delight. In their efforts to assist their children in finding suitable partners, both the virtuous concubine Tang Rou and the minister's wife Wang Lan shared a unified vision. As long as Yinan and Kong Jingshu were willing to meet, half the battle was won. The other half would depend on the outcome of their encounter. A few days later, after Tang Rou and Wang Lan conspired and finalized the time for their meeting, it was set for the 15th of June, which also happened to be Tang Rou's birthday. On that day, she would invite her close female companions into the palace to celebrate, and, as the son of concubine Tang Rou, Yinan was obliged to be present. This would also serve as a form of protection for the unmarried Kong Jingshu. Meanwhile, what was our other protagonist, Yinan, engaged in? He was busy contacting Chunhai to procure supplies. After several days of toil, Chunhai had finally avenged himself, eliminating the adversary who had maimed him. In the base where Chunhai resided, a level 4 ability user was considered to be part of the mid-level personnel. He had formed his own small team and had recently hunted a considerable number of crystal cores, albeit only level 3 and below. However, for Yinan, this was sufficient as he planned to establish an auction house dedicated to selling items unique to this world. After all, rarity enhances value, and only items that do not exist in this realm could command high prices. To maximize profit, an auction was the ideal method. The highest bidder would prevail. A level 1 crystal core had a recovery price of 100 taels of silver, yet Yinan offered Chunhai 200 taels. Even after deducting the 25% handling fee, Chunhai would still earn a significant profit. Chunhai had been diligently hunting, aware that he still owed the system 10,000 taels, with a monthly interest rate of 20%. Should he fail to repay within a year, the system would randomly confiscate a part of his body. While losing a limb might be manageable, such things could regenerate. Losing one's dignity as a man would be far more troublesome. It would be preferable to embrace death rather than endure such humiliation. Thus, after avenging himself, he immediately set out to hunt once more. Surveying today's bounty, he nodded in satisfaction and reached out to his only friend, Ye's third son, through the chat portal. Another round. Brother, the crystal cores are in. Are you interested? Yi family's third. How much? What grade? Another bottle. 30 of the first grade, 9 of the second. Yi family's third. Excellent. Let us proceed with the transaction. Yi family's third. 200 taels for the first grade, 500 for the second. You have no objections, right? Another bottle. No objections, third brother. It's far better than the system's purchasing price, which only offers 100 tael for the first grade and 300 for the second. Your price is truly generous. Yi family's third. Hurry and upgrade. Procure higher grade crystal cores as soon as possible. I want them all. Another bottle. Understood, third brother. Yi family's third. A total of 10,500 taels. Let me round it up to 11,000 taels for you. Another bottle. Third brother is so generous. Yi family's third. By the way, do you need any elixirs? If you do, I can settle the next transaction with elixirs. Another bottle. Yes, yes, yes. If third brother can procure elixirs, that would be splendid. To be honest, the last elixirs were truly remarkable. If I can get more, I want need to hunt to make money. Yi family's third. All right, we shall settle with elixirs next time. Chapter 13. Turmoil at the birthday banquet within the grand confines of the Daowu Imperial Palace. The air was festooned with vibrant decorations as the birthday banquet of the esteemed consort Tang Rou unfolded. As the foremost lady beneath the empress, the celebration was indeed magnificent. Noble women from the court and unmarried daughters of prominent families had gathered to extend their well wishes, creating a lively atmosphere throughout the palace. Yinan stood outside the hall, a slight frown etched upon his brow. He was not particularly fond of such gatherings, yet as Tang Rou's son, he had no choice but to make an appearance. Clad in a resplendent dark silk robe, cinched at the waist with a golden thread and jade belt, he exuded an air of elegance and composure. His gaze swept over the crowd within, yet a sense of agitation brewed within him. Truth be told, he was reluctant to encounter Kong Jingshu, for that woman possessed an unsettling aura, capable of discerning one's secrets with but a glance. Your Highness, it is time to enter, a nearby attendant whispered softly. Yinan nodded and stepped into the hall. Upon entering, he was greeted by a chorus of melodious laughter. Raising his eyes, he observed a group of noble ladies gathered, seemingly engrossed in a delightful conversation. His attention was drawn to one particular maiden, causing him to pause momentarily. The young lady donned a delicate lavender gown, intricately embroidered with plum blossoms, radiating an air of grace and nobility. Her features were akin to a painting, her lips curled in a subtle smile, as if she were privy to the secrets of the world around her. Her demeanor was distinctly different from that of the other noble women, resembling a lotus flower untouched by the murk of its surroundings. A stirring sensation gripped Yi Nan's heart as he recognized her as the daughter of the Minister of Rites, a paragon of the Xianmen sect. Although he was reluctant to admit it, she indeed stood apart from the rest. Approaching the consort, Yi Nan respectfully bowed. Son pays his respects to mother. Wishing you boundless fortune akin to the eastern sea and longevity like the southern mountains. Consort Tang Rou smiled gently, her eyes brimming with maternal affection. Ah, Nanner has arrived. Come, greet your Aunt Wang Lan. During my youth, we were the closest of friends. A flicker of understanding crossed Yi Nan's mind as he realized the underlying implication in his mother's words. He turned to the side, where Wang Lan, the minister's wife, regarded him with a warm smile and a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Nanner, this is the daughter of Aunt Wang's family. You should make her acquaintance, the consort encouraged with a smile. Yinan nodded and turned his attention to the young lady in the lavender dress. She offered a graceful smile and a curtsy. I am honored to meet His Highness, the Prince of Qi. Yinan returned the gesture, replying coolly, There is no need for such formalities, Mississippi. As their eyes met, a subtle tremor coursed through Yinan. Her gaze was clear and profound, as if it could penetrate the very depths of one's soul. He mused silently. Indeed, she was a remarkable scion of the Xianmen, truly extraordinary. At that moment, an incongruous voice interjected. Oh, is that not His Highness the Prince of Qi? Yinan turned to find Shuai Lu standing nearby, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Shuai Lu was the son of General Shuai Wenjing, a cousin of the crown prince and the empress's nephew, and he had always been at odds with Yinan. Yinan offered a faint smile. It is indeed a rare occasion to see you here today, young Master Shuai. Suda scuffed, choosing silence as he had suffered defeats at Yinan's hands on multiple occasions, and thus wore a sour expression. Disinterested in further exchanges, Yinan turned back to Kong Jingshu, suggesting, Miss Kong, shall we take a stroll over there? Kong Jingshu smiled softly and nodded, certainly. As the two figures emerged from the palace, Shuai Lu observed their silhouettes, a fleeting shadow of gloom passing through his eyes. Kong Jingshu was the favored woman of the crown prince. Although Prince Yifeng enjoyed the backing of the military, the support from the civil officials was scant. Should he forge an alliance with the Minister of Rites, Kong Ru, the crown prince's position would be rendered unassailable. In the garden beyond the palace, the moonlight cascaded like water, enveloping the two individuals. Yinan turned to the woman beside him, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "This must be our second encounter, wouldn't you agree?" She responded with a slight smile. Indeed, during our last meeting, a certain troublemaker nearly set the entire palace ablaze. Yinan retorted awkwardly, "That was merely an accident." Kong Jing Shu chuckled softly. "Is it?" Yinan affirmed, "Certainly. You must understand the significance of our meeting today, correct?" Yinan was momentarily taken aback by her directness. He nodded, "Of course, but what is Miss Kong's perspective on this matter?" Kong Jing Shu gazed up at the night sky, responding with a hint of detachment. "What do you think, Your Highness?" After a brief contemplation, Yinan replied, "Though I am a prince, should you be unwilling, I shall certainly explain this to my mother." Kong Jing Shu turned to face him, her gaze unwavering. "Why do you presume I would be unwilling?" "Naturally, it was because I have no desire to entangle myself with you, the esteemed figure of the female realm. Who would wish to wed a woman who leaves no semblance of privacy?" Yinan felt a wave of discomfort under her scrutinizing gaze, clearing his throat as he said, "I am merely a carefree prince. I fear I may not be worthy of your attention." Kong Jing Shu regarded Yinan intently, sensing disdain in his words. She thought to herself, "How fortunate he is that I even find him appealing. Yet, he seems to have reservations about me." From the very first glance, Kong Jing Shu noted something peculiar in Yinan's countenance. He bore the visage of one marked for death. This ominous appearance could signify either a forthcoming demise or an existence already extinguished. Yet, Yinan stood alive before her, ruling out the former possibility. However, beyond the pallor of death, his face radiated an aura richer than the royal purple, imbued with a more sophisticated energy known within the realm as the Qi of variability. Such an individual, possessing this Qi, is destined for an unpredictable future, capable of transformation and change. Yinan, stirred by an impulse to speak further, was suddenly distracted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Turning, he beheld Xue Lu approaching with several companions. "Ah, Prince Qi, what brings you to this secluded spot?" Xue Lu mocked. "Did you find the palace too raucous and seek a tranquil retreat?" Yinan frowned. "Xue Lu, I spared your dignity before my mother in the hall. Do not overstep your bounds. If you dare disrupt my mother's birthday celebration today, we shall have no mercy upon one another." "Very well," Xue Lu replied, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. "I shall grant you this courtesy. The gift has been delivered. Let us depart." A glint of malevolence crossed Xue Li's gaze as he mused to himself. "Yinan, do you truly believe your fortune will last indefinitely? One day, you shall learn the consequences of offending the Xue family. Forgive me for making you witness this," Kong Jing Shu remarked, a touch of mirth in her voice. "What does Miss Kong know?" Yinan Dao was originally destined for great wealth and prosperity, yet just moments ago, a sudden shift transformed his countenance. In that fleeting instant, his face became shrouded in an aura of death. Such a person cannot endure for long. "Furthermore, your Highness does not hail from this realm, does he?" Although Kong Jingshu posed the question, her tone was imbued with unwavering certainty. Yinan Dao, recognizing the futility of concealment, thought to himself, "I am unaware of what Miss Kong is referring to. If you require me to provide a code, very well, let us proceed. The king covers the earth." What is the response? 3 hooks and 4 strings, what follows? Imperial Palace, jade, liquid wine. What is my fate? Shall I endure? Moshi Moshi, how are you? Enough. Yinan Dao interjected hastily, observing that Kong Jingshu was poised to continue. "So, does this imply your admission?" Kong Jingshu replied with a smile. "What is it that I am admitting to?" Yinan Dao, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "You are not of this world, are you?" Kong Jingshu affirmed with certainty, "Yes, you are correct." "Is that sufficient?" Yinan Dao found himself at a loss, knowing that this extraordinary individual would surely deduce his own origins. "Ha, I knew it. You must be my compatriot," Kong Jingshu exclaimed with delight. Chapter 14. The Arrival of the Dividend, What Fellow Villager? Yinan rolled his eyes in silence. "Is it not true? Did you not come from a certain sphere?" Kong Jingshu remarked, too lazy to engage in further conversation. Yinan ignored her and walked away, unwilling to linger beside this woman for even a moment. You cannot leave. You have yet to tell me whether or not you are indeed from my hometown. Kong Jingshu blocked Yinan's path. Do you truly wish to know? Yinan replied. Of course. You must understand my current sentiment. Meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land. Do you know how you appear right now? What? A fool. You, scoundrel, how dare you insult me? Subsequently, Yinan confessed to being a time traveler, and the two engaged in a cordial discussion, reaching a mutual agreement. The terms of their accord stipulated that they would feign an engagement, abstaining from marriage for the time being, while fostering affection, providing mutual support, and concealing one another, effectively forming an alliance. After the banquet concluded, Yinan departed from the palace. Your Highness, there are several little mice behind us. Shall we deal with them? Lu Chong, a guard accompanying him, inquired as they approached the prince's residence. Lu Chong was one of the 6 ninth-tier experts Nan had procured, tasked with ensuring his daily safety, while the others were either responsible for the security of the residence or dispatched on various missions. How many are there? What is their strength? Yinan asked. Quite a few, over a dozen. The strongest among them is at the 7th tier. Then let us eliminate them, Yinan declared. Yinan, while often described as cautious, could also be perceived as someone who fears death. Unlike other time travelers, he did not harbor arrogance. He prioritized his own safety, ensuring that no threat loomed over him, extinguishing any potential danger at its inception. Lu Chong slipped away into the night. Yinan had encountered similar situations upon returning to the capital, which was why he had been so eager to acquire 9th-tier experts. Despite having earned several million taels since his arrival, he still found himself in a precarious financial situation. This reminded him of his grievances with the system. Honestly, system, you are utterly useless. You call yourself the Fortune God system, yet your functions starkly contradict your name. What kind of host has to earn their own fortune? Just look at the neighboring sign-in system or the infinite return system, then gaze upon yourself. You might as well be called the miser system. Yinan lamented. Host, please refrain from questioning the system. This system is the only authentic one under the auspices of the Fortune God path, unlike those gaudy and frivolous systems. The hosts chosen by them are merely products of cramming, hastily produced and inferior. They only know how to give without understanding true survival. In the myriad realms, the ascent becomes increasingly challenging, and ultimately, it relies on oneself. The Fortune God system is dedicated to nurturing true wealth, not fostering mere idlers. The authority to explain lies with you. Whatever you say goes. Yinan retorted, exasperated. If feasible, he truly wished to be the kind of waste that the system described. For what could be more delightful than being an idle beneficiary in this world? Furthermore, it is imperative for the host to acknowledge that the Kaishin system is not exclusive to a single individual. Across the myriad realms, there exist countless hosts akin to you. Ultimately, only the one who contributes the most to the system shall attain its authority. That is the crux of the matter. Hence, dear host, please pay heed. I have reiterated this countless times, and my ears have grown weary from it. Is it not simply a matter of you being a subsidiary system, where the more I earn and spend, the higher your level ascends, and the greater the benefits I reap? I understand. Confronted with the system's incessant prattle, Yinan, in a fit of impatience, commanded, System, display my current status. Host, Yinan, Prince of the Great Wu Dynasty. Age, 17 years and 351 days wealth. 1, 550. 000 taels of silver. I fail to comprehend why, despite being a system of considerable stature among the myriad realms, you insist on utilizing silver as a unit of measurement. Surely not every world employs silver as currency? Indeed, not all, the system clarified. However, in 60% of the realms, silver serves as the standard. There are also numerous worlds that utilize gold, and a few that use spirit stones or celestial stones as currency. If you find silver unpalatable, it can be converted to points at a rate of 1 tael of silver equaling 1 point. They are essentially equivalent. Let be silver, then. The conversion process seems rather cumbersome. Yinan mused, contemplating the necessity of expediting his plans for the auction house. Upon returning to the royal residence, it was already late at night, and Yinan, after freshening up, retired to rest. The following day, at the crack of dawn, Cao Mao arrived at the palace seeking an audience. Yinan, yawning, made his way to the main hall. Cao Mao promptly rose and bowed. Greetings to His Highness. The prince. Yinan waved dismissively. No need for formalities, Lord Cao. What brings you here so early? His Majesty has expressed a desire for your Highness to prepare 20,000 acres of seeds within a 10-day span. He mentioned that there is still ample time, and that the southern regions can yield another harvest. He wishes to conduct an experiment in Yunnan to ascertain whether it boasts the same high yields as the northern territories of the empire. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Please inform my father to prepare 20,000 taels. I will send the seeds to you in 3 days. I will convey your message to His Majesty. My task is complete, and as His Majesty's side requires capable individuals, I shall take my leave now, Cao Mao replied. Safe travels, Lord Cao. Lu Chong, see him off, Yinan instructed Lu Chong. Certainly, my lord, Lu Chong responded. Cao Mao noticed the unfamiliarity of the man before him, and his eyes narrowed. He sensed a threat emanating from Lu Chong, who, without a doubt, was also a 9th-tier expert, and his martial prowess likely matched his own. Yet, although he had encountered many skilled individuals from the Qi Prince's residence, he had never seen Lu Chong before. Do not be surprised, Lord Cao. Mr. Lu is a newly recruited retainer of mine, and will be responsible for my safety henceforth. You shall likely meet him frequently, Yinan elucidated. Your Highness is indeed fortunate to recruit a master such as Mr. Lu, Cao Mao sincerely complimented. Your flattery is unwarranted, Lu Chong replied with a faint smile. Once Cao Mao departed, Yinan found himself unable to return to slumber. He summoned a few trusted confidants and made haste to the estate outside the city. With the day at his disposal, he intended to expedite the transfer of the seeds, thereby alleviating any future inconveniences. A few days later, Emperor Yizhen dispatched someone to collect the seeds, and the funds were duly transferred. Yinan then devoted his full attention to the auction house. During this period, he amassed a considerable collection of rare treasures and the elixirs required by Chen Hai. These elixirs range from the 1st tier to the 7th or 8th. Yet, given Chen Hai's current financial constraints, he could not afford even the 5th or 6th tier ones. A 6th tier elixir starts at 100,000 taels, while a 7th tier one demands a minimum of 300,000 taels. Nevertheless, Yinan persisted in gathering them, for there are certain items that one may choose to forego, but must never lack. Should the need arise one day, it would be too late to procure them. In addition to collecting elixirs, he also intended to establish a guild dedicated to alchemy, where alchemists would receive a basic salary, but the elixirs they produced would be sold primarily to Yinan, emphasizing a strategy of substantial investment. Currently, his power was still limited, so he chose to begin with elixirs. One day, he aspired to consolidate all the unique specialties of this world within his grasp. Ding! This month's profit share has been credited. Please check, host. Chapter 15. The Grand Procurement what? How much did we earn? Hurry, let me see. Yinan exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Host. Yinan, Prince of the Great Wu Dynasty. Age. 17 years and 362 days wealth. 2,000,001. 550,000 taels of silver. 2 billion. Yinan was astounded. He had not anticipated that a mere 2% yield would amount to such a staggering sum, especially in the first month. He mused that future earnings would likely be even greater, but the thought of the system profiting more than him made him feel a pang of regret. Alas, he couldn't mend the chat group system. It seemed that the platform reaped all the substantial rewards, while he merely sipped from the broth of success. Never mind. This fortune was acquired effortlessly. What is destined for me is mine, and what slips away is merely a stroke of luck. Overthinking will only bring unnecessary troubles. Yinan consoled himself. With 2 billion taels, I must surely be the wealthiest individual in the Great Wu Kingdom. It's time to unleash my ambitions. Come forth, system. I am ready to indulge. Yinan proclaimed with grandiosity, feeling a surge of confidence. It is said that wealth begets courage, and now, with his newfound riches, he felt emboldened to explore endeavors he once deemed unattainable. Pure yang physique, 2 billion supreme insight, 2 billion Guardian Puppet, Grandmaster 2 billion. 9-stage cultivation upgrade card, no side effects 1. 5 billion 8-stage cultivation upgrade card, no side effects 1 billion. Looks like I'm still a bit of a pauper. Yinan remarked, reflecting on the available items for purchase. This wealth comes swiftly, yet if I truly unleash my spending, it may not suffice. First, I must elevate my cultivation. My life is paramount. System, present me with a 9th-stage card. Yinan decided resolutely, no longer hesitating, and promptly purchased a cultivation card. The cultivation card has been credited. The host may retrieve it at any time. Wealth deducted, 1, 5 billion. Host balance, 515,000,000 taels. Now let us merge, Yinan declared. Upon uttering these words, a wave of warmth enveloped his body, akin to being placed in a steamer. This sensation persisted for a full quarter of an hour before gradually subsiding. Yinan felt as though he had undergone a cleansing ritual. His physique seemed to have slimmed down, yet his vitality surged, as though he had emerged from an invigorating sauna. The entire world felt transformed. In a nebulous sense, he perceived the existence of another layer of space, startling him. System, am I about to ascend? Please, not yet. I am not ready to depart. Fear not. The system merely offers a 9th-stage cultivation card. Ascension is not within reach. Rest assured, this is but a fleeting illusion. That is a relief. Yinan responded, still shaken. In the Great Wu dynasty, many of his grand designs had only just begun to unfold, let alone the vast expanse of the entire Tianhuang continent. The true size of the Tianhuang continent remains a mystery to all. A 9th-stage master once endeavored to traverse the entire land, yet despite his lifelong pursuit, he ascended without ever reaching the world's end. Yinan had once perused a tome titled Geographical Chronicles of the Tianhuang continent, which chronicled bizarre and fantastical phenomena. Even for someone of Yinan's extraordinary insight, some accounts appeared utterly ludicrous, rivaling the surreal narratives of his previous life's Shanhai Jing. According to the aforementioned account, the Tianhuang continent merely represents a fragment of the vast world, the entirety of which remains beyond anyone's gaze. Even the obscure author of this book is oblivious to the true expanse of the world, while the Tianhuang continent, which a pinnacle practitioner of the 9th tier could scarcely traverse in a lifetime, is perceived by the author as but a mere corner. This illustrates the immense scale of the world, and until it is fully explored, Yinan is reluctant to depart. Moreover, during his time here, he has profoundly felt the love bestowed upon him by Emperor Yizhen and the virtuous consort Tang Rou, an experience he did not encounter in his previous life. In the original narrative, Emperor Yizhen succumbs to a sudden illness. Yet Yinan has come to understand that Yizhen is in robust health and may even be a 9th-tier master. How could he possibly suffer from an affliction? It is known that a 9th-tier master, barring any hidden injuries, can live a minimum of 2 centuries. Since it is not an illness, it is highly probable that he has been the victim of foul play. Who would dare to conspire against the emperor of an empire and succeed? The most likely culprits would be the crown prince and the 5th prince, Yi Fei, while the other 4 can be disregarded. Excluding himself from suspicion, we are left with the crown prince and Yi Fei. The likelihood of the crown prince being involved is minimal, given his limited access to formidable forces. Thus, the most plausible suspect is Yi Fei, whose maternal grandfather, Xiao Tianci, is a master at the peak of the 9th tier. If he employed underhanded tactics, it is conceivable that he could have caused Yi Zhen's untimely demise. Furthermore, the eventual demise of Yi Feng due to a severe illness was also orchestrated by Xiao Tianci, who shattered Yi Feng's lung with a single strike. Yi Feng, despite his struggles, ascended the throne, yet within 3 short years, he passed away. Additionally, it is noteworthy that the 2nd prince, Yi Hao, ultimately took action. During the fierce struggles among them, Yi Hao was often a mere observer, and at that time, he had only recently entered the 9th tier. In terms of strength, he was not a match for Xiao Tianci, although Yi Hao's intervention was partly due to Yi Fei's blunder. It is also possible that the 2nd prince discovered the true cause of Yi Zhen's death. Yi Hao, being the most filial among his brothers, was raised by Yi Zhen himself, who, as emperor, personally nurtured him. Although Yi Hao possessed remarkable martial talent, he was still the emperor's son, and ministers at one point believed that Yi Zhen intended to bequeath the throne to him, having faced numerous assassination attempts in his youth. Yi Zhen ultimately established Yi Feng as the crown prince to ensure Yi Hao's safety, which quelled the attempts against him. Consequently, the other princes envied Yi Hao. Despite the early loss of maternal affection, Yi Zhen provided him with paternal love, treating each son with as much fairness as possible. Yinan's current endeavor is to develop gradually, striving to avert any future tragedies. System: extend the rental for Lu Chong and the others for 10 more years. The annual rent for 9th-tier masters is 1 million taels. For 6 individuals, the total for 10 years amounts to 60 million taels. The amount has been deducted, and the host's available balance is 441,550,000 taels. Flashback to a few days ago. Deposit the entire sum of 180 million taels. Recharge successful. Now, summon a few 9th-tier masters for me. The host's available balance is insufficient. What? This amounts to 180,000 taels, not just 180. The purchasing price for a 9th-tier master is 2 billion taels of silver each. What? Why don't you go and rob it? This system is legitimate and never resorts to theft. Speechless is the native tongue of Yinan. What about my safety? I've encountered several assassination attempts already. If I perish, this subsystem will have to start anew. Not only would it waste time, but the chances of encountering a quality asset like me would be uncertain. The host may temporarily rent a 9th-tier master, with a rental fee of 100,000 taels per master per year. I just deposited some money, and it's still insufficient to rent even 2 9th-tier masters. Come on, debts are not a concern. Bring me 6. Sell everything in my treasury. The total value of items in the host treasury is 5 million taels. Shall we proceed with the sale? Yes, sell it. My life is at stake. Thus, Yinan's treasury resembled a place where even a mouse would emerge weeping. The housekeeper was so frightened that he nearly considered ending his own life, but fortunately, Yinan explained swiftly. Otherwise, he would have lost an exceptional steward. Chapter 16. The second transaction. Yinan concluded his shopping expedition when a message suddenly appeared in his mind's chat box. Another bottle. Are the 3 of you there? Yi family's third. Here. Another bottle. Third brother, I've hunted a new batch of crystal cores. Are your elixirs ready? Yi family's third. How many? Another bottle. 10 tier 3 crystal cores, 50 tier 2, and 123 tier 1. I have formed a hunting team, so this time it's more substantial. However, with more people, the supplies are limited, so I wanted to contact you in advance. Yi family's third. I'll take all of them, 1 for 1 exchange. Another bottle. All right, third brother. A few days ago, I discovered an alloy factory with dozens of tons of tungsten chromium cobalt alloy. The production line is still intact. I heard that you are in an ancient setting with no modern industry yet. If I process this into blades and swords, would you be interested? Yi family's third. Wow. Absolutely, 1,000 taels each. Increase production for me. In his previous life, he had heard of tungsten chromium cobalt alloy, primarily used for cutting other metals due to its extraordinary hardness, wear resistance, and corrosion resistance. If processed into weapons and supplied to the soldiers at the borders or the Imperial Guard in the capital, the combat strength of either army would be significantly elevated. A troop equipped with divine weaponry would compel even 9th-tier masters to retreat. After concluding the transaction, both parties were exceedingly satisfied. Yinan was pleased because crystal cores could awaken latent potential in ordinary individuals, a phenomenon he had already experimented with. Several former ordinary servants in his household had consumed crystal cores and transformed into moderately capable warriors. Chunhai was gratified as well, because they could utilize crystal cores for training, though the absorption rate was less than half, with the other half wasted. However, elixirs lacked this drawback, boasting an absorption rate of 90 to even 100%. Each had its merits and demerits. One could awaken potential, while the other guaranteed efficiency. A few days later, a magnificent 10-acre high-rise emerged in the capital. This site was formerly occupied by several taverns and trading houses, which, after amicable negotiations with the steward of the Qi Wangfu, agreed to sell the land to Yinan. Following his renovations, the auction house, named Chaotian Pavilion, was nearing completion. The interior gleamed with opulence, with a dazzling crystal chandelier suspended in the center of the grand hall and a towering marble structure standing majestically. The jade-paved floor exhibited extraordinary craftsmanship, while the auction platform, carved from golden silk nanmu, exuded solemn elegance, surrounded by exquisitely designed chairs adorned with gilded artistry, all reflecting the grandeur of this auction house. As the behind-the-scenes proprietor of this establishment, Yinan had been exceedingly occupied in recent days, diligently selecting items for the inaugural auction. The success of the auction's debut would hinge upon the magnificence of his offerings. The professional auctioneer has been selected, a distinguished woman among the 6 ninth-tier experts, named Leah. Leah possesses a commendable business acumen. Thus, the operations of the auction house have been entrusted to her. It is imperative for an auction house to be fortified by formidable strength, as the continent is rife with desperate individuals. Without such power, even the most exquisite treasures are susceptible to being coveted by thieves. As the saying goes, there are 1,000 days for a thief, yet not a single day for a victim to guard against them. On the first day of July, a propitious date, the Chaotian auction house officially commenced its operations. Yinan extended invitations to the dignitaries of the court, including numerous affluent individuals, among them the 4 prominent families. Third brother, how could you embark on this lucrative venture without including me? That is quite ungracious. Yi Fei, the first among the brothers to arrive, exclaimed. I would take you along, but what would you do? Do you not fear the censors reporting you to our father, accusing you of profiting from the people? Yinan retorted. If you are unafraid, why should I be? Yi Fei responded nonchalantly. Given your temperament, you would not fare well in this endeavor. It is best you refrain. Today, feel free to bid on anything that catches your eye. Consider it a gift from your third brother. Yinan offered. Really? Yi Fei inquired. Of course. With your intellect. Do you think I could deceive you? That is true. Thank you, third brother. Soon after, the fourth brother, Yi Tian, arrived. Third brother, congratulations on the grand opening. Come in. The private room is ready. Bid on whatever you desire today. It is on me. Leah, please escort the fourth brother inside. Lastly, the crown prince, Yi Feng, arrived in casual attire. Third brother, congratulations on the grand opening. Big brother, please come in. With Yi Feng's arrival, the auction commenced in earnest. The chandeliers above illuminated the hall with a brilliant glow. As the head of the auction house and auctioneer, Leah was the first to take the stage. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the inaugural auction of the Chaotian auction house. We are pleased to present a diverse array of items, rich in rare treasures. We hope that each distinguished guest will find something to their liking. Now, let us present our first item for auction. As Leah's voice faded, a maid appeared, gracefully bearing a tray upon which rested a radiant jade pendant. It is well known that martial artists must absorb spiritual energy during their cultivation, while simultaneously expelling the impurities contained within it, which can hinder their training speed. However, this spiritual jade pendant possesses the unique ability to autonomously absorb spiritual energy and expel the waste, storing the energy for use. When cultivating, one need only grasp this jade pendant and continuously absorb the energy within. The spiritual energy stored in the pendant can sustain a 6th-tier martial artist for an entire day. Once depleted, the pendant requires 3 days to restore its energy. Truly, this is an extraordinary treasure, with an opening bid set at 30,000 taels of silver, and each increment must not be less than 1,000 taels. Let the bidding commence. As Leah finished speaking, bids began to pour in. 40,000 taels. Guest number 67 bids 40,000 taels. 60,000 taels. Guest number 43 bids 60,000 taels. 150,000 taels. Guest number 8 bids 150,000 taels. Is there anyone else wishing to place a bid? This extraordinary treasure is reusable. A practitioner of the 6th tier can save a day as arduous labor every 3 days, while those below the 6th tier will benefit even more in terms of time saved. Secure this item, and your cultivation speed will surpass that of your peers in the same tier. 200,000 taels. Box number 6 bids 200,000 taels. Truly impressive. A testament to the grandeur of noble families. The Chaotian Pavilion boasts 7 stories, with the auction house occupying only 2. The first floor features a grand hall, containing a mere 100 seats available for active bidders, while the rest are reserved for spectators who cannot participate in the bidding. Access to these 100 seats requires either a prior verification of funds or an invitation from the auction house. The second floor consists of 18 private boxes. The first 3 belong to the royal family, while the remaining 15 are strictly by invitation, reserved for prominent figures or wealthy magnates, who generally prefer to remain discreet. 200,000 for the first time, 200,000 for the second time, 200,000 for the third time. Sold. Let us congratulate the esteemed guest in box number 6 for successfully acquiring this spirit jade pendant. Now, let us welcome the next item for auction. Chapter 17. The auction of the crystal core. This exquisite item up for bid is the pinnacle creation of the renowned swordsmith O Changqing, known as the Tianyun sword. One of the top 10 famous swords and a revered 9th-tier weapon. No sooner had Li Yu's words faded than the hall erupted into a cacophony of astonished voices. What is indeed the Tianyun sword? A 9th-tier divine sword. How could the Chaotian auction house present such a treasure for bidding? At this moment, within the private boxes of the 4 great families, the heads of each clan rose abruptly. Among them, the Luo family was represented by its patriarch's eldest son, Luo Qianqi. A 9th-tier weapon is precisely what the Luo family lacks. We must secure this sword at all costs. Fubo, immediately send word to my father and urge him to gather funds swiftly. Others from the competing families also emerged from their boxes, seemingly with intentions akin to those of the Luo family. The prime minister's residence was represented by his daughter, Yang Miaoyin, often hailed as the most talented woman in the capital. Her brilliance is matched only by her exquisite beauty, placing her among the 4 most esteemed ladies of the city, alongside General Tang Tao's daughter, Tang Yao, Minister of Rights Kong Ru's daughter, Kong Jingshu, and General Zhao Feng's sister, Zhao Jiyu. Each of these 4 women possesses unique charms. Yang Miaoyin with her intellect, Tang Yao with her innocence and charm, Kong Jingshu with her serene grace, and Zhao Jiyu with her exceptional martial prowess. As the leader of the Huainan faction, Prime Minister Yang Ping is well acquainted with wealth, and upon hearing of the 9th-tier sword, Yang Miaoyin promptly dispatched a message to him. Yang Ping responded that he would spare no effort to acquire this sword. Though the Huainan faction possesses riches, it lacks high-end combat strength, which this sword could significantly enhance, whether for recruiting 9th-tier masters or for personal use. The General S faction also took action, as the other powerful families quickly received similar responses, all determined to acquire this sword at any cost. The starting bid for the Tianyun sword was set at 1 million taels, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 100,000 taels. 130,000, 150,000, 170,000, 350,000 taels. In an instant, the competition for the Tianyun sword escalated to fever pitch, as these noble families and esteemed officials vied to enrich their legacies, leading to a frenzy of bidding from the outset. Third brother, I recall that this sword is from father's private treasury, is it not? Yi Feng stared in astonishment at Yi Nan, as if trying to comprehend him fully. Do you know about the seeds? That was my contribution. When father was pleased, he allowed me to choose freely from his private collection, and thus this sword came into my possession. Yi Nan chuckled awkwardly, scratching his nose. Third brother, you know how much father cherishes his swords. If he discovers that you have auctioned off his treasure blade, do you think he would hesitate to storm the Qi Wang residence with it? Yi Fei interjected sympathetically from his side. He agreed to it. Can you blame me? He was the one who let me choose freely. Yi Nan retorted indignantly. Third brother, you're truly selling off father's treasures without a second thought. Father went to great lengths to acquire this sword, and you so casually part with it. It is exceedingly ungrateful. Yi Feng remarked that he possessed an abundance of swords, implying that it would be unreasonable for him to utilize them all himself. As his sons, it seemed only fitting that they might use a few on his behalf. You two are simply cowardly, he continued. And you, elder brother, if there were truly a crisis, would you really neglect your brother's welfare? Yi Nan, with a pitiful expression, looked to Yi Feng and pleaded, do not involve me in this. I cannot take responsibility for this matter. With an air of disdain, Yi Feng replied, Fourth brother, fifth brother, Yi Tian and Yi Fei instantly turned away, feigning ignorance. What kind of superficial brotherhood is this? I was initially inclined to bestow upon you some golden kidney pills, yet this is the reception I receive? I shall feed these pills to my dogs upon returning home. What? Golden kidney pills? The brothers hastened to Yi Nan's side. Third brother, this is all a misunderstanding. As brothers, how can we stand idly by while you suffer? Fear not. If our father punishes you for this, we shall surely intercede on your behalf. The brothers clamored in unison, assuring him, indeed, rest easy, third brother. Where are the pills? Yanan idiot. Here, take them. He produced 3 white jade porcelain vials and tossed them to his brothers. As for the golden kidney pills, their name alone hinted at their purpose. However, these pills were not merely single-use. They could permanently enhance a person's vitality. The golden kidney pills were highly valuable, yet scarce, and the formula posed no mystery to princes like them, but the ingredients were exceedingly difficult to procure. Yinan had dispatched a 9th-tier expert to the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains to retrieve one of the primary ingredients, thereby crafting these few vials of elixir. With the brothers pacified, the bidding below was nearing its conclusion, and the crowd could hardly keep pace with the escalating offers, predominantly driven by the prominent families in the private boxes. Box 4, 7,500,000. Box 5, 8 million. Box 6, 8,100,000. Box 4, 8,300,000. Box 5, 9 million. Inside Box 5 sat Luo Qianxi, while Yang Miaoying occupied Box 4. As Liya announced the 9 million bid, the hall fell into a profound silence. Although the capital did have auction houses, they had previously been trivial affairs, with items fetching even 1 million taels being exceedingly rare, let alone a staggering 9 million. Even Yifeng could not help but exclaim, the 4 great families are truly wealthy. The Huainan faction was not to be underestimated either. They perpetually lamented their poverty in the court, claiming the hardships of the Huainan populace, all of which was mere pretense. Yi Fei also cursed under his breath. It appeared that the families and the Huainan faction would soon face reckoning, to the extent that even the usually calm 4th brother, Yi Tian, could not bear to witness it any longer. As the brothers continued to express their astonishment, Liya, observing the absence of further bids, called out, 9 million once, 9 million twice, 9,100,000. Box 4 bids 9,100,000. Is there any further offer? 9,100,000 once, 9,100,000 twice. Liya paused for several moments, and seeing no additional bids forthcoming, the auction hammer fell with a resounding thud. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to the esteemed guest in Box 4, who has triumphantly acquired the Tianyuan Divine Sword, crafted by the venerable master O Changqing, for a staggering 9,100,000 taels of silver. As the auctioneer's hammer fell, the vast auction hall seemed to come alive, enveloped in a cacophony of excitement. 9,100,000 taels, an astronomical sum, indeed. Even if our entire family were sold, it would scarcely amount to such a fortune. One audience member lamented, in 3 lifetimes, I could never amass that kind of wealth. Another retorted, 3 lifetimes? Such bravado. You wouldn't earn it in 10. If I can't, then can you? Came the response, followed by laughter. Neither can I. The clamor gradually subsided as Liya struck the gavel, and several more medicinal pills were auctioned off, yet none reached the lofty heights of the Tianyan sword. After 2 hours of fervent bidding, the total sales soared to an astonishing 20 million taels of silver. Liya rapped the gavel once more, announcing, now, we present the final item of today's auction. As is well known throughout the continent, only those with talent may cultivate themselves into warriors, while those devoid of such gifts remain forever trapped to the first tier. Talent is an immutable trait. One is born with it or not. However, our Chaotian auction house has forged a new path, discovering a means by which ordinary individuals can attain this coveted talent. We have named it the Crystal Core, a remarkable item that can unleash the latent potential within ordinary people, transforming them into warriors. Chapter 18. The explosive scene. What? Is there truly such a thing? Something that can transform ordinary individuals into martial artists. Those present at the auction house today have certainly had their eyes opened. First, it was the celestial sword, and now it is the crystal core. Each of these items exemplifies the formidable prowess of the Chaotian auction house. While it is undeniable that many esteemed families boast exceptional descendants, it is also true that every household has its share of significant underachievers. Previously, one could only resign themselves to fate, but now, with the emergence of the crystal core, it offers a glimmer of hope to those deemed inept. Of course, there are skeptics who question its authenticity. To validate its legitimacy, we shall invite an ordinary individual to the stage for a demonstration. To avoid any accusations of deceit, you may either volunteer yourselves or select someone from among you. Lia Simidet. Before long, a fortunate youth was chosen from the crowd, an 18 or 19-year-old clad in a pale blue robe. Li Dong, still in a dazed state, had been seated comfortably in the audience, only to be unceremoniously thrust onto the stage by an unseen force. As an ordinary person, he had no means to resist. He had merely come to broaden his horizons, and now he faced this unexpected surprise. However, it was too late to retreat. The authority of the auction house was formidable, and there was no room for a commoner to back out. Now, let us welcome this young gentleman to the stage, Leah announced. Li Dong bashfully approached the platform. Simply consume it, Leah instructed, pointing to the crystal core on the auction table. Without hesitation, Li Dong picked up the crystal core and swallowed it whole. All eyes in the auction house were fixed upon him. Moments later, changes began to manifest. He first felt a surge of heat, his body began to emit smoke, and his complexion flushed a deep red. So hot, so hot, so hot. Water, please. Li Dong exclaimed. Leah gestured for someone to bring cool water, and Li Dong began to gulp it down, consuming an entire barrel. Despite this, there was no visible change in his abdomen, yet his figure remained shrouded in smoke. The water he drank evaporating within him. After a quarter of an hour, Li Dong returned to a state of normalcy. Leah then commanded the presentation of a qualification testing stone to verify whether Li Dong had indeed transformed into a martial artist. In the land of Tian Wang, determining if one is a martial artist is rather straightforward. One must lift a colossal stone weighing 1,000 pounds. With a deep breath, Li Dong positioned himself against the stone. Lift, he shouted, rallying his spirit. His complexion grew crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, and although it was an arduous effort, he ultimately succeeded in lifting the stone. By heavens, it's true. It truly works. Bang, bang, bang. Leah struck the gavel thrice to quell the clamorous uproar. Everyone, please quiet down. You have all witnessed the efficacy of the crystal core firsthand. The Chaotian auction house will periodically offer crystal cores for auction. Today, we have 5 sets available, each containing 10 cores, with a starting bid of 10,000 taels, and each subsequent bid must exceed 100 taels. Let the bidding commence. 11,000 taels, 12,000 taels. The final 5 sets of crystal cores were sold for 300,000, 310,000, 330,000, 290,000, and 320,000 taels, respectively. The 51st grade crystal cores fetched an astounding total of nearly 155 million taels. An item that cost merely 10,000 taels multiplied in value by 155 times. It is no wonder that middlemen reap the highest profits. I am truly a merchant of conscience, selling such life-altering items at such modest prices. The corners of Yinan's mouth twitched more than AK's restraint could manage. All these crystal cores were purchased by individuals from prominent families, with each of the 4 great clans acquiring a set. Of course, these may merely be trials. If they prove beneficial, these long-term patrons will return for more. After all, within each great family, every clan leader is a master of resource management, and there are numerous ordinary members within each clan. If one becomes a martial artist and is denied the means to practice, it could lead to discord among the clan members. Thus, Yinan can foresee a substantial influx of wealth heading his way. With the conclusion of the first auction, the reputation of the Chaotian auction house skyrocketed in the capital, and the fame of the crystal cores drifted far and wide with the departing crowds. Greetings to Father. May you be in good health. Following the auction's end, Yi Zhen learned that his prize sword had been auctioned off by a treacherous family member. Good health? I am far from well. Prince Qi, may you be in good health. I pay my respects. Yizen boe tuyanan. Yinan, startled, immediately knelt in supplication. An hour later, Yinan emerged from the imperial study, bruised and limping. Old Deng, you wait. There will come a day when you will seek me out. Yinan turned back to the study and declared fiercely. On the 10th of July, a day Yinan had eagerly awaited. The time had arrived for the system to match his second friend. Having already profited immensely from the first match, he was even more excited about this new connection. The system interface flickered incessantly before ultimately presenting three names: Flying Scissors Legs, Madame Kong, and The Hole is Too Small. Yinan stared at the peculiar names in disbelief. The last time had yielded oddities, and now he faced the same. Could there not be a normal person? Yet, upon reflection, one must consider that normal individuals do not possess a system. Fine, I shall choose one at random. Madame Kong, you are the one. Meanwhile, in a distant laboratory in the Nola system cluster, Meng Chunshun had just concluded her latest experiment. Ever since she had bound to the wealth god system, her research had advanced by leaps and bounds. The materials she had long sought could now be found in the system's marketplace. Furthermore, the system had begun to match friends. And last month, she added a female friend who was also a traveler. This traveler had somehow found herself in the harem of an emperor as a favored concubine. Recently, she had even requested Meng Qinshin's assistance in procuring a certain drug, one aimed at chemically castrating the emperor. Such morally dubious substances were strictly prohibited in the system's marketplace, prompting her to inquire immediately after befriending her first companion whether such a drug existed. Reluctantly, the enchanting concubine had offered far too much, ultimately bestowing upon her 10 vials. It had been half a month since the concubine last made her presence known, leaving one to wonder if her efforts had borne fruit. A moment of silence for their emperor ensued. Just then, the long quiet chat window stirred to life. Yi family's third son has added the host as a friend. Do you accept? This month, Meng Chunshun had been preoccupied with experiments and had not searched for friends in the chat group. Except upon glancing at the name, it appeared to belong to an ordinary individual. Previously, the concubine had taken on the moniker, "My mother often slaps Zhao Zilong." In her last search, aside from the concubine, she had come across two others, one named Old Pig Peppa and the other Little Lustful Dragon, both of which were clearly not of a conventional nature. Holding her nose, she casually selected, "My mother often slaps Zhao Zilong." Chapter 19. Meng Chunshun. Upon her recent graduation from university, Meng Chunshun was assigned to a biological laboratory, where her daily duties involved the dissection of macaques, akin to the laboratory mice of Earth. Each day, she was subjected to the relentless demands of her superiors, until she encountered the wealth god system, which allowed her to procure various experimental materials that she had only previously heard of but never seen. However, her financial resources were limited, making her situation rather precarious. Otherwise, she would not have been relegated to a mere allocation of 10,000 taels by the alluring consort. The screen flickered to life, revealing a dashing figure clad in a crimson python robe. Even before he spoke, Meng Chunshun, an aficionado of handsome faces, was quite pleased with this new acquaintance. Yi family's third son. Oh, a young lady. Greetings, beautiful. Teacher Kong. Hello, hello. Yi family's third son. What kind of world do you inhabit? Teacher Kong. A world of technology, though our nation has already established several planets. Can you comprehend what a planet is? From your appearance, it seems you are from ancient times? Yi family's third son. Indeed, I am from a high martial world, where ascension is a possibility. Teacher Kong. Ascending to immortality? Yi family's third son. Not quite. While lifespans are prolonged, it is recorded that the most formidable 9th-tier masters have lived up to 360 years. Teacher Kong. Then why pursue cultivation at all? Here, people can live up to 500 years with just a single injection of basic genetic enhancement, and with a top-tier enhancement, one could live for at least 5,000 years. However, the highest tier is currently beyond my reach. Yi family's third son. 9th-tier masters can indeed move mountains and fill seas, briefly traversing the void. Teacher Kong. That does present some merit. It is worthy of the high martial realm. Here, aside from the advanced biotechnology, we are rather ordinary in other aspects. Yi family's third son. You mentioned that your genetic enhancement liquid can extend life. How is its price determined? Teacher Kong. The system's buyback price is 1 000 tail for the low tier, 5000 for the mid tier, 10,000 for the high tier, and 100,000 for the top tier. Yi family's third son, very well. Sell it to me, and I shall pay double. Teacher Kong, I cannot currently procure top-tier enhancements, as I am still an ordinary practitioner, far removed from such elite resources. Even acquiring mid-tier ones is no small feat, though I can attempt it. Meng Chunshen rolled her eyes, thinking that Yi family's third son was obviously affluent. Yet for her, obtaining high or top-tier enhancements was indeed a formidable challenge. Even mid-tier ones would require considerable effort to acquire, while low-tier enhancements were readily available in abundance at any pharmacy. Yi family's third son, all right, I will take whatever you can obtain. Also, in your advanced biotechnology realm, do you have any means of dealing with zombies? Alternatively, can you develop a cure for them? Teacher Kong, I have never encountered this creature you refer to as a zombie. However, if you possess a sample, you may send it to me. Only after research can I provide an answer. Yi family's third son. They are humans who, having been infected by a virus, become mere shells of their former selves, capable of self-evolution. Teacher Kong, a virus? Your words have piqued my interest further. Please send it over. The two engaged in profound conversation for 2 hours, during which they revealed their true names and the backgrounds of their respective worlds. Yinan gained insight into the nature of Meng Qinshen's realm, where biotechnology had reached remarkable heights. In her world, individuals receive complementary injections of a rudimentary gene optimization serum upon birth, allowing them to live up to 5 centuries, provided they do not meet an untimely end. Consequently, their planet became overpopulated, leading to expansion into other celestial bodies. They now possess several planets under their dominion. Moreover, diseases have been nearly eradicated in their world, as they have extensively manipulated the human body. However, the practice of cultivation is non-existent in their society. Their genetic advancements have reached a plateau, enabling humans to possess immense strength and extended lifespans, but they have encountered limitations beyond this point. Upon learning that Yinan's world harbors cultivation techniques and even supernatural abilities, Meng Qinshen became exceedingly intrigued. If she could acquire such knowledge, she would undoubtedly secure a prominent position among the top 10 outstanding youths of the upcoming supernova event, thereby elevating her status and transcending class barriers. After concluding their call, Yinan produced the rudimentary gene optimization serum he had just obtained from Meng Qinshen. Ha! Old dang, let us see if you succumb this time. You dare strike me? Just wait and see if I can take you down. Your private stash, walls and all, will eventually belong to me. Yinan chakle darkly. That night, he ventured into the palace, unaware of what Yi Zhen had discussed with old Deng. Regardless, when Yinan exited the palace, he wore a smile, accompanied by a carriage that had emerged from the emperor's private treasury. Upon returning to the royal residence, he instructed his servants to store the contents of the carriage in the estate's treasury. The steward, utterly astonished, was rendered speechless. The items Yinan had brought back were nothing short of astounding. If they were not mistaken, the entire load consisted of imperial treasures. It appeared that the prince had once again engaged in the art of acquiring wealth from the affluent. Ever since the prince took residence in the royal manor, he had never returned from the palace empty-handed. The least he had done was procure a luminous pearl from the emperor's quarters. He adhered strictly to the principle that a thief should never leave empty-handed. This time, Yinan's nocturnal expedition was motivated by the imminent demise of several elder members of the royal family. These individuals represented the foundation of the dynasty. As long as they remained alive, rival factions would be firmly suppressed. However, their absence would embolden other powers to act. In the original narrative, several ancestral figures from the royal family were foretold to pass away next year, followed by Yi Zhen succumbing to a grave illness. This would lead to a fierce struggle among the princes, resulting in the demise of the protagonist, the fifth prince, and the eldest, leaving the royal family in disarray. The second prince would ascend, the fourth would wander far away, and the seventh would retreat into seclusion, leaving only the ineffectual sixth prince to bear the burden of royal affairs. With the means to extend life now available, it was only natural that priority would be given to those within their own circle. Yet, Yinan bore no small grudges. After being struck by old Deng over a sword, he was determined to retaliate. He would not rest until he had emptied old Deng's private treasury. Otherwise, he would bear the same surname as old Deng. Upon receiving the life-prolonging elixir sent by Yinan, Yi Zhen immediately proceeded to a secluded estate outside the capital. This estate was home to several venerable elders of the royal lineage. After a formal announcement, Yi Zhen was granted an audience with the most senior elder present, the nearly 300-year-old old Zhao Wang, Yi Ding. 2 centuries prior, Yi Ding was a legendary figure of the Great Wu and revered as the divine general of the nation. At a time when the Great Wu was not yet formidable, the northern barbarians launched an invasion that threatened to reach the capital. The court was paralyzed with indecision. Many ministers proposed relocating the capital to ensure the safety of the Yi family royal line, while others suggested outright surrender. It was then that Yi Ding emerged as a beacon of hope. At the tender age of less than 30, he restored order to the court and executed the proponents of surrender, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Subsequently, he led the Golden Dragon Guards, decisively repelling the barbarian forces and driving them from the territories of the Great Wu. His conquests did not end there. He expanded the northern borders by 1,000 miles. With 2 or 3 provinces now firmly under the aegis of old Zhao Wang, Yi Ding dedicated his life to the service of the Great Wu. And if anyone were to be deemed most deserving of life extension, it would undoubtedly be him. Chapter 20. The Elixir of Life. Is there truly a precious elixir that can prolong life? Yi Ding exclaimed in astonishment. His concern was not for himself, but for several others within the royal household who, like him, were nearing the end of their days. As a 9th-tier master, they were aware of their impending demise. Indeed, these 9th-tier experts could opt for ascension to extend their lifespans. However, such a choice rendered their fates uncertain. According to the royal family's secret records, ascension was not a favorable option. He would rather pass away quietly in this world than relinquish control over his own life. Thus, over the years, he had diligently suppressed his cultivation, accepting that his time was nearly up, dust to dust, after all. Yet, the royal family housed many 7th and 8th-tier individuals whose lives were also waning. If there existed a means to prolong life, these individuals could bide their time until they ascended to the 9th tier, securing the royal family's unassailable position. The 3rd master would not lie about such matters. Yi Zhen declared, although Yinan often appeared carefree, he was never one to speak untruths, especially regarding significant matters. Let us give it a try, then. Xiao Wu, go fetch that lad Yun. If I recall correctly, he is due any day now. Let's treat this dead horse as a live one and see what he can do. Yi Ding instructed an elderly man standing nearby. This elderly gentleman was Shui Wu, a former personal guard of Yi Ding, who remained fiercely loyal and possessed remarkable talent, currently standing as a 9th-tier master, one of the royal family's treasured assets. The lad Yun, as Yi Ding referred to him, was Yi Zhen's great-great-grandfather, known as Yi Yun, a peak 8th-tier master, who was approaching 150 years of age. Has Young Zhen arrived? What troubles have you encountered this time? Speak up while these old bones can still move, and let us alleviate your concerns. Yi Ding chuckled. Grandfather, I have come not with troubles, but rather because my family's 3rd master has discovered a miraculous elixir, said to grant an additional 500 years of life. I thought it prudent to bring it for you to try, Yi Zhen respectfully replied. At that moment, Yi Zhen exhibited none of the airs of an emperor, instead resembling a dutiful child. Were Yinan to witness this, he would surely be taken aback, for Yi Zhen had never been one to display such humility. Shui Wu nodded and proceeded to the back courtyard. Shortly thereafter, he assisted a frail elder into the hall, helping him to sit before taking his place behind Yi Ding. Young Zhen has arrived? What brings you here this time? Alas, it is a pity that your grandfather Yun can no longer assist you. My heart is willing, but my strength has waned. Yi Yun jested, devoid of any sorrow that might accompany his impending departure, instead exuding a serene acceptance of life and death. Grandfather Yun, my family's 3rd master has found an elixir that can prolong life. Grandfather Ding wishes for you to try it, Yi Zhen explained. Oh, truly? An elixir that can prolong life? Ye Yun invited, Gazink Atyedink. Indeed, Young Zhen believes his family's 3rd master is trustworthy. Would you be willing to assist us in this endeavor? Yedink asked Yeyun. Of course. If it truly can extend my life, I shall benefit immensely. If not, I shall not hold you accountable. It is merely a matter of a few days lost. Yeyun laughed heartily. Bring it forth, young Jun. Yeyun extended his hand as Yejun produced a vial containing a vibrant green liquid, which appeared to pulsate within the container as if imbued with life. Yeyun uncorked the vial and consumed its contents in one swift motion. A quarter of an hour later, the white strands of his hair began to darken. After 2 quarters, the age spots on his face started to fade, and within an hour, the wrinkles that marred his visage gradually disappeared. 2 hours later, his stooped posture straightened as the sun of the east began to rise. After a night of transformation, Yejun gazed at Yeyun, who now resembled a middle-aged man of his own age, still somewhat incredulous. Were it not for his own eyes witnessing this phenomenon, he would have deemed the concept of rejuvenation utterly implausible. Yiding nodded in approval, remarking, "Indeed, the results are remarkable. It appears to be genuine." However, the slight tremor in his hands betrayed the depth of his excitement. "I must thank your third son for granting me a second life." Yeyun claimed. Not only had his appearance reverted to youth, but his voice mirrored that of his younger self. Should he venture out with Yejun now? Others might very well mistake them for brothers rather than grandfather and grandson. Such a miraculous elixir. How much more do you possess? Yedink inwidet. It was no wonder he asked. Many elders of the royal family were nearing their twilight years. Should they manage to extend their lives successfully, the Great Wu would be fortified. There are 9 portions remaining, Yejun replied, producing the rest of the potion. Very well, keep the medicine, and you may return. A nation cannot be without a ruler, so attend to your own duties. As for the elixir, procure as much as you can, Yiding instructed. Yejun subsequently returned to the palace. Upon his return, he visited the quarters of the virtuous consort, finding an opportunity to bestow a plethora of gifts upon her, leaving the consort, Tang Rou, utterly perplexed. Following this, Yejun ordered Chao Mao to convey his intentions to the Yinan residence. The supply of medicine must not cease. Days later, at the Honglu Temple in the capital city, the minister of Honglu was in the midst of receiving envoys from the Western Liang Kingdom. Since Emperor Yejun had dismissed their proposal for a marriage alliance over 6 months ago, the Western Liang had persistently petitioned the Great Wu for the hand of a princess, even expressing willingness to accept a noblewoman from the royal family should a princess be unattainable. Minister Weida, weary of the persistent negotiations, regarded the envoy with a furrowed brow and remarked, "Our sovereign has already declined numerous times. The crown prince and several princes are opposed. I suggest we let this matter rest. Minister Wei, our crown prince has long admired the Great Wu and genuinely wishes to marry a royal lady from your esteemed nation. Even if your emperor is reluctant to send a princess abroad, a noblewoman from the royal lineage would still be acceptable. Furthermore, our crown prince assures you that should a princess be sent, she would be crowned as the future queen of Western Liang. I implore you to mediate on our behalf." The envoy pleaded. "You place me in a most difficult position," Weida replied, visibly troubled. "Is there no way, Minister Wei, that you might facilitate this?" The envoy from the Western Liang Kingdom casually handed over a thick stack of silver notes. Weida glanced at them and noticed that each note was valued at 10,000 taels. Observing the substantial pile, which contained at least a dozen or so notes, he realized it amounted to a staggering 200,000 taels. Weida swallowed hard. If he were to rely solely on his salary, it would take him a century to amass such a sum. "Very well, you shall remain at the Honglu Temple for a few days. I will first seek to gauge His Majesty's sentiments and endeavor to fulfill your request," he said, swiftly taking the envoy's silver notes and discreetly tucking them into his sleeve. Chapter 21. Alliance through marriage. After receiving the envoys from the Western Liang Kingdom, Weida proceeded to the Ministry of Rites to consult with the minister, Kong Ru, who was still on duty. Upon entering the ministry, Weida was ushered in to meet Kong Ru, who had just concluded a meeting. "Greetings, Minister Kong," Weida said, bowing respectfully. "Oh, it is Deqing. I was just informed by my subordinates that you were eager to see me. What pressing matter brings you here?" Kong Ru inquired. Weida, whose full name was Weida, courtesy named Deqing, replied, "Esteemed Minister, The emissaries from the Western Liang have returned. This time, they have lowered their demands. No longer requesting a princess, but merely a member of the royal family to marry. His Majesty has already declined this proposition several times, and I thought it best to consult with you first on how to proceed. Kong Ru expressed his astonishment. The Western Liang remains undeterred? It was indeed surprising. Dawu had repeatedly rejected Western Liang's advances, clearly stating that no princess would be sent. Yet, the Western Liang persistently submitted requests for marriage, which was quite vexing. Nevertheless, as a sovereign nation, albeit one with less than one-third the territory of Dawu, it possessed a complete governmental structure. A vehement refusal could yield adverse repercussions in the region. Yes, they have come again, and it seems they are determined this time. If necessary, we might advise His Majesty to consider the marriage of a mere royal lady. Perhaps we could select one from the palace maids and bestow her a title of princess, so long as it suffices for appearances, Wade suggested. Have you considered why the Western Liang has repeatedly sought a marriage alliance with our kingdom? Kong Ru asked. I have heard some whispers. The crown prince, Tuoba Rong, is currently in a precarious position. Since the death of his mother, the sovereign, Tuoba Tao, has appointed a new queen, who, 3 years ago, bore another son named Tuoba Yuan. The young prince is exceptionally gifted, and the sovereign appears inclined to designate him as the heir. Consequently, Tuoba Rong is eager to find a supportive alliance, Weida explained. However, Dawu has no intention of entangling itself in their murky waters. The Western Liang is akin to a remote, impoverished region for us, lacking in resources and talent, with no significant factions to speak of. Their aspirations are likely to remain unfulfilled once more, Kong Ru remarked. Let be. After all, they are representatives of a nation. Since they have arrived, we must treat them with courtesy and avoid giving them cause for complaint. This matter can be reported to His Majesty at tomorrow's morning court session for his decision. Kong Ru continued. After briefing Kong Ru on the situation, Weida departed the Ministry of Rites, but did not return to the Honglu Temple. Instead, he went straight to the Shuangfu to meet with Prince Yifei. What transpired between them remained unknown, but Weida left with a smile. The following day, during the morning court assembly, the Grand Eunuch, Chao Mao, announced, if there are matters to present, please do so. If not, you may withdraw. With that proclamation, the morning court commenced. Your Majesty, 3 months ago, His Highness the King of Qi brought back a meteorite from outside Yazhou City. After considerable effort, the Ministry of Works has successfully melted it down and forged 3,000 sets of armor and weapons. Testing has shown that these armors are impervious to damage from weapons of the 6th rank and below, an official from the Ministry of Works reported. Excellent. Truly excellent. The might of the great Wu nation has been bolstered. All craftsmen involved in the creation of the armor shall be duly rewarded. The Ministry of Works shall draft a memorial, which, upon deliberation by the cabinet, will be submitted for my imperial decree. Yi Zhen exclaimed with joy. Though there were previously crafted armors of great fortitude, this is the first time the great Wu has produced so many that are so robust. Should we select suitable warriors to don this armor, they shall be invincible on the battlefield. Thank you, Your Majesty. The officials of the Ministry of Works bowed and withdrew. Your Majesty, the envoy from the Western Liang Kingdom arrived at the Honglu Temple yesterday to reiterate the matter of marriage alliance. Wait a step forward. They persist like a stubborn plaster. I have declared numerous times that it is not permissible. Yi Zhen replied, his earlier good mood dampened by this unwelcome news. This time, they have lowered their demands, no longer seeking to marry a princess, but merely requesting a noble woman from our royal family. Veda Koltirid. Yi Zhen pondered for a moment and asked, Has Uncle Wang arrived? I am here, Your Majesty. At that moment, a dignified official clad in a dragon robe emerged from the ranks of civil officials. It was the esteemed royal elder Yi Mu. As our royal elder, you are most familiar with eligible daughters for marriage. Pray tell, are there any suitable candidates from our royal family? Yi Zhen inquired. Your Majesty, the last eligible girl from the royal family was wed last month, and there are currently no suitable candidates, Yi Mu replied. Alas, such unfortunate timing. I too wish to forge a bond with Western Liang, yet fate does not favor us. There are no eligible women in our royal family, Yi Zhen lamented. Your Majesty, the envoys from Western Liang have visited thrice. There's a saying, once and twice is bearable, but thrice and four times is not. The sincerity of Western Liang in seeking a marital alliance with our great Wu should not be dismissed lightly. To turn them away again may harm their dignity. Since there are no suitable candidates from the royal family, might we consider selecting a worthy individual from elsewhere within our great Wu to accept as a foster daughter and marry her off to Western Liang? Veda suggested. What do you think of Minister Wei's proposal, esteemed officials? Yizhen asked. Your Majesty, I believe Minister Wei's words hold great merit. Since there are no eligible candidates within the royal family, it would be prudent to follow his advice. This would alleviate your worries while also appeasing Western Liang. A solution that serves both parties well. An official from the Ministry of Rights stepped forward. Minister Yang, what is your opinion? Yizhen inquired of Chancellor Yang Ping. Your Majesty, I believe that Western Liang's eagerness to unite with our great Wu must have its reasons. According to our intelligence, the Crown Prince of Western Liang, Tuoba Rome, finds himself in a precarious position and is urgently seeking external support. However, given that Western Liang is a weak nation with scarce resources, its value is minimal. Should your Majesty have other intentions, you may certainly consider Minister Wei's approach, leaving the final decision in your wise hands, Yang Ping articulated. What a cunning old fox. That was tantamount to saying nothing. Yizhen rolled his eyes. What are your thoughts, my sons? Yizhen addressed the princes. Your Majesty, I believe Minister Wei's proposal is a practical solution, fulfilling the wishes of Western Liang while simultaneously showcasing the might of our great Wu. I am in agreement. Yi Fei was the first to speak. I too concur that this method is feasible. Yi Feng added. I believe. Very well, since everyone is in agreement. Let us have the Empress select a suitable candidate, and on an auspicious day, we shall proceed with the marriage. As Yinan was about to express his opinion, he was abruptly interrupted by Yizhen. To hell with you. This old man is undoubtedly seeking revenge. Yinan muttered through gritted teeth. With the conclusion of the morning court session, news spread throughout the capital regarding De Wu's intention to select suitable young women for marriage to the Western Liang Kingdom. This revelation created quite a stir. While the daughters of prominent families certainly looked down upon the impoverished territory of Western Liang, the daughters of minor officials and humble households flocked to the prospect. After all, despite its size, Western Liang is still a kingdom, once chosen. Not only could their daughters become the consorts of princes, but they could also secure their family's elevation to royal status in the future. Chapter 22. Princess Nguo in the Western Pavilion of the Cloud Commander's residence. Huang Yu slowly opened her eyes. She had absorbed the memories of the original Huang Yu, the daughter of the esteemed Huang Kai, a commander of the Great Wu dynasty, at the tender age of 18. A time of blossoming youth. Recently, news had spread in the court that the Western Liang Kingdom intended to select a maiden from the Great Wu to become the crown prince's consort. While the higher officials and prominent families remained indifferent, those of lesser standing viewed this as an opportunity for social advancement. Huang Kai, her father, leveraged connections to secure her a place in the selection process. Through relentless effort, she ultimately triumphed over numerous competitors and secured the coveted position. However, while this was fortuitous for the original Huang Yu, it held little promise for her current self. With only 3 days remaining until the coronation, it seemed there would be no time to prepare. She was to be wedded off like a flower in bloom. Huang Yu murmured to herself. Furthermore, just 2 days prior, the palace had dispatched a matron to instruct her in the proper etiquette, ensuring that no mistakes would tarnish the dignity of the Great Wu during the coronation. Regret was now futile. She contemplated. Was this the beginning of a cataclysmic fate or merely a stroke of misfortune? Given the identity of the original owner, had she not been chosen, it was unlikely she would achieve a lofty marriage. The most probable outcome would be a match with a family of equal standing, or worse, being used by ambitious parents to curry favor with influential families or superiors, ultimately becoming a mere concubine, navigating a life of intrigue among women in the inner chambers. Even if one were to engage in such political maneuvering, it would be wise to seek a substantial platform. Otherwise, her extensive experience in palace dramas would be wasted. It felt as if she had either traversed into this fantastical realm or into the harem of the Ming dynasty under Zhu Yuanzhang, where her skills could certainly hold their own against those of Ma Xiuying. Huang Yu mused with great confidence. Miss, Granny Qin has arrived. She wishes to assess how well you have practiced your etiquette and mentioned that there will be a review this afternoon to address any shortcomings. Ensuring a flawless ceremony in 3 days, the maid, Itsue, announced as she entered. Understood. I shall practice once more this afternoon. Huang Yu remarked that these rituals were pivotal to her future, and she could not afford to overlook them. Early the next morning, a ceremonial procession arrived at the palace to escort her, allowing her 2 days to acclimatize and to meet the royal family, ensuring she would not misidentify anyone during the conferment ceremony. Accompanying the procession into the palace, Huang Yu encountered the resplendent Empress Xue Qian, the gentle consort Tang Rou, and the imposing Emperor Yi Zhen. The emperor offered her a few encouraging words before departing the inner palace, while Empress Xue Qian took it upon herself to provide extensive guidance, as in just 2 days' time, Huang Yu would be required to address her as Mother Empress. Consort Tang Rou was also exceedingly cordial, bestowing upon her numerous gifts from the palace. The crown princess Zheng from the Eastern Palace sent a considerable array of offerings as well. Huang Yu was overwhelmed with gifts and had the opportunity to meet many members of the royal family. On the 3rd day, early in the morning, several palace maids entered Huang Yu's chamber to assist her with her ablutions and adornment, dressing her in the princess's ceremonial attire. After being elegantly prepared, she arrived outside the Tai Chi Hall to await her summons. Inside, during the morning court session, the Minister of Rites, Kong Ru, stepped forward and announced, Your Majesty, regarding the request from the Western Liang Kingdom to wed our esteemed princess of Dou, after careful selection by the Ministry of Rites, we present Huang Yu, daughter of the valiant General Huang Kai, who possesses both beauty and virtue, and is thus suitable to be a princess. Very well, let the decree be proclaimed. Yi Zhen signaled to Cao Mao. Announce, the commoner Huang Yu shall ascend to the throne. Outside, Huang Yu adhered to the protocols, stepping forward to perform her obeisance, declaring, I pay my respects to your majesty. May you enjoy peace and prosperity. Indeed, peace to you, Yi Zhen replied. Cao Mao, proceed with the proclamation. At your command, Cao Mao declared, by the mandate of heaven, I, the emperor, decree, I am entrusted by heaven to govern all lands, bestowing virtue upon the 4 seas and grace upon the world. Today, the commoner Huang Yu is of noble character and exemplary conduct, possessing both beauty and talent. Winning my heart, henceforth I adopt her as my goddaughter. I hereby confer upon Huang Yu the title of princess, granting her the name Nguo, to signify my favor and affection. From this day forth, she shall enjoy the honor and privileges of a princess, and her family shall rise in prominence, illuminating their lineage. I expect Huang Yu to uphold the dignity of a princess, maintain a benevolent heart, serve as a model for all women, and assist me in educating the populace, contributing to a flourishing era. So decreed, upon the completion of the first decree, Cao Mao produced another document to read aloud. By the mandate of heaven, I, the emperor, decree. I am entrusted by heaven to govern all lands, bestowing virtue upon the 4 seas and grace upon the world. Today, the Nguo Princess Huang Yu, of noble character and exemplary conduct, possessing both beauty and talent, has won my heart. The crown prince of the Western Liang Kingdom, Tuoberong, is distinguished in wisdom and valor, embodying both benevolence and strength. The alliance of our 2 nations is indeed a match made in heaven. Therefore, I grant the marriage of Nguo Princess Huang Yu to Crown Prince Tuoberong, solidifying the bond between our nations. May the 2 cultivate harmony and mutual respect, composing a beautiful narrative together. From this day forth, Nguo Princess Huang Yu shall enjoy the honor of being the crown princess of the Western Liang Kingdom, revered by the subjects of both realms. So decreed. After both edicts were read, Cao Mao announced, Your Highness, express your gratitude. Thank you, Father Emperor, for your profound grace. Huang Yu responded, performing her bow. Do not bow. Soon you shall wed into the Western Liang. I hope you will uphold the rituals and serve as a vital link for friendship between our 2 nations, assisting the Crown Prince of Western Liang and fostering harmony with the royal family there. With utmost respect for your teachings, I shall certainly strive to be a paragon, ensuring I do not tarnish the grandeur of Dou, Huang Yu remarked, "Now, withdraw and visit your mother in the harem along with your brothers. Soon, we shall be separated by vast distances, so bid farewell to your biological parents as well. Off you go." Yizhen responded, "Your son takes his leave." After Huang Yu performed a bow and exited, Yi Zhen continued to deliberate with the ministers regarding state affairs for a while longer. Ultimately, they settled matters concerning Huang Yu's dowry and other related issues before dispersing the court. For Huang Yu and the Huang family, the conferral of the title of princess was of monumental significance. However, for the emperor and the various ministers, it was merely a trifling matter. After all, the elevation of a princess served the purpose of a political marriage, lacking in prestige. To them, this event was inconsequential, and had it not been for the need to placate the Shiliang kingdom, the matter of bestowing a princess in marriage would have never arisen. Chapter 23. The assassination. Returning to Huang Yu. After the completion of her conferment, she proceeded to the imperial harem. After greeting the various consorts, she visited her biological parents and siblings to bid farewell, before making her way to the princess's residence bestowed by Yi Zhen in the capital. Although ostensibly a formality to appease the Western Liang kingdom, she meticulously adhered to all the necessary protocols. The privileges befitting a princess were duly accorded to her by Yi Zhen, ensuring that, at least from a legal standpoint, no one could find fault. Huang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction and secretly reveled in her fortune. She had become a princess upon her arrival and was on the brink of becoming the crown princess of a nation. If all went as planned, she would ascend to the role of a revered matriarch. Unlike other female transmigrators who typically had to endure numerous palace intrigues, her path seemed remarkably straightforward. As long as she navigated the proceedings smoothly, Huang Yu would indeed become the mother of a nation. On the 19th of July, an auspicious date for marriage and the gathering of friends and family, it was also the day of Huang Yu's wedding. Crown Prince Yifeng was entrusted with the task of escorting her outside the city for the ceremony. After considerable effort, the grand procession was finally set in motion. Although she was an adopted daughter, the dowry provided by Yi Zhen was substantial, filling dozens of carts, accompanied by numerous maids and a contingent of imperial guards for protection. The official tasked with overseeing the wedding was Qi Qingfeng, an official from the Ministry of Personnel. Once Huang Yu was sent off, the court of the Great Wu dynasty returned to its usual tranquility. During this time, Yinan also found peace, refraining from further attempts to extract favors from Yi Zhen. He was now preoccupied with establishing his military forces. Recently, the territories allocated to the princes had finally been confirmed, with his own situated in the southeastern Gaozhou County. Although he was not required to visit his fief at present, it would be his future residence, and he aimed to prepare it well in advance. Thus, he dispatched his chief historian, Gu Yiming, to oversee all matters concerning his territory. Before his departure, Yinan felt compelled to advise Gu Yiming, primarily handing him a tome titled 5-Year Development Plan for the territory. At only 27, Gu Yiming exhibited remarkable maturity and composure, having served under Yi Nan's uncle, Tang Tao, in the Ministry of Personnel for several years. He had cultivated a temperament that was calm and steadfast. Such qualities made him exceedingly suitable for the role of chief historian. And Yi Nan entrusted the development of his territory to him with complete confidence, assured that matters would remain on course. Moreover, the exceptional weapons commissioned from Chunhai were soon to be delivered. Yinan had already tested the samples, which rivaled the quality of 7th-tier weaponry. It is noteworthy that 7th-tier divine weapons were rare in this world. Their emergence would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the prominent families, as a fine weapon could determine the outcome of a battle. Yinan possesses an abundance of weaponry. However, he finds himself in dire need of talent. Though he could acquire or lease individuals from the system, it proves to be an unwise investment. The cost of 9th-tier personnel is prohibitive, while 7th and 8th tiers are exorbitantly priced, and 5th and 6th tiers lack efficacy. Thus, he resorts to recruiting a few from the real world. It is worth noting that Yinan's current status is that of the emperor's son and the prince of Qi in the Great Wu dynasty. It is often said that one must master both the literary and martial arts, as well as possess wealth befitting a ruler, should he choose to gather retainers. A modest number of 3,000 could be easily amassed, yet he deems it unnecessary, An abundance of retainers may incite unwarranted misunderstandings among others. Moreover, with 6 ninth-tier experts as his guards, even an army of 100,000 would find it difficult to approach him. Consequently, he has devised an alternative strategy, reallocating his personnel to his fief for discreet development. Although he currently has no intention of vying for power, one cannot predict the folly of others who might unwittingly present him with an opportunity. His foremost task is to cultivate quietly, collaborating with friends from myriad realms to achieve shared prosperity, aspiring to become the wealthiest among them. A few days ago, he reached out to Meng Chunshen once more and successfully traded for dozens of gene optimization serums. Apart from the 10 she retained for herself, he entrusted the rest to Yi Zhen, effectively resolving the royal lineage's concerns. The remaining 10 vials are intended for auction, as his finances remain insufficient. Furthermore, once his fief begins to flourish, he envisions it as a voracious beast requiring substantial resources. He plans to transform his fief into an otherworldly utopia, a sacred city among the realms. Meanwhile, the procession led by Huang Yu is advancing rapidly. Under the persistent urging of the Western Liang envoy, they hasten their pace. As the uncle of the crown prince, Dan Taisheng is acutely aware of Tuoba Rong's precarious situation in Western Liang. Each day they can return solidifies Tuoba Rong's claim to the princely title, while any delay risks instability. They are racing against time. My lord, ahead lies the boundary between Great Wu and Western Liang. The princess inquired, requesting a respite for the weary travelers. We have journeyed for 3 hours, and while the horses may not tire, we surely do. At that moment, a mounted guard approached Dan Taisheng and posed a question. Dan Taisheng glanced up, noting that the day was still young. He replied to those around him, "Since Her Highness is fatigued, let us take a brief respite. Instruct the men to set up camp in the flat area down the slope, prepare a meal, and allow the horses to drink. We shall rest for an hour. And today we aim to reach Hongliang City." The city of Hongliang, located at the border between Great Wu and Western Liang, is modest in size. Situated on the Western Liang side, the commander there is a former student of Dan Taisheng, and reaching Hongliang City signifies temporary safety. Throughout the journey, he has felt a persistent twitch in his right eye, sensing that something may occur. As the procession arrives at the designated slope, the group begins to prepare a meal. Huang Yu, with the assistance of her maidservants, dismounts from her carriage. After nearly 6 hours of travel, the discomfort of the carriage, devoid of any shock absorption system, has left her feeling utterly exhausted. "Your Highness, there lies a small river ahead. I shall fetch some water for you to wash up, and soon the meal will be prepared for your enjoyment," said Itsue. "Very well, do go ahead, but take a couple of attendants for safety," Huang Yu responded. "No need. I can manage on my own," Huang Yu insisted. Itsue, being Huang Yu's trusted maid, knew she would not be forgotten even when Huang Yu ventured to marry into a foreign land. Thus she would accompany her to the Western Liang Kingdom. While everyone busied themselves with cooking, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed, indicative of a cavalry force, an imposing number at that. "Stand guard," Qi Qingfeng shouted to the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard swiftly mounted their horses, drawing their swords, ever ready to confront any threat. The Western Liang envoy's escort, comprised of several dozen guards, also heightened their vigilance upon spotting the approaching cavalry, which numbered no less than 3,000 and showed no sign of slowing down. Instead, charging forward with alarming speed. "Protect the princess," Qi Qingfeng commanded. "Guard the princess, retreat. Dan doi ming de loveth." However, it was too late. The cavalry closed in, mere 300 paces from the princess's procession, and in an instant they were upon them. These horsemen moved in silence, clearly elite warriors. They struck down anyone in their path, and in a short span, half of the princess's entourage lay slaughtered. Huang Yu, trembling in fear, hid within the carriage, never anticipating that her journey into marriage would come with such peril. Had she known, she might have preferred to wed someone in the capital instead. As Huang Yu quaked in fear, the cavalrymen produced their pre-prepared crossbows and began shooting. The Imperial Guards fell one after another, succumbing to arrows, leaving the area before the carriage desolate. Qi Qingfeng, pierced by dozens of arrows, resembled a hedgehog. while Dan Taisheng was reduced to a bloody pulp amidst the cavalry's charge. Once the threat had dissipated, one cavalryman dismounted and approached the carriage, lifting the curtain to reveal the shivering Huang Yu in the corner. With a mere wave of his hand, two soldiers emerged and dragged her from the carriage. "Who are you? What do you want?" "I am the princess of the Great Wu," Huang Yu screamed in terror. The leader remained silent, gesturing with his hand as the soldiers drew their blades, swiftly beheading Huang Yu. In her final moments, she could scarcely fathom that her life would conclude in such a manner amidst her journey through time. Chapter 24. A comprehensive war after the cavalry executed Huang Yu. They mounted their steeds and departed without a glance back, leaving behind a gruesome scene of corpses, while the bridal gifts remained untouched. By the nearby brook, Itsue, who had been fetching water, stifled her cries in terror, fearing that even a whisper might summon her own demise. Once the cavalry had vanished, she cautiously approached the battlefield, and upon seeing the headless body of Huang Yu, she nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. "Your Highness," Itsue sobbed uncontrollably. Huang Yu had always shown her kindness, both before and after her transmigration. They had grown up together, sharing a bond akin to that of sisters. Although Itsue was a servant, Huang Yu had never treated her harshly. Just before leaving the capital, Huang Yu had even jested that once she became empress, she would elevate Itsue to the rank of consort. The memory of Huang Yu's voice and laughter seemed to linger in the air. Yet the sight of her lifeless body was a stark reminder that the Ingguo princess Huang Yu had met a tragic end, executed by a single blade. After weeping for some time, Itsue regained her composure. She scavenged an iron shovel from the remnants of the ceremonial procession and buried Huang Yu where she lay. Then, mounting one of the remaining horses, she set off to find the army of Dou, determined to report the dire situation and seek vengeance for her mistress. Eager to relay the news back to Dou, in the Jiangjun mansion of Huangchuan City, General Xue Su was venting his frustrations. Originally stationed in the east of the empire to guard against the barbarian tribes, he had been reassigned to the west due to the absurd suggestion from a certain court official, Qiao Yong, who proposed that a general should not command the same army for an extended period, fearing that soldiers would become loyal to their commander rather than the emperor. Consequently, he was transferred from the Eastern Front to the Western territories. In the east, skirmishes with the barbarians occurred frequently, but since arriving in the west, he had been consigned to idleness, as the Shiliang kingdom trembled in fear of Dou, offering no opportunities for battle. While he was lamenting his misfortune, a messenger entered, announcing that a woman sought to see him. "A woman? What woman? I shall not see her." Xu se repliait courtly. However, the messenger persisted. "She claims to be the maidservant of the Ingguo princess," stating that their procession was ambushed at the border between Dou and Shiliang. "What? Who dares to lay hands on our princess?" Xue Su exclaimed, taken aback. This was no trivial matter. He was aware of the engagement of Princess Huang Yu, having recently passed through Huangchuan City where Qi Qingfeng had visited him. "Bring her in at once." Moments later, the messenger returned with a weary woman who, upon seeing him, fell to her knees, crying, "Please, General, avenge my princess. She met a most tragic end." "What? The princess is dead." Xue Su had initially assumed she was seeking aid, only to discover that she had come to deliver the news of her demise. "We encountered a band of cavalry at the border. They struck ruthlessly, slaughtering everyone in sight. The envoy from Shiliang and our own delegation were entirely wiped out. I was fortunate to escape while fetching water by the river. They beheaded the princess. I implore you, General, avenge her." As Itsue knelt repeatedly, her forehead disregarded whether it was bleeding, she fervently bowed to Xue Su, her head striking the ground until blood streamed down her face. Coming back to his senses, Xue Su quickly helped her to her feet, saying, "My dear lady, please rise. I understand the situation and shall promptly inform the court and send someone to locate this cavalry. As long as they have not fled too far, I will certainly bring them to justice for the fallen of our great Wu." While soothing Itsue, he commanded his troops to assemble and proceed to the scene of the incident. He also dispatched a message via the Fei Ke to the court, reporting the occurrence. The Fei Ke, akin to the Earth's carrier pigeon, is smaller, yet possesses greater strength and swifter speed, capable of traversing thousands of miles in a single day. In the capital, at the communication office, those receiving the Fei K message did not dare to delay, promptly reporting it to the cabinet. Upon receiving the report, the cabinet members wasted no time in notifying Emperor Yi Jinping. How dare they assassinate a princess of our great Wu? Yi Zhen's fury ignited upon reading the message. Although Huang Yu was recognized as his adopted daughter, she bore the title of a great Wu princess. To be murdered in broad daylight demanded an immediate response. Otherwise, Yi Zhen felt he might as well resign from his imperial duties. Summon the cabinet, the crown prince, and the princes to the Tai Chi Hall for deliberation. Yi Zhen commanded. A quarter of an hour later, all had assembled. Look here, some individuals, emboldened by their impunity, dare to ambush our great Wu's diplomatic entourage. Yi Zhen passed the message to Yi Feng. As Yi Feng opened the document, his expression darkened. After reading it, he handed it to Yi Hao, who, upon finishing, passed it to Yi Nan. Yi Nan's countenance reddened upon a mere glance, followed by Yi Tian and Yi Fei, whose shared rage was palpable. Father, your son requests permission to march to the borders and eradicate this cavalry without mercy. Yi Fei was the first to voice his outrage. What are your thoughts? Yi Zhen disregarded Yi Fei's outburst and turned to the cabinet ministers. Yang Ping stepped forward, stating, Your Majesty, according to the maid's description, this cavalry spoke not a word, suggesting they're the silent elite forces of the Xiliang kingdom. Their commander is the current empress's nephew, indicating that the internal strife within Xiliang has intensified to the point of open conflict, dragging our great Wu into an unwarranted disaster. Unwarranted disaster? Yang's words seemed casual. Yet regardless of Xiliang's internal struggles, our great Wu should not be entangled. Having attacked us, they must face our wrath. Yenan intergested. Your Highness's words ring true. We should issue a decree condemning the Xiliang monarch and demand the handover of the perpetrator to give our great Wu an explanation. Minister of Personnel Tao stepped forward. Minister Xue, what is your perspective? Yi Zhen inwuded. Your Majesty, I believe that our great Wu, with its formidable military and ample provisions, has enjoyed a long period of peace, leading some to forget our past might. It is time to remind these neighboring factions to behave themselves. Xue Wenjing responded. Indeed, Minister Xue's sentiments align perfectly with my thoughts. Yi Zhen affirmed. Yi Zhen proclaimed, draft the imperial edict and issue the command. Appointing Xue Su as the Grand General of Pingliang. Mobilize 300,000 troops, comprising 100,000 cavalry and 200,000 infantry. Inform Xue so that I am not concerned with the number of enemies he annihilates. Rather, I'm focused on how much territory he can expand and how many lands he can conquer for me. Let us commence a total war against the Xiliang kingdom and bring about its annihilation. Chapter 25. Xue Su divides his forces upon learning of the tragedy that befell the marriage envoy. Xue Su hastily dispatched troops in search of the cavalry, which had seemingly vanished in a thin air. Shortly thereafter, an imperial edict from Yi Zhen arrived, appointing him as the Grand General of Pingliang. Aside from the Crown Prince, each of the other adult princes commanded 5,000 troops, participating in the full-scale war, in a manner reminiscent of Yi Zhen's youth, when his father had sent all his brothers into the military upon reaching adulthood for a few years of training before returning. This practice had become a tradition within the Yi royal family. For centuries, the Yi dynasty had endured its share of foolish emperors who caused rebellion across the realm. Yet, through the efforts of the other royal princes, the kingdom eventually returned to the Yi lineage. The emperor who restored the Great Wu, after unifying the realm, established this ancestral decree. Regardless of whether the next generation of princes would ascend the throne, they must undergo military training to understand the art of warfare. Crown Prince Yi Feng had already experienced such training on the eastern frontier shortly after reaching adulthood, and now it was time for the second, third, fourth, and fifth princes to engage in the campaign against the Western Liang. Thus, the brothers set forth, each leading 5,000 soldiers. By the time they arrived at the front lines, Xue Su had already captured 18 cities of the Western Liang. Xue Su truly deserved the title of the most gifted general in 2 centuries of the Great Wu, thought Yi Nan with admiration. Were it not for their opposing factions, Yi Nan would have spared no effort to recruit Xue Su. Alas, he was the uncle of Yi Feng, naturally placing them at odds. In the Grand Camp of the Grand General of Pingliang, a detailed map of the Western Liang Kingdom hung prominently in the center. Xue Su and several deputy generals were deliberating over their offensive strategy. General, we should slow our pace of attack. Otherwise, our supply lines will falter. Should the enemy sever our food supply, our provisions will only last 5 days, which is far too perilous. A single misstep could lead to our total defeat. One deputy general advised. Indeed, General, though we are advancing swiftly, we have left only a scant number of troops to guard the captured cities. The citizens within have not acknowledged our presence. If anyone incites rebellion, our small garrison will be insufficient. Another cautioned. General, I must assent. Speed is of the essence. If we can strike decisively and reach the capital of the Great Liang, capturing the ruler of the Western Liang will pose no issue. A third argued passionately. As the assembly engaged in fervent debate, Xue Su gazed at the hanging map, lost in thought. At that moment, a messenger entered, announcing, General, reinforcements have arrived, led by several princes. Let's go to welcome them. Xue Su remarked that although, as the commander on the front lines, he could afford to disregard a few princes seeking to embellish their reputations, he still owed a measure of respect to the emperor's brother-in-law's sons. At the age of 32, Xue Su had outgrown his youthful impetuosity. Had it been 10 years prior, he would have dismissed these princes with indifference. As Xue Su exited the tent accompanied by the assembled generals, he spotted Yi Hao and several comrades awaiting him outside. I, General Xue Su, along with my fellow commanders, pay our respects to your highnesses, he stated, bowing first. General Xue, you must not. As our elder, it is not fitting for you to bow to us. We have come by our father's decree to serve under your command. Please regard us as mere soldiers within your ranks, and we shall obey your every order. Yi Hao promptly interjected, stepping aside to refuse Xue Su's gesture of respect. Indeed, General Xue, we are novices in the military and may err in our ways. We hope you will not hesitate to guide us. Yinan added, Exactly. Our father has commanded us to assist General Xue, so please treat us as ordinary soldiers. Yitian conjured. Very well. In light of your statements, I shall not stand on ceremony. Coincidentally, my commanders were just discussing strategies for our offensive, and your input would be most welcome. Please come with me. Xue Su gestured, leading everyone back to the main tent. This is our current position. He indicated on the map. We are approximately 500 miles from the capital of the Western Liang Kingdom, Daliang City, with 3 cities in between. Initially, the Western Liang Kingdom was unprepared, and we captured over a dozen cities. However, they have since mobilized heavy troops to obstruct our advance. If we attempt another assault, it will no longer be as seamless as before. Moreover, the Western Liang military has sent 3 delegations seeking negotiations, offering to surrender all soldiers of the Mute Army for our disposition and to provide appropriate reparations, hoping that our Great Wu will withdraw its forces. They know they've erred. It is too late for regrets. Yinan exclaim it. Prince Qi speaks truthfully. Their remorse comes too late. Regardless of their initial intentions, our Great Wu princess has suffered due to their actions, and they must face the consequences. My proposition is this. We currently have 100,000 cavalry and 200,000 infantry, advancing in 3 columns. The forces will be separated by 100 miles. I will lead the 20,000 in a central offensive, while the remaining 2 columns, each with around 50,000, will strike from the flanks. The Western Liang Kingdom has amassed its troops directly in front of us, but I suspect their forces on the sides to be weak. The 2 flanking columns will encircle them from behind, sealing their fate in a decisive battle. Is this not overly reckless? They have assembled 1,000,000 troops, while we can muster only 30,000. Can we truly overcome them? Yi Hao expressed his concerns. Rest assured, Your Highness, this is not a matter of underestimating the Western Liang forces. Compared to our Great Wu soldiers, their 1,000,000 troops are but a rabble. Our warriors are at least martial artists, while their ranks contain fewer than 1 in 10 of such caliber. 30,000 against 100,000, the advantage lies with us. General Xue is confident, which is reassuring. I have no further questions. Please issue your orders. Very well. Order, Deputy General Wang Song shall serve as the general of the left flank, accompanied by His Highness Prince Yi Hao and His Highness Prince Yi Fei, leading 30,000 cavalry and 20,000 infantry to launch an assault from the left flank. They must reach the enemy's left rear within 3 days. Order: Deputy General Guosheng shall serve as the general of the right flank, along with His Highness Prince Yinan and His Highness Prince Yitian, commanding 30,000 cavalry and 20,000 infantry to strike from the right flank. They must arrive at the enemy's right rear within 3 days. Anyone failing to reach their designated location within 3 days shall face military discipline. After issuing these commands, Xuesu instructed everyone to prepare their horses, leaving only the 2 deputies behind. Do you know why I have retained both of you? Xuesu. Not at all. The 2 replied. You may falter, but you must ensure the safety of the princes. Otherwise, even if you achieve victory, no one will be able to safeguard you. The presence of the princes in your ranks brings both opportunity and peril. Even if your entire battalion perishes, you are to protect the princes at all costs. Do you understand? You may perish, but not a single hair on the princes' heads may be harmed. Xuesu admonished them. Chapter 26. Annihilation Battle. Wang Song and Guosheng were momentarily taken aback before regaining their composure. I shall obey the command. The entire army began to operate at high speed. Yinan and Yi Tian each led 5,000 cavalry, advancing as per Guosheng's orders. Half a day later, scouts reported that a large force was obstructing their path. After further investigation, the news confirmed that the enemy ahead was indeed the elusive Mute army. Heaven offers a path you refuse to tread, yet hell beckons you to come forth. The entire army surged forward, commanding 10,000 cavalry to charge ahead. The Mute army, fully equipped with 8,000 soldiers, represented the finest cavalry of the Shilyang kingdom. All their troops practiced the Buddhist art of silence. Initially, they progressed swiftly, but any sound would render their previous efforts futile. The soldiers of the Mute army held a minimum cultivation level of the 2nd tier, while their leader, Sima Rue, was a formidable 7th tier expert. After issuing the military orders, Guosheng hastened to the front lines. Although the cavalry of Dao was elite, their commander was merely at the 5th tier, making him no match for Sima Rue. Once battle commenced, Sima Rue would mercilessly slaughter the lower-ranking commanders and soldiers. Only he, as the commander of the right flank, had the fortitude to contend with Sima Rue, a responsibility he could not shirk. When Yinan and Yi Tian received the news, the forces ahead had already engaged in combat. Relay the order to advance at full speed. Yinan commanded. The 10,000 cavalry began to move swiftly. Upon their arrival at the battlefield, the 8,000 Mute army soldiers were overpowering the 10,000 cavalry of Dao. Long live Dao! Charge! Yinan shouted and dashed forward, followed closely by the 9th tier expert Lu Chong, who ensured his safety, allowing him to engage in battle without concern. Yi Tian, accompanied by a royal protector, an 8th tier expert, also ventured forth. Although these princes were out to hone their skills, the emperor had dispatched royal guardians to ensure their security. With Lu Chong at his side, Yinan declined Yi Zhen's goodwill, much like Yi Fei, who was always accompanied by a 9th tier elder from the Luyan sect. Yi Tian, not possessing such substantial backing, required the protection of the royal guardian. As for Yi Hao, a rare genius of the royal family, he needed even more safeguarding. Though he had already reached the 7th tier and was generally safe from dangers, a fallen genius would bear no value. Once the additional 10,000 cavalry of De Wu joined the fray, the tide of battle swiftly turned. De Wu's forces began to stabilize their formation and gradually launched a counteroffensive. The 2 armies became locked in a fierce struggle. The Mute army found it impossible to retreat, as the Daowu cavalry would not let such an opportunity slip away. Both sides unleashed their prowess, with the 7th tier experts Sima Rue and Guosheng engaged in combat. Their vital energy radiating outward, creating an empty space within 20 paces. Sima Rue wielded a Fong Tian Huaji, while Guosheng brandished a crescent moonblade. As their weapons clashed, sparks flew, and the vital energy of the 7th tier warriors reverberated, causing soldiers beyond 20 paces to retreat in haste. Meanwhile, Yinan, though a 9th tier expert, was still a sheltered youth raised under favorable conditions. He had never taken a life before, let alone in battle. On the battlefield, One must either slay or be slain. He had to overcome this psychological barrier. With a spear in hand, Yinan maneuvered left and right, initially aiming to avoid striking at vital points, merely injuring his foes. However, upon witnessing a mute soldier perish alongside his guardian, he realized the folly of his hesitation. Casting aside his moral qualms, he began to strike without restraint. With a swift thrust, he pierced through 7 or 8 mute soldiers as though they were mere candied hawthorns. A 9th-tier expert posed an overwhelming threat on the battlefield. Before long, the number of mute soldiers who fell to Yinan's hand reached into the hundreds. By the time Sima Rue assessed the battlefield, it was too late. The mute soldiers had dwindled to fewer than 2,000. Sima Rue forced Guosheng back with a powerful strike, a sinister smile crossing his face as he produced a black pill from his bosom and swallowed it. Instantly, his aura surged, breaking through the shackles of his 7th tier. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His power continued to escalate, nearing an 8th tier breakthrough before gradually subsiding, leaving him at the pinnacle of the 8th tier. Fire. Guosheng, witnessing Sima Rue's rising aura, realized the urgency and immediately commanded an arrow barrage to disrupt Sima Rue's breakthrough. Unfortunately, countless arrows directed at Sima Rue were deflected by the energy surrounding him. Grinding his teeth, Guosheng advanced to engage Sima Rue, but the latter's newfound strength rendered him an insurmountable opponent. With a single strike, Sima Rue sent Guosheng reeling, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Just as Sima Rue was about to eliminate Guosheng, Yinan galloped in, thrusting his spear to send Sima Rue's deputy, Guo, flying. "Are you unscathed?" Yinan inquired as he assisted Guosheng to his feet. "I am indebted to your highness for the timely rescue." "I am fine," Guosheng replied. "Now, allow me to handle the situation. Your highness, be cautious." Sima Rue has consumed a medicinal pill, and his strength has surged. He is now at the pinnacle of the 8th tier. "Do not worry. He is but a mere chicken," Yinan asserted as he lunged forward, aiming his spear directly at Sima Rue. Sima Rue raised his hand to block, but Yinan altered his attack mid-strike, transforming the thrust into a sweep. Caught off guard, Sima Rue was unable to defend himself and was disarmed of his Fong Tianhua halberd. With a sweeping motion, Yinan's spear struck Sima Rue squarely, sending him flying several dozen yards. His ribs shattered, leaving him unable to rise again. Despite Sima Rue's ascension to the pinnacle of the 8th tier, Yinan was indeed a solid 9th tier expert. Though he ranked at the bottom among the 9th tiers, he was incomparable to Sima Rue, whose strength was artificially enhanced by drugs. As the dust settled, Sima Rue lay lifeless, and the remaining soldiers of the mute army, witnessing the demise of their commander, succumbed to despair and fled in disarray. However, they were swiftly encircled by the advancing infantry, leaving them with no avenue of escape. In this battle, the cavalry of Da Wu suffered heavy losses, while the infantry remained virtually unscathed, resulting in the complete annihilation of the most elite troops of the mute army from the Western Liang Kingdom. With Sima Rue's death, the Western Liang Kingdom was significantly weakened, and its remaining conventional forces posed no threat to Da Wu. 3 days later, the left and right armies arrived punctually at the designated location. 3 divisions of Da Wu's forces formed a triangular formation, encircling the million-strong army of the Western Liang Kingdom within. All 3 armies awaited the command from Shui, and once the orders were given, the entire force would charge forth. The time remaining for the million-strong army of the Western Liang Kingdom was swiftly running out. Chapter 27. The fall of Shiliang. The battle raged for 5 days, the battlefield awash with blood and strewn with the remnants of shattered walls. Though the Shiliang army of 1 million had been nearly annihilated, the Dao forces also suffered grievous losses, with over half of their 30,000 troops perishing. Shuesu stood in silence, contemplating the harrowing casualty figures. From the original 300,000 soldiers, only 129,387 remained, a staggering loss of over 170,000 men. This was not merely a statistic. It represented the devastation of 170,000 families. War is merciless. The rise of a general often comes at the cost of countless lives, a notion not to be taken lightly. The princes, having endured the crucible of war, had matured in their own ways. Yi Hao no longer wore a perpetual frown. Other expressions graced his visage. Yi Nan had shed his incessant joviality, while Yi Tian had become more vibrant, no longer overly concerned with his appearance. Yi Fei no longer viewed others with disdain. The brothers seemed to have aged significantly overnight. Indeed, the battlefield is a profound teacher, Yi Nan mused. Following this conflict, the Dao army advanced with ease, as the Shiliang forces could no longer muster effective resistance. This battle appeared to have broken the back of the Shiliang state, with its cities surrendering at the mere sight of the advancing troops. Upon reaching Daliang City, the gates were firmly shut, determined to resist the impending assault. The Dao army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, encircled Daliang City, ensuring that not a single soul would escape. Inside Daliang City, chaos reigned. The old emperor of Shiliang, stricken with fear, was pale and disoriented. The general of Shiliang had vanished along with the remnants of the once mighty army. The officials within Daliang City were led by Chancellor Sima Ling, who was also the father of the current empress, Sima Wanqing, and the grandfather of Sima Rue. It was he who had ordered the assassination of the Dao envoy. Underestimating their resolve, he believed that if he eliminated the envoy and left no witnesses, Dao would hesitate to retaliate, remaining uncertain and unwilling to engage in war against Shiliang. However, he failed to grasp that the tiger does not hunt the mouse merely because the prey is insignificant. It is simply not worth the predator's attention. At this moment, the political landscape of Shiliang was dominated by the Sima family, with half the officials being relatives or allies of theirs, treating the state as their personal enterprise. Meanwhile, the Shiliang crown prince, Tuoba Rong, was in a state of acute anxiety, fearing for his life. Rumors had spread in the court that the calamity befalling the nation was a result of his audacious proposal to marry the Dao princess, leading many to demand his life as penance. In the prince's residence, Tuoba Rong paced back and forth like an ant on a hot skillet, filled with trepidation. Just then, a hastily dressed steward rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Highness, grave news. It has been reported that His Majesty has decided to hand you over to the Dao army as reparation." What? Has father truly succumbed to the treachery of Chancellor Sima Ling and chosen to betray me? Upon hearing the report, Tuoba Rong's complexion turned pale, and he collapsed into his chair. At that moment, it seemed as if all his vitality had been drained away. "Your Highness, perhaps you should flee at once. The prince's residence still has 800 guards remaining. With these 800, you can surely escape. Once you have fled, do not return. Flee? To where? In this vast world, there's no place left for me." Tuoba Rong, his face contorted with a fierce expression, informed the guards to assemble. At the hour of the high, open the city gates to welcome the great Wu army. If they will not allow me to live, then let us all perish together. "Your Highness, please reconsider," the steward exclaimed in alarm. "There is no need for further contemplation. My father has been swayed by Sima Ling, believing that by surrendering me, the instigator, they can avert disaster. How naive they are. The price of a wild dog provoking a tiger is death. Great Wu will not spare them. Rather than await our doom, let us fight with all our might. Waiting is a path to destruction, and fleeing like a hunted dog is not my desire. If we open the gates to welcome the great Wu army, there may yet be a glimmer of hope." Enough said. Go and see to it. Tuoba Rong commanded with a wave of his hand. Seeing that Tuoba Rong was resolute, the steward said nothing further and slowly exited to summon the guards. That night, as the hour of the high approached, the sounds of battle erupted at the eastern gate of Daliang City. The scouts outside promptly relayed this intelligence to Xue Su, who would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Rumors of internal strife in the Shiliang kingdom had emerged. The eastern gate could open at any moment. Someone needed to be stationed outside. As soon as the gates opened, they would rush in to seize control and hold it steadfastly until the main army entered. "I volunteer for this mission," Yi Fei exclaimed eagerly. "Fifth brother, stand down." Yi Hao reprimanded. "Your Highness, this is no trifling matter. Once the gates are opened, you will need to hold the entrance for at least 15 minutes, during which you may face the frenzied forces of the Shiliang army. I am willing to sign a military pledge," Yi Fei declared. "Very well. Since His Highness has made up his mind, I shall not argue further. I hope for your victory. Order. Prince of Shu Yifei will lead 5,000 troops to wait at the eastern gate of Daliang City. Once the gates are opened, seize control immediately. I shall personally lead the main army to attack. Leave 10,000 soldiers at each of the other 3 gates. Not a single member of the Shiliang royal family must escape. Yi Fei accepted the orders and prepared to lead his troops. Fifth brother, you are too impulsive. Fourth brother, Ye Tian interjected Ye Fi. Fourth brother, as a prince of Great Wu, how can I retreat in the face of difficulty? What others can do, we must do even better. Yi Fei replied. You, Sai. Very well. Remember, do not act recklessly. If the situation becomes untenable, turn back immediately. I do not wish to collect your corpse. Do not worry, I have elderly by my side. Nothing will go awry. Yi Fei confidently proclaimed that the esteemed elderly, a 9th-tier elder dispatched by the Luoyuan sect, was his ally. As Yi Fei led his 5,000 troops toward the eastern gate, it fortuitously swung open. Observing this, Yi Fei bellowed with fervor, brave soldiers. Charge forth and secure our position, advance. Without hesitation, he surged ahead. The valiant warriors, witnessing the prince's fearless charge, were instantly invigorated. Shuesu, commanding the troops, successfully seized control of Daliang City, where both the Emperor Tuoba Tao and the royal officials, led by the Chancellor Sima Ling, were apprehended. It became evident to them that it was Tuoba Rong who had aided them that fateful night by opening the city gates. 3 days later, Emperor Tuoba Rong issued a decree for nationwide surrender and announced his abdication, leading to the incorporation of the Western Liang Kingdom into the territory of Dao. Thus, the Western Liang Kingdom faded into history, leaving only the Liangzhou of Dao in its wake. Chapter 28. The Scoundrel Beside Fan Xian. 3 months later, the 4 princes officially returned to court. The former ruler of the Western Liang Kingdom, Tuoba Tao, was also escorted back to his homeland, where he was granted the title of Annal Marquis by Yi Zhen, and his entire family was placed under house arrest. A significant number of officials from the Western Liang Kingdom, led by Sima Ling, were executed. During these 3 months, numerous events transpired, but for Yinan, the most significant development was the closure of the system shop. According to the customer service representative of the God of Wealth, a malevolent force was approaching from beyond the realms, necessitating the diversion of resources to the front lines to fend off external threats. Thus, the shop was temporarily closed, with the reopening time yet to be determined. However, transactions among friends in the chat group remained unaffected, though the requisite handling fees were strictly enforced. During this period, Yinan also connected with a new friend. The reason it was just one was that for 2 months, he had attempted to add 2 individuals, but only one, the scoundrel beside Fan Xian, accepted his request. Yinan was quite vexed, as he had lost 2 potential sources of income. This scoundrel was evidently a transcendent being. In his previous life, Yinan had watched a television series, and while the protagonist Fan Xian left a mark on his memory, it was a certain llama that consistently pursued the lead character across several installments, never managing to kill him, which amused Yinan greatly. Of course, this scoundrel was not a llama. He was Fan Xian's twin brother, named Fan Fei. In his past life, he was a top-tier hacker, having perished later than Fan Xian, falling victim to a nuclear war. Upon connecting with Yinan, he was promptly informed of the narrative. Upon learning of the plot, he immediately journeyed to the Arctic to decipher the temple's programming, thereby gaining control over it. He discovered that the temple housed an extensive array of robots, far exceeding the mere 5 referenced in the storyline. They simply lacked the energy to operate. At 16, this year marked the beginning of the narrative, and he operated from the shadows as a behind-the-scenes player, reveling in his exploits. Moreover, he possessed a natural talent for business, surpassing even his mother. Beginning his foray into commerce at the age of 10, after 6 years, he commanded 1/10 of the economy in this world, surrounded by countless capable individuals, far outshining Fan Xian. The two had engaged in several transactions. Yinan sold him crystals, elixirs, and gene optimization liquids, while Fan Fei provided Yinan with several formidable temple robots, whose combat capabilities reached the pinnacle of the 8th tier in their world. Although their friendship had been forged in a short span, he and Fan Fei shared the closest bond among Yinan's 3 friends, perhaps due to an immediate rapport and shared interests. Both were a youthful age, with Yinan being 18 and Fan Fei 16, both in the prime of their lives, and, as princes, they found ample conversation topics. The scoundrel beside Fan Xian. I say, old Yi, are you telling me my father is that old dang of the Qing dynasty? And he is actually a grandmaster? Yi family's third son. Indeed, your first concern should be this old dang over there. He has hidden his depths well. I have warned you many times, please take heed. Beside Fan Xian, his companion exclaimed, are you suggesting that all the beauties in this world are somehow connected to that scoundrel Fan Xian? His luck with women is simply astounding. His third son remarked, indeed. Lin Wan'er, Zhang Do Do, Hai Tang Duo, Si Li Li, Lucy Si. These enchanting women are either his wives or have been romantically entangled with Fan Xian. His companion retorted, how infuriating. Shall I just castrate this brat? It's utterly maddening. His third son laughed. I see you're merely envious and jealous. His companion scoffed him. I have wealth. I have connections. Why would I envy him? My philosophy is to navigate through the myriad of flowers, untouched by thorns. Women? They would merely hinder my quest for world domination. He continued, mark my words, once I unify the world, I shall ensure Fan Xian is honored as the esteemed duke. Ye's third son interjected, enough of this idle chatter. I am on my way to the capital. Let me tell you, I am now a 9th-tier expert. In this campaign, I have slain no fewer than 800 foes. By the way, I'll select a martial art for you to practice. You must hone your skills, lest you find yourself outmatched when the emperor strikes. His companion lamented, I have been a fool, truly. Why did I not enhance my own abilities when the system shop was available? Regret is futile now. Being stuck at this mediocre 6th tier is worse than Fan Xian. Yinan closed the chat interface, choosing to ignore this incessant chatter. Within the Tai Chi Hall, Yi Zhen was bestowing rewards for merits. The greatest contributor to the recent national annihilation was none other than Xue Su. Prior to the battle, Xue Su held the rank of a 3rd-tier general, but he was now elevated to the position of general of the cavalry and promoted to the title of Duke of Dawu Yuchuan, with a reward of 10,000 taels of gold, 3,000 bolts of fabric, and a fief of 1,000 households. Others received promotions ranging from 1 to 3 ranks, and all soldiers who participated in the war were generously rewarded. Naturally, several princes also received their due honors. After the court session, Yinan returned to the royal residence, embracing a leisurely life of ease and profit. One day, while boasting with Fan Fei, who had already joined the Red Riders in the capital, Yinan inquired whether Fan Fei had met the charming girl who was fond of Fan Xian. Your Highness, the esteemed Aunt Qiuyue from the palace has arrived. A servant announced. Aunt Qiuyue? Please show her in. Yinan instructed. This Qiuyue was a senior palace maid serving the virtuous consort Tang Rou. Since Yinan was a child, it was Qiuyue who had taken care of him, and they shared a close bond before he left the palace. Moments latte. A woman dressed in a light green palace gown entered, her complexion radiant, resembling a neighborly older sister. At first glance, she was not stunning, but her charm grew upon closer inspection. She possessed a countenance that spoke of peace and prosperity. I pay my respects to His Highness, the Prince Qi. Qiuyue greeted with a bow. Aunt Qiuyue, I have always said that when we meet privately, we need not observe such formalities. Please rise. Yinan quickly assisted Qiuyue to her feet. Thank you, Your Highness. Have you come to deliver a message from the Empress Mother? Indeed, the esteemed consort has remarked that Your Highness is no longer a youth. She is eager to embrace a grandchild and urges you to formalize your union with Miss Kong, hastening your marriage. Furthermore, the consort has selected several handmaidens for you within the palace, which I have brought along this time. You may come in, ladies. As Qiu Yu's words resonated, for maidens adorned in the garb of handmaidens entered. Please introduce yourselves to His Highness. I am the servant, Chuanheng. I am the servant, Xiachan. I am the servant, Qiuqing. I am the servant, Dongxian. After the 4 attendants introduced themselves in succession, they stood side by side. The esteemed consort has decreed that these ladies shall attend to Your Highness's daily needs, and should you desire, they may also be welcomed into your chamber. This, Your Highness need not elaborate. I have conveyed the consort's message. I must return to my duties in the palace now, so I shall take my leave. Without acknowledging the still astonished Yinan, Xiao Yu turned and departed. Chapter 29. The golden-winged lance. By the time Yinan regained his senses, Xiao Yue had already vanished without a trace. Very well, from now on, you few shall remain in the palace to serve, Yinan said with a hint of resignation. Thank you, Your Highness, they replied in unison. Now, go seek out the steward and have him assign you your duties. Yinan waved his hand dismissively. Once they departed, Yinan resumed his leisurely pursuits. His auction house had now found its footing, conducting ordinary auctions every 10 days, each featuring crystal cores, divine weapons, high-tier elixirs, and other treasures. Additionally, a grand auction was held monthly, showcasing not only the regular items, but also gene optimization liquids, substances that extend lifespan. Ever since Yinan introduced a vial of this miraculous liquid last month, it had ignited a sensation across nations within a 10,000-kilometer radius. The inaugural auction fetched a staggering 70 million taels. Fortunately, he had the foresight to rent a few ninth-tier experts from the system and enjoyed the backing of the entire Dawu. Otherwise, such a life-extending commodity would have been impossible to safeguard. Currently, the daily income from the auction house was overwhelming, not to mention the share the system provided him. It would not be an exaggeration to state that he was the wealthiest individual in the entire wasteland continent. With his business and fief requiring no personal oversight, having entrusted the management of the fief to his chief historian and the business to professionals, Yinan adhered to the philosophy that specialists should handle specialized tasks, never intervening in matters beyond his expertise. As long as he compensated generously, he had ample individuals willing to serve him diligently. The thousands of soldiers in his fief, after months of training, were now reportedly exhibiting considerable combat prowess. Once they set foot on the battlefield, they would become elite troops. It is noteworthy that they had been mere warriors at the outset of recruitment, and with the provision of crystal cores and elixirs over the past months, even a group of swine could soar under Yinan's resource infusion. After several days of such existence, Yinan felt that idleness was not a viable solution. In a moment of contemplation, he decided to venture out of the residence. Clad in casual attire, he set forth with Chuanheng, Xiachan, and his personal guard, Lu Chong. The capital of Dawu sprawled 70 miles east to west and 100 miles north to south, reigning as the largest city within a 10,000-mile radius. Within the capital, various districts existed, with the royal city being the most central. The royal city, oriented north to south, measured 15 miles from east to west and 20 miles from north to south. Having lived in the royal city for over a decade, Yinan found little novelty in it. Thus, upon leaving his residence, he made his way toward the western part of the city. To the east of the capital reside dignitaries and noble families, while to the north lies the barracks of the Imperial Guards. The southern district is inhabited by commoners. In the west is the bustling commercial hub, rich with taverns, gambling houses, brothels, flower boats, street food, and acrobatics, offering a plethora of delights. Since his ascension to royalty and departure from the palace, he had been preoccupied, and having previously been well acquainted with the world, he seldom ventured westward. However, the monotony of his current life prompted him to explore the exotic charms of that region. Without a specific destination in mind, he and his companions boarded a carriage and arrived at the most prosperous street in the capital, Jiuqi Alley. As the oldest thoroughfare in the city, Jiuqi Alley originally measured only 9 feet in width, but has since been expanded to become one of the broadest streets. Bearing witness to the rise and fall of the Great Wu, the quartet first visited a renowned weapon shop called Shunbing Pavilion. Their motive for visiting this establishment was that Yinan lacked a suitable weapon, which was quite an embarrassment for a master of the 9th rank. In the past, when a marketplace existed, he had been unable to afford a weapon. Now, with wealth at his disposal, the marketplace had vanished. Upon entering the shop, a clerk approached them. "Esteemed guests, what can I assist you with today?" Yinan inquired, "What is the highest rank of weapon you can forge here?" The clerk replied, "Young master, with sufficient materials, our artisans at Shunbing Pavilion can craft a 9th rank divine weapon for you. But the materials must be provided by yourself, and the price is not modest. Neither money nor materials pose a problem. I merely require the weapon to be crafted according to my design. Noticing Yinan's affluence, the clerk promptly said, "Please, young master, have a seat and enjoy some tea while I fetch our manager." The clerk ushered them into a reception room and soon returned with a middle-aged man clad in satin. "I have heard from my staff that you wish to forge ninth-rank weapons. May I ask if you have a design? Here you go." Yinan handed him a blueprint, which he had commissioned Meng Chun to create according to his vision. As the manager unfurled the drawing, a magnificent weapon emerged on the parchment. It was a towering spear adorned with a sinuous dragon coiling along its shaft, topped with the wings of a phoenix, their edges sharp and striking. This formidable weapon was the illustrious phoenix winged gold leaf spear. The weapon can indeed be forged. However, the materials must be supplied by you, and the cost is 1,000,000 taels, with a deposit of 300,000 taels required up front. The manager pondered after reviewing the design. "Choner, make the payment." "Yes." Young master, Xia Chan produced 30 silver notes and handed them to the manager. "Materials will be delivered shortly. When may we expect the weapon to be completed?" "Come to collect it in 2 months, young master." "Very well. I shall await your good news." Armed and prepared, Yinan noted the time was still early. Without taking a carriage, the group meandered through the streets. Jiushi Lane truly deserved its reputation as the most bustling thoroughfare in the capital, lined with an array of shops. Just as they were engrossed in their leisurely stroll, the sudden sound of galloping hooves echoed ahead, accompanied by raucous laughter and the terrified screams of passers-by. Yinan turned to witness several horses charging forth, ridden by a group of debauched young men who wielded their whips to drive away onlookers. Far from feeling any remorse, they merely laughed, clearly accustomed to such antics. At that moment, a figure unexpectedly darted into the street, delivering a resounding slap to the lead horse's head. The animal froze and collapsed, sending its rider sprawling to the ground. "Who dares to attack me, the young master? Do you wish to meet your demise?" The fallen rider, once assisted to his feet by his companions, began to curse furiously. "It's me, your aunt. If you have the guts, come at me." Yinan, observing from his side, couldn't help but chuckle. The rider was none other than Shui Lu, while the other party was familiar to him as well, Kong Jingshu. To his surprise, these two had crossed paths. I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be Miss Kong. Just the other day, His Highness the Crown Prince was speaking of you, and now we meet again. Is this not a stroke of luck? Shui Lu sneered, pushing away the sycophants supporting him. "Dear aunt, I have no time for your frivolities. Let me make it clear. Should you ride recklessly in the future, I shall confront you each time," Kong Jingshu declared as she attempted to depart. "Don't leave just yet. Since we've encountered one another, Miss Kong, why not do me the honor of accompanying me to meet His Highness?" Shui Lu called out as he gestured for his followers to encircle Kong Jingshu and her maid. "Moreover, after striking me, Miss Kong thinks she can simply walk away? That hardly seems appropriate. If this were to escalate to the magistrate's court, you would be in the wrong. Step aside, or you shall face dire consequences." Kong Jingshu retorted. "Since when did Miss Kong learn the ways of the underworld? Speaking of dire consequences, you ought to inquire about my identity. No one has been born who could bring me misfortune. Ha ha ha." Shui Lu boasted, reveling in his arrogance. 3, 2, 1. Bang. Chapter 30. The Calamity of Bloodshed. "Alas, my head," Shui Lu exclaimed, clutching his skull. "You see, I warned you about the calamity of bloodshed, didn't I? Which scoundrel dared to ambush me? Oh, what a peculiar appearance our esteemed young master Shui has." Yinan strolled leisurely towards him. "Ye Lao San, how dare you launch a surprise attack on me? Unworthy of being called a son." Shui Lu shouted. "How can this be termed an ambush? Miss Kong has already informed you of the impending calamity, yet you chose to disregard her warning." Yinan lamented with a heavy heart. "Ye Lao San, do not think that I fear you simply because you are a prince. What now? Is young master Shui intending to strike me? Such an assault on the royal family is a crime punishable by extermination. Are you not afraid? According to the great martial law, one is permitted to retaliate against harm without restriction. The emperor is no different from the commoner when it comes to the law. If I were to slay you now, it would be within the bounds of the great martial law. Oh my, after a few months of absence, young Master Shui has abandoned martial prowess for literary finesse. Your words are indeed eloquent, but can you truly contend with me? With your mere 4th rank? You jest. Just days ago, I broke through to the late 5th rank. Do not consider this bullying. I will only use one hand against you. Unbeknownst to Shuelu, Yinan had already ascended to the 9th rank. While Shuelu's understanding of him was still stuck in the past, when Yinan was indeed at the 4th rank. Presently, even Shuelu's father, the General Shui Wenjing, could not match Yinan's prowess. Is that so? Then it's settled. No backing out now. I shall use but one hand. Yinan rolled up his sleeves, preparing for the fray. Shuelu, with one hand pressed against his bleeding head, lunged at Yinan. Observing Shuelu's glaring weaknesses, Yinan swiftly slapped him across the face, causing Shuelu to spin 3.5 rotations before elegantly plummeting to the ground. Shuelu was bewildered. Despite using only one hand, he was a late 5th rank master and should not have been subdued by Yi Lao-san with a single blow. Upon landing, he felt a numbing sensation in his mouth, accompanied by a sharp pain. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he discovered that one of his teeth had been knocked out by Yinan's strike. You dare engage in such a ruckus. As the legitimate son of the Shui family, the eldest son of General Shui Wenjing, the nephew of Empress Shui Qian, and the cousin of the crown prince, not to mention having an uncle who was a general of the cavalry, how could he endure being publicly humiliated in such a manner? How would he navigate the capital from now on? What would his entourage think of him? Even if his assailant was the emperor's son, he vowed to seek vengeance. Brothers, attack him for me. If anything goes awry, I shall bear the consequences. Shuelu shouted, his mouth agape. His entourage of over a dozen rushed forward with fervor. Lu Chang charged in and swiftly dispatched them with ease. A 9th rank master is, of course, far beyond the capabilities of these pampered young men. Meanwhile, Yinan approached and delivered another slap to Shuelu. What are you going to do about it? What can you possibly retaliate with? With that, another resounding slap followed. What audacity! You believe you can gallivant through the streets unchallenged? Such reckless abandon. Is it? Here, even if your father were a great general, it will be of no avail. The Shui family has upheld loyalty and valor for 3 centuries. Yet how could such a wretch emerge from their lineage? With a swift slap, Yinan struck Shuelu, leaving him battered and unable to retaliate. Stop. If you continue, he may very well perish, Kong Jingshu implored, gazing at the nearly lifeless Shuelu. Very well. Out of respect for Miss Kong, I shall spare you today, but I hope you will heed this warning and conduct yourself wisely in the future. Miss Kong, I presume you have yet to dine? I have heard that the Chuixiang Lu ahead offers exquisite cuisine. Might you honor me with your presence? Of course, I will be delighted. Kong Jingshu had anticipated Yinan's appearance at Jiuqi Alley today. Her aim was fixed upon him, and thus she could not refuse his invitation. The group left behind a myriad of duties and made their way to Chuixiang Lu. What would you esteemed guests like to order? A waiter greeted them as they entered the establishment. Please prepare a private room for us and bring forth one of each signature dish your establishment offers. Certainly, esteemed guests. Please follow me. The waiter, noticing the affluence of Yinan and his companions, wore a broad smile and welcomed them with heightened enthusiasm. Ascending to the upper floor, Kong Jingshu and Yinan entered the private room while the attendants waited outside. In no time, the dishes were prepared. Esteemed guests, these are the chef's specialties: braised chicken wings, scallion braised sea cucumber, clear broth skirt steak, steamed shad, stir-fried crispy delicacies, deep-fried kidney, marinated jellyfish, and our house-brewed Chui Xiang grape wine. Please enjoy. Ah, you may leave now. I shall call for you should we require anything. Once everyone had exited, Kong Jingshu slumped in her chair, utterly devoid of decorum. Did you come here specifically to see me today, Miss Kong? Yinan inquired. Of course. What else would draw me here? I am, after all, the esteemed young lady, Kong Jingshu, she replied. Huh, which esteemed young lady could be so easily dispatched with a mere slap? Yinan muttered under his breath. Let's eat and converse. Yinan poured a cup of wine for each of them. By the way, how's your time on the battlefield been these past few months? You cannot imagine. I am confined to the rigors of music, chess, calligraphy, and needlework at home, with no freedom whatsoever. Even a simple outing to the gardens requires vigilance against the myriad underhanded tactics of those noble young ladies. Their methods may be trifling, yet they are quite bothersome. You know, Kong Jingshu immediately opened up, venting her frustrations to Yinan. Indeed, these young ladies of 17 or 18, some of whom have barely graduated high school in their previous lives, possess little in the way of cunning. To your eyes, these tactics likely seem as childish as a game of make-believe. Yinan Chaklet. Although these methods are trivial, they are indeed vexing. And one cannot simply rid themselves of these nuisances you wish to rid yourself of them? Certainly, in my youth, I was intolerant of any form of disrespect. Were it not for the ties to my kin in this lifetime, given their actions, it would be a mere trifle to eliminate them. A more ruthless approach would involve altering their family's feng shui or setting up a fatal trap, sending the entire family to report to the king of hell in unison. He was utterly speechless. However, he understood that in his previous life, Kong Jingshu was hardly a virtuous person. Although she did not indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, she also lacked compassion. In the original narrative, the sudden demise of Yizhan, a suspected ninth-tier master, could very well be attributed to Kong Jingshu's machinations. It is important to recognize that quietly eliminating a ninth-tier expert is no trivial feat yet. The geomantic arts wielded by Kong Jingshu could accomplish such a task, albeit at a cost. Chapter 31. Engagement you haven't yet told me. Is the battlefield enjoyable? Enjoyable? The battlefield is perilous. It is no place for amusement. Yinan retorted with an eye roll. After a brief exchange about Yinan's experiences on the battlefield, she continued, "By the way, my mother has been pressuring me to marry every single day. What do you think? I shall observe. Yi Lao San, you're courting death." Kong Jingshu, flustered and embarrassed, hurled her chopsticks at Yinan. "Yinan deftly evadit herturoy. Who would dare to marry someone like you?" He teased. "If it weren't for the fact that you are a fellow villager, I wouldn't even bother with you. Do you truly believe that aside from you, I cannot find someone to marry? If it weren't for the lack of common ground with the men of this era, I wouldn't even spare you a glance." Kong Jingshu scoffed. All right, your grandeur is acknowledged." Yinan conceded. "However, on another note, our esteemed prince has quite the interest in you. He is, after all, a prince. Don't women like you, who traverse through time, aspire to be queens? You certainly cannot achieve that by following me." Yinan continued. "You are not comparable to those frivolous women. In my past life, I was already exhausted. In this life, I intend to be as carefree as possible. If I can recline, I shall never sit. Moreover, I have perceived the essence of the Tao within you. Aligning with you promises only advantages at the very least. I shall not lack for funds. If that is the case, I can rest easy." Kong Jingshu replied. "Here is the plan. I shall visit the palace to see my father and request a marriage decree for us. You should also return and inform Minister Kong to prepare himself." "Agreed. Worry not. With me around, no one shall conspire against you." The two concluded their meal in a cheerful atmosphere, having reached an agreement. After dining, Kong Jingshu departed with her maid. Once Yinan settled the bill, he continued to stroll through the streets with Chun Hung, Xia Chan, and Lu Chong, returning to the royal residence just before curfew. Inside the manor, Sun Chuanfu had been waiting for some time. "Sir Sun, that attire suits you splendidly." Yinan jested upon seeing Sun Chuanfu. Sun Chuanfu, who had been recommended for the position of Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue after the former minister, Wang Lin, retired to his hometown, replied, "Your Highness is too kind. Without your support, I would not have attained this position. I am deeply grateful and shall serve you to the best of my abilities." He bowed deeply to Yinan. "We are all of the same circle. There is no need for such formalities among us. Please rise." Yinan vavit dismissive. "What brings you here today, Sir Sun?" "I have come regarding two matters. The first is that our mineral surveyors in Luzhou have discovered both a large and a small gold mine. The larger one will undoubtedly be reported to the court, but I have chosen to conceal the smaller one. I am here to see if your Highness has any plans regarding it." As revealed in the original narrative, yielded an astonishing 10 million taels of gold in a single year, which subsequently inflated the original owner's ambition to perilous extremes, ultimately leading to his downfall. However, at present, he finds himself unencumbered by financial constraints. A mere month's earnings from the Chaotian auction house surpass the 10 million taels of gold, rendering any pursuit of trifling gains unnecessary. Thus, let all matters be reported to the court. Transmission of fortune is paramount. Henceforth, any dealings involving money must be conducted with due formality. Your lord does not lack for wealth, nor does he wish for you to err over monetary matters. As for the second issue, it concerns the catalyst for the demise of the Western Liang Kingdom. I have received word that the former envoy, Dan Taisheng, had once bribed Wei De, the chief of the Dali Temple, with 200,000 taels, which is why Wei De fervently facilitated the marriage alliance. Yinan pondered for a moment, stating, "This matter falls under the jurisdiction of the censorate. It is not appropriate for you to disclose it to me." "I understand, sir." Afterward, the two engaged in trivial conversation before Sun Chuanfu took his leave from the royal residence, intent on seeking out talented individuals, for otherwise he would have no one to consult in times of need. Yinan silently considered this, for he had always been a man of action. The following day, he entrusted a list to his most trusted guards, instructing them to embark on a quest for talent. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, within the imperial study, "Your Majesty, the third prince requests an audience," announced Chao Mao. "The third? Allow him to enter. I pay my respects to father." "Speak, what brings you here, my son?" "Well, can't I visit my esteemed father without a reason? When you waddle in, I can already surmise your intentions. You wouldn't come to my study without ulterior motives. Father, your insight is unparalleled. Yinan Chakdet. I knew you had something on your mind. Speak freely. As long as it is not excessive, considering your offering of longevity elixir, I shall grant your request." "Father, I am no longer a child. Well, pray tell, which young lady has captured your fancy?" "Just the other day, your mother lamented to me that I have shown little concern for your matrimonial affairs. The legitimate daughter of Minister Kong Jingshu." "Ah, that young lady. You possess keen judgment, my son. Very well. I shall select an auspicious date to decree your union. Await my command." Yi Zhen was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure, exclaiming, "Thank you, father. Now be off, and do remember to visit your mother." "As you command." Yinan exited the imperial study without further comment. "Your Majesty, this Miss Kong possesses remarkable skills," he remarked. For nearly the entire capital was aware of the crown prince's intentions towards her as a potential concubine. Now, however, the third prince has come seeking a marriage grant. After Yinan's departure, Chao Mao whispered to Yi Zhen, "The eldest seems a bit anxious." Though Yi Zhen spoke only half a thought, Chao Mao understood that the emperor harbored dissatisfaction with the crown prince. Indeed, the crown prince's power had grown excessively formidable. Should he secure the Minister of Rights, the equilibrium within the court would be irrevocably disturbed, complicating matters even for the emperor himself. For Yi Zhen, the sentiment was clear. "I may grant you this, but you must not seize it." It is essential to recognize that Yi Zhen, at 37, was in the prime of his life. Historically, no emperor has abdicated in their 30s to become a retired sovereign, and Yi Zhen certainly did not wish to set such a precedent. Although Yi Feng was a crown prince whom Yi Zhen held in high regard, capable of shouldering the responsibilities of emperor, Yi Zhen harbored his own ambitions. One must understand that with each new dynasty comes a new court. Should he pass the throne to the crown prince now, what fate would await his other sons? Perhaps only he knew that Yi Feng was not as gentle and refined as he appeared. Beneath the surface, his son possessed a steely resolve. 5 years prior, while training in the military, Yi Feng commanded the execution of 30,000 barbarian foes. Ultimately, to avert censure from the censors for the crown prince's supposed cruelty, Shuesu took the blame. Thus, until his other sons matured, Yi Zhen would never bestow the throne upon Yi Feng. Chapter 32 Engagement Part 2 On the 8th day of October, a most auspicious occasion, the servants of the Ministry of Rights began their tasks at dawn, preparing the residence of the minister. "Hurry, ensure the pathways are spotless, and do not forget to wipe down the windows and doors once more. Sui Hong, please check the attire that the young lady will wear. Today must be flawless. Is that understood?" The steward, Chu Jian, was bustling with activity. Today was of immense significance for the minister's residence, as the emperor was set to bestow a marriage decree, uniting the Qi prince, Yinan, with the esteemed Miss Kong Jingshu of the minister's lineage. This event was of utmost importance to the household, garnering attention from all levels. At the second hour past the 6th, the Emperor's decree was proclaimed by Chow Mao. By the grace of heaven, I govern these lands, fostering familial bonds to fortify the nation. Today, I declare the union of the third Prince Nan, who is gentle, amiable, and endowed with both talent and virtue, and the Kong family's distinguished daughter, Jing Shu, who possesses a gracious temperament and a refined disposition. Their ages align, and their characters complement one another. Truly a match made by heaven. I have personally evaluated their suitability and am most pleased. Thus, I decree this marriage to manifest divine favor. Let the Astronomical Bureau select an auspicious date, and the ministry shall prepare the necessary arrangements, ensuring a splendid ceremony. May their union resonate harmoniously, embodying diligence and frugality, honoring the ancestral lineage while satisfying my heartfelt wishes. Let this be made known to all. Thus decreed, Lord Kong, Miss Kong, please receive the decree with gratitude. Upon completion of the proclamation, Chow Mao addressed both Kong Ru and Kong Jingshu. Your servant humbly accepts the decree, responded the young lady. I too accept with gratitude, echoed Kong Ru as he bowed with his family in reverence. After handing over the decree to Kong Ru, Chow Mao remarked, Lord Kong, I must take my leave, as I have other matters to attend to. Farewell. Since you have pressing matters, I shall not detain you further. Please accept this tea as a token of our hospitality. Kong Ru offered as he produced a stack of banknotes from his sleeve. Lord Kong is too courteous. We are to be family henceforth. Chow Mao replied with a smile, accepting the notes. Typically, he would refuse such offerings, but this occasion was exceptional, and both parties were content with the marriage arrangement. Thus, accepting the note seemed appropriate. Subsequently, Chow Mao proceeded to the Qi Prince's residence to announce the decree, solidifying the arrangement. Conversely, the atmosphere at the Crown Prince's palace was laden with tension. The palace maids and eunuchs dared not utter a word, paralyzed by fear. Crash! A teacup shattered on the floor, its shards scattering in disarray. How outrageous! The third prince dares to thwart my plans, roared Yi Feng, his face contorted in fury. Your Highness, please temper your anger, urged Wang Tong, a close confidant of the Crown Prince. How can I calm myself? The entire capital knows that Kong Jingshu is my intended. Does the third prince not comprehend this? He knows yet still claims her as his own. Truly a most supportive brother. Ye Feng sated. Very well, if the third prince wishes to play, then, as the elder brother, I shall indulge him. Relay to the Yushur Tai to thoroughly investigate the Deputy Minister of Finance, Tang Hai. Your Highness, please restrain your anger. The root of this matter lies with His Majesty. If the Emperor did not consent, the marriage would not have been decreed. The East Palace is expanding too rapidly, which has aroused His Majesty's concerns. We must exercise caution. You are still young and can afford to wait. Wang Ting advised, moreover, once His Highness takes action against Tang Hai, it will signify a full declaration of war against the Prince of Qi. Although the power of the Prince of Qi pales in comparison to ours, should they resist with all their might, it would not bode well for us, especially with the King of Shu lurking menacingly nearby. You cannot allow me to simply observe as the third brother strengthens his own influence. The ebb and flow of power should not be prolonged. If His Highness truly cannot contain his anger, he might consider eliminating some of the branches and vines of the Qi faction first. This would neither raise their suspicions nor fail to vent his frustrations. Let us seize Luo Zhou. The governor, Li Shaocheng, is Tang Tao's mentor. We can take him down first, and since Chun Silian has already allied with us, we can maneuver him into Li Shaocheng's position. Your Highness has considered this thoroughly. I shall attend to it at once. Wang Tong praised Yi Feng and departed to carry out the task. Third brother, if you aspire to grasp the throne, elder brother will ensure you understand the folly of such aspirations. At the Shu Wang residence, Yi Fei exclaimed, Third brother has executed his scheme splendidly, intercepting our esteemed Crown Prince. The entire capital knows that the Crown Prince has long desired to marry Miss Kong to win over the Kong scholars. And third brother has cleverly undermined that plan. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. Indeed, His Highness the Prince of Qi has truly outdone himself, elderly remarked. Now that the third brother has made his move, We can no longer remain passive. Dispatch a message to the sect. The prepared disciples may now enter the world. We should prioritize arranging the border troops, the provincial army, and the imperial guard, quietly sending a grand gift to our elder brother. Yes, your highness. At this moment in the Chuang residence, Yi Tian was lounging leisurely, relishing his solitude. What of our protagonist, Yinan? He was engaged in light-hearted banter with Fan Fei. Yinan, brother is getting married. Fan Fei, no way. A person like you can find true love? Yinan, true love? Do I need that? I seek pleasure, not emotion. Fan Fei, Yigo MV587. Yinan, just sprinkling some water. Yinan, by the way, you mentioned you and Fan Xian were heading to Kyoto. How did that go? Fan Fei, what else could happen? Fan Xian went ahead and met his chicken leg girl. That little minx, you wouldn't believe it. She is now so lovesick that she can't eat or drink. It cracks me up. I want to tell him that his chicken leg girl is his betrothal partner. Yinan, you rascal, I like you. Fan Fei, I've dug a big pit for Lao Deng, along with Li Yunrui and the Silver Coin Prince. If this succeeds, we can bury them all together. Yinan, be careful not to capsize in the gutter. None of these three are easy to deal with. They're all cunning foxes. Fan Fei, don't worry, even if I do capsize, it won't affect me. I'm currently playing the role of a harmless little bunny. Who would pay attention to a non-threatening little bunny? Besides, with Fan Xian shielding me, I just need to focus on quietly developing my strength. Yinan, how did the elixir I gave you perform? Fan Fei, how astonishing. I have now reached the 8th rank. I never anticipated that this world, saturated with nuclear radiation, would still possess such abundant spiritual energy. The cultivation methods and elixirs you provided are indeed effective here. Yinan, as long as they prove useful, that is all that matters. Just be cautious and avoid any reckless actions. You are aware that seeking revenge across realms can be quite troublesome. Fan Fei, rest assured, even if you were to falter, I shall remain unscathed. I aspire to be the most discreet and elusive figure behind the scenes. Chapter 33, the fourth friend Yinan and Fan Fei had been engaging in idle chatter for quite some time, and at last, their conversation came to an end. Yinan remembered that today was the day he would match with new friends, a moment he had eagerly anticipated. Upon opening his friend list, he was greeted by 3 names languidly resting there: Running Teacup, Stars in the Sky, and Sweet and Sour Intestines. Not a single ordinary name among them. Yinan sighed in exasperation, having grown accustomed to such absurdity. Well then, let me see what Sweet and Sour Intestines is all about. Yinan casually tapped the screen. Oh, what a blunder. His finger inadvertently landed on Stars in the Sky, instead of the intended Sweet and Sour Intestines. You have sent a friend request to Stars in the Sky, awaiting approval. Oh no, this is disastrous. Based on previous experiences, the more normal the name, the harder it is to add them. After what felt like an eternity, Yinan's eyes began to ache. The other party has accepted your friend request. You are now friends. Feel free to chat away. Accepted? Yinan éclaimet in delight. Yi family's third son. Hello, are you there? Stars in the Sky here, quite aloof. Yi family's third son. The profile doesn't seem to suggest an aloof personality. Stars in the Sky. Are you done rambling? Had I known, I wouldn't have added you. Shall we unfriend each other instead? Yi family's third son, no. No, I was wrong. At that moment, a face that seemed to dance between a smile and a playful pout appeared in the chat. Far more beautiful than any celebrity from his past life. So stunning. Yinan wiped away the drool. Stars in the Sky, what is your name? Yi family's third son, Yinan. And you? Stars in the Sky. Shun Xingchen. It seems your world has an ancient theme? Alternate universe? Historical? Or perhaps high martial arts? Yinan. High martial arts leaning towards fantasy. Shun Xingchen. My side is a technological realm, having already ventured beyond our solar system. Yinan, a high-tech world. How fascinating. I'm still in the initial stages. Shun Xingchen. What level of high martial arts do you possess? Yinan, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, ascending to the skies in broad daylight. Shun Xingchen. Do you have cultivation techniques? Yinan, of course. Not only do I have cultivation methods, but I also possess ability crystals, longevity potions, and realistic robots. Shun Xingchen. quite an impressive array of resources. I have high-tech weapons, island rule weapons, and upgrade points. Listening to the various armaments Shun Xingqian listed, Yinan was left astounded. Compared to the world of Shun Xingqian, his own advantages seemed trivial, save for the gene optimization liquid, which was not even his but belonged to Meng Qinshin. Yinan, since your world is high-tech, is it possible to customize satellites or similar devices? Shun Xingqian, absolutely. But we first need to assess your gravitational and atmospheric conditions. I will send you an environmental detector shortly. Once you've gathered the data, just send it to me, and I will arrange for its construction. Yinan, thank you. Rest assured, I shall pay every penny owed. Nan and Shun Xingqian engaged in a conversation about the local customs and cultures of their respective worlds. Ultimately, Leaf Nin refrained from purchasing advanced weaponry from Shun Xingqian. Instead, his primary curiosity revolved around the true expanse of the Tianhuang continent. He resolved to launch a satellite to ascertain whether the Tianhuang continent is a singular landmass or an entire planet. As Leaf Nan pondered the weighty matters of the world, envoys from Zhou and Chun were making their way towards the grand city of Dao, their intentions shrouded in mystery. The strength of Zhou and Chun was not significantly inferior to that of Dao. The three nations shared borders and had, in ancient times, engaged in warfare that inflicted mutual damage. However, for nearly a decade, peace had prevailed among the three, largely due to the occasional need for Zhou and Wu to fend off incursions from the eastern barbarians. The emergence of the longevity elixir and crystal cores in Dao disrupted the delicate balance among the three nations, as Dao's power began to eclipse that of its neighbors. This unsettling shift left the emperors of Zhou and Chun in a state of unease. Consequently, both nations conferred and dispatched envoys to Wu. Should Wu acquiesce to surrender the crystal cores and longevity elixirs, matters would remain manageable. Otherwise, a joint military intervention to eradicate Wu would become inevitable. Rather than languish in a gradual demise, they would prefer to gamble on a desperate struggle. As the envoys hastened towards the capital, Yi Zhen swiftly received the news and convened his ministers in the imperial study. Have you all reviewed the reports from the Night Owls? Speak up. What strategies do we have? Yi Zhen inquired. Your Majesty, the envoys from the two nations come with ill intent. They are clearly after the longevity elixirs and crystal cores. Yang Ping replied. Father, the longevity elixirs and crystal cores are vital strategic resources for our nation. We cannot afford to relinquish them to Zhou and Chun, lest our advantage evaporate. Moreover, for the safety of these items, I propose they be nationalized and securely stored by the court, Crown Prince Yifeng asserted. Your Highness speaks wisely. The envoys will arrive in the capital shortly, and I have heard that among their delegation are several renowned ninth-tier masters. To ensure the safety of the longevity elixirs and crystal cores, it is indeed prudent to place them in the national treasury, added Minister of Revenue Zhao Wenhai. Yi Zhen cast a sidelong glance at the two, remaining silent. What is your perspective, General Shui? Yi Zhen turned to the esteemed General Shui Wenjing. Your Majesty, though Dao possesses a formidable military and is not intimidated by Zhou and Chun, we have recently endured the Western Liang campaign, and our soldiers are in dire need of recuperation. The lands of Western Liang require time for recovery. It would be unwise to engage in further conflict in the short term. Our primary objective must be to stabilize relations with the two nations, rather than hastily inciting war. Shui Wenjing contemplated before responding. Your Majesty, it appears we cannot reach a conclusion here, since these resources belong to Crown Prince Qi. Perhaps we should summon him to solicit his opinion, suggested Minister of Punishment Ma Xueli. Minister Ma's suggestion is sound. Chao Mao, go immediately to the Qi Prince's residence and summon Nanner. Let us ask him directly if he is willing to entrust these resources to the national treasury for safekeeping, commanded Yi Zhen. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon receiving the imperial edict from Yi Zhen, Chao Mao did not dare to delay and promptly made his way to the Qi Wangfu. My lord, Master Chao seeks an audience, claiming to bear a decree. Yinan, deep in contemplation within his study on how to leverage his current resources to dominate the realm, was interrupted by the arrival of Xia Chan, who conveyed the message. Gao Mao, what brings him here? Let's go and see him. Yi Nan proceeded to the grand hall where he encountered Chao Mao. Master Chao, What brings you to my humble abode? My lord, you jest. I come bearing the imperial edict, summoning Prince Yi Nan to the palace with utmost urgency. There must be no delays. Thus it is decreed. I accept the decree, your highness. You must depart at once. His majesty awaits. Very well, let us go. During their journey, Chow Mao divulged a fragment of news. Oh, it seems this is regarding the gene optimization fluid and the crystal cores. I've been pondering how to expand my business, and this opportunity has presented itself most fortuitously. Furthermore, the elder has already begun to take action against me. Given this, should you take the initiative, do not blame me for reciprocating with fervor. Chapter 34. The Return of Talent. When Yi Nan arrived at the imperial study, several prominent officials were awaiting his presence. Your son pays his respects to his majesty. Dispense with the formalities, dear Yang. Please inform the third prince of the current situation. As you command. Subsequently, Yang Ping began to brief Yi Nan on the circumstances, which were largely consistent with what Chow Mao had previously conveyed. After listening attentively, Yi Nan remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Feng. Third brother. The longevity elixir and crystal cores are strategic resources of our Great Wu and must not be surrendered to foreign nations. Without a ninth-order expert in your possession, it would be prudent to relinquish them for safekeeping under the court's protection. Your Highness, I appreciate your good intentions, but my brother and I are fully capable of safeguarding these items without burdening your Highness. Prince Qi, did you perhaps misunderstand? The envoys are not merely from two nations. There are also numerous ninth-order experts present. Should these formidable individuals attempt to forcibly seize the longevity elixir and crystal cores, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to withstand such an onslaught. I believe it would be more prudent to follow His Highness's suggestion and entrust them to the National Treasury, remarked Minister of Revenue Zhao Wenhai. Upon hearing this, Yi Nan rolled his eyes. He could discern their motives with ease. Yi Feng sought to undermine him, while Zhao Wenhai was envious of the immense value of the longevity elixir and crystal cores. Who oversaw the treasury? None other than Zhao Wenhai himself. Allowing him to manage these resources would be akin to releasing a rat into a grain store. Moreover, while it might be easy to part with these items, reclaiming them would be an arduous challenge. A smirk graced Yi Nan's lips as a glint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He spoke slowly. It is quite flattering to see both His Highness and Minister Zhao so concerned about the resources in my possession. However, he paused for effect, then continued with a smile. I have heard that the Treasury suffered a theft of 300,000 taels of silver last month, a case that remains unsolved. If they cannot even safeguard silver, how can they be trusted with the longevity elixir and crystal cores? He deliberately left the sentence unfinished, causing beads of sweat to form on Zhao Wenhai's forehead. After all, he had played a significant role in that incident. Without glancing at him, Yi Nan proceeded. If we are to believe your assertions, then ninth-order experts could easily seize resources. Would that not render my personal guards mere pretenders? It is worth noting that I, too, have ninth-order experts among my retinue. As soon as Yi Nan finished speaking, Yi Feng's head snapped up, disbelief etched across his face. He had no idea that the third brother possessed ninth-order experts. Although such individuals were not entirely rare in the Tianhuang continent, they were not easily found. Each ninth-order expert represented a considerable power, and it could be said that each was a force unto themselves. In Great Wu, the reason noble families were deemed as such was that each family boasted at least one ninth-order expert. The Luoyuan sect was recognized as the foremost sect in Great Wu precisely because both the sect master and the grand elder were ninth-order experts. Yi Feng's impression of Yi Nan had remained stagnant for several months. The strongest expert by his side, or rather, the strongest of the Tang family, was Tu Lai, who had been nurtured from a young age and had only reached the 7th order. Now, upon hearing that Yi Nan had a 9th-order expert among his ranks, his immediate reaction was disbelief. Yet, as reality set in, he realized that Yi Nan had no reason to fabricate such a claim, especially regarding a matter of such significance. Is the individual by your side named Lu Chong? Ye Zhen Inwuit it. Having been informed by Chow Mao that the guards surrounding the Qi King were suspected to be 9th-tier experts. He counts as one, Yi Nan remarked. One? Are there others? Yi Feng exclaimed in surprise. Certainly, Leah from the auction house is also among them. Yinan then revealed another card, leaving all the ministers, including Yi Zhen, astonished. The Qi Palace now had 2 ninth-tier experts. Yinan shrugged nonchalantly. It's all ephemeral, no need to dwell on it. Yi Feng seethed with jealousy, feeling a surge of resentment. How could it be that he, the illustrious crown prince, had only his uncle Shui Wenjing by his side, who was merely a late 8th tier? His mother's clan once boasted 2 ninth-tier experts, which was already enough to keep him on edge. Now, with the emergence of another 9th-tier expert, it felt as though fate conspired against him. The heavens are unjust, Yi Feng thought bitterly. Previously, the 3rd prince, backed by the affluent Tang family, posed little threat due to a lack of military power and high-end combat prowess. Yet, the sudden appearance of 2 9th-tier experts had decisively shifted the balance of power in the 3rd prince's favor. It is well known that a single 9th-tier expert can match the strength of 100,000 troops if a 9th-tier master sought your life. Unless you possessed an equal to defend yourself, even 100,000 soldiers would prove futile against such might. After Yi Nen disclosed the presence of 2 9th-tier experts, the ministers regarded him with noticeably clearer eyes. Moreover, the longevity elixirs and crystal cores were, after all, auction goods. The highest bidder would claim them. As long as they paid, they could procure them, and wealth would ultimately flow towards our great Wu. Was that not a fortuitous outcome? Your Highness, as you mentioned, we have indeed acquired wealth, yet both nations have also bolstered their strength. In the end, does this not serve to empower the enemy? Rest assured, I shall regulate the quantities. Besides, I have not forgotten that I am a prince of Wu. Just ensure you are aware of your own position. Well, since the Qi King is mindful of this matter, we shall refrain from further interference. In 5 days, the envoys from both nations will arrive in the capital. The Honglu Temple must be prepared to receive them. We must not tarnish the dignity of Wu. Yi Zhen declared decisively, concluding the meeting. Understood. The ministers replied in unison. Upon returning to the palace, Yi Nan was greeted at the door by the steward. My lord, the guard you dispatched in search of individuals have returned. Oh, were they? Bring them to me at once. Yi Nan replied joyfully. He knew that the list he had provided comprised a select few of the most astute individuals from the original narrative. If even one could be found, his burdens would be alleviated. They are all waiting in the side hall. All of them? How many did you find? Yi Nan's heart leaped with excitement. It seemed there was more than one. 3 have arrived. 3? Splendid. For this mission, each guard shall receive a reward of 1,000 taels, and their monthly salary shall triple, along with a grant of 100 acres of land. Your subordinate will convey your gratitude to the prince. Never mind bringing them here. I shall go myself. They will soon become my most cherished treasures. Yinan burst into hearty laughter. In the side hall, Zhuge Jiahi and Zhang Zhang were fidgeting restlessly. Zhuge Jia, originally from Dongshan County, had sought refuge with his Uncle S family in Nanshan County after the untimely demise of his father. Under his uncle's guidance, Zhuge Jia received an exceptional education. Now 18 years of age, he was of similar age to Yinan, yet possessed a mind teeming with ambition. Initially, Zhuge Jia was reluctant to come to the capital. In a fit of desperation, he struck his attendant, rendering him unconscious. Upon awakening, he found himself hundreds of miles away from his hometown. No matter how he implored his attendant, the man remained unresponsive, not uttering a single word throughout the journey, leaving Zhuge Jia, despite his cunning intellect, utterly bereft of solutions. Jia had been rescued from a bandit den by the attendant. Had the attendant delayed by even a couple of days, the young man would have ascended to leadership among the outlaws. Zhang Zhang's journey was comparatively smooth. Upon being informed of the attendant's intentions, he pondered for an entire night, subsequently making arrangements for his family before accompanying the attendant. Welcome, esteemed gentlemen, to the capital. Yinan's voice resonated before his presence was seen. Chapter 35. Layout Welcome, esteemed guests to the Qi Wang Mansion. Yinan entered the side hall and addressed the 3 individuals. Now, you may proceed to receive your rewards. Just moments ago, the prince decreed that each person who went out to recruit would receive a reward of 1,000 taels of silver, with future monthly stipends tripling, along with a grant of 100 acres of land. Thanks to His Highness. The guards instantly brightened with joy, sincerely expressing their gratitude. One must understand that in the capital, even a modest courtyard spanning 10 zhang would not exceed 1,000 taels. The cost of living in the capital is indeed high. However, 1,000 taels could comfortably support a family for at least a decade, not to mention the 100 acres of land, which is of utmost importance. In Dawu, as long as one does not sell the land, the ownership can be passed down through generations, not merely a right of use. Moreover, according to the Dawu law, any rare minerals or treasures discovered within the land belong solely to the landowner, with no one else permitted to seize them. Yinan took his seat at the main position, addressing the gentleman. Gentlemen, the individuals below may not be fully aware, and your methods of recruitment might not have been entirely honorable. However, I am in dire need of talented individuals to assist me, and I hope you can understand my earnest desire for capable advisors. Your Highness flatters me. My talents are but modest, and I fear I may bring ridicule upon myself should your Highness employ me. Zhuge Jia interjected, feeling quite stifled during the journey, finally seizing the opportunity to speak freely, albeit without offering Yi in a pleasant demeanor. Your modesty is unwarranted, Mr. Zhuge. I am well aware of your remarkable abilities and require no further elaboration. Yinan interrupted Zhuge Jia, aware that this man would later become the Prime Minister of Dawu, a loyal minister who would uphold the nation's destiny for 50 years. How could Yi Nin allow him to slip away? I presume you are Mr. Jia. Would you be willing to serve this prince? I am willing to serve your Highness unto death. In contrast to Zhuge Jia, he was much more straightforward. And what of you, Mr. Zhang? It is an immense honor to be valued by your Highness. I am willing to serve you. Zhang Zheng, at the age of 45, had once harbored grand ambitions in his youth, aspiring to master both literary and martial arts to serve the imperial family. However, reality had taught him a harsh lesson, with repeated failures attributed to both ill fortune and the darker aspects of politics. Now, with a prominent figure inviting him to assist, he approached with gratitude, refraining from the humility others might display. Opportunities are fleeting, and, at this stage of life, he was determined to seize this chance to forge a prosperous future for his descendants before his time came to an end. Let be known, Zhang Zheng is now a grandfather, and he is no longer young. He wishes to carve out a bright future for his grandchildren before he departs from this world. Very well, since you gentlemen are so agreeable, I shall not be sparing in my generosity. Steward, please arrange accommodations for these gentlemen within the mansion. In the coming days, let us search for properties available for purchase in the capital, ensuring each gentleman acquires a residence of no less than 3 courtyards. None of that cramped living. Additionally, I shall allocate 3,000 acres from the royal estate outside the city to each of you. Your annual stipend shall be provisionally set at 100,000 taels. Should any of you have aspirations to enter the court, know that I shall fully support you. Yinan commenced with an exuberant display of generosity, proclaiming his wealth to the astonishment of Zhuge Jia, who was left speechless upon hearing the annual stipend of 100,000 taels. He found himself at a loss for words, not due to a lack of rebuttal, but rather because the princely sum offered by His Highness was simply too substantial. 100,000 taels, a sum equivalent to the entirety of a modest family's fortune, was indeed remarkable. This amount represented the annual salary for each of the 3 of them, implying that after 10 years of service under Yinan, one could amass 1,000,000 taels. With such wealth, one could immerse oneself in nature's beauty without the burden of family financial concerns, paving the way for a serene retirement. Contemplating this, the thought of laboring for 10 years for a lifetime of happiness became an enticing prospect. Jiahe and Zhang Zheng were equally moved. Jiahe hailed from the border regions, where his childhood was marred by instability and constant vigilance against marauding tribes, only finding solace in his scholarly pursuits later on. Zhang Zheng, from a farming family of more than a dozen members, faced the daily struggle of providing for his elderly mother and children, barely achieving sustenance. Thus, upon hearing of the annual 100,000 taels and vast tracts of fertile land, his emotions were palpable. He longed to express his unwavering loyalty to Yinan. After settling in and resting for 2 days, the trio found it increasingly difficult to squander time idly. They proactively sought Yi Nan to request assignments. Why not rest a bit longer? They mused. To partake in the sustenance provided by the sovereign is to earnestly serve the sovereign. Since His Highness has summoned us, there must be tasks for us to undertake. It would be a disservice to the generous stipend you bestow upon us, Zhang Jiang articulated. Jia concurred, adding, indeed, Sir Zhang is correct. With such bountiful conditions set forth by His Highness, our lives are now devoted to Him. To linger any longer would be akin to wasting our existence. Zhuge Jia remained silent, yet his expression conveyed an unspoken agreement. Very well, if that is the case. I shall impose upon you. Brother Zhuge, there are several families within the fief who remain obstinately ungovernable, and I require someone to persuade them. You shall have full authority over the forces within the fief, and the military strength of the estate will also be under your command. I seek only results. Mr. Jia, the estate currently lacks intelligence regarding the Dawu in the outside world. I hope you can establish an intelligence network from the ground up. The treasury is at your disposal, yet you must recruit the personnel yourself. Mr. Zhang, your responsibility is to oversee all the estate's enterprises, royal farms, fiefdoms, mercantile establishments, and auction houses, all of which will require your stewardship. I need you to consolidate these enterprises and devise an effective management strategy. The three were deeply touched, having been entrusted with significant responsibilities upon their arrival. They understood the sentiment that a scholar would give their all for one who recognized their worth. After delineating their duties, Yi Nan exhaled a sigh of relief. He could finally catch his breath. Although others had assisted in managing these trivial matters, the burden was exhausting. It is often said that those who cannot lead a team will find themselves overwhelmed, a truth he now comprehended fully. With the acquisition of these three versatile talents, he had finally extricated himself from the quagmire of trivialities. The pursuit of talent must not cease. Gathering renowned and capable individuals around him would be Yinan's foremost endeavor moving forward. Who could possibly refuse to serve His Highness, the Prince of Qi? Since Yi Nan acquired the system, he has firmly believed in one principle. Every individual possesses a price. If others are unwilling, it is merely because your offer has not reached its full potential. Wealth can indeed influence the divine. As the saying goes, money can make the devil turn the mill. If you refuse my proposal, I shall persist in showering you with riches until you relent. Should my offer reach its zenith, and you still remain obstinate, then I shall have no choice but to send you to meet the King of Hell, who I trust will persuade you. The three individuals began their new roles, and the grand ship of the Qi Wangfu set sail. Chapter 36. The envoys enter the capital 2 days later. The delegations from both nations officially arrived in the capital. Within the chambers of the Zhou Kingdom's envoy, the chief envoy, Di Jia, engaged in conversation with Li Feng, the foremost expert of Zhou Kingdom. His Majesty has commanded us to ensure the acquisition of the longevity elixir to bring back to the divine capital. In these extraordinary times, employing extraordinary measures is permissible. What say you, Lordly? His Majesty's words hold true. Ever since the news of the longevity elixir emerged from the Wu Kingdom, it has sent ripples across the realm. Who does not yearn for this elixir to extend their life? For the stability of the court, we must spare no expense in securing the elixir, Li Feng replied. I suspect the Wu Kingdom will not allow us to succeed easily. We must be prepared to pay the price. Securing the longevity elixir is no simple matter. Sacrifices are to be expected. I do not plan on returning to the divine capital alive. Should I fail to return, I trust you, Lord D, to look after my family, Li Feng added solemnly. Fear not. If that situation arises, I shall do my utmost. However, we need not be so pessimistic. His Majesty has amassed an army of 500,000 at the Zhou border. If the Wu Kingdom refuses to yield the elixir and we find ourselves unable to obtain it, His Majesty will surely command the army to advance into Wu, compelling them to concede. Meanwhile, the Qin Kingdom's envoy was engaged in similar discussions, revolving around the topics of the longevity elixir and crystalline cores. However, unlike Zhou, the Qin delegation boasted not one, but two ninth-tier experts. The chief envoy, Lu Wenlong, presented himself as an imposing figure, while the openly acknowledged ninth-tier expert, Chun Jinma, was a member of the royal family. Unbeknownst to others, Lu Wenlong himself was also a ninth-tier master, revealing the Chun Kingdom's unwavering determination to acquire the longevity elixir. On the third day of their arrival in the capital, as the morning court session drew to a close, Wei De, the Minister of Rights, stepped forward to announce, "Your Majesty, the envoys from Zhou and Chun have arrived in the capital and await your summons." "Shall we call them in?" "Let them enter," came a command. Announced the presence of the envoys from Zhou and Chun. Lu Wenlong and Di Jie stepped into the hall. Lu Wenlong, a tall and lean middle-aged man, exuded an air of military presence, having formerly served as a general on the borders of the Chun Kingdom before transitioning to civil service. In contrast, Di Jie was of average height, yet possessed a robust figure, always wearing a beaming smile that left a congenial first impression. After exchanging formal greetings with Yi Zhen, Di Jie spoke first. "I, Di Jie, on behalf of our emperor, extend heartfelt wishes for His Majesty's health and the prosperity of your nation." Lu Wenlong reciprocated the greeting with due respect. "Please, no need for formalities. May I inquire the purpose of your long journey? Word has reached us that your esteemed nation possesses a miraculous elixir that can prolong life. Our venerable ancestor is advanced in years, and my emperor, unable to bear the thought of being separated from his forebear, has tasked me with seeking this elixir from your realm. We hope that the Emperor of Wu will graciously bestow the elixir upon us. Your boldness is commendable, yet do you presume to covet our sacred elixir without consequence? Do you take us for a nation without the means to defend itself?" Interjected Qiao Yong, the chief envoy of the court. "It is not mere desire that drives us, but the life-threatening condition of our ancestor. We implore His Majesty to understand the filial heart of our Zhou Emperor." Di Jie affirmed. "Indeed, Lord Di speaks wisely. The production of the longevity elixir is limited. Our nation, Wu, does not possess enough supplies to offer you. Such a notion is sheer fantasy." An official stepped forward, expressing that our state would be willing to pay a handsome price for it, hoping for your Majesty's grace. "Indeed, Master Di speaks the truth. The materials for the longevity elixir are in short supply and cannot be produced in the short term. My country is willing to assist in sourcing the necessary materials." Master Di is indeed correct, since both nations exhibit such sincere intent. If our Wu country were to refuse to sell, it would reflect poorly on our stature. Here is what we shall do. You two shall return to the Honlu Temple and wait a few days. We will have the alchemists compile a list of the required materials. The refining process will commence as soon as the materials are delivered. Of course, we shall not allow your journey to be in vain. Upon your return to your homeland, we will ensure you receive a portion of the longevity elixir as a token of our nation's sincerity. "Thank you, esteemed Emperor of Wu," they both replied simultaneously. Once the two exited the hall, the Chief Minister Qiao Yong remarked, "Your Majesty, are we truly to provide them with the longevity elixir?" "Of course. A ruler's word is his bond. How could His Majesty speak without sincerity?" Chancellor Yang Bing interjected. "However, acquiring the longevity elixir is not as simple as it seems. Both nations must bear some cost. Do they truly believe that our Wu court is without its own demands? Indeed, even if we do not intend to inflict severe losses, we must ensure they feel the weight of their desires. They must understand that coveting another nation's treasures comes at a price." The assembly buzzed with voices of agreement. "Enough. If there is nothing further, let us disperse and return to our respective duties." Yi Zhen, amidst the clamor, raised his hand to silence the chatter. The affairs of the court have little bearing on the present Yinan. He is currently savoring life, since relinquishing responsibilities to Zhang Zheng and his companions. He has embraced a leisurely existence. Aside from replenishing supplies in the warehouse every 7 days, he finds little that requires his intervention. In just 3 days, Jiahe has successfully developed a team of 50 individuals, and Zhuge Jia has arrived at his fief, reporting that he intends to take action soon, ensuring that the prince's territory will be uniformly prosperous, with future directives emanating solely from His Highness, Prince Qi. Among the trio, Zhang Zheng bears the heaviest and most diverse workload. He has spent these days familiarizing himself with various industries. However, as the most outstanding Minister of Revenue in the past 600 years of Wu, It is believed that he will soon achieve a seamless integration of the affairs. If Zhuge Jia represents the towering pillar of Wu, then Zhongjing is the foundational base beneath it. If the foundation is unstable, the pillar, no matter how grand, will ultimately collapse. During Zhongjing's tenure as Minister of Revenue, the court has never faced a deficit. He is truly a premier logistical talent. Just as he indulges in his leisurely pursuits, the dormant system, which had been feigning inactivity, unexpectedly revived. Chapter 37. The God of Wealth Competition Ding. The 101st God of Wealth Competition has grandly commenced, and we eagerly await your participation. This competition adopts an inclusive model, where contestants are automatically registered and mandated to participate. The system will assess each participant's existing assets over a period of 1 year, with the victor being the one whose assets have maximized, achieving the greatest doubling. In accordance with asset rankings, first place, 1 heavenly Tao weapon second place, 1 innate treasure third place, 1 superior innate spiritual treasure 4th to 10th places, 1 exceptional spiritual root each 11th to 50th places, 1 medium quality innate spiritual treasure 51st to 100th places, 1 low quality innate spiritual treasure 101st to 1000th places, 1 random celestial artifact. All participants who register will receive a consolation prize upon the conclusion of the competition. Throughout the duration of the event, the assets accrued by the contestants will remain their own. For further details, please refer to the contestant regulations. System, are you alive? I am not deceased. Let us set aside this discussion. What is the nature of the God of Wealth Competition? The God of Wealth Competition occurs once every millennium, and it is time for its renewal. This seems inequitable. Some individuals possess minimal wealth, making asset doubling quite feasible, while others with substantial assets find it challenging merely to maintain their wealth. Your concerns are addressed within the contestant regulations. Participants will be categorized into different divisions based on their asset levels. Those with comparable assets will compete in preliminary rounds, followed by elimination matches, culminating in a ranking competition. And finally, the top 10 finals. Is it truly that complicated? Generally, the top 10 from each competition eventually ascend to become figures of significant influence across the realms. A touch of complexity is beneficial. I am not one to shy away from challenges. Moreover, securing a position within the top 1,000 guarantees a celestial artifact, which would render you formidable in this world. If that is the case, my fatigue has vanished. Rest assured, I shall strive for an excellent ranking. By the way, during the competition, for those like you who have contributed plugins to the system, profit sharing will be temporarily suspended until the event concludes. What travesty! Is this not an affront to the honest? To ensure fairness and impartiality in the competition. Very well, I concede. When does the competition commence? According to your timeline, it will be in 7 days. Understood. May you rest well. Ding. Your system has chosen to ignore you and has hurled a pile of foul excrement in your direction. Hey, after the incident, you dare to leave. Let's see if I don't report you to the main system. Following his theoretical discussions with the system, Yinan reached out to Shun Xingchen. Yinan, my dear, is my customized satellite ready? Since their last communication, Shun Xingchen had gifted him several detectors. A few days ago, after analyzing the data, Yinan returned the detectors, and since then, they had not been in contact for several days, with no news. Unable to contain himself, Yinan inquired again. Shun Xingchen, the atmospheric layer over there is unimaginably high, so the satellite must be manufactured with all parameters adjusted upwards. I have instructed my team to work overtime. Yinan, I need it urgently. Please expedite. Shun Xingchen, don't rush me. It's genuinely annoying. Yinan, I'll increase the payment. Shun Xingchen, what is the point of extra money? Does that imply you're wealthy? Yinan, 10 billion. I'll pay up front. Shun Xingchen, all right, boss. I admit I may have raised my voice a bit. Rest assured, it will be completed within 3 days. 3 days later, Yinan, so this device just needs a single push to launch. Shun Xingchen, exactly. Launching satellites here is a foolproof one-button process. Shun Xingchen, moreover, the satellites are lightweight, allowing for multiple launches. Within 1 trillion kilometers, every mountain and terrain will be visible to you. Yinan, I trust you. Shun Xingchen, We look forward to your next visit, boss. Yinan gazed at the dozens of boxes before him. Upon opening one, he discovered something resembling a launch tower, only about a meter high, reminiscent of a child's toy from a past life. He proceeded to open all the boxes, revealing a complete launch system and a holographic projection setup. This satellite was not solely for surveying terrain. Yinan had also requested Shun Xingchen to incorporate a communication function, though the equipment would incur additional costs. However, Yinan was unconcerned about such trivial expenses. After assembling the launch system and holographic projection in the courtyard of the Wang residence, he immediately pressed the launch button. The miniature rocket ascended into the sky, and the display screen showcased its altitude: 10,000 meters, 50,000 meters, 100,000 meters, 300,000 meters, 1 million meters, until it reached a height of 12 billion kilometers, where it ceased to ascend. Yinan cursed silently. A pang of discomfort gripped his chest. He quietly returned to his room, where the holographic projection was already active. Through it, he glimpsed a corner of this world, witnessing the boundless ocean, vast grasslands, towering mountains that pierced the sky, and the meandering rivers winding through the continents, seemingly flowing toward the end of time. With hundreds of satellites capable of surveying over 1 trillion kilometers, the entirety of this world remained elusive, revealing merely a fragment. Such vastness was astonishing. In the expanse of the Tianhuang continent, Dawu felt as insignificant as a grain of sand. Surely, even a 9th-tier expert would not hold much significance in this world. Yinan couldn't help but exclaim, "Never mind, I won't dwell on it. Summon Jia he at once," commanded the prince, "and inform him that I have something splendid to present." Shortly thereafter, Jia he entered the chamber. Upon witnessing the holographic projection, he momentarily believed himself to be in a daze, only to subsequently exclaim in awe, "Your Highness, your powers are boundless." Yinan proceeded to elucidate the concept of advanced technology, instructing him on its operation. Once satisfied, he instructed Jia he to package the surveillance equipment for transport, along with 50 sets of communication devices generously gifted by Shun Xingchen. These communication devices were remarkably compact, taking up minimal space. After departing with the equipment, Jia he arrived at the intelligence center he had established, nestled within an unassuming courtyard in the capital. However, this courtyard was merely one of the entrances. The true intelligence hub lay beneath the surface. He intended to showcase the prince's miraculous prowess with this system, although the prince had already performed countless wonders. It was akin to excavating a vast expanse of 1,000 square meters, hundreds of meters underground. Despite its subterranean location, the space was far from dark. The lamps provided by the prince illuminated every inch of the underground realm. Now was the moment to witness a miracle. Chapter 38. Shueli's mishap. Jia he activated the projection system, revealing the breathtaking topography within 1,000 billion range. If further exploration were required, one could zoom in on specific areas. What a remarkable device! Jia he could not help but exclaim. Moreover, the art of transmitting sound over 1,000 miles was equally enigmatic and extraordinary. After a few more reflections, Jia he regained his composure, realizing that such a technique not only offered immense benefits for intelligence transmission, but was also irreplaceable in military strategy. With this capability, commanders could effortlessly and timely adjust their tactics. Meanwhile, Yinan was still reveling in the triumph of successfully launching the satellite when another issue arose within the envoy. A death had occurred. The vice-envoy of the Chun Kingdom, Wei Xiang, the youngest son of Prime Minister Wei Zhong. This young man had been specially placed in the envoy by his father to gain experience. Despite holding the title of vice-envoy, Wei Xiang had barely spent 3 days in the capital of Dao before succumbing to boredom and venturing into the renowned pleasure house, Changchuan Courtyard, where he squandered lavishly, accompanied only by a 5th-tier bodyguard. Unfortunately, he crossed paths with Shuelu, who was nursing his injuries and seeking solace in drink. Witnessing Wei Xiang's extravagant display, Shuelu, being the son of a grand general, nephew of the empress, and cousin to the crown prince, could hardly indulge him. A conflict inevitably erupted between the two. However, following his previous injury, Shueli's security had dramatically improved, with a 7th-tier bodyguard now at his side. though Xue Li's own 5th-tier prowess was somewhat lacking. He had no trouble overpowering the 3rd-tier Wei Xiong, who was utterly defenseless. With 3 precise strikes, neither more nor less, Xue Lu sent Wei Xiong to the afterlife. After dispatching Wei Xiong, Xue Lu instructed his associates to dispose of the body outside while he continued to indulge in his revelries, oblivious to the calamity he had caused. It was not until Wei Xiong's bodyguard returned to report to Honglu Temple that Lu Wenlong learned of Wei Xiong's demise. As the youngest and favored son of Prime Minister Wei Zhong, the degree of his father's affection was well known. Otherwise, he would not have risked reproach by including him in the envoy for the sake of experience. Now, with Wei Xiong dead, it was easy to imagine the extent of Wei Zhong's fury, for as the head of the envoy, he bore an undeniable responsibility. Lu Wenlong was furious and ordered Chun Jinma to seize Xue Lu. Upon his apprehension, Xue Lu was immediately subjected to the severing of his limbs by Chun Jinma. Upon hearing of his son's capture, Xue Wenjing, from the Xue family, swiftly led the city guards to besiege Honglu Temple, warning Lu Wenlong that should he harm a hair on his son, he would ensure the Chun Kingdom's envoy would not leave the capital. Unfazed by the siege, Lu Wenlong calmly stepped outside. Upon seeing Xue Wenjing, he clasped his hands and said, "General Xue, your son Xue Lu has killed my envoy's vice-envoy. I require an explanation." "An explanation? Release my son first, and I shall provide you with one. Even if my son has committed murder, it falls under the jurisdiction of Dao, and it is not for you to apprehend him. Release him immediately." "Ha, so? Dao believes there is no one in Chun Kingdom to reckon with? To kill my envoy's vice-envoy and yet be so audacious? Do you truly think I will not act against him? Lao Mo, take action." As Chun Jinma emerged from the door, one hand grasping Xue Lu and the other wielding a battle blade, he heard Lu Wenlong's words and swung the blade, severing Xue Li's arm. "How dare you?" Xue Wenjing bared his teeth in agony. "Huh, dare I? Xue Wenjing, are you not aware of who the deputy envoy of our faction is? He is the youngest son of our prime minister. Now that he is dead, I have no way to report back, so I must ensure your son accompanies him to the grave. And no, please, Master Lu, quell your anger and show mercy. I am willing to compensate. Just spare my son's life." Seeing Lu Wenlong on the verge of losing his reason, Xue Wenjing hastily interjected, "Yes, you desire the longevity elixir, do you not? I shall offer you the elixir." "Very well, I demand 10 portions. 10? I shall not keep my son. You may kill him, just 1 portion at most. 7 portions. 2 portions. 5 portions. 3 portions, agreed. Go fetch the longevity elixir first. We shall take care of young Master Xue in the meantime. Whenever you retrieve the elixir, you may take young Master Xue home." Xue Wenjing hastened to the palace to urgently seek an audience with Yi Zhan. After explaining the circumstances, he pleaded with the emperor, "Please, your majesty, save my son Lu. Wenjing, Lu has grown unruly in the capital. This must be the last time, and he requires proper discipline going forward. There shall be no next time." "Thank you, your majesty." Xue Wenjing realized that from this day forward, his personal ties with Yi Zhan would be severed. The several times he had come to the emperor's aid in his youth were now rendered null. From this point on, their relationship would be strictly that of sovereign and subject, with even their familial bond diminished. Yet, he understood that saving Xue Lu would not come without a price. He knew that Yi Nan possessed longevity elixirs as well, and those in Yi Zhan's possession were also provided by Yi Nan. However, he refrained from seeking Yi Nan's assistance, for he understood that Yi Nan would never extend a hand to his family. Their families were political rivals, and Xue Lu had provoked Yi Nan on several occasions. Yi Nan would relish the downfall of the Xue family and would never save Xue Lu. Thus, he sought Yi Zhan first. As for why he did not purchase the elixirs at the auction house, it was because only 2 portions had been auctioned thus far, both of which had been sold to other noble families at exorbitant prices. Additionally, the auction house only held such events once every 3 months. Even if he were to wait, he would be unable to acquire any. Therefore, he had no choice but to implore Yi Zhan, even at the cost of their friendship. As for why he did not request Yi Zhan to send a 9th-tier expert to retrieve Xue Lu, he knew that if 2 9th-tier experts clashed in the capital, the Great Wu capital would likely be reduced to ruins, a loss far outweighing any potential gain, and Yi Zhan would never consent to such chaos. Shui Wenjing swiftly received 3 portions of the longevity elixir from Chao Mao and, without a moment's delay, hurried to the Honglu Temple to bring back Shui Lu. The return of Shui Lu to the Shui residence shall remain unspoken. Upon learning of this event, Yinan was utterly delighted, reveling in the misfortune of his rival. Days later, Yi Zhen delivered the required materials for the longevity elixir to the envoys of both nations, providing each delegation with a portion of the elixir, though not without cost. The Chun Kingdom was to pay for 1,000 warhorses, while the Zhou Kingdom was to furnish 1,000 sets of armor. Additionally, each nation was required to pay a sum of 10 million taels. Yinan is also preparing for the Wealth God competition. Chapter 39. 1,000 small goals. The long-awaited God of Wealth competition finally commenced under Yinan's anticipation. Host: Yinan race. Human age: 19 years. Realm: 9th stage, Tianwan continent. Wealth: 10 billion. In silver. This is the initial profile of Yinan in the God of Wealth competition. Within a year, the more wealth Yinan accumulates, the higher the multiplier he can achieve, leading to a better ranking and more abundant rewards. The competition is divided into 4 stages: preliminary, knockout, ranking, and finals, each lasting 3 months. The standard for the preliminary round is to multiply one's assets by 10. Failure to meet this requirement results in immediate elimination. In the knockout stage, all participants are divided into 10 groups, with the top 100 from each group advancing, while the others are eliminated. Similarly, in the ranking stage, participants are again divided into 10 groups, with only the first place from each group proceeding, while the others are ranked based on their scores. The finals consist of the first place winners from each group, totaling 10 individuals, competing for the final 3 months to determine the ultimate rankings. Once the rankings are established, the rewards will be distributed uniformly. Tenfold in 3 months? Is this for real? After reviewing the competition's rules, Yinan felt reassured that he had chosen the right name. This was indeed a formidable challenge. With his current wealth standing at 10 billion taels, he believed he was relatively affluent on the Tianwan continent. However, achieving a tenfold increase within 3 months seemed implausible, especially considering the entire Wu Kingdom might not even possess 100 billion in total wealth, with annual tax revenues barely exceeding 10 million. Tenfold. Is this not an insurmountable task for me, Fat Tiger? Yet, there was no alternative. The rules were set by the system, and his minor protests would yield no change. He could only resign himself to endure the system's trials. After reviewing the rules, he promptly contacted Meng Chunchen and Chun Hai to begin procurement. It was clear that both were also participating in the competition, their emotions tinged with tension. After completing his purchases, Yinan retained only what the royal family required and entrusted the rest to the auction house. He even decreed that a grand auction would be held in a month, showcasing all the valuable items he had acquired during this period. Recently, Fan Fei had added him as a friend from an island world, a realm reminiscent of a game, brimming with treasures. Fan Fei had invested considerable effort to nurture that friendship and was finally rewarded, presenting Yinan with several exquisite items that surpassed even the genetic optimization liquid. Yinan glanced at the jade ring in his hand, feeling somewhat reassured. A tenfold increase, while daunting, was not entirely impossible. What yields the most profit? Certainly, foreign trade. Thus, old Deng, forgive me, I'm left with no choice. Yinan gazed towards the imperial city, silently mourning for Yi Zhen for a moment. He then commanded the Tian auction house to expand outward, aiming to venture beyond the capital and into the world. The merchant convoy he had previously assembled, laden with abundant supplies, set forth, striving to maximize profits within the 3-month time frame. Since he had entered the competition, he was determined to give it his all, seeking to advance through multiple rounds. After all, where would he place the dignity of the prince? The lucrative enterprise of the Qi Wang Mansion has commenced its rapid operations, with its merchandise beginning to be exported internationally. Naturally, the billions spent by Yinan on satellite launches will not solely serve the purpose of global exploration. He subsequently engaged Shan Xingchen to procure 1 million communication devices. He intends to establish a communications conglomerate, as there is no business more profitable than charging for communication services. Furthermore, From a long-term perspective, the communications industry possesses immense potential. Should it expand, the daily communication fees would reach astronomical figures. He also plans to create a medical group, supported by the various miraculous medicines from Mengchichen's world. The crystal core is classified as a strategic resource, while the auction house may auction it in limited quantities. The majority will be utilized for the development of his own faction. The longevity elixir is to be vigorously promoted, as its success within 3 months will largely determine whether his assets can multiply tenfold. He assessed the current state of his forces and armed capabilities. His territory boasts 5,000 soldiers, albeit these individuals have not seen battle. Fortunately, all 5,000 are now ranked martial artists. Within the mansion, there are 800 guards, and he possesses 20 robots sold by Fan Fei, each equivalent to an 8th-tier expert, alongside 6 9th-tier experts, bringing his total to 7. For the time being, his high-end combat power is sufficient. In terms of talent, he currently has Zhuge Jia, Jia He, and Zhang Zheng, 3 individuals, though they lean towards administrative roles, leaving a notable deficiency in martial generals. Moreover, there remains no commander among the 5,000 soldiers in his territory. As the saying goes, while it is easy to acquire wealth, finding a capable general is a formidable challenge. A competent commander can exponentially elevate a troop's combat effectiveness. Yet, the Grand General tightly controls the military, monopolizing all talents. Must he truly wait for the return of Fua's father? No, waiting is not an option. The uncertainties are too great. In the original text, Fua's father, Lin Hui, is a champion of the Great Wu, holding the esteemed position of a 3rd-ranked general of the southern town. Yet he does not belong to the general's faction. When Yi Zhen realized his days were numbered, he urgently summoned Lin Hui to the capital. Lin Hui, living up to Yi Zhen's expectations, engaged in a back-and-forth with General Xue Wenjing. However, in a previous life, Kong Jingshu, sacrificing 10 years of her life, disrupted Fua's fortune, leading Lin Hui to ultimately face defeat and retreat, taking his family to a foreign land, thus paving the way for Yi Feng's ascension to the throne. Now, Yi Feng has taken action against him. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back, a notion well understood by any adult. Recently, Yinan has also contemplated presenting Yi Feng with a grand gift. While directly usurping Yi Feng's position as crown prince is impractical, assigning him some tasks is feasible. Coincidentally, the 5th brother has just been bullied by Yi Feng and is brimming with indignation. Yinan initially dispatched 5 doses of longevity medicine and subsequently sent evidence of the crown prince's underling's corruption to Yi Fei. He should know how to proceed. He must develop rapidly, ultimately overpowering Yi Feng with a righteous force. Moreover, the military leaders are not a monolithic entity. Where there are people, there are conflicts and rivalries. He is unconvinced that, with his current assets of 10 billion, he cannot procure a few fiercely loyal generals. Additionally, the Xue family has experienced rapid growth in recent years, and their younger generation has become increasingly mixed in quality, leading to many capable individuals in the military facing suppression, with military achievements often usurped. Furthermore, the inflated military numbers are noteworthy. The Great Wu currently has a registered military force of at least 1 million, yet the actual number may be reduced by 100,000, and these empty salaries ultimately flow into the Xue family. Indeed, the Xue family excels in warfare, having turned the tide on several occasions during critical moments for the Great Wu, making their contributions indelible. However, the royal Yi family has also treated the Xue family generously, bestowing upon them unparalleled honor. Emperor Yi Zhen's full trust in Xue Wenjing is evident, as he has conferred upon him the dual roles of Minister of War and General, with the Xue family holding the distinction of 1 duke and 2 marquises, an unrivaled glory. Yet, in recent years, the Xue family has grown somewhat arrogant due to their favored status. What Yinan needs to do is to douse them with a bucket of cold water. Chapter 40. In peril, Yinan was still scheming to use his substantial wealth to secure the loyalty of several devoted generals. Meanwhile, Yi Feng found himself increasingly restless, acutely aware of the looming crisis. It was not merely the capture of Xue Lu that troubled him. Ever since Yinan had acknowledged the presence of two ninth-tier experts under his command in the Imperial study, Yifeng discreetly dispatched individuals to investigate the Qi Wangfu. To his dismay, this inquiry revealed that the third son of Yi not only possessed two ninth-tier subordinates, but also had around a dozen or so suspected eighth-tier experts. It was imperative to note that his own Eastern Palace was guarded by the strongest expert, who was merely of the seventh tier. Even accounting for his uncle Xue Wenjing and Xue Su, along with his maternal grandfather Xue Li, their combined strength still paled in comparison to Yinan's. Currently, Yifeng was unable to find solace in either food or sleep. His grandfather, though a ninth-tier expert, had suffered grave injuries in his youth should a confrontation arise. His vitality would surely be depleted, leaving him with little chance of survival. His eldest uncle was at the late 8th tier, while his younger uncle was merely at the 7th tier. Such meager strength was utterly inadequate against the formidable third son. Hence, he resolved that it was imperative to take the initiative. Shiyu Tower, a notorious assassin organization spanning over a dozen nations, was known to accept any contract as long as the remuneration was sufficiently generous. From nobility to commoners, they could deliver the heads of their targets within the stipulated time frame, provided the payment was right. On this day, the Dawu branch of Shiyu Tower was abuzz with the sudden appearance of a contract offering 100,000 taels of silver for the assassination of the third prince of Dawu. Zhivang Yinan. Target: Yinan, third prince of Dawu. Qi Wang, strength. Late 4th tier bodyguards. Lu Chong, 9th tier. Li Ya, 9th tier. Reward: 100,000 taels. Within 7 days, the excitement in the Dawu branch of Shiyu Tower was palpable. The last contract of such magnitude dated back 3 centuries when a bounty of 100,000 taels was placed on the head of the Emperor of Zhou. However, upon noticing the bodyguard section, many felt deflated. Attempting to eliminate a target under the protection of 9th-tier experts was akin to courting death. Yet the willingness of the client to pay such a price incited a frenzy. Completing this contract could provide a lifetime of wealth. Ultimately, this contract was undertaken by 3 gold-tier assassins from the Dawu branch. The ranking of assassins at Shiyu Tower was not solely based on their cultivation level, but also on the number of missions executed and the total number of kills. The minimum requirement of an 8th-tier cultivation level alone disqualified many. Furthermore, to achieve gold-tier status, one had to complete at least 500 missions and eliminate a minimum of 1,000 individuals. Only by meeting all these criteria could one ascend to the rank of a gold-tier assassin. The Dawu branch had only 5 gold-tier assassins, and the emergence of 3 at once underscored the significance attributed to this contract. On that day, Yinan received word from the Divine Weapon Pavilion that the Fengqi gold-plated halberd was nearing completion, pending only the final quenching process. In the Tianwang continent, the quenching of a 9th-tier divine weapon necessitated a drop of the owner's blood to perfectly mold it to the wielder. While it could be completed without this step, it would lack a certain degree of spirit. As the first weapon of his past life and present, Yinan was determined to achieve perfection. He set off to the Divine Weapon Pavilion accompanied by Lu Chong and Xia Chan. Upon his arrival, the proprietor of the Divine Weapon Pavilion awaited him inside. "Young master, you have arrived. We have been expecting you." Having concluded his words, he led Yinan and the others to the backyard, where numerous forges for weapon smelting stood, now all empty except for the largest furnace in the center, within which a weapon glowed an incandescent red. "Young master, please," the shopkeeper said, offering Yinan a dagger. Yinan took the dagger and made a swift incision on his palm, blood cascading down the blade. He then extended his hand over the furnace. With the blood dripping in, the temperature of the furnace surged, intensifying the weapon's crimson hue. At this moment, an elderly craftsman with white hair exclaimed, "Seal the furnace." Immediately, 5 or 6 burly men lifted a massive lid and covered the entire furnace. After approximately an hour, a low humming vibration emanated from within the lid, which persisted for a quarter of an hour before gradually subsiding. The temperature of the furnace began to cool down. "Lift the lid," commanded the old craftsman. The strong men raised the lid, and a wave of heat rushed forward. As it dissipated, a black weapon stood within the furnace. Quenching, the strong men, each wielding a pair of tongs, worked in unison to lift the weapon and immerse it into a basin of beast's blood that had been prepared. After a few seconds, they lifted it again and submerged it in an unidentified grease, finally placing it into a vat of water mixed with a white powder. Once the intense heat had dissipated, they retrieved the weapon. It had transformed into a brilliant yellow, measuring over 10 feet in length and as thick as a child's arm, adorned with a coiling dragon motif. Its head resembling a phoenix in flight with shimmering wings. Yinan seized the weapon, his eyes alight with joy. He had awaited this for a full 3 months, and the result was indeed gratifying. Choner settled the bill. Unable to restrain himself, Yinan channeled his energy into the weapon, witnessing it smoothly penetrate the ground, leaving a hole the size of a basin. He laughed heartily. Excellent. Truly a divine weapon. May I inquire the esteemed name of the master craftsman? One does not dare to claim such a title. I am merely Oyi Chi, the old man replied. It turned out he was a descendant of a legendary craftsman, which explained his remarkable skill. My apologies for my presumption. You flatter me, young master. The shopkeeper interjected. Please take the weapon with you. Indeed, should you require anything further, I hope you will choose the divine weapon pavilion again. Certainly. Yinan placed the gilded phoenix-winged halberd into the box that the shopkeeper had prepared in advance. Subsequently, the group set off in their carriage, preparing to return home. However, midway through their journey, they encountered a bustling congestion ahead. Lu Chong dismounted to investigate and soon returned, saying, Your Highness, there has been an accident ahead, and the road is blocked for the time being. Then we shall take a detour. Understood. The group then navigated a side path, where the flow of people gradually diminished. Lu Chong sensed something amiss. Your Highness, something feels wrong. We may be ambushed. Yinan lifted the curtain to peer outside, and the surroundings felt eerily silent, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows whistling through the air rang out from a distance. Crossbow bolts. Your Highness, be cautious. As Lu Chong loudly alerted Yinan, he pressed a mechanism on the carriage, and instantly 10mm thick alloy steel plates sprang forth around it. Lu Chong then drew his sword. The arrows posed no threat to him. A master of the 9th tier. The projectiles aimed directly at him were deftly deflected, while those from other directions were repelled by the steel plates, leaving only a few white marks upon their surface. Upon witnessing the futility of their arrows, the hidden assassins, unable to inflict even the slightest harm on their target, resorted to a frontal assault. Dozens of figures clad in dark garb, their bodies shrouded in black save for their eyes, charged toward Yinan and his companions. Lu Chong smirked disdainfully and unleashed a wave of sword energy. However, just before it could reach the oncoming attackers, it was met by an opposing surge of similar sword energy, causing Lu Chong's expression to shift to one of grave seriousness. The individual capable of countering his sword energy was likely another master of the 9th tier. Beware, my lord. There is a 9th tier adversary ahead. Signal for reinforcements. Although Yinan was also a master of the 9th tier, he never allowed himself to rest on precarious ground. Lu Chong produced a signal gun from his pocket and fired it into the sky. A dragon-shaped firework erupted over the capital, visible to all who were outdoors. The members of the Qi Wang Fu, upon seeing the firework, were struck with alarm. The prince is in peril. Hurry to his rescue. Chapter 41. The death of Shui Lu and the peril of Yi, and the news erupted like a thunderclap. Where's this place? This is the capital of the Great Wu, a realm where a prince has been audaciously attacked in his own city, an affront not only to the empire, but a direct insult to Emperor Yizhen himself. Consequently, not only the subordinates of the Qi princess residence are mobilized, experts from the palace are also in action. Yizhen dispatched 2 royal 9th tier protectors for rescue, while every available creature within the Qi prince's estate joined the fray, including 2 pet dogs. Upon receiving the report, Li of the auction house immediately abandoned her current task and hurried to the scene. Meanwhile, Jiahe, upon learning of the incident, felt an overwhelming regret, wishing to bash his head against the wall. As the head of the Qi prince's intelligence organization, equipped with advanced technology, he had failed to receive prior warnings about the assassination attempt on the prince, rendering him derelict in his duties. He immediately directed all satellites to focus on the site, determined to uncover the audacity of the organization that dared to attack the prince, vowing to make them rue their existence. At the scene, rivers of blood flowed as Lu Chong and Yinan, centered around a carriage, had slain no fewer than 100 foes. Yet, the assassins continued to pour in relentlessly. The golden-ranked killers at the rear were observing the battlefield's dynamics. The situation was dire, with intelligence critically flawed. The target was not merely a late-stage 4th tier, but had evidently reached the 9th tier. A middle-aged man, lacking in vigor, remarked, "This implies the target has been masquerading as weak, possessing greater talent than the second prince." Yeho, this is not the time for such deliberations. We must act swiftly. Otherwise, when reinforcements from the Qi prince's residence and the palace arrive, we shall find ourselves trapped. We have but one chance. If we fail, we must retreat immediately. We cannot remain in the Great Wu. We shall regroup in Chun Kingdom. Understood, responded the other two. With that, one of them gradually faded from sight until he vanished completely, while another slipped into the shadows of an alley. The last one even burrowed underground. The trio approached Yi Nan utilizing their unique skills. Yi Nan, while dealing with the incessant annoyance of his attackers, suddenly sensed a chill. "Your Highness, be cautious. There is murderous intent." "I feel it too." Remain vigilant. Although his eyes were blind to the peril, Yi Nan sensed danger encroaching. Suddenly, a dagger emerged from his left side, grazing his forehead. With no time to evade, he could only lean back, and the blade snatched a few strands of his long hair. Before Yi Nan could regain his balance, a long sword appeared beneath him, thrusting toward his back. In a swift maneuver, he executed a backflip, striking the ground fiercely with his golden-winged halberd. A shadow erupted from below, absorbing the blow before vanishing into the depths. In the next moment, Yi Nan perceived a figure darting toward him at an alarming speed. Just as it neared, he raised his halberd to shield his chest from a lethal strike. Although he averted this ambush, the dagger reappeared, slicing into his left arm and causing blood to gush forth. With their attack successful, the three elite assassins swiftly retreated. This entire episode unfolded in the blink of an eye. While Lu Chong remained oblivious, Yi Nan had already been struck. By the time Lu Chong regained his senses, the three gold-level killers had long vanished. Yi Nan clutched his wounded arm, unfazed, for he had ascended to the 9th tier of mastery, and this pain was bearable. "Not good, it's poisoned," Lu Chong exclaimed upon seeing the blackened blood oozing from Yi Nan's wound. Yi Nan, too, felt a wave of dizziness, and he immediately summoned his inner energy to suppress the flow of blood. Regrettably, this only mitigated the poison's effects. It was fortunate he had procured the Qi body source earlier, for his energy was unlike that of ordinary practitioners. Otherwise, a typical 9th-tier master would have succumbed to the poison by now. Meanwhile, the other assassins from the Drizzle Tower sought to flee after their successful strike. But fate had other plans as reinforcements from the Qi Wangfu and the Imperial Palace arrived. Upon witnessing Yi Nan's injury, the Qi Wangfu guard's eyes turned crimson. Yi Nan had always treated those in the Wangfu exceptionally well, and the Wangfu offered one of the finest livelihoods in the capital. If something were to happen to Yi Nan, where would they find such rewarding employment? To cut off a man's means of livelihood was akin to slaying his parents. It was no wonder they felt a surge of jealousy. Kill! The assassins scattered like startled birds, while the guards of the Wangfu pursued them with ferocity. Two Imperial Palace attendants rushed to Yi Nan's side. One of them, upon seeing the black blood seeping from Yi Nan, gasped, "Blood dispersal." "What is blood dispersal?" Lu Chong inquired immediately. Blood dispersal is a poison from the Drizzle Tower, acting swiftly with no hope of salvation for those afflicted. "My lord," Lu Chong exclaimed in shock. "Do not speak. Take me back to the Wangfu." "My lord, I have an antidote pill here. Take it. It may buy you a moment." "I will rush to the palace to inform His Majesty. Rest assured, he will spare no effort to save you." "Thank you." Lu Chong no longer paid heed to the battlefield's turmoil and hastened to escort Yi Nan back to the Wangfu. Upon being poisoned, Yi Nan's head began to spin uncontrollably. He fought through the dizziness and urgently contacted Meng Qinshin. "Yi family's third son, help." After a while, Meng Qinshin replied, "Mother Kong, Yi family's third son, I have been poisoned. Mother Kong, send me a drop of your blood." Yi Nan promptly transmitted a drop of his blood. "Mother Kong, give me 10 minutes. Hold on." 10 minutes later, Mother Kong said, "Here is your medication. The red pills are to be taken orally, 2 at a time, 3 times a day, for 3 consecutive days. The syringe contains the antidote serum for intravenous injection." Third young master Yi replied, "Thank you. I owe you my life." Mother Kong responded, "No need for such formality. You are my esteemed client, and you cannot afford to perish. Be sure to replenish your supplies." Third young master Yi was left speechless. Meanwhile, Yinan had returned to the room in the Wang mansion. "Administer the intravenous injection to me," he commanded Lu Chong, who promptly complied before Yi Nin lost consciousness. Lu Chong, skilled in the use of syringes, completed the injection, and a quarter of an hour later, Yi Nin regained consciousness and took the red pills. "Who did this?" Yi Nin inquired calmly. "Shiyu Tower." He chuckled softly. Only the boss and the fifth could possess the capability to place a lethal order with Shiyu Tower. The fifth would never do such a thing. Even if he did, he wouldn't squander resources on Shiyu Tower. Therefore, it must be the boss. Inform Jia He. I wish to witness the fireworks that descend from the heavens. Later that afternoon, news spread through the capital that Prince Yi Nin had been ambushed on the street, poisoned by a rare and deadly toxin. That very night, the general's residence was struck by a meteorite, which crashed directly into the chamber of young Master Xuelu, leaving him utterly obliterated. Chapter 42. The madness of the Xue family. The backyard of the Xue residence now lay in ruins. Xue Wenjing gazed grimly at the devastation before him. Although Xuelu was inept, in Xue Wenjing's eyes, such behavior was merely that of a child. He always felt he could support the Xue family for another decade or two, allowing his son ample time to mature. Yet now, a chasm separated them, as his only son's remains had vanished entirely. "Master, you must avenge your son. I refuse to believe this is mere coincidence," cried the Grand General's wife, Cui Ming. Cui Ming bore much responsibility for Xue Li's shortcomings, having indulged him since childhood. Xue Wenjing, a staunch advocate of strict discipline, found his efforts thwarted at every turn by Cui Ming, ultimately resulting in Xuelu becoming a notorious wastrel in the capital. "Rest assured, I shall uncover the perpetrator's identity and annihilate their entire lineage," Xue Wenjing replied calmly, provided he could first dispel the murderous intent that clouded his vision. "What? The third prince has been poisoned with a blood-scattering toxin?" "Yes, your majesty, I would not mistake it. It is indeed the rare and lethal toxin. Quickly, summon all the imperial physicians to the residence of Prince Qi for treatment. There must be no mistakes." "Understood," responded Chao Mao, who stood nearby. "Prepare the carriage for the residence of Prince Qi. I must see for myself, and gather all forces to besiege the rainy pavilion. I demand that these vermin meet a wretched end. Do not inform the virtuous consort of the prince's poisoning," commanded Yi Zhen as he strode toward the palace exit. Tang, residence crash. A teacup shattered upon the floor. "What did you say?" "His Highness the Prince Qi has been attacked and poisoned with a blood-scattering toxin. Indeed, it is said that the prince has not shown himself since returning home. This is utterly intolerable. We have relinquished our ambitions for that position. Why can he not leave His Highness be? His Highness must not come to harm. Spare no effort in searching for antidotes. Send all findings to the residence of Prince Qi." Kong residence in her chamber. Kong Jingzhu had sequestered herself ever since hearing the news of Yi Nin's attack. She had not touched the meals delivered by her maid. The entire Kong family worried that she might be too distraught, risking her own well-being. Inside her room, Kong Jingzhu's expression was as tranquil as still water. Before her lay a tortoise shell used for divination, a cherished artifact from her previous life that had ultimately found its way into her hands. With a flick of her wrist, she cast the shell, revealing a portent, perilous circumstances, yet a transformation from danger to safety. Kong Jingzhu exhaled in relief. It appeared that Yi Nin would emerge unscathed. However, her expression soon darkened. How dare they lay hands on someone of her esteemed lineage? She had already deduced who was behind the attack. "Your Highness, I had no intention of targeting you, but your restlessness leaves me no choice. Your life shall be forfeit." With her hands forming seals, she intoned incantations. "Heaven and earth, the mystical ancestor, the source of all energies, heed my command, behead." Upon finishing her incantation, Kong Jingzhu's complexion turned pale, and her strength waned. "I shall confront you," she exclaimed defiantly. "I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. Strike, strike, strike." With that, she coughed up blood and fainted. East Palace. Crown Prince's study, has it truly been accomplished? Indeed, the Qi mansion is now in utter chaos, and it appears unlikely to survive the night. Ha! Splendid work by the Shiyu building this time. A well-deserved reward. It alleviated the burden weighing on my heart. The Crown Prince Yi Feng is currently in high spirits. For the third brother Yi, Nan is on the brink of death. Once Yi Nan passes away, the other brothers will pose no threat, and there will be no one left to covet the throne that rightfully belongs to him. As the elder brother, it is only fitting that I visit my dear brother in his time of need. I shall make my way to the Qi mansion to see my beloved brother. The Qi mansion is indeed in disarray. Yi Nan has been attacked, and the situation remains unclear. Everyone seems to have lost their sense of direction, like ants in a hot pot. Fortunately, Zhang Jing returned just in time to stabilize the situation. Everyone returned to their duties. The mansion was placed under full lockdown, and discussions regarding the prince's health were strictly prohibited, with violators expelled from the premises. Security was heightened. No one was permitted to approach the prince's quarters without cause, and those who dared would face dire consequences. All the physicians in the city were summoned. Those capable of healing the prince would be handsomely rewarded. Zhang Jing issued orders with remarkable composure, and the Qi mansion began to operate in an orderly fashion. "His Majesty has arrived." A shout echoed from the front courtyard. Zhang Jing hurried out to greet him. "Your Majesty, no need for formalities. How is the Qi faring?" "He remains in a coma." Yi Zhen disregarded the formalities and swiftly made his way to the inner courtyard, entering Yi Nan's chamber. Upon seeing his son lying on the bed, Yi Zhen's heart ached. Yi Nan lay pale and lifeless on the bed, his lips devoid of color, with a trace of dark blood at the corner of his mouth. The once lively son now lay there, teetering between life and death. Where are the physicians? Where have they vanished to? After such a long time, why have they not yet arrived? Your Majesty, the physicians are indeed on their way. If they do not arrive within a quarter of an hour, they shall not need to come at all. Should anything happen to my son, I shall hold them all accountable for his fate. In this moment, Yi Zhen was no longer an emperor. He was simply a father. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was in good spirits, eager to witness the current state of the third brother, which he anticipated would be quite amusing. However, just as he stepped out of the East Palace, a sudden pain pierced his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He sensed something of great importance being severed from his body. He wished to cry out, but his throat felt as though it had been wound tightly, rendering him voiceless. Ultimately, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Over at Yi Zhen's side, efforts to save Yi Nan continued fervently. The physicians, rushing to their task, finally arrived at the Qi mansion within the quarter hour. Your Majesty, the Qi has indeed been afflicted by a rare and deadly poison. Ordinarily, the period for the poison's manifestation has passed, yet within the prince lies a unique force continuously safeguarding his heart, which is why he remains stable for the time being. Is there a way to treat him? Speak plainly. Do not hesitate. Unless an antidote is found, the prince's life may still be in peril. Then procure it. But your Majesty, creating the antidote requires the rare 9-rank herb, which is scarcely found in the world. The Imperial Hospital has no stock and cannot prepare it. Then go and spare no effort to save King Qi. On one side, Yi Zhen was still fuming over Yi Nan, while on the other side, Chao Mao quietly approached and whispered in Yi Zhen's ear, "What? Leave half of the physicians here. The rest will accompany me to the Eastern Palace." At the Shui residence, Shui Wenjing had yet to recover from the shock of his son's death when news arrived from the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Shui Wenjing's face flushed with alarm. The loss of his son had severed the future of the Shui family, and if anything were to befall the Crown Prince, it would eradicate the roots of the Shui lineage. Upon receiving the news, the Shui family descended into chaos. Chapter 43. Court Conspiracy. Shui Wenjing was on the brink of madness. His son had perished, and now his nephew lay gravely wounded, teetering on the edge of death. The Shui family had not faced such dire straits in decades. Yet, despite his profound sorrow over the loss of his child, His primary concern was the protection of the crown prince, as the future of the Shui clan hinged upon it. He promptly commanded his household guards to assemble, intending to personally lead a contingent to the Eastern Palace to safeguard His Highness. Meanwhile, at the Qiwang residence, Jia He, Zhang Jing, Lu Chang, and Liya convened. The prince had been attacked, and it was now unequivocal that the infamous assassin organization, Shiyu Building, was behind the assault. The culprits were the trio of elite assassins, Huan Yin, and Ying, and Dundee. As for the mastermind behind the attack, it was obvious to all. Who else but the crown prince? News had just reached us that the bounty on the prince's head was set at 1,000,000 taels. It was my fault for not receiving the information in a timely manner. This was my dereliction of duty. Once the prince awakens, I shall accept whatever consequences befall me. If he does not survive, I will avenge him, and then take my own life to express my gratitude for his recognition of my worth. Jia spoke calmly. I truly wonder where those three are now, Liya inquired. Upon discovering the prince's assault, I mobilized the heavenly eye to track the trio. They have already left the capital, each fleeing in separate directions without a hint of pause, and their destination remains unclear. Send word to Old Wu and his companions. They must not remain hidden in the 10,000 Great Mountains. They are to pursue these three scoundrels with all their might. If it weren't for Lu Chang, I would have already gone to sever their heads. And you, Lu Chang, how are you to protect the prince? If you cannot fulfill this duty, step aside for someone more capable, Liya said, unreservedly. Lu Chang's face flushed crimson, unable to articulate a response. He knew he had failed in his duty to save the prince promptly. I shall go kill the crown prince to avenge the prince. Return, you fool. The priority now is to ensure the prince's survival, not to rush into vengeance. We must plan our retribution carefully. At that moment, Xiaochan knocked and entered, announcing, "The prince has awakened and requests the presence of the esteemed lords." The prince has awakened. What splendid news. The group's faces lit up with joy, and they promptly made their way to Yinan's chambers. Yinan appeared pale and unwell. Cough, cough. I am fine. Do not worry about me. Please do not inform my mother about the attack, to spare her anxiety. Furthermore, the counteroffensive plan is to be fully entrusted to Mr. Zhang. When necessary, decisive measures may be employed, but first, we must eliminate the Shui family. Understood, Your Highness. Your subordinates will not fail in their mission. Also recall Mr. Zhuge to the capital. I require a period of quiet recuperation, and I shall see no outsiders. Any matters must be handled among you. Now, you may leave. Your Highness, take good care of yourself. We shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. After Zhang Jing and his companions exited the sleeping quarters, they commenced their training with all the factions affiliated with the Qi Wangfu, including the Imperial Censorate, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Works, and the Ministry of Rights. Additionally, they sought the alliance of the fifth prince, Yi Fei, for indeed, the enemy of one's enemy can be a friend. Moreover, the treasures of the Qi Wangfu are not easily acquired. The next day, the morning court would inevitably toll the death knell for the Shui family and the Crown Prince's faction. As anticipated, the following day, Yi Zhan arrived at the morning court with a weary countenance. He was utterly drained, both physically and mentally. His third son had just been attacked, leaving his fate uncertain. And calamity struck again as his eldest son mysteriously collapsed, with the physicians unable to ascertain the cause of his ailment. Unbeknownst to all, Kong Jingshu had severed the dragon energy, or fortune, from Yifeng. The fortune that resided within a prince was immensely vast, and Kong Jingshu had paid a considerable price, sacrificing nearly 30 years of her own lifespan. Upon awakening, Kong Jingshu felt a pang of sorrow that twisted her lips into a grimace. She resolved that the next time she encountered Yinan, she would demand compensation for her losses. Deprived of his dragon energy, Yifeng now resembled an ordinary person, and a man devoid of fortune was even inferior to the common populace. With matters to present, step forth. With none, retreat. With Chao Mao's command, the morning court commenced. Minister Qiao Yong of the Imperial Censorate has matters to present. Qiao Yong stepped forward. Speak. Yizhen, perturbit, forgent pilasantrius. Your Majesty, it has come to my attention that the Minister of War, Shui Wenjing, has amassed wealth during his tenure at the ministry, embezzling military funds, inflating troop numbers, suppressing rising talents, and forming cliques for personal gain. His crimes are numerous and egregious. I implore your majesty to mete out severe punishment. Do you have evidence? Herein lies the evidence. May your majesty examine it. Presenting the documents, Yi Zhen received the memorial and, upon reading it, gazed incredulously at Xue Wenjing below. Take a look for yourself. Observe the misdeeds you have committed. I have prided myself on treating you well, yet your actions betray my trust. Can you justify your transgressions? Yi Zhen hurled the memorial at Xue Wenjing. Xue Wenjing bent down to retrieve the memorial, reading it at a leisurely pace before responding. Your Majesty, one can easily fabricate charges. However, I assert that every action I have taken has been in service to your Majesty, to the Crown Prince, and to the populace. I am innocent and do not acknowledge guilt. Even now you persist in your denial. The virtuous shall remain untainted. I too possess a memorial. I beseech your Majesty to review it thoroughly before passing judgment upon me. This document meticulously details the collusion of the Tang family with the third prince, Yinan, in selling offices, exploiting the people, hoarding military provisions, and conspiring for rebellion. Very well, splendid indeed. It seems my loyal subjects have begun to turn on one another. Present it forth. I wish to see just how much I remain unaware of. Cao Mao cautiously presented the memorial to Yi Zhen. After reading it, Yi Zhen found himself both infuriated and amused. He had always believed that under his diligent efforts, the Great Wu dynasty was flourishing and governance was transparent. Little did he know, beneath his gaze lay a multitude of corrupt affairs. Is there any further memorial? Present them all. Allow me to open my eyes to the truth. Your Majesty, I, Minister Wu Hui, hereby report that the Chief of the Supreme Court, Wei De, has engaged in egregious acts of embezzlement and bribery, with the sums involved being exceedingly substantial and the circumstances most severe. Furthermore, I wish to bring to attention the misconduct of the Deputy Minister of Personnel, Sun Qing, alongside the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Rights, Xue Shen, who have both resorted to fraudulent practices in the imperial examinations. Additionally, I must address matters concerning the Ministry of Works. A quarter of an hour later, the memorials collected by Cao Mao were piled high upon the imperial desk. All memorials are to be submitted to the cabinet for deliberation. Once they have been processed, they shall be presented to me for imperial approval. I must emphasize that the cabinet is to act without bias or corruption. Any transgressions will be met with severe consequences. Dismissed. Chapter 44. The disgraced crown prince in the imperial study, Yi Zhen, filled with rage, smashed his teacup onto the floor. How outrageous! Simply outrageous! My dear crown prince, my own son has secretly engaged in so many nefarious deeds. Cao Mao, tell me, as a crown prince, what need does he have for such vast wealth? The greatest parasite of the great Wu kingdom turns out to be my own offspring. How tragic, how lamentable! I often compare myself to my ancestors, proclaiming that during my reign the nation was peaceful and prosperous. What disgrace! I cannot even discipline my own son. I have failed my forefathers. What had initially seemed like a mere courtly dispute had ultimately traced back to the Crown Prince Yifeng. The investigation revealed shocking truths. The Crown Prince led a life of excess and indulgence. Who would have thought that the most egregious embezzler would be a Crown Prince? Statistics show that since being bestowed the title at the tender age of 10, the Crown Prince lived a seemingly tranquil life for 4 to 5 years. The turning point came upon his marriage at the age of 15, which seemed to unleash a Pandora's box. That year, he began to engage with the military and political powers of the Great Wu, relishing the pleasures of authority and amassing wealth. The majority of the funds embezzled from the military by the Xue family found their way into the pockets of our Crown Prince. According to the regulations of the Great Wu, the East Palace is permitted 6 units of 500 troops each, totaling 3,000 soldiers. However, in reality, the East Palace's 6 units had nearly swelled to 10,000. Moreover, the Crown Prince secretly recruited more soldiers, participated in imperial examination fraud, embezzled taxes, sold titles, framed loyal officials, and suppressed dissenters. These were merely minor issues, as the Great Wu would eventually fall into the hands of the Crown Prince. What infuriated Yi Zhen the most was the fact that this foolish pig shamelessly promoted members of the Shui family. While some were capable, several of their debauched scions held high positions, and even the family of the crown princess ascended, occupying many significant posts in the court. All these issues came to light following Kong Jingshu severing Yi Feng's fortune. In the East Palace, Yi Feng slowly regained consciousness, feeling sluggish and taking a considerable time to gather his thoughts. "Your Highness, you are awake." Wang Tong appeared before Yi Feng without delay. "What has happened to me?" "You fainted suddenly, alarming us all. How long have I been unconscious?" 3 days. 3 days? How is my younger brother?" "There is still no news from Prince Qi, but I have instructed someone to keep a close watch on the situation." "What about the court? Has the Tang family counterattacked?" "What is the situation?" "Your Highness, your primary concern now is to recover your health. Matters in the court are best left to us subordinates to handle." "Tell me." Yi Feng raised his voice. The situation is dire. The Grand General has been impeached and has lost his command. He is now idling at home. Our East Palace has also been impeached, and it is now sealed by the Imperial Guard. No one can enter or exit. How could this happen? Help me up. I must see Father." "Your Highness, please calm down. The Emperor is currently in a fit of rage and will not see you. Then I shall see my mother. Father and mother are so affectionate. Surely he will forgive me for my mother's sake." It has come to my attention that the Queen has also been confined within the Kuan-Ning Palace and is unable to leave. How could Father Emperor be so heartless? Have I brought trouble upon Mother? What are the 6 troops? The morale remains relatively stable. Several commanders have pledged their unwavering loyalty to your Highness. That is reassuring. My efforts have not been in vain. The situation is dire. You must find a way to leave the palace and contact my uncle, urging him to regain control of the city's defensive forces. If that proves impossible, we shall have no choice but to gamble everything. Yi Feng, with a calm demeanor, addressed Wang Tong, saying, "I am willing to serve your Highness to the death. My entire family will follow your Highness's lead." "Very well, Wang Qing. Rest assured, once our plan succeeds, you shall become the Prime Minister of the Great Wu Kingdom. Go now, and act with utmost caution. Father Emperor is not to be underestimated." "At your command," Wang Tong replied, bowing before slowly exiting the chamber. "Father Emperor, you have pushed me to this point. Do not blame me," Yi Feng murmured. However, neither he nor Wang Tong noticed that one of the palace maids had vanished after Wang Tong's departure. Upon receiving Yi Feng's message, Shui Wenjing hurried to the ancestral home to confer with his father, Shueli. "Is the situation truly that perilous?" Shueli inquired, his voice frail with age. "It is a matter of life and death. Since you and Fenger have made your decision, there is nothing more to discuss. I will lend my full support. I shall lead our clan's elders to delay the royal family's 9th-tier masters. You must act swiftly. We cannot hold them for long." Shui Wenjing and Yi Feng, after coordinating with Wang Tong, agreed on the timing of their uprising, set for the early hours 2 days hence. By then, the 6 troops of the Eastern Palace would swiftly seize control of the palace, allowing the city defense army to enter the imperial city. If they act with sufficient speed, before the emperor and the prominent families can react, the Great Wu will not descend into chaos. Should all proceed smoothly, Yi Feng would declare his ascension to the throne that very day and label the 3rd and 5th princes as traitors. By then, the matter will be settled, and the half-dead 3rd prince and the self-righteous 5th prince will find themselves at a loss for words, no matter how many they utter. All preparations are in place, awaiting the momentous strike. In the imperial study, Yi Zhen stood at the window in silence for half an hour. No one dared to interrupt him, not even Chao Mao. Has this rebellious son truly resolved to rebel? Given the clandestine communications and the frequency of troop movements, it appears the crown prince has made up his mind. Ha, splendid. Truly my good son. Then let me impart one final lesson. Dispatch orders. Leave no mercy. All involved in the rebellion, aside from that rebellious son, shall face the annihilation of their 9 clans. Chao Mao, you too shall go. The Duke of Protecting the Nation will likely intervene, and you must prevent him from doing so. Your Majesty, please consider, if I leave, who will protect you? Your safety is paramount. I cannot comply. You need not concern yourself with my safety. I've already notified the ancestral grounds. They will send someone to assist, You may proceed with peace of mind. Since your majesty requires no concern from me, I shall naturally obey your orders. 2 days hence, the tranquil Juquet Street was suddenly filled with commotion in the early hours. At a time when the city defense troops should have been returning to their camp, they unexpectedly mobilized. Sounds of battle emanated from the direction of the East Palace. Swiftly advancing towards the Inner Palace, Shui Wenjing, leading 30,000 city defense soldiers, hastened towards the imperial city. As they approached the city gates, the Imperial Guard, having awaited this moment, launched a sudden attack, unleashing a rain of arrows that decimated at least a third of the city defense's strength. An ambush. Realizing the situation, Shui Wenjing promptly adjusted his strategy. However, time was of the essence. If there was an ambush here, the situation for His Highness the Crown Prince would be even more precarious. Shield bearers moved to the forefront, urging the siege. The city gates must be breached within half an hour. All who succeeded would be promoted 3 ranks and rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. Under the lure of such generous rewards, valor would surely emerge. That night, the soldiers were informed of the alleged rebellion by the third prince, Yinan, and their mission to enter the city was to protect the crown. The truth must remain concealed from the soldiers, and even if they were to discover it, now is not the time. In the imperial study, the edict for the deposed crown prince had been personally drafted by Yizhan, yet remained unsealed with the imperial jade seal. Yizhan harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing that Yi Feng would reconsider and come forth to acknowledge his mistakes. However, as the sounds of combat echoed from the East Palace, Yizhan's hopes were extinguished. He cast one final glance at the edict, then seized the jade seal and firmly affixed it upon the document. Chapter 45. The Grand Wedding. After sealing the imperial decree, Yizhan sank wearily into his seat, as if all his strength had been siphoned away. The disheartening sensation of having rendered his carefully nurtured heir impotent after years of dedication weighed heavily upon him. Yet, he had no choice. Should he refrain from intervening under the current circumstances and allow Yi Feng to ascend the throne, the power of the maternal relatives would become uncontainable. Ultimately, the Yi family would lose the imperial throne, leaving Yizhan with no face to confront his ancestors. The night's massacre continued unabated. Yi Feng, leading 10,000 troops from the Eastern Palace, was poised to encroach upon the vicinity of the Tai Chi Hall, only to encounter the formidable 3,000 Imperial Guards led by Commander Lin Li. The 3,000 guards encircled the 10,000 troops. "Your Highness, cease your actions," Commander Lin implored. "I advise you to step aside now. Once I am crowned, you will be richly rewarded. Otherwise, your entire clan shall face annihilation." Yi Feng retorted, "Your Highness, do not persist in this folly. The Emperor is already aware of your rebellion. You stand no chance of victory. And what of it? Even if I surrender now, will my father spare me? Will he spare the brothers behind me? Based on my understanding of the Emperor, our entire lineage would face extermination. Thus, it is better for us to fight with all our might, for there remains a glimmer of hope. Stubborn fool, Imperial Guards, heed my command, slay the rebels. Charge." Lin Li ceased his attempts at persuasion, realizing further entreaties would be futile. At the city gates, Shui Wenjing was consumed by urgency. The tenacity of the Imperial Guards that night exceeded his expectations. An hour had passed, and the city defense forces had made no progress. Shui Wenjing had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Brandishing his horse-slaying blade, he galloped swiftly towards the city gates atop his fiery steed. As a late-stage 8th-tier master, his presence was formidable, further amplified by the 6th-tier beast beneath him. Raising his blade, he struck down upon the gates, unleashing a tremendous arc of light that cleaved through the ironwood gates, shattering them into splinters. Shui Wenjing's complexion paled. This strike drained nearly 70 to 80% of his inner energy. Should a master of equal rank confront him now, he would be defenseless. Yet he had to act. Should calamity befall the crown prince, even breaching the gates would be of no consequence. In warfare, speed is of the essence, and hesitation was not an option. "Kill! Follow me into the city," Shui Wenjing shouted, leading the charge. His loyal guards followed closely behind. Once inside, Shui Wenjing refrained from entangling with the Imperial Guard stationed atop the walls and hastened towards the Tai Chi Hall. Midway, he encountered an individual. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lu Chong, Yinan's bodyguard. "General, in such a hurry, where are you headed?" Lu Chong inquired. "Get out of my way," Shui Wenjing retorted. "What if I refuse?" Lu Chong challenged. "Then you shall meet your demise." Combined attack technique, supreme ascension. Shui Wenjing initially had little true energy left within him. Yet he could not afford to be halted at this moment. Even in the face of Lu Chong, a formidable ninth-tier expert, he resolved to fight with all his might. The combined technique, a martial art of the army, was familiar to both Shui Wenjing and his loyal guards. Years ago, during his seventh-tier days, he had successfully executed the move Overlord Ascends to Heaven alongside his guards, defeating an 8th-tier barbarian master and withstanding a strike from a 9th-tier opponent. Although he was gravely injured in the process, this only underscored the formidable nature of the technique. Now, after more than a decade, this technique re-emerged, and both he and his guards had grown stronger than before. Thus, he felt confident that he could repel Lu Chong with a single strike. Even if Lu was a 9th-tier master, and even as his true energy was nearly depleted. Boom! After the strike, Shui Wenjing lay gravely wounded on the brink of death, while 700 of his 800 guards had perished. "Impossible!" Shui Wenjing exclaimed, spitting blood in disbelief. A 9th-tier expert was indeed formidable, but what if there were 3? He raised his gaze as if he had seen a ghost. "How can this be? Did you not suffer from blood poisoning? How can you be unharmed? Who said that being poisoned necessarily leads to death?" Yinan emerged slowly from behind Lu Chong, accompanied by Li Ye. "I refuse to believe it. You must be an imposter. Tell me who you are. You cannot possibly be that young rascal Yinan. Why say so much to a dying man?" "Lu Chong, finish him." "Yes, your highness." Lu Chong, having spoken, seized a spear from the ground and thrust it towards Shui Wenjing. A chilling strike concluded the legendary life of General Shui. Yinan had initially considered severing Shui Wenjing's head to intimidate Yi Feng, but ultimately refrained. Despite being an enemy, Shui Wenjing had contributed significantly to the Dawu dynasty. Thus, allowing him a complete corpse would grant him a semblance of dignity in death. Meanwhile, in the plaza before the Tai Chi Hall, the battle was drawing to a close. Yi Feng, disheveled and bloodied, found himself encircled by the Imperial Guards. "Your Highness, lay down your weapon. His Majesty will not harm you." "Ha ha ha, it's merely the fate of kings and rebels. I accept my defeat, but I shall not yield." Yi Feng lifted his bloodied face toward the direction of the Tai Chi Hall, where he spotted Yi Zhan. "Father, I refuse to submit." With a furious cry, Yi Feng raised his sword and took his own life. Yi Zhan abruptly raised his arm, and as Yi Feng fell, his hand slowly descended. Throughout, Yi Zhan had uttered not a single word. After a long silence, he turned and entered the Tai Chi Hall, leaving behind only a few tears on the ground to attest to the softness of his heart and the bond of father and son. The incident of the Crown Prince's rebellion and subsequent death sent shockwaves throughout the capital. Dawu entered a 7-day period of mourning. After 7 days, a weary Yi Zhan appeared at the court assembly. The first decree issued was the abolition of Yi Feng's title as Crown Prince. Although Yi Feng was already deceased, he remained the Crown Prince of Dawu until the decree was proclaimed. By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decreed, "I, entrusted by the heavens, govern the realms with benevolence and filial piety." Crown Prince Yi Feng was expected to uphold self-discipline and propriety, setting an example for others. However, he grew arrogant through favoritism, engaged in corruption, and harmed the nation and its people, with evidence of his crimes glaringly apparent. Moreover, in a most audacious display of defiance, they persist in their reckless pursuit of rebellion, daring to conspire against the state and attempting to subvert the very foundations of our realm, an act of profound treachery that is utterly intolerable. The laws of our ancestors cannot be contravened. The weight of the nation cannot be taken lightly. Therefore, I hereby strip Prince Yi Feng of his title and revoke all his honors, in order to uphold the integrity of the state. All those who associate with this traitorous faction shall be apprehended and dealt with according to the law, with no leniency afforded. Let this announcement echo throughout the land, ensuring that all are made aware, serving as a warning to others. Henceforth, We shall eradicate the traitorous supporters of Prince Yi Feng. Those deserving of death shall face execution, and those deserving of exile shall be banished. None shall be spared. From this moment on, the faction of Prince Yi Feng shall be relegated to history. Once the matter concerning Yi Feng has been resolved, Yi Zhen announces the conclusion of court proceedings. However, a nation cannot endure a single day without a sovereign, nor can it be without an heir. 3 days later, the ministers submit a petition for the reinstatement of the crown prince. Yet, Yi Zhen pays no heed, merely using Yi Nan as a scapegoat. Meanwhile, Yi Nan and Kong Jingshu are to be wed. Chapter 46. Arrival at the Eastern Palace. This marriage serves as a much-needed breath of vitality amidst the otherwise somber court. In recent times, the atmosphere among the officials has been fraught with anxiety. Ever since the purge of the Crown Prince's faction, nearly a quarter of the court officials have vanished, some being exterminated entirely, while others were merely exiled or had their homes ransacked. The Xue family faced a dire fate, with all its members executed. And Xue mysteriously disappeared during his escort back to the capital, leaving his whereabouts unknown. Today marks the day of the betrothal visit to the Kong residence from the Qi Wang's estate. Yi Nan is rather generous with the betrothal gifts, and given his current wealth, he is far from lacking in finances. The offerings include a substantial amount of crystal cores, alongside several doses of the exceedingly rare longevity elixir. The value of just these 2 items alone amounts to no less than 30 million, not to mention the countless treasures of gold, silver, pearls, and fine silks. The Qi Wang's estate is situated approximately 7 to 8 miles from the Kong residence, and the entourage tasked with delivering the betrothal gifts consists of thousands of guards. As the first load of gifts is carried into the Kong residence, many more remain yet to depart from the Qi Wang's estate. Indeed, the Qi Wang is quite affluent. How fortunate Miss Kong is to have captured the attention of the Qi Wang, who places such importance on her. It is said that the betrothal gifts alone number in the thousands. And this is merely the betrothal. Imagine the grandeur of the wedding, which could easily require a procession of 10 miles adorned in bridal finery. 10 miles? That seems a bit modest, doesn't it? Considering the Qi Wang's temperament. It would not be surprising if he circled the capital 3 times before concluding. After all, it is well known that the Qi Wang is not constrained by financial limitations. After the bride price was delivered, the royal family formally set the engagement date for the couple, which was scheduled for the 7th day of the 2nd month. Half a year later, at this moment, Yi Nan's primary concern was not the wedding itself. He had already compensated Kong Jingshu adequately. He felt grateful to her, for had she not risked her life to sever Yi Feng's fortune, Yi Feng would not have been so easily vanquished. Yi Feng, after all, could be considered a son of destiny. Based on his extensive study of countless novels, Yi Nan understood that as long as the fortune of a protagonist was not entirely expended, they were exceedingly difficult to defeat, often requiring more than 50 chapters to accomplish such a feat. For now, Yi Nan's focus remained on the wealth god competition, which was crucial for his future plans. He first revamped the previous distribution model, establishing a salary plus commission sales structure. Previously, the profit-sharing system within the Qi Wang Fu mirrored the traditional approach of this world, offering fixed salaries regardless of how many products one sold, with remuneration solely dependent on one's status. This led to a lack of motivation among the lower-tier sales personnel, significantly impacting sales performance. Although Qi Wang Fu's products sold well in the capital, this method did not suit the traveling merchant caravans, especially given the presence of bandits and robbers during this era. Those who ventured out to trade risked their lives. Thus, Yi Nan transformed the conventional approach. The first model involved Yi Nan supplying live goods, with his subordinates responsible for sales. The Qi Wang Fu would provide protection for the caravans, ensuring that the sales staff had no concerns regarding the goods. Even if they were intercepted by bandits, it was of no consequence to them. The second model allowed Yi Nan to set a base price, again with Qi Wang Fu providing protection. As long as they managed to sell the goods, they could price them as they wished, with profits reflecting their own abilities. The third model entailed selling directly at the base price, permitting them to transport and sell the goods at any price outside of the Great Wu territory, with no oversight from Yi Nan. This innovative approach instantly ignited the commercial sector within Great Wu. Merchants of all sizes flocked to the capital, and Yinan welcomed them all. Among the most sought-after products were crystal cores and longevity elixirs, though Yinan was reluctant to sell these two items readily. Both were available only through a distribution system. One had to purchase 10 million taels worth of other goods to receive 10 crystal cores, or 30 million taels to receive 5 longevity elixirs. Naturally, these items were not free and required an additional fee. Furthermore, Yinan seized the opportunity to launch communication devices, akin to older models of Nokia, which featured only calling functionality. It was not that he did not wish to introduce smart devices directly. Rather, he desired to reap several rounds of profit first. Thus, this basic communication device was priced at 100 taels of silver each, capable of real-time communication within 1,000 kilometers. Once released, it became a sensation throughout Great Wu, with a trend of expansion into neighboring countries. Although this gadget was costly and incurred a fee of 1 tael for every 60 breaths of conversation and a monthly rental of 20 taels, its real-time communication capability was unmatched, offering significantly greater convenience than traditional methods. While 100 taels might seem astronomical to the average citizen, it was but a trifling sum to the wealthy elite. The Huainan faction alone purchased no fewer than 10,000 units, with various government departments making acquisitions. The Ministry of War being the most prolific, ordering 5,000 units in one go. What others did not realize was that Yinan procured these devices from Shun Xingchun at a rate of 1 tael for 10 units. The true expense lay in the hundreds of satellites, which cost Yinan a staggering 1 billion taels. However, all of this seemed worthwhile now. As Jia, he had transitioned from being merely the Minister of Intelligence to holding dual roles in both intelligence and communications. Meanwhile, the competition for the crown prince intensified within the court, with Yinan and Yi Fei as the most likely contenders. Yinan's thoughts were far removed from the throne, which made Yi Fei particularly eager. Yet, if Yi Fei were to ascend as the crown prince, the court would fall under the influence of the martial world, a result that most courtiers would abhor, as they traditionally looked down upon the unruly elements of society, viewing them as individuals who sought to gain without labor. In light of the second prince, Yi Hao, being engrossed in martial pursuits and neglecting worldly affairs, and the fourth prince, Yi Tian, lacking any foundation, while the sixth and seventh princes were still too young, the competition between the third prince, Yinan, and the fifth prince, Yi Fei, was fierce. Ultimately, in what Yi Fei perceived as a heated contest, Yinan succeeded in being named the crown prince. Congratulations, third brother. Having achieved his desires, Yi Fei turned to Yi Nan and, after uttering a few sardonic remarks, departed. At the moment Yi Nan received the imperial edict, he was still in a state of bewilderment. He had once fervently aspired to be an emperor, wielding power over the world and indulging in the company of beautiful women, an ultimate dream for every man. However, upon witnessing the grandeur of the myriad realms, he realized that even the vast expanse of the Tianhuang continent was merely a larger cage. What he truly yearned for now was to break free from this confinement and explore the breathtaking vistas of the countless worlds. Yet, with the decree issued, there was no turning back. He had no choice but to reluctantly move into the Eastern Palace and take his place upon the throne of the Crown Prince. Chapter 47. The flowing clouds sect at this moment. Within the Shuwang mansion, Yi Fei sat quietly in his study, his silence profound. Despite exhausting all his efforts, he remained overshadowed by Yi Nan's esteemed position in Yi Zhen's eyes. Was it merely because her mother hailed from a noble sect? He believed himself more deserving of the title of Crown Prince, although he currently had the backing of the Flowing Cloud sect. He thought that once he ascended to the throne, he could easily forsake their support. Yet, his father refused to grant him even a single opportunity. He felt as though all chances had slipped away. When Yi Feng was crown prince, he still had some hope, for he understood that Yi Feng's faction lacked formidable combat power. Although there was a 9th-rank master named Xue Li, who was now gravely injured, he posed no threat to Yi Fei. However, Yinan was an entirely different matter, in terms of both financial resources and elite combat prowess. Yi Fei found himself utterly outclassed. Previously, this disparity had not been so pronounced, but ever since it was revealed that Yinan possessed two ninth-rank masters, Yi Fei realized that his aspirations for the crown prince title were increasingly distant. Moreover, recent rumors suggested that Yinan himself was also a ninth-rank master, and among that elite, he belonged to the upper echelon. Otherwise, the blood poison would not have been ineffective against him. There was even evidence that the three foremost assassins of the Shiyu Tower had attacked Yinan for a quarter of an hour, only to barely graze his arm. Had it not been for the poison on their blades, those three celebrated assassins would have perished at his hands. Thus, with Yinan now poised to ascend to the crown prince position, Yi Fei found himself powerless, reduced to merely venting his frustrations in veiled comments before Yinan. Li Lao, please respond to the sect. All plans are to be suspended. Since we cannot prevail in battle, let us alter our strategy. Aligning ourselves with the crown prince may not be a bad option. Your Highness, I urge caution, even if we cannot match the Qi King. Surrendering is not our only recourse. The Qi King currently has no means to threaten us. Maintaining our current stance is prudent. This is not a wise suggestion. Send the message. Oh, by the way, I heard that the Third Brothers Trading Company is now selling a communication device called Nwoji. When time permits, procure a few for grandfather and the others, as well as for mother. She has not returned to the Flowing Cloud sect in over a decade. I'm sure she longs to hear from grandfather. Even if they cannot meet, hearing his voice would be a comfort. Since your Highness has made up your mind, I shall not dissuade you further. The remaining matters will be handled on your behalf. Hangdu, Li Lao. After Yi Fei made the necessary arrangements, he instructed the closing of the manor doors, announcing to the outside world that His Highness, the Prince of Shu, intended to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. A few days later, within the Grand Hall of the Luyun sect, located in Hangzhou of the Great Wu, it could be said that the entire Hangzhou was largely under the influence of the Luyun sect. However, out of respect for the formidable power of the Great Wu, they dutifully paid their taxes and complied with governmental decrees. As the largest sect in the region, the Luyun sect occupied vast expanses of land. Nestled between the Hengshan mountain range to the north, the sect's territory spanned dozens of miles and was characterized by its defensible terrain. Once the mountain gates were shut, it transformed into an isolated town. Master, the fifth prince has sent someone with a delivery, reported the elderly Zhengting as he entered to find sect master Xiao Tianxi occupied with sect affairs. Oh, has Feier sent something? What is it? He inquired. It is said to be a communication device that allows for real-time conversations. It has become quite the sensation in the capital, with prominent families already using it. The device is called Nwoji. Perhaps it would be best to let the messenger explain it further. Li Zhengting continued. Trusting the message, Xiao Tianxi waved his hand, signaling for the individual to enter. Moments later, a young man stepped into the Grand Hall. I remember you. You are Wang Huan. I personally selected you to protect young Fei back then. Has he summoned you back? Before the young man could speak, Xiao Tianxi recognized him as a disciple of the Luyun sect who had once been assigned to safeguard Yi Fei. Disciple Wang Huan pays his respects to the sect master. There's no need for formalities. What has brought you back at young Fei's behest? The fifth prince mentioned that circumstances have changed and all plans are to be put on hold. He also instructed me to return with several communication devices, fearing that everyone might struggle with their usage. So he specifically asked me to teach you all how to operate them. Since he has made his decision, let us indeed pause for now. I never held high hopes for his plan. Inform the disciples to take a step back and reflect. The last remark was directed towards Li Zhengting. Understood, sect master. After Li Zhengtian departed, Wang Huan unfastened the bundle behind him and retrieved a compact communication device. As a ninth-tier master, Xiao Tianxi's capacity for learning was indisputable. It wasn't long before he adeptly mastered the use of the communication apparatus. With Wang Huan's assistance, he swiftly dialed Yi Fei's number. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yi Fei instructed Xiao Tianxi to call his mother, Xiaoya. Having not met for over a decade, the two found themselves at a loss for words. Ultimately, they conversed for a full 120 minutes. Once their conversation concluded, Wang Huan returned to the capital to report. Meanwhile, Yinan's endeavors were proceeding smoothly. The talent scouting team had successfully brought back several noteworthy individuals. including a skilled halberd user named Lu Ming. Lu Ming, an 8th-tier expert and a deputy in the border army, wielded the halberd with extraordinary finesse and was well-versed in the art of battle formations. In the original narrative, he ultimately became a rebel who carved out his own territory. Yet now he had been recruited by Yi Nin ahead of time. Another notable addition was Li Kong, who wielded a long iron staff, undefeated across 7 states, with no equal beneath the 9th tier. According to the talent scouting team, there was a 9th-tier master at the Chi Wang residence available for frequent sparring, which prompted his arrival. Both of these individuals were assigned by Yi Nin to serve as leaders in his personal guard. At present, Yi Nin had been conferred the title of Crown Prince by Yi Zhan, and his personal guard had transformed into the Eastern Palace's 6 units. Consequently, both Lu Ming and Li Kong experienced a swift rise in their ranks, with Lu Ming being particularly elated, as he was quite enamored with official titles. Provided that rank and wealth were sufficient, he would readily give his life for them. Fortunately, Yi Nin was not lacking in either of these respects. In addition to these two, there were several other promising scholars, yet their talents paled in comparison to Zhuge Jia, Zhang Jing, and Jia He, leading Yi Nin to relinquish his responsibilities and delegate the remaining individuals to Zhang Jing for management. Upon receiving the imperial edict of conferment, Yi Nin was urged by Yi Zhan to move into the Eastern Palace, a mere 3 days before the grand ceremony. One day, in a fit of spontaneity, Yi Nin strolled out of the royal palace and, upon reaching the entrance of a certain residence, realized he had arrived at the estate of his 5th brother, Yi Fei. Perfect timing. It was just the occasion to catch up with him. Yi Nin instructed Lu Ming to go and knock on the door. Chapter 48. Painting a grand vision for the 5th brother, Lu Ming approached the door and knocked. After what felt like an eternity, a sleepy servant finally emerged to inquire. "What is it?" "The crown prince has descended to visit. Hurry and inform the master." At the mention of the prince, the servant instantly awakened. "Please wait a moment. I shall notify Elderly right away." Elderly, upon receiving the news, dared not delay and promptly sought out Yi Fei to report. "Elder Yi, San has unexpectedly come to our residence. Is he here to flaunt? Your Highness, regardless of his intentions, he is already at our doorstep. It would be inappropriate to keep him waiting, especially considering his current status as the crown prince. Let him in, but inform him that I am in seclusion. You can see him off on my behalf shortly." "Understood." When Elderly arrived at the entrance, Yi Nin was reclining atop a stone lion at the gates of the Yi Fei residence, dozing peacefully. "Greetings, Your Highness. Long live the prince. I apologize for any rudeness from my servants. Please forgive us. Enough. Let's proceed to meet my less than adorable 5th brother." Yi Nin leaped down from the lion and strode into the royal residence, inquiring as he walked, "Where is our lord?" "As his elder brother, I come to visit, yet he does not come to greet me. He truly has a grandiose attitude. I must be wary lest I spank him. Your Highness, I must apologize. Our lord is in seclusion at a critical juncture and cannot meet with you at this time." Yi Nin shot him a sidelong glance, as if to question his credibility. "Our lord is indeed in seclusion," Elderly awkwardly affirmed. "Very well, I understand. I shan't press you further. I shall have a cup of tea and then take my leave. Lead the way." Elderly escorted Yi Nin into the main hall, where Yi Nin unceremoniously plopped himself onto the master's seat. A servant presented him with freshly brewed tea, but after a sip, he ceased to savor it, for the quality paled in comparison to that of the Qi King's residence. "Go inform the 5th brother that I have matters to discuss. He must come out at once. Our lord is truly in seclusion. On my temper. If you do not emerge soon, I may very well take my leave." "You reject this golden opportunity. I could just as easily seek out the 4th brother. What a pity for the monthly 5 portions of longevity elixir, 1,000 crystal cores, and 1,000,000 taels of silver." As Yi Nin spoke, he prepared to rise and depart. Elderly anxiously called out, "Your Highness, please wait. I shall go inform our lord to emerge from seclusion." "There's no need. The 5th brother's breakthrough is of utmost importance. I shall visit the 4th brother instead." With that, Yi Nin turned to leave, only to find Yi Fei standing at the entrance, gazing at him with a countenance filled with melancholy. Yin Anshut, being regarded in such a manner by a grown man, made him acutely aware of his own inclinations. "5th brother, do not cast such a morose gaze upon me. If you continue to stare, believe me when I say that your 10 million taels of silver could vanish in a heartbeat. Is the crown prince here to mock me? Yi Fei retorted, unfazed by the jest. Mock you? Whatever do you mean? Not mockery? Then is it an exhibition? I acknowledge your ascension to the throne. I am envious. Yet there is no need for you to parade it at my residence. Exhibition? I am not here to flaunt my achievements. I have matters of significance to discuss with you. Each year, the profits amount to no less than 10 million taels, and if executed well, the annual profits could offset the entire tax burden of Great Wu. Would you be interested in such a lucrative opportunity? Would you seek me out for this? Yi Fei expressed a degree of skepticism. Indeed, this endeavor is truly indispensable for you. Then please elaborate. I am preparing to establish a martial arts academy that will recruit students from across the nation, akin to a scholarly institution. However, it will be stratified into 3 levels: primary, intermediate, and advanced. The primary level will charge an annual fee of 1 tael of silver, imparting first-tier martial skills. The intermediate level will charge 100 taels annually, teaching skills of the 3rd tier and below. The advanced level will charge 1,000 taels, offering instruction in skills up to the 5th tier. I possess the requisite startup capital. However, I lack personnel. Given your connection with the Luyun sect, I trust it would not be a challenge to borrow several thousand disciples to serve as instructors. We could then split the profits 50-50. What do you think? Several thousand? Do you think disciples of the Luyun sect grow on trees? Such a number is unrealistic. If I were to pursue that, my grandfather would surely disown me. Moreover, you should be aware that the martial techniques of the Luyun sect are forbidden from dissemination. This business venture might not be feasible. I never suggested teaching the techniques of the Luyun sect. You need not worry about the martial skills. I will provide those. Your responsibility is merely to facilitate the recruitment of instructors. Once that is arranged, I will report to the emperor, ensuring each of them receives an official position within the court. Are you certain? There are official positions available? Indeed, not only will there be positions, but they will also receive salaries. Your only task is to negotiate with the Luyun sect for the personnel. Once secured, I will send you 1,000 crystal cores and 5 doses of longevity elixir each month. How does that sound for sincerity? Very well, but I have one question that requires your earnest response. What question do you have? Why are you undertaking this endeavor? Of course, it is for development. Before answering your question, allow me to pose one of my own. Are you aware of the vastness of this world? How vast? I cannot specify precisely, but I know it is immense. That is a rather vague answer. Since you acknowledge its enormity, do not confine your vision solely to the borders of Great Wu. Now is the time for us to develop Great Wu while we are still young. Only through the strength of Great Wu can we venture beyond. Consider this. Great Wu currently spans merely 1,000,000 miles in circumference. As a prince of such a realm, the benefits you can reap are far less than those of a prince ruling over a territory of 1,000,000,000 miles. We can liken Great Wu to a delicacy on a plate. If we were to divide a morsel the size of a cup between us, neither would be satisfied. However, if the delicacy were the size of a basin, it is likely that neither of us would possess the capacity to consume it. Thus, the establishment of the Martial Arts Academy is fundamentally aimed at the development of Great Wu? Absolutely. However, with the current resources of Great Wu, it is impossible to sustain such a multitude of martial artists. You need not concern yourself with resource issues. Your sole responsibility is to elevate the teaching staff. I intend to establish a prestigious martial arts academy in every province of Dawu, a mid-level academy in each county, and a beginner's academy in every township. Once these academies are operational, within a span of 7 to 8 years, the martial prowess of Dawu will ascend several tiers. Currently, martial arts are developed through sects or familial traditions, leaving those without aptitude unable to become martial artists throughout their lives. However, the crystal cores in my possession can alter the destinies of these individuals. Furthermore, once the academies are established, you shall assume the role of vice president of the Royal Martial Academy of the Dawu Empire. With a combination of a revenue model, financial strategies, organizational structure, and the vice presidency, Yi Fei, somewhat dazed, acquiesced. After leaving the Yi residence, Yinan wiped the perspiration from his brow, relieved to have successfully persuaded him, thus keeping him occupied and away from trouble. Chapter 49. The assassins beheading Yi Nin presented Yi Fei with an extravagant vision, ensnaring him within its allure. One must not dwell in idleness, for in the embrace of leisure, thoughts emerge, and over time, those thoughts may evolve into action. This phenomenon mirrors the past life, where numerous enterprises adopted the grueling 996 work schedule, depriving individuals of the time to cultivate their own ideas, thereby preventing them from harboring unwarranted aspirations. Exhausted from relentless toil, one finds that even on weekends, the desire to move is diminished, as if one wishes to remain in bed all day. Upon departing from Yi Fei's residence, Yi Nin did not return to the Eastern Palace. Instead, he made his way to the Tang Manor. Since his elevation to the title of King of Qi, he had not visited, but following the recent poisoning incident, the Tang family had fervently supported him. His ascent to the throne was largely attributed to their unwavering backing. Though the fortunes of the Tang family and his own were intertwined, sharing both triumph and adversity, Yi Nan, a man of gratitude, did not neglect the Tang family. While he could not offer them stakes in his other ventures, he bestowed upon them a modest 1% of the communications group, which, although seemingly insignificant, translated to several 100,000 taels annually, not to mention the future potential of the enterprise. In contrast, his allocation to the royal family was a more generous 5%. Such shares were not granted without expectation. Both the Tang family and the royal family were required to contribute personnel. For managing a vast communications conglomerate required more hands than Yi Nan possessed. Only through collaboration could they achieve mutual success. With the reformation of Yi Nan's profit distribution, a tempest swept through the commercial landscape of the Great Wu, while the allocation system for the longevity elixir filled his coffers. Previously, the elixir was exclusively auctioned, leaving many unable to procure it, circulating solely within elite circles. However, the difficulty of acquisition has significantly diminished. By purchasing 30 million taels worth of goods from His Highness the Crown Prince, one would be granted 5 portions of the longevity elixir. The elixir of longevity is a precious commodity, possessing an immense value that transcends mere currency. To possess even a single portion of it would elevate one to the ranks of great power. Furthermore, the prince's consignment of 30 million in goods consists of highly sought-after items, ensuring that any trade would yield profit rather than loss. Merchants from neighboring states, including Chun, Zhou, and Man, as well as traders from the distant Jin, are flocking to the capital of Dawu. The influx of merchants has led to a complete occupancy of every inn in the city. Yi Nin plans to wait a few more days before convening a conference to attract investors and establish an agency system. As the annual fees for such representation amount to astronomical figures, opportunities not to be missed. Naturally, he has discussed these matters with Yi Zhan, and at the appointed time, the idle members of the royal court will be engaged to keep them occupied and out of trouble. Furthermore, Yi Nan intends to allocate a portion of the profits to the court, for one must feed the horse to make it run, a principle he understands well. Not only has Yi Nan painted a grand vision for Yi Fei, but he has also crafted an ambitious blueprint for Yi Zhan. Yi Zhan's lifelong aspiration is to surpass his ancestors. In Yi Nan's vision, Dawu is destined to conquer Zhou, Chun, and Man, and venture even further afield. To instill confidence in Yi Zhan, Yi Nan has not hesitated to reveal more of his strategic cards. Yi Zhan, now brimming with confidence, supports all of Yi Nan's plans that promise to foster the growth and strength of Dawu. Yi Nan also personally visited the leader of the Huainan faction, Prime Minister Yang Ping, engaging in a clandestine discussion that lasted nearly 3 hours. The details of their conversation remain unknown, yet it is evident that from that day forth, the Huainan faction has been firmly aligned with the prince's objectives. In the military sphere, following the death and disappearance of the Shui brothers, Yi Zhan has purged many mid-ranking officers. Consequently, he urgently summoned General Lin Hui from the Southern Front. Lin Hui's family has long resided in Yunnan, near the southern border of Dawu, leaving only his elderly mother and eldest son in the capital. Upon receiving the summons, Lin Hui hastily brought his wife, Zhao Man, his concubine, Ping Xiang, and several of his children to the capital. As Yi Zhen's trusted bodyguard during his youth, Lin Hui is a loyal confidant. Despite his wife being heavily pregnant and due to give birth in 2 months, he cannot defy the emperor's command. In addition to General Lin Hui, another unexpected figure has been summoned, General Ma Feng from the Northern Front. This is surprising, as Ma Feng is the uncle of the fourth son, Yi Tian, albeit a distant one. Before entering the palace, the mother of the fourth son shared a childhood bond with this uncle, and had circumstances been different, she might have wed Ma Feng. However, fate has dictated otherwise, and although Ma Feng is now 37 years old, he has no plans for marriage, his family having given up on urging him to settle down. Both men have been called back to the capital due to a significant shortage of military leaders. Seizing the opportunity, Yinan has strategically placed many of his own trusted allies and has maneuvered various commanders, whom he has financially supported, into critical positions, such as the gatekeeper of Xuanwu Gate, Wei Qijin, and the general at the palace entrance, Chengong. Unfortunately, the Shiyu Tower has encountered dire misfortune. Despite securing a substantial contract, it nearly faced complete ruin at the hands of Dawu. Within an inn on the borders of Dawu, Huan Yin is tending to his wounds, having been pursued for 7 days. Were it not for his remarkable skill in stealth, he would have perished long ago, pursued by a 9th-tier master. Just as he finished tending to his injuries and prepared to apply medicine, the door was violently kicked open with a resounding crash. The sound reverberated, and in an instant, the glimmer of the sword appeared. Huan Yin, unable to evade in time, could only desperately avoid the fatal blow, yet still lost an arm in the process. The assailant was clad in black garments, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, and his face was concealed by a ghastly mask. Despite the grievous loss of his arm, Huan Yin, as a seasoned assassin, refrained from crying out in anguish. Instead, he swiftly activated his invisibility ability. Unfortunately, fortune was not on his side this time. The blood oozing from his wound betrayed his location. Without a moment's hesitation, the cloaked figure struck towards the sanguine trail, and Huan Yin's invisibility faltered, revealing his form. The dark-clad assailant wasted no words, swiftly severing Huan Yin's head. Before the severed head even touched the ground, it was caught in the assassin's hand, who then turned and left the inn without a moment's pause. In contrast to Huan Yin, the shadow was far easier to eliminate. After being pursued by Old Wu, he sought refuge in the forest. Should he manage to enter its depths, he would become an even more formidable adversary. Thus, Old Wu denied him that opportunity, dispatching him before he could reach safety. The one who could burrow underground was the most challenging to kill among the three. This fellow's ability was akin to a cheat in this high martial arts world. The emergence of such a talent as the Earthwalker was unprecedented. Fortunately, his subterranean excursions were limited to a mere quarter of an hour, and upon resurfacing, he could not immediately delve back into the earth, requiring a pause of about 10 breaths before he could employ his ability once more. Ultimately, he was successfully slain by Old Wu and his companions through their collaborative efforts and the use of the Heavenly Eye. Chapter 50. The Royal Investment Conference. Zhongjing now stands with great vigor. Following Yi Nan's elevation to Crown Prince, Yi Nan assumed control over a portion of the assets originally belonging to the Eastern Palace. Subsequent to an extensive discussion with Yi Zhen entrusted Zhongjing with additional responsibilities over certain enterprises. Coupled with the support of the Huainan faction, it is evident that while Zhongjing may not hold the highest authority in the Dawu realm, he undoubtedly possesses the greatest financial resources at his disposal. With his promotion came an increase in salary. Yinan has always ensured his associates are well compensated. Zhongjing's annual income surged from 100,000 taels to a staggering 1 million. In Jia, he also enjoyed a corresponding increase in his remuneration. Zhuge Jia, having quelled the internal strife within the fiefdom, was reassigned to Yinan's side as the Crown Prince's Minister of State, overseeing the affairs of the Eastern Palace. Jia he was appointed as the Deputy Minister of State, while Zhongjing, tasked with managing a segment of Yi Zhen's enterprises, was honored with the title of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, albeit in a ceremonial capacity, without involvement in its administration. Additionally, Zhongjing holds the esteemed position of President of the Royal Chamber of Commerce. As one of the most astute financiers in the realm, Yizhen has certainly put his talents to good use. With merchants from neighboring countries gradually arriving in the capital, Yinan's investment conference has been scheduled. The Royal Chamber of Commerce issued a notification announcing that in 10 days, a meeting for agents will be convened to delineate their respective territories. Those desiring to become our agents must attend this meeting. We shall appoint only one agent per region, and others wishing to procure goods must do so through these agents. The agents will negotiate the annual fees based on the size and population of their regions, with the rights to representation awarded via auction to the highest bidder. Once this news spread, all merchants in the capital recognized the immense business opportunities it presented. In room number 1 of the ULIN, a fervent discussion unfolded. We must secure the agency rights for the Huainan region at all costs. We aim to monopolize the rights to all goods. At the Guecum residence, the prominent merchant Fan Tao of the Chen Kingdom was conferring with his subordinates about the procurement plans for the next day at the Royal Chamber of Commerce. His aides reported on the new policies from the chamber. As the largest businessman in the Chen Kingdom, he quickly discerned the potential within this announcement. In today's marketplace, what proves most lucrative? Certainly, it is the business you can conduct that others cannot. Monopoly yields the highest profits. The Royal Chamber of Commerce, originally founded as the Chaotian Chamber by His Highness Prince Qi, now Crown Prince Yinan, has long offered highly coveted goods such as white salt, white sugar, glass, mirrors, potent spirits, wines, and agricultural tools, all of which have seen exceptional demand. The introduction of crystal cores and longevity elixirs has further ignited the fervor among merchants across the realm. The new agency system proposed by the Royal Chamber of Commerce greatly pleases Fan Tao. Large merchants should collaborate, while smaller businesses can benefit from the overflow. The lucrative deals must be reserved for the major players. We must secure the agency rights for the Chen Kingdom, regardless of the cost. However, the Zhang family has also arrived in the capital and will not relinquish their claims to the agency rights easily. It seems the contest shall come down to financial prowess. I, Chen Tao, have never feared competition. Remember, my Chen stand for the Chen Kingdom. News swiftly spread throughout the capital, not only among merchants, but also prompting action from the esteemed families of the city. Ultimately, a staggering 1,362 merchants registered to compete for the agency rights. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, Yinan opted to host the auction at the Chaotian Auction House, renowned for its spaciousness, capable of accommodating thousands simultaneously. However, all participants were required to undergo a financial verification process beforehand. Not just anyone could partake. Consequently, several merchants were filtered out, and barely 800 remained eligible for the auction. At the northern gate of the capital, a caravan of several hundred weary travelers arrived. Esteemed young lady, we have reached the capital of Dawu. A middle-aged man, dressed as a steward, respectfully addressed the figure within a finely crafted carriage. Very well, let us proceed according to plan. Is the accommodation arranged? Rest assured, young lady. Manager Hua secured a mansion within the city 7 days ago. That is reassuring. Let us enter the city, as you command. Meanwhile, at the eastern gate, another caravan arrived. The individuals within this group were notably tall and robust, their fierce countenances suggesting they were not from Dawu. As they approached, the citizens along the road parted in haste, murmuring amongst themselves. These individuals appear to be from the barbarian nation. How did they manage to enter our Dawu? Are our border guards merely idle? Moreover, they carry weapons. Just look at that one at the forefront wielding a spike club. It must weigh several hundred pounds. A single strike could easily reduce a person to pulp. In no time, the barbarian caravan reached within 50 paces of the city gate. The city guards, on high alert, were particularly wary, for the barbarians have been the primary adversaries of Dawu in combat. It was said that the ancestors of the barbarians possessed the bloodline of mythical beasts, making each adult barbarian equivalent to a third-tier warrior of Dawu. The royal bloodline of the barbarians was the most potent, with royal offspring reaching at least 5th-tier strength upon maturity. Fortunately, the birth rate among the barbarians was notably low. While normal people gestate for 10 months, the barbarian women, due to their lineage, experienced a 3-year gestation period fraught with complications, resulting in a high incidence of difficult births. Out of 10 pregnant women, half would face severe difficulties. And given the rudimentary state of medical care, only 3 out of 5 infants would survive if fortune smiled upon them. Thus, although the barbarians were formidable in combat, their population remained scarce. Each winter, they would pillage various nations but would retreat afterward, never attempting to occupy land extensively, as such a strategy would dilute their strength and render it indefensible. It was far more advantageous to raid and withdraw. Halt! Boomed Zhang Lingguang, the captain of the city gate guards. The barbarian caravan came to a stop. Ah Wu, go negotiate, but do not delay. A youthful voice emanated from the carriage, suggesting the speaker was quite young. Yes, young master. With that, Ah Wu mounted his singular horned steed and stepped forth from the ranks. Brothers of Wu Nation, we are a legitimate trading caravan with the necessary documentation. Please do not be alarmed. Where are the documents? I must verify them. Here they are, please. Ah Wu retrieved a folded document from his bosom and took a few steps forward to present it to Zhang Lingguang. Upon inspection, Zhang discovered that it bore the official seal of the Da Wu, confirming its authenticity. However, he informed them that their weapons could not be brought into the city. The city guards would ensure their safety within, and the weapons could be temporarily stored at the city gates, to be collected upon their return. Should they have any reservations, they were welcome to leave someone outside to guard their belongings. Well, I must consult our young master. Ah Wu replied. That is acceptable, but please be prompt. We cannot hold up the city gate for too long. Ah Wu returned to the carriage, and after a brief exchange with the occupants, he swiftly returned to convey that they would surrender their weapons. Zhang Lingguang, understanding the situation, allowed them to proceed. Once they had relinquished their arms, the city guards permitted them to enter the capital. Chapter 51. The Awakening of the Fourth Son. In contrast to the princely residence of Qi, presided over by Yinan, the estate of the Chu royal family, governed by Yi Tian, appears rather modest. This is not a matter of size, as Yi Zhen allocated similar standards when granting residences to his sons, providing each with an initial fund of 100,000 taels. Naturally, Yi Zhen harbored his own preferences. For instance, he favored Yi Hao, the Prince of Wei, who is regarded as the most gifted member of the royal lineage in centuries. It is noteworthy that attaining the 7th rank at the tender age of 18 is a rarity in the realm of martial prowess. Hence, Yi Zhen tends to offer more resources and support to this son, a sentiment easily understood by his siblings. The 6th and 7th brothers are still young and remain unaware of the nuances within the palace. Yinan, the 3rd brother, is the most ambitious, having successfully positioned himself as the crown prince. Meanwhile, the 5th brother, Yi Fei, enjoys a comfortable life, bolstered by his affiliation with the Luoyuan sect. Among the brothers, Yi Tian possesses the least presence. He lacks ambition and spends his days composing poetry and painting, participating in literary gatherings, and occasionally enjoying leisurely outings on flower boats above the Imperial River. Due to his striking appearance and exceptional talent, Yi Tian stands out among his brothers, often lauded as the foremost of the capital's 4 literary prodigies. He has garnered considerable admiration from the young ladies of the noble families in the capital. Alas, while the goddess may be interested, the prince remains indifferent. To this day, our Prince of Chu remains a solitary figure. A few months prior, the Empress, Xueqian, endeavored to arrange a marriage for him, but with her current confinement, the prospects of his nuptials remain uncertain. The 4 literary prodigies of the capital are as follows: Yi Tian, masterful brushwork, the peach blossom immortal, Yang Huan, ink dragon dance, the literary genius Li Mo, Confucian hero, the sage of painting Su Lai, poetry surpassing all, the luminary of literature today. Yi Tian had intended to meet with Yang Huan to appreciate a recent acquisition of calligraphy by the esteemed Yan Qing. Unfortunately, Yang Huan was unable to attend, citing a commitment to accompany his mother to the Red Lotus Temple outside the city to fulfill a vow. Thus, Yi Tian found himself at leisure. In a moment of quiet contemplation, he recalled that a new courtesan had recently arrived on the flower boats of the Imperial River, someone he had yet to encounter. With a sense of curiosity, he set forth with his attendant towards the river. As they approached the Imperial River, they encountered a merchant caravan comprising around several dozen individuals. Among them, A particularly exquisite carriage caught Yi Tian's eye, adorned in a manner that resonated with his aesthetic sensibilities. He felt an irresistible urge to meet the owner of this splendid carriage. At that moment, as Yinan passed by the caravan, a gust of wind lifted the curtain of the carriage window. Yinan turned to glance, revealing a visage of unparalleled beauty, eyebrows like distant mountains shrouded in mist, eyes resembling autumn waters in gentle waves, lips like crimson petals, skin as smooth as congealed fat, exuding brilliance and an air of ethereal independence, untouched by the mundane world. In that instant, Yi Tian felt as though he had glimpsed eternity, rendered speechless and motionless, unable to regain his composure. He sensed the stirrings of love, a feeling he had never experienced before. Even encounters with the capital's most beautiful women, such as Yang Miaoying, the daughter of the Chancellor Yang Ping, or Tang Yao, had never awakened such emotions within him. His heart raced, and his cheeks flushed. "My lord, what troubles you?" Until reminded by his fellow guard, he was lost in thought. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he declared, "We shall not visit the imperial river today. Let us return to the manor." The guard cast a puzzled glance at Yi Tian, but after all, he was the master, so if he chose not to go, then so be it. Upon returning to the manor, Yi Tian could not shake off the memory of their earlier encounter. He found himself reminiscing about that divine visage, a voice within urging him to seek her out and claim her as his own. However, the teachings of the royal court and his rational mind held him back from such impulsive desires. Yi Tian began to feel a sense of unease, unable to eat or sleep properly for 2 consecutive days, leading his butler to suspect that the Prince of Chu had fallen ill. Indeed, he was afflicted, but not with a conventional ailment. It was the malady of longing, commonly known as infatuation. "Third brother, perhaps I am truly unwell?" On this day, Yi Tian took the initiative to visit Yi Nan, seeking to confide his inner turmoil. "If you are ill, you should consult a physician, not burden me with your trivialities," Yi Nan remarked, horrified by the bashful expression on Yi Tian's face. "Do you believe in love at first sight?" Yi Tian inwitted. "Nonsense. All instances of love at first sight are merely lust in disguise. You haven't taken a liking to some girl, have you? Share it with your third brother. Let me enjoy a good laugh. I assure you, it is love at first sight. Do not belittle my dignity," Yi Tian retorted, his cheeks flushed. "I have only seen this kind of behavior in a female cat in heat. Calm yourself. You claim it is love at first sight. Yet do you even know this girl's name? Her age? What her parents do? Where she resides?" Yinan bombarded him with a series of relentless questions. I do not know," Yi Tian admitted, feeling embarrassed. "If you do not know, why not investigate? Instead of lamenting your fate, take the initiative. I have come to you. Haven Ti, third brother. As you well know, this Prince of Chu's manor is but an empty shell, devoid of any capable individuals in this regard. Yi Tian shipipish a planet. Oh, so, you want me to send someone to help you a girl? How very presumptuous of you. Very well. Go find Jia and have him send someone to assist you. I have no time to indulge your whims. Thank you, third brother. Once I am wed, I shall raise a toast in your honor," Yi Tian exclaimed before excitedly dashing away. "What a rascal!" Yinan Musit, observing his younger brother's youthful exuberance with a parental smile. Yet, he too must remember that he was still only 18 or 19 himself. While Yi Tian busied himself with matters of the heart, a piece of gossip emerged from the Duke of an S residence. The eldest son of Duke Zhaochun was seeking to divorce his wife and bring his concubine into the household, an announcement that left his mother, Madame Jing Ran, utterly faint. Duke Zhaochun was indeed a representative figure of the martial lineage, yet all 3 of his sons seemed to lack merit. 7 years prior, Zhaochun had been dispatched to the front lines by Yi Zhen to oversee military affairs, where he tragically fell victim to a stray arrow during battle. His eldest son, Zhao Jian, despite being the legitimate heir of a military family, excelled neither in literature nor martial skills. Consequently, Yi Zhen had delayed issuing the decree for him to inherit the title, not out of a desire to strip the Zhao family of their nobility, but rather to test him for a while longer. After all, Jing Ran, as Yi Zhen's wet nurse, shares a bond of affection with him. Yi Zhen harbors hopes that the Zhao family might produce another capable individual to serve the empire. Alas, None of the Zhao brothers have proven themselves worthy. The eldest, Zhao Jian, nearly 25 years old, occupies a clerical position in the Ministry of War, yet he is as idle as he is unproductive, often neglecting his duties while indulging in extramarital affairs. The second brother, Zhao Tong, possesses a modicum of martial talent, though it is scant. At 20 years of age, he spends his days absent from home, associating with ruffians and engaging in territorial disputes. The youngest, Zhao Xing, has always preferred the company of girls, which over time has rendered him somewhat effeminate, with attire that reflects his delicate disposition. Following the incident involving the eldest brother, their mother was so agitated that she fainted. Upon hearing of this event, Yi Zhen was engulfed in fury. How could such a worthless individual bring his mother to the brink of death? Chapter 52. The fourth son is injured. Summon the decree and reprimand Zhao Jian. Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider. This matter pertains to the Zhao family. In rebuking young master, Zhao may not be appropriate, especially considering the dignity of the matriarch. Chao Mao interjected. I am truly vexed and bewildered. Very well. Let the offspring manage their own affairs. I shall not intervene. Yi Zhen seeketh in resignation. Gao Mao, convey a message to the matriarch. Zhao Jian is to be forgiven this time. However, should there be a next occurrence, he shall be sent back to his ancestral home, never to linger in the capital again. I will reclaim the Zhao family's title until they produce a worthy heir. Understood. At this moment, the Zhao household was in disarray. The heir had inadvertently caused the matriarch to faint. Zhao Jian was as restless as a bug in a hot pot, consumed by regret for having broached the subject of bringing Yun Yin into the estate at such a precarious time. Brother, you are truly audacious to have upset mother to the point of unconsciousness. I warn you, should anything befall her, I shall not spare you or your mistress. Zhao Tong, the second brother, remarked with a sidelong glance beneath the plum tree in the courtyard. Why do you have to admonish me? I'm the heir of the Zhao family, entrusted with its legacy, not you. Recognize your position. What is this? Have I struck a nerve? An heir, you say? For 7 years, have you seen His Majesty decree your succession? Just because I cannot inherit does not mean you can. You behave like a vagabond, bringing shame upon the Zhao name. Enough, both of you. Mother is still in a state of unconsciousness. Let's not engage in infighting. Zhao Xing, the third brother, urged. Shut up, you pathetic wretch. Your very presence disgusts me. Zhao Tong retorted mercilessly. Zhao Jian looked upon his elder brother with disdain, while he found Zhao Tong insufferable. At least he was a proper man. Zhao Xing's delicate demeanor, however, made him uneasy. Wah, brother, second brother, you are bullying me. I shall tell mother. Silence. If you do not cease, I swear I will thrash you. Zhao Tong could no longer contain his frustration. His fists clenched, filled with the urge to transform into a fierce warrior and silence this irritating child. Within the chamber, Jing Ren gradually regained consciousness, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. As the youngest regional director at a prominent investment bank, she had always been decisive and formidable. In her 30s, her colleagues privately refer to her as the Iron Lady of the financial realm. As a regional manager, Jing Ran's ascent to her position was far from smooth. After graduating, she began her career as a junior employee, gradually working her way up to the role of regional manager and partner. The key to her success was relentless competition, not merely against others, but also against herself. Thus, at the age of 36, during her zodiac year, she assumed the role of regional manager. However, after enduring 3 consecutive days of grueling overtime in the office, she tragically succumbed to a heart attack. In her new reality, she found herself reborn as a woman in her 50s. Fortunately, this elderly lady held a distinguished status. Not only was she the wife of a noble lord, with the title of a first-rank consort, but she also served as the emperor's wet nurse, a truly fortuitous turn of events. Yet, thoughts of her original children's shortcomings plagued her. The original body had 3 sons and 3 daughters, with 2 of the daughters already married. Sparing Jing ran some worry regarding them. However, the 3 sons filled her with exasperation. The eldest was incompetent, the second a delinquent, and the youngest effeminate. Destruction seemed a fitting resolution. She was utterly exhausted. Ding! The system detected that the host had awakened. The child-rearing system had been activated. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Through relentless efforts, Yi Tian finally uncovered information about the woman of his dreams. Her name was Yuanya, hailing from the distant Jin state. The daughter of the head of the Ping and Merchant Association, the largest trading consortium in Jin, encompassing various industries such as clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Yuanya's purpose for coming to Dou was to seek longevity medicine, as her family's elder was nearing the end of life. 6 months prior, news of the longevity medicine had spread to Jin, igniting a wave of disbelief. However, as the rumors persisted, skepticism waned, with only the Ping and Merchant Association taking action. After all, few would travel thousands of miles to verify an improving claim. Had it not been for the elder's imminent demise, Yuanya would not have ventured to Dou. Thank you, elder of the Yuan family. Were it not for your impending fate, I would never have met Yuanya. Rest assured, the younger generation will surely save you. Yitian musit contentedly. Although the Ping and Merchant Association had registered for the upcoming auction, which was scheduled to take place 3 days later, his longing for Yuanya surged like a torrent, and he could hardly bear to wait. That night, unable to suppress his yearning, Yi Tian stealthily infiltrated Yuanya's residence, hoping for a glimpse of her. He desired to visit her openly, yet lacked a valid reason. For several days, Yuanya had confined herself to her abode, leaving Yi Tian without the opportunity to orchestrate an accidental encounter, thus compelling him to resort to such desperate measures. With the assistance of a guard, he successfully scaled the wall. He had already obtained information through Jia He via the Heavenly Eye, confirming that Yuanya resided in the central bedroom of the estate. As he cautiously peered inside, he noticed the light still aglow in the bedroom, filling him with delight. Just as he prepared to approach, a voice suddenly rang out. "Who goes there, little thief? Face my blade." Several guards, clad in uniforms, suddenly lunged forward with their swords. Yi Tian, taken aback, executed a swift roll to evade the guards' long blades. The unexpected commotion startled those inside the house, and soon Yuanya, accompanied by 2 maidens, emerged. Yi Tian, disregarding Yuanya, deftly maneuvered to escape the guards' onslaught, shouting, "I'm not a villain. Cease your attacks at once. Who among the virtuous would stealthily intrude into another's residence at such an hour? It seems you harbor ill intentions." One of the maidens retorted, "Capture him." Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Yi Tian struck back, repelling a few guards before making a dash towards the wall. With a few agile leaps, he scaled the barrier. Just as he was about to make his escape, a maiden called out, "Wei Lao." Suddenly, a dart whizzed through the air towards Yi Tian. Having just reached the top of the wall, he intended to defend himself, but before he could utter a word, the dart struck him squarely in the chest. In disbelief, he gazed at the projectile embedded in his torso and muttered, "What the—" His eyes rolled back as he collapsed over the wall. Fortunately, guards were stationed outside, and upon witnessing the prince fall, with a dart lodged in his chest, they cried out in alarm and swiftly carried Yi Tian back to the estate. Thankfully, their timely return prevented any dire consequences, as the dart was not poisoned. Otherwise, Yi Tian's life would have been in grave jeopardy. The following day, Yinan learned of the incident and erupted into laughter, mocking Yi Tian for still being a Na'vi romantic. However, after his amusement, a cold glint shone in his eyes. Despite Yi Tian's shortcomings, he was still a prince of Dou and, more importantly, Yinan's brother. He was fiercely protective of his kin. If anyone posed a threat to him or sought his life, he would ensure their demise, as he would with Yi Feng. Conversely, those who posed no threat or were merely unreasonable would not invoke his wrath. He might even collaborate with them, as he would with Yi Fei. His second brother, Yi Hao, and his fourth brother, Yi Tian, received his genuine affection, including the 2 young lads within the palace. Should anyone harm his brothers, especially within the capital, they would learn the true meaning of crossing a line. Chapter 53. The Royal Banquet. Although Yi Tian's actions were rather unscrupulous, intruding upon a lady's chamber in the dead of night is indefensible in any nation. He nonetheless belongs to the royal lineage. Royalty, regardless of the country, enjoys certain privileges that, while not openly acknowledged, are nonetheless palpable. Since this is a merchant convoy, let us engage in trade as merchants do. I shall not demand exorbitant prices, thus rendering my status as a prince inconsequential. Yi Nin refrained from physical retaliation for two reasons. Firstly, the initial phase of the God of Wealth competition was nearing its conclusion, and he required the upcoming auction to fulfill his obligations. Each participating merchant convoy represented a potential opportunity for him, and he would not act until he had harvested those prospects. Secondly, the lady in question was favored by his younger brother. Should she be harmed or worse, the fallout would certainly incite his brother's wrath, potentially creating a rift between them. It is well understood that those devoted to pure love often act irrationally. Why complicate matters further? Allowing this lady to experience some losses in business would suffice. In the future, should she express disinterest, he would not hesitate to assist his brother in a more forceful manner, as time and affection often intertwine. As for the possibility of contention with Yi Tian over this woman, a notion steeped in melodrama, he can assert with confidence that it shall not occur. While Yin may have his own desires, he had previously confided in Fan Fei that he is driven by physical attraction rather than emotional attachment, leaving no room for pure love. Moreover, with the presence of Master Kong, he would not dare pursue other women, for Kong has the capacity to render him impotent. Thus, for the sake of his younger brother's safety, taking a more subdued approach is undoubtedly prudent. Furthermore, he is currently focused on his career, lacking the leisure for such trivial pursuits. He is not the protagonist of a romantic narrative. The harem since Empress Shui Qian was placed under house arrest in Kuanning Palace. The affairs of the harem have fallen to the capable hands of the virtuous concubine Tang Rou. Following Yi Nan's elevation to crown prince, Tang Rou, benefiting from her maternal ties, ascended further in rank to become the imperial concubine, her status only slightly beneath that of the empress. Tang Rou possède sa naturelle gentle disposition, thus managing the harem with a more lenient hand than Shui Qian. However, the other concubines dare not overstep their bounds, while Tang Rou may be forgiving. Yinan is not one to be trifled with, especially now that his influence is on the rise. Since Yinan's recent assassination attempt, he has prioritized both his own safety and that of his mother. He procured 4 female robots of the 8th tier from Fan Fei, sufficient to ensure the protection of his mother, Tang Rou, and his sister, Yi Wanqi, within the palace. On this day, in the palace of Lady Tang Rou, Yi Zhen had just concluded his midday meal when a sudden inspiration struck him, prompting the suggestion of a family banquet, with Lady Tang Rou appointed to oversee the arrangements. All members of the royal family residing in the capital were invited to attend. Traditionally, such gatherings were orchestrated by Empress Shui Qian, who, in her pursuit of authority, never permitted others to intervene. Now, however, with the emperor entrusting this responsibility to her, she found herself at a loss, especially since he insisted that this banquet should be uniquely innovative, diverging from established customs. The date was set for 2 days hence, the day before the Yinan auction. Lady Tang Rou, in a state of perplexity, could not devise a suitable plan. Observing her distress, Qiu Yu suggested, since your highness is at an impasse, why not consult his royal highness the crown prince? He has always possessed a wealth of novel ideas. Indeed, how could I have forgotten about Nanner? Qiu Yu, go to the Eastern Palace at once and fetch him. Yes, your highness. Upon arriving at the Eastern Palace, Qiu Yu found Yi Nin engaged in delineating the agency regions with Zhuge Jia, Zhang Zheng, Li Wei, and Li Ya. The Great Wu's 17 provinces have been divided into 17 territories, each with a starting bid of 10 million taels of silver per year. Other regions were based on a national standard, yet each represented a singular products agency, with prices determined according to estimated profit margins. The lowest annual agency fee being 100,000 taels. As a servant reported Qiu Yu's arrival, Yinan, seeing that the division of regions was nearly complete, instructed the others to continue refining it while he stepped out to greet her. At that moment, Qiu Yu was engaged in light conversation with Xia Chan and several others in the front hall, as they were all familiar with each other, having emerged from the same palace. Upon seeing Yinan enter, Qiu Yu hastily bowed, This humble servant greets His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. There's no need for formalities among acquaintances. Has your visit been prompted by a matter from Mother? Yinan replied, displaying a familiarity with Qiuyu. Indeed, Your Highness. His Majesty has proposed a family banquet that must differ from past customs, requiring innovation. This task has been assigned to Her Highness, but she has found herself momentarily unable to devise a plan. Hence, she sought your esteemed opinion. Old Deng truly knows how to stir things up. However, the previous family banquets were rather uninspiring, merely indulging in food and drink while watching palace maidens dance, perhaps accompanied by a tune from the music house. Well, I have grasped this matter. Allow me to ponder it thoroughly. I shall compose a plan in due course, and have Chuanheng deliver it to His Highness. That servant shall take her leave now. By the way, Princess Chongning mentioned just a few days ago that she misses you. If you find a moment, do pay her a visit. Indeed, it has been quite some time since I last saw Wanqi. I shall make an effort to visit her in the coming days. The thought of you, Wanqi, brings a smile to Yinan's lips. As Yinan's younger sister, she is cherished not only by Yi Zhen, but also by Yinan, who holds a deep affection for her. Although she is merely 10 years old this year, she has already blossomed into a graceful young lady. In the original tale, this sister goes to great lengths for revenge on behalf of Yinan, even marrying the 8th prince of the barbarians, thereby igniting a war between the two nations. Ultimately, although the forces of Dongwu, led by Zhuge Jia, managed to repel the invaders, it came at a significant cost. Old Deng is indeed a man of action. I am nearly overwhelmed with tasks. Not only must I establish a military academy to enhance the quality of our troops, but I also need to create a cultural academy to enrich Dongwu's cultural heritage, alongside the responsibility of constructing thoroughfares. And yet, Old Deng seems to revel in the enjoyment of it all. Old Deng, I have toiled my entire life. Is it not time for me to indulge a little? Very well, let us blend Eastern and Western elements. It appears that the royal family of Dongwu traditionally employed a system of separate dining, with each person seated at their own small table, the dishes being rather ordinary and lacking in character, rendering the meals tasteless. After finishing, guests would typically watch a few performances before returning home, which was utterly devoid of interest. In the past, Yinan would often sneak away before finishing his meal. Even before he was conferred a title and left the palace, he frequently took his younger brother, Yi Tian, to the imperial kitchen for a bit of mischief. This often led to reprimands from his stern second brother, Yi Hao. In Yinan's eyes, the ideal candidate for the next Zongjing is none other than Yi Hao, whose stern demeanor can truly intimidate many, not to mention his impressive martial prowess. Alas, I'm a natural-born busybody. Spreading out the parchment, Yinan sighed as he began drafting the plan for the family banquet. After a quarter of an hour, he finally completed the task. Chuanheng, you and the 4 of you take our palace chefs to seek out Mother Empress and deliver this plan to her. Also, please leave it with her in the palace to assist her. As you command, Your Highness. Chapter 54. The auction begins 2 days later. The imperial family banquet was successfully held. Under the meticulous planning of Yinan, the banquet, which ingeniously combined Eastern and Western culinary delights and was overseen by the esteemed concubine Tang Rou, received unanimous acclaim from all members of the royal family. Tang Rou was elated by her successful debut in hosting a family gathering. Yi Zhen was also pleased with the event, which somewhat alleviated the gloom that had shadowed him for days due to Yi Feng's actions. After the banquet, Yi Zhen took his charming companions to stroll through the imperial flower garden, for at this time, the peonies were in full bloom. Yinan, during the feast, encountered the long-awaited Defei, the very same who had been reborn. However, to his great disappointment, Defei was remarkably subdued and lacked any significant presence. In the original narrative, Defei had concealed herself deeply, akin to a venomous serpent lying in wait for the opportune moment. Just when the rivalry between Yi Feng and Yi Fei reached its peak, she had struck unexpectedly, nearly causing the demise of the Empress. Though she was eventually captured by the Empress's adept guards, the Empress bore a permanent scar as a result, leading her to madly mutilate Defei, ultimately transforming her into pickled remains. Unbeknownst to Yinan, his alteration of the storyline had prevented any of the tribulations Defei had faced in her previous life from occurring. She was engulfed in self-doubt, rendering her increasingly cautious. In her current state, she was focused solely on survival, refraining from contemplating anything beyond that. Yinan returned to the East Palace to prepare for the auction scheduled for the following day. With less than 2 months remaining until the conclusion of the first phase of the Fortune God competition, he was eager to expand his business. Without establishing any agency, he harbored no hope of completing his mission. Over a month had elapsed, and with an initial capital of 100 small goals, his progress had not yet doubled. His anxiety had deprived him of restful sleep each night. Having entered the competition, he resolved to give his all. Third brother, I am not inferior to anyone. Yinan, you can do this. He continually reassured himself. Occasionally, he pondered the question of what constituted a substantial amount of money. Even if he chose to live in leisure, the wealth he possessed could sustain him for several lifetimes. Yet, having traversed into this realm, he felt compelled to leave a mark, as the sensation of unfulfillment lingered. Before his transmigration, he had toiled alongside the masses, and now, even in this new life, he found himself competing against fellow transmigrators. The modus operandi of the myriad realms could be distilled into a single word: competition. If you can compete, so can I. I will surpass you all. Yinan thought through gritted teeth, and with that resolve, he promptly reached out to friends to bolster his inventory. Before dawn on the following day, the Chaotian auction house was bustling with activity, as throngs of merchants arriving for the auction soon rendered the entrance impassable. All personnel at the Chaotian auction house had their days off canceled, bracing for the impending event. When the time came to verify invitations, everyone was instructed to be vigilant, ensuring that no nefarious individuals infiltrated the gathering. The reception staff was tasked with a thorough recheck of the prepared refreshments, snacks, and fruits. The recording personnel were on alert, prepared to meticulously document each bid made by guests. Furthermore, the security team was to ensure a safe environment, strictly prohibiting any threats to others' bids. Any violators were to be swiftly escorted away. The grand entrance of the Chaotian Pavilion opened promptly at the designated hour, revealing 6 passageways that simultaneously came to life. In preparation for today's auction, the Chaotian auction house had undergone extensive renovations, permitting anyone who could gain entry to place their bids. The 18 private rooms on the second floor had all been reserved by affluent merchants, who had accessed the auction house through the VIP passageway ahead of time. However, to enter these exclusive chambers, they were subjected to Yinan's toll. The least expensive room commanded a fee of 100,000 taels. Today, Yinan had already sold 3 royal chambers, with the prestigious room 1 fetching a staggering 1 million taels, acquired by a wealthy merchant from the Song Kingdom. The influx of affluent merchants from Song today was considerable, for the wealthy harbor an innate fear of death. The allure of longevity elixirs holds an irresistible charm for them. Their greatest dread is not death itself, but the thought of departing this world with unspent wealth. Thus, in a bid to extend their time to indulge in luxury, they would go to any lengths to prolong their lives. In contrast, the number of local merchants from the Great Wu who passed the capital verification today was fewer than 100. Among the neighboring nations, none rivaled the Song Kingdom in wealth, as it occupies the most favorable geographical position. When compared to the Song Kingdom, Great Wu seems like a remote hinterland. However, aside from their affluence, the people of Song possess little else of merit. Historically, how did the Song Kingdom respond to invasions? Instead of deploying their own troops, they resorted to hiring other nations to combat their foes, earning a notorious reputation for their fear of death. Yet, the people of Song are unparalleled in their business acumen. They are indeed prosperous. Merchants from other nations, including the Zhou, Chun, Man, Lu, Xin, and Jin states, also made their presence felt today. The reception staff dispersed them throughout various locations in the hall to prevent collusion on pricing. Half an hour later, as the last individual entered the auction house, the grand doors closed with a resounding thud. Inside, the hall was illuminated as brightly as day, thanks to the modernized renovations that Yinan had initiated during the construction of the auction house, with all lighting meticulously custom-made by a friend. Today's auction was once again presided over by the guest host, Leah. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Chaotian auction house. I trust that those present are well aware of the purpose of our gathering. I shall refrain from further preamble, as I assume you are all familiar with the rules. We shall commence with the auction of the agency rights for Great Wu. The Royal Chamber of Commerce has delineated Great Wu into 5 distinct regions based on its topography, demographics, and structural characteristics. Each regional agent will have the authority to sell all goods from the Royal Chamber of Commerce, which will grant exclusive rights to the designated agents for that region. The Chamber will not intervene in how you collect agency fees from your subagents. Similarly, we will only collect fees from the regional agents. The 4 regions are categorized into East, South, West, and North. We will now auction the Eastern region, which encompasses the 4 states of Qing, Su, Yin, and Shu, with a starting bid of 20 million taels of silver. Each subsequent bid must exceed 1 million taels. Let the bidding commence. 25 million taels. As soon as Lia's voice fell, bids began to emerge. In the market of the 4 states, an opening price of 20 million taels was not deemed excessive, had the bidding included the affluent regions of Huai Prefecture and Yang Prefecture in the south. The starting price would likely have been significantly higher. Thus, some individuals contemplated seizing the opportunity to secure a parcel of land, while others were still grappling with the situation. However, as shrewd merchants, none were foolish. What one could conceive, others could as well. 27 million taels, 30 million taels, 31 million taels, 50 million taels. It was not until the bidding reached 50 million taels that it momentarily paused. Observing a lapse in bids for a dozen breaths, Lia called out, 50 million once, 50 million twice, 50 million thrice sold. Chapter 55. Lanterns. Those who had hesitated moments ago regretted their indecision deeply. They had not anticipated that Liu would make her call so swiftly, leaving them no time to ponder. The auction for the agency rights to the 4 western provinces of Dao commenced, encompassing Liang, Pan, Zhe, and Li, with a starting bid of 30 million taels, and each subsequent bid required to exceed 1 million taels. The reason the starting price for the western provinces was set higher than that of the eastern provinces was due to Liangzhou, which was formerly the territory of the Shiliang Kingdom. Once conquered by Dao, it was integrated as a province. 50 million taels. The private room number 18 immediately placed a bid that could eliminate most competitors. The private room had just taken advantage of Wang's oversight, and now that the influential figures had entered the fray, they were left with no chances. In the hall, 2 familiar Dao merchants whispered to each other. 51 million taels. 53 million taels. 70 million taels. 73 million taels. 73 million taels once, twice, thrice sold. The agency rights for the western provinces were secured by the Tian family, one of the 4 great families of Dao. Next, the auction turned to the northern agency rights, which included Yu, Liao, Ji, and He provinces, starting at 30 million taels with bids increasing by no less than 1 million taels. 60 million taels. The bidding commenced with a powerful offer that eliminated 9/10 of the competition. Since the Luo family had already acquired a region, the remaining 3 great families were determined not to fall behind. The Jing family, also among the 4 great families, began to make their moves. Boom! This is a battle of titans. We should refrain from intervening and settle for being secondary agents, one merchant suggested. Indeed, my good sir, you speak wisely. To engage now would surely lead to our obliteration. It is far better to quietly observe and broaden our horizons. 70 million taels, 80 million, 90 million, 93 million, 95 million, 95 million once, twice, thrice sold. The successful bidder this time was the Guo family, one of the 4 great families. Compared to the Jing family, the Guo family possessed far greater financial resources, having made their fortune in mining ventures. In addition to common iron and copper mines, the Guo family also owned their own gold mine. Thus, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were as wealthy as a nation. The Jing family, while prosperous, had built their wealth through grain trade. Soon, the auction turned to the southern regions of Dao, the most affluent area, where the power dynamics were intricate. The Luo family, one of the 4 great families, had its roots in the south, making it a fiercely contested territory. However, the south also included Huai and Nan provinces, which served as the financial stronghold of the Huainan faction, a group that would not tolerate outside interference. This would undoubtedly be a fierce contest. Now, the auction for the southern provinces, comprising Luo, Huai, Nan, and Yun, began with a starting bid of 80 million taels, with increments of no less than 1 million taels. 100 million taels. The representative of the Huainan faction, the prominent merchant Shen Xian, made the first move. 130 million taels. The Luo family is not willing to lag behind. The ancestral land of the Luo family is located in Luo Prefecture, adjacent to Yun Prefecture, both bordering the 10,000 Great Mountains, which are abundant in various rare medicinal herbs. The Luo family has prospered through the trade of these herbs. The starting bid reached an astonishing 15 million taels. Shen Xian offered no respite to the Luo family, abruptly raising the price by 20 million to 15,500,000. The head of the Luo family, Luo Sheng, gazed at Shen Xian, his eyes brimming with malice. 16 million. Shen Xian remained unfazed. It is essential to note that while their individual strength may not match that of the Luo family, the Huainan faction is remarkably united. If one faces adversity, all rally together, akin to hyenas tearing apart their prey. The Luo family alone does not possess the requisite stature to compel a retreat from the Huainan faction. 16,100,000. 17 million. Shen Xian maintained his composure. For the Huainan faction had prepared an ample 10 billion taels for this auction. As the wealthiest organization in the Great Wu Kingdom, the Huainan faction has never bowed to anyone. Father, let it go. Further increases may ensnare us in a trap. Luo Tianqi interjected urgently as he saw his father, Luo Sheng, becoming increasingly agitated. Very well. 17 million once, twice, thrice sold. The auction then proceeded to the fifth region, Zhongzhou, which includes the capital, with a starting bid of 15 million taels, and each increment must not be less than 1 million taels. Ultimately, Zhongzhou was secured by the 13 guilds of the capital for 33 million taels. Thus, all 17 states of the Great Wu were allocated, with the agency fees astonishingly reaching 402 million taels, a sum that equates to 3 years of taxes for the Great Wu. One can only wonder what expression Yizhen will wear upon learning of this. The Great Wu has always practiced light taxation, its primary economic source being agricultural taxes, while commercial taxes are remarkably low, standing an astonishing 50 to 1. Even so, they manage to collect over 100 million taels annually. And the merchants of Great Wu are all exceedingly wealthy. As for the prominent families, which of them is not as affluent as a nation? Next, the auction for the market in the barbarian region commenced, with a starting bid of 3 million taels, and each increment must not be lower than 100,000 taels. It is imperative to note that the Royal Auction House assumes no responsibility for delivery. Once a region is won, the goods must be handled independently. The same applies to other national regions. Further elaboration is unnecessary. Let the bidding begin. Only 3 million taels? This is feasible. Consider this carefully. How many heads do you have when dealing with the barbarians? Do they not require food or daily necessities? With their level of intelligence, a few persuasive words can seal the deal. And at such a low price, transporting the goods a few times will yield profits. 3,100,000 taels. 3,200,000 taels. 5 million taels. 6 million taels. In box 8, a striking man called out to a tall young man, a Wu. Yes, young Master 8. 7 million taels. A Wu emerged from the box, his towering figure capturing the attention of the entire room. Barbarians? Someone from the barbarian nation has actually arrived. No wonder it has reached 7 million taels. If it were the barbarians, it would not be surprising. For us, the market of the barbarian nation still requires exploration, while for them, it is merely a matter of transport. 7,500,000 taels. However, those with connections would not relinquish their hold easily. 10 million. Oh, continued to call out, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor to discourage those who sought to raise the bid further. 10 million taels. Is there anyone else willing to bid? 10 million once, 10 million twice, 10 million thrice. Sold. Next comes the eagerly anticipated auction for the regional agency rights of the Song Kingdom, with a starting price of 300 million taels. and each subsequent bid must not be less than 10 million taels. The bidding begins. 300 million? Am I hearing correctly? Pinch me. Am I dreaming? What is so surprising? Have you not calculated how much the 5 regions of the Wu Kingdom fetched? 420 million taels. The Song Kingdom is immensely wealthy. A starting price of 300 million is quite reasonable. Indeed, why did the Royal Chamber of Commerce decide to divide the Wu Kingdom's regions? It was because no single entity could independently acquire all regions. But the Song Kingdom is different. Even a mediocre merchant can readily present over 100 million in assets. Let us simply broaden our horizons and enjoy the display of Song Kingdom merchants. 400 million. Bidder box number 10 calls out. 500 million. Bidder box number 12 responds. 700 million. Bidder box number 3 chimes in. Lighting up. Bidder box number 2 exclaims. A gasp spreads throughout the room. Look, bidder box number 2 has lit up. In the auction house, lighting up indicates a full booking, meaning that regardless of the final price, the one who lights up must outbid the last bidder by at least 1 increment. Bidder box number 2 is likely from the Song Kingdom. These affluent patrons truly possess wealth. Lighting up. Bidder box number 1. Chapter 56. Nangong waning as the first VIP room illuminated with lights. The auction escalated into a fervent climax. Wealthy merchants from the Song Kingdom began to bid, delivering a minor shock to the impoverished individuals from the Wu Kingdom. 800 million, 900 million, 1 billion. The price swiftly soared to 10 billion, a staggering sum that one could never exhaust in a lifetime. Moreover, the Song merchants did not merely adhere to the minimum bidding increments. They ascended in leaps of 1 billion, as if only such grand gestures could adequately reflect their opulence. The audience below held their breath, wide-eyed, as they observed the 2 Song bidders engage in a fierce contest. In the background, Yinan had already risen from his seat. Though he too was lavish, he had never witnessed money being thrown around with such abandon. 10 billion equated to the tax revenue of the Wu Kingdom for 7 or 8 years, a sum carelessly cast aside. His thoughts drifted far from the auction. They now revolved around rapidly developing the military, enhancing its strength, and marching northward to seize wealth from the Song Kingdom. If mere merchants could so freely squander 10 billion, one could only imagine the vast fortunes of the Song Kingdom. Fortune does not favor the impoverished, and a nation's prosperity mirrors this truth. In the past, the Eagle Nation engaged in warfare every 2 to 3 years for similar reasons. Zhang Sibao seemed intent on opposing me at every turn. He had been a thorn in my side in Bianliang City, and now, even in the Wu Kingdom, he continued to undermine me. This was utterly intolerable. Calm down, my lord. There is no need to let Zhang get under your skin. Your ultimate goal is the longevity elixir. Other goods are of little consequence. During these past few days in the capital, I've ascertained that the products of the Dawu Royal Trading Company have yet to impact our business. Our main enterprises lie within textiles, ready-made garments, and grain. If Zhang Sibao desires the other markets in the Song Kingdom, let him have them. Besides, the folks in Bianliang are no pushovers. Although Zhang Sibao is backed by the 8th prince, the prince himself has those he fears. You are right. Zhang Sibao nearly pushed me over the edge. Very well, let's call it a day after a couple more bids. At worst, we can acquire the agency rights from the Jin Kingdom later. My lord is indeed wise. How dare he oppose me? I have no shortage of wealth. I shall crush him with my riches, and he will crumble like his very name suggests. In the first VIP room, Zhang Sibao was mocking Yang Wei of the second VIP room. Both were prominent merchants. Zhang Sibao, supported by the 8th prince, thrived abundantly within the Song Kingdom's business sphere. Though Yang Wei had the formidable backing of the esteemed Qin Huairan, a minister of the court, the royal family's heritage far surpassed that of someone who had only cultivated influence in the political arena for less than 2 decades. 15 billion, 19 billion, 20 billion. A prolonged silence ensued. Leah observed that no further bids were forthcoming. The guest in the first VIP room had bid 20 billion. Were there any further offers? To know that the state of Song is indeed one of the most prosperous regions, spanning tens of thousands of miles, a rare treasure trove. With our goods combined with the favorable business environment of the Song, transporting our merchandise, there is tantamount to reaping profits effortlessly. As Li Ya's provocative words echoed, Yang Wei from Box 2 promptly sent someone to bid again. 21 billion. The esteemed guests in Box 2 offered 21 billion taels. Is a no higher bid? Today's pricing is destined to leave a significant mark in the annals of the Great Wu auction history, even to be recorded by the official historians, etched in the chronicles of a nation. Moreover, this transaction guarantees profit without loss. Can there be a more lucrative deal? After hearing Li Ya's remarks, Yang Wei's steward inwardly lamented the situation. Indeed, he raised his head to see his master's face flushed with excitement. Yang Wei himself hailed from a humble background, though his ancestors once thrived, having fought alongside the founding emperor of Song. Although the emperor was unaware of Yang Wei's lineage, the highest status his family had achieved was a mention in the local county records. Since rising to prominence, Yang Wei's greatest aspiration had been to restore the glory of his forebears. Now, an opportunity to inscribe his name in history lay before him. It was no wonder he felt elated. Although not in his own country's records, this was a national chronicle, far superior to a single page in a family genealogy. He began to envision how he would be recorded in the history of Great Wu. In the 13th year of the Wu reign, a great merchant from Song, Yang Wei, arrived from the north, extravagantly spending billions to obtain the agency rights for the Song, pioneering a new path for Wu. With this thought, Yang Wei couldn't help but smile, though it quickly turned to seriousness. The only obstacle remaining between him and his legacy was Zhang Sibao. If gods block my path, I shall slay them. If Buddhas obstruct me, I shall vanquish them. No one shall stand in my way. The battle for dignity has commenced. 25 billion. Damn it. Has he gone mad? What kind of insanity is this? Subsequently, as the two continued to bid, the price for the agency rights of the state of Song soared to 40 billion. 40 billion. Are there no higher bids? If not, I shall bring down the hammer. Although Liu was a ninth-tier master, she was now trembling with excitement, her throat dry. 40 billion once, 40 billion twice, 40 billion thrice sold. Let us congratulate the esteemed guest in Box 2 for acquiring the agency rights for the entirety of the state of Song from the Great Wu Royal Merchants Association at the price of 40 billion. The guest for Box 2 shall undoubtedly be immortalized in the annals of Great Wu. Relieved, Yang Wei sighed, feeling a profound sense of comfort, even more so than when he was with his beloved concubine, Chuanxiang. Damn that fool. What do you think I'll do when I return? In Box 1, Zhang Sibao was fuming. Activate the backup plan. We must secure the agency rights for the state of Jin, or else, if we return without the longevity elixir, the prince will flame me alive. After the climax, Leah announced a pause in the auction, a 15-minute intermission, believing the recent prices had left many feeling the urgency of their attire. The events in the auction hall swiftly spread throughout the city during the break, and those in the capital who learned of the news hurried toward the auction venue, eager to glimpse the figure who had lavishly spent 40 billion. Among the many with ulterior motives wishing to ambush the merchants from Song. 15 minutes later, Leah announced the continuation of the auction. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 forceful strikes of her gavel, the cacophony of the bustling auction hall fell silent. Let us proceed with the auction, she declared. Next on the block is the agency rights for the Chongguo region, starting at 100 million taels, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 10 million taels. Following this were the bids for the Zhougua region, the Lugua, the Xiangwa. 7 or 8 regions were swiftly acquired by affluent merchants from their respective nations, the lowest fetching nearly 50 million taels, while the highest, Zhougua, soared almost 300 million taels. The final region was Jingua, with an opening bid of 20 million and a minimum increment of 300,000 taels. The bidding commenced. The reason Jingua was the least expensive was not due to its barrenness, but rather its current internal strife. The ancestral leader of the Nangong family had passed away, and the young emperor, Nangongxian, was vulnerable to the ambitions of the 10 major generals who had seized the opportunity to rebel, plunging the nation into chaos. The logistics of transporting goods into the territory were fraught with uncertainty. Yinan had initially no intention of auctioning the Jingua region, but upon learning that merchants from Jingua had arrived, and that it was indeed Jingua nationals who had harmed Yitian, he decided to present a seemingly reasonable, yet ultimately deceptive price as a lesson to his prospective sister-in-law. 100 million. Zhang Bao, seething with anger, immediately escalated the bidding to astronomical heights, leaving no opportunity for others to participate. In Box 15, Nangong Wan Ying's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 57. Nangong Weiying meets Yi Tian. Nangong Weiying, the eldest daughter of the Nangong royal family of Jin, is renowned for her exceptional talents. She is the most cherished descendant of the family's revered ancestor. Although it is said that the ancestor of the Nangong clan has passed away, the truth is somewhat different. Nangong Wudi is in the twilight of his life, with only 6 months left unless he acquires the longevity elixir. Upon learning that the Great Wu possesses such a remedy, Nangong Weiying embarked on a relentless journey that lasted 3 months to reach Great Wu. To her dismay, she discovered that the longevity elixir was distributed through a bidding system and was not available for direct sale. Disguised as Yuanya, she attended the auction with a staggering sum of 100 million in hand. Initially filled with confidence, her spirits waned upon witnessing the fierce competition from Zhang Bao and Yang Wei. However, when Leah announced the starting bid for the Jin region at a mere 20 million, her hopes surged once more. She envisioned securing the agency rights to purchase the longevity elixir and profiting immensely by transporting goods back to Jin. Yet, fate dealt her a cruel blow when Zhang Bao unexpectedly entered the fray, raising the bid to 100 million, sending her spiraling from her lofty aspirations to despair. Her heart raced like a roller coaster, unable to find tranquility as her dreams were shattered by Zhang Bao's ruthless bid. Meanwhile, Yinan chuckled in the background, reveling in his satisfaction. Even had Zhang Bao not intervened, Yinan had orchestrated a plan to escalate the bidding until Nangong Weiying could no longer compete. After all, she had harmed her foolish brother, and it was time for her to learn a lesson. Nangong Weiying placed a bid of 103 million. 200 million. Devastated, she crumbled under the weight of Zhang Bao's 200 million bid. Ultimately, the agency rights for the Jin region were claimed by Zhang Bao for 200 million. Thus, the auction for the Royal Commercial Agency concluded successfully, with Yinan greatly pleased by the outcome, as the fees collected amounted to several billion. Alongside the funds required for the agents to procure goods, heralding a prosperous wave ahead, Nangong Weiying could hardly recall how she returned to her residence. Once back, she isolated herself in her chamber, remaining there for the entirety of the day. On the following morning, she emerged, revitalized and resolute, knowing she could not afford to waste time. The longevity elixir was a matter of life and death for her ancestor, whose fate was intertwined with the survival of Jin, leaving her no room for rest. Today, she would present an official letter to the Emperor of Wu, Yi Zhen, in her capacity as the Crown Princess of Jin, hoping he might show her mercy. When Yinan laid eyes upon the letter, he sighed, "I should have anticipated this. With so many matters at hand, I neglected such a crucial issue." Nangong Weiying. Was this not the name of the fourth son's wife in the original narrative? After her brother's demise, she had been cast out from Jin, only to be rescued by Yi Tian during her travels. With his assistance, she ultimately returned to Jin as empress, and they lived a life of enduring love, blessed with 3 sons and a daughter. It seems I have altered the course of history. The fourth son's fate lies before me. What do you think? Yi Zhen inquired. If you disagree, I shall find a reason to send her away. Oh, please don't. If you dismiss her, fourth brother will likely despise you. Ah, does this involve fourth brother as well? Yi Zhen's interest was piqued. Ha! Our fourth brother is indeed a warrior of pure love, a gallant knight charging forth for love. Yinan recounted how Yi Tian had once scaled a wall to court a maiden in the dead of night. Yi Zhen nodded repeatedly. This lad exhibits a semblance of paternal grace. In my youth, I too scaled the walls of the Tang residence for your mother. You are unaware that your uncle, Tang Tao, pursued me for 2 whole miles. How clever I was to elude him with a mere turn, only to return and win your mother's heart. Ah, the glory of my youth. Yi Zhen spoke without shame. So, it is a family legacy. Yinan scoffed. Let fourth brother handle the reception. As for how far they progress, that is up to him. Whether he can secure the fair maiden depends on his own merit. Your Highness, the Emperor of the Wu Kingdom has replied, requesting that you seek out 4th Prince Chu Wang Yitian. Should we send a formal invitation now? Yes. The sooner the better. Investigate 4th Prince's character and preferences, prepare substantial gifts, and proceed. As you command. 2 days later, the merchants who had left the auction empty-handed gradually departed the capital. At last, Nangong Weining received Yi Tian's response, agreeing to her visit, scheduled for the following day. What of your inquiries regarding 4th Prince's character and preferences, as well as the prepared gifts? Nangong Weining asked. Your Highness, 4th Prince enjoys a good reputation among the people of Dao. Not only him, but all adult princes of Dao are held in high regard, which reflects the Emperor Yi Zhan's commitment to royal education. 4th Prince is even regarded as the foremost among the 4 literary talents of the capital. He has a passion for calligraphy and painting and excels in both. I have prepared the Lin Bei Tai from the esteemed Liu Bai as a gift, the steward reported. Not sufficient. Add Tao Ming's Wang Yu as well. But Wang Yu is your favorite painting, Your Highness. How can it be given away? If a single Wang Yu can procure the opportunity to obtain the longevity elixir, then it is worth it. After all, a painting is but a lifeless object. If it can be exchanged for a chance, then it has fulfilled its highest purpose. On the following day, Nangong Weining arose early to wash and adorn herself. She now represented not only her own self, but also the dignity of the Jin kingdom. At a quarter past the hour, Nangong Weining commenced her journey to the residence of the king of Chu. 2 days prior, Yi Tian had received intelligence from Yinan, unveiling that the true name of Yuanya was, in fact, Nangong Weining, the eldest princess of the Jin state. Her purpose for this visit was not for trade, but rather to procure the elixir of longevity. Yinan had also enlightened Yi Tian about the internal strife within the Jin state, leaving the decision on how to proceed entirely to Yi Tian. The present Yi Tian was not the same as the one who, a few years hence, would find himself homeless and wandering. Currently, Yi Tian enjoyed the fortune of having his father, Yi Zhan, still by his side, and harmonious relations with his brothers. His life was quite prosperous, devoid of worries about livelihood, and he relished a sense of freedom. In the capital, everyone was well aware of his status, and none dared to provoke him. Yi Tian's temperament was relatively placid. He had never sought out trouble, living a life of liberty, affluence, leisure, and possessing commendable looks. He found immense joy in simple pastimes, such as visiting painted boats. As a typical man, Yinan struggled to comprehend what might attract Yi Tian to Nangong Weining. However, unbeknownst to Yinan, the whims of love often defy reason. Chapter 58. The Pursuit of Shui Su, Is It You? Upon encountering Yi Tian, Nangong Weining realized that the 4th prince was none other than the petty thief who had scaled the wall some time ago. Yi Tian's complexion flushed slightly. Naturally, he would not confess to such a foolish act. He spoke up. Oh, Your Highness the princess has seen me? Nangong Weining was taken aback by Yi Tian's audacity. But now is not the time for such trifles. No, perhaps I mistook you for someone else. Oh, then please, Your Highness, be my guest. After you, Prince Chu. Yi Tian smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further as he stepped into the royal residence. Once inside the grand hall, the guests took their respective seats. After some polite exchanges, they delved into the matter at hand. Meanwhile, on the other side of the capital, within an inn, a strikingly handsome man from the barbarian nation was engaged in conversation with a Wu. General Shui visited his family's graves yesterday, did he not? Indeed, and I owe thanks to His Highness the 8th Prince for bringing me to the capital. A Wu peeled off a human skin mask, revealing the face of none other than the long-missing Shui Su. It turned out that Shui Su had realized the severity of the situation the moment he learned of the Shui family's rebellion. He could not flee in time, but managed to contact the barbarians through secret channels. It was the barbarians who rescued him during his escort back to the capital. Who would have imagined that Shui Su, who had fought valiantly against the barbarians for over a decade, had secretly allied himself with them all along? His past achievements now warranted reevaluation. What? You say the 8th prince of the barbarian nation has disguised himself as a merchant to infiltrate the capital, and that Shui Su is with them? Yes, Your Highness. This presents a golden opportunity. If we can capture the 8th prince of the barbarians It would compel them to reconsider their actions, potentially allowing us to reclaim Jizhou, which they seized years ago. Furthermore, Shue's continued existence is a liability. Jia was equally astonished upon receiving this intelligence. He marveled at the audacity of the eighth prince. Xiao Yunjian. The barbarian nation and the Wu kingdom were sworn enemies, wishing nothing more than the other's demise. And now he had the notorious Shu, a wanted criminal of Wu, in tow. They dare to play in the shadows. How delightful. My guard has been lax of late. It seems I need to procure some mind-enhancing elixirs from Ming Chunshan. Undeniably, Shu was a remarkable talent, but alas. Yinan refrained from elaborating on his lament, merely issuing orders to apprehend Xiao Yunjian and Shu. Outside the inn were Xiao Yunjian and Shu were held captive. Lu Chang led the Imperial Guard in surrounding the establishment. However, upon entering, they found no trace of Xiao Yunjian or Shu. Lu Chang noticed that the tea in the cup still emitted steam. The tea is still warm. The Haven tea gone far. Seal off the entire city. Search. The Imperial Guards of the capital began to mobilize, establishing checkpoints at every thoroughfare. Isn't the Eye of Heaven supposed to be monitoring the inn's movements? How could they lose track of them? Indeed, the Eye of Heaven had failed to detect their whereabouts, leading to only one conclusion. They must have escaped through an underground passage. Search. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the vigilant search party made a discovery. My lord, we have found a secret passage in the backyard. Without hesitation, Lu Chang led his men into the narrow tunnel, which was only half a person's height and barely wide enough for a single individual to traverse. Consequently, their pursuit was sluggish. It was not until 2 hours had elapsed that Lu Chang emerged from the passage, only to find himself in the dilapidated rear courtyard of a mansion that appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. Lu Chang and his companions began their search of the expansive estate, yet despite their thorough investigation, they found no trace of Shu. Just then, Lu Chang's gaze was drawn upward as a shadow flitted across the rooftop. I've got you. He leaped into action, pursuing the cloaked figure across the rooftops. The dark-clad individual moved with remarkable speed, and despite Lu Chang's prowess as a ninth-tier master, he found himself unable to keep pace. After a brief chase, a sudden realization struck Lu Chang, prompting him to halt abruptly. This is bad. It's a classic tactic to lure the tiger away from its mountain. His instincts proved correct, for upon his return, he discovered that the Imperial Guard stationed in the Forsaken Mansion had been utterly decimated, and the perpetrators had vanished without a trace. At that moment, Lu Chang's communicator buzzed to life. Upon answering, Jia informed him that the Heavenly Eye had spotted several Shui CES in the capital, some in the west, others in the east, and yet more in the south. The Crown Prince, Yinan, had ordered the royal guards to mobilize for their capture. Time slipped away, and a day passed without Lu Chang apprehending Shui. However, he did manage to apprehend a number of spies from the barbarian nation infiltrating Dongwu, which was a modest consolation. In the capital, within a humble dwelling in Kangcheng Fong, Yinan was engaged in conversation with Xiao Yunjian and Shu. Rest assured, General Shu, I have informed my father of our current predicament. While it is indeed unfortunate that we could not secure the elixir of longevity, it is of little consequence. Our barbarian lineage naturally enjoys a longer lifespan than others. Should we return to our homeland successfully, I will petition my father to allow you to enter our royal altar for a bloodline transformation. At that time, you will truly become one of us. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kind consideration. However, for your safety, it would be prudent for us to leave the capital sooner rather than later. The city is rife with those hunting for us, and it would be unfortunate to fall into their hands, especially since Yinan has been somewhat sinister since last year. Very well. We shall heed General Shu's counsel and depart this evening. Rest assured, my family has operated in the capital for decades and has established 3 secret passages leading outside the city. We will take the western route tonight, traveling approximately 100 miles west where assistance awaits us. Afterward, we will make our way eastward back to Daman. At this juncture, I shall not conceal anything from General Shu. The moment I set foot in Wu Kingdom, 200,000 of our barbarian troops have been stationed at the border, awaiting the deployment plans in our possession. Throughout our journey, We have not only mapped the terrain of Wu Kingdom's mountains and rivers, but have also gathered intelligence on their defensive forces along the way. Now, we merely await an opportunity to justify our military action. The Grand Minister of my dynasty hails from the Chun state, and he often articulates a profound adage: govern Chun with Chun, and govern military affairs with military might. As our barbarian tribe seeks to unify the world, it becomes essential to master the art of utilizing individuals effectively. I find his wisdom to be remarkably astute. This time, let us draw inspiration from these dynasties and establish a name for our cause. Pray, which name shall your highness choose? What do you think of a scenario where a prince of a nation is pursued in a foreign capital, ultimately gravely injured and lost to the world? Your highness's insight is invaluable. Though Shuesu does not deem this an optimal strategy, he currently possesses no superior alternatives. As long as it incites conflict between the barbarian and martial nations, and avenges his family, he is indifferent to notions of right or wrong at this juncture. Chapter 59. The barbarians' unrest at the eastern border of the Wu Kingdom. At the Weiqing Pass, the guard commander received alarming news. General, scouts report that the barbarian army is on the move, with over 30,000 troops heading towards Weiqing Pass. What? 30,000? Have the barbarians lost their minds? Do they seek to wage war against our Wu Kingdom? Notify the troops to elevate their alert status to the highest level immediately, and report our situation to the Eastern General's office, requesting reinforcements. Yes. In the capital city, Yinan lamented, he managed to escape. The individual he referred to was Xiao Yunjian, his sister's husband in the original narrative. Undeniably, Xiao Yunjian was the most exceptional among the emperor of the barbarian nation's offspring, distinguished both in talent and martial prowess. However, the natural rivalry between brother-in-law and sister's husband created a palpable tension. In the original tale, after Yi Nan's demise, his sister was compelled to marry into the barbarian nation to avenge him, ultimately marrying Xiao Yunjian out of necessity. Yet, Yinan was still alive and resolute in preventing such an occurrence. Moreover, his sister's life in the barbarian realm was far from joyful. Xiao Yunjian was not known for his fidelity. His military campaign against the Wu Kingdom was not driven by affection for Yuanqi. Rather, he was motivated solely by self-interest, devoid of familial or romantic ties, which is why he could assume the role of the protagonist. Send word to Old Wu and the others, instructing them to continue the pursuit. Our current objective is to ensure the subsequent tasks are executed flawlessly. We must manage the aftermath of the auction effectively. The goods are already prepared, particularly for the individuals from the Song Kingdom. We shall extend them the utmost convenience permissible by the rules. At the Royal Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Jing methodically navigated relations with various merchants, particularly with Yang Wei and Zhang Sibao, who were known to be at odds and thus met separately. Yang Wei's situation was more manageable. His greatest aspiration was to be enshrined in history. Under Yinan's guidance, the Grand Historian personally penned a biography for Yang Wei, comprising over 300 words. Upon receiving this treasured account, Yang Wei was elated and declared he would take it back to the Song Kingdom as a family heirloom, his emotional value soaring to unprecedented heights. Zhang Jing did not neglect Zhang Sibao either, having learned through discreet channels that Zhang Sibao often struggled. Yinan instructed Zhang Jing to present him with their special medicinal pills. After using them, Zhang Sibao was utterly astonished. While the vast continent was not devoid of similar remedies, most were merely tonics. In contrast, the medicine provided by Yinan achieved optimal effects in merely 15 minutes. Regarded as a divine remedy among men, Zhang Sibao expressed his desire to purchase these miraculous pills in bulk. Yinan, not one to shy away, recognized that unlike the longevity elixirs, which were a one-time transaction, these pills were consumables. He procured them from Meng Chunchen at a price of 10 pieces for 1 tael of silver, selling them to Zhang Sibao for 10 taels each. Zhang Sibao planned to return home, adopting a high-end strategy, intending to sell them for 100 taels each in the Jin Kingdom. Yinan discreetly disseminated information about the availability of such medicine, resulting in a surge in sales, leading to a shortage. Consequently, He sought to replenish his stock from Meng Chunchun, who took the opportunity to tease him mercilessly. Since the commencement of their collaboration, Meng Chunchun and Yi Nen have gradually enhanced their lives, each establishing their own companies. Their research facilities have upgraded significantly, and she plans to prioritize the establishment of a pharmaceutical factory, primarily due to the surging sales figures from Yi Nan's end, which has led her to financial success. Meng Chunchun also intends to actively participate in the Kaishan competition. Since she and Yi Nan are not in the same group, they do not compete in the preliminary rounds, instead supporting one another. As for Chun Hai, with the assistance of Yi Nan's elixirs, he has ascended to an 8th-tier abilities user. Although he can no longer procure inexpensive food since the closure of the system marketplace, he has established a survival base with the support of several friends. Chun Hai has become a notable figure within 1,000 miles, commanding a following of thousands of abilities users. Consequently, acquiring crystal cores has become remarkably effortless for Yi Nan. As long as he has sufficient funds, the availability of crystal cores is virtually limitless. It is noteworthy that in the world Chun Hai has traversed to, the original population exceeded hundreds of billions, and after the cataclysm, over 90% transformed into zombies, not accounting for the animals, plants, and aquatic and aerial life. On the other hand, Shun Xingqian serves as a long-term supplier. The Shun family, to which she belongs, ranks among the elite families in their world, possessing an immeasurable wealth of resources. Most of the items sold by the Royal Chamber of Commerce originate from Shun Xingqian. As for Fan Fei, aside from selling robots to Yi Nan, he is not engaged in any other sales. Rather, Yi Nan has sold him numerous items. Their interactions are characterized by camaraderie and banter, as they share a profound connection, given the significant overlap of their worlds and the redundancy of resources. The recent auction for the agency rights of the Royal Chamber of Commerce was undoubtedly a resounding success, with merchants from various nations returning laden with profits. Yi Nan has accrued substantial wealth, fostering a mutually beneficial situation. The members of the Royal Chamber of Commerce will receive triple their monthly remuneration this month. Furthermore, from now on, President Zhang Jing will hold the title of a third-rank official in the court, equivalent to the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Household Affairs. Yi Nan has also selected 10 of his most outstanding subordinates from the Royal Chamber of Commerce for special rewards, promotions, and salary increases. He aims to convey to everyone that as long as they diligently follow him, there lies an opportunity to realize their dreams. Naturally, Yi Nan ensures that everyone is rewarded, albeit the amounts may vary. Zhang Sibao is poised to return to his homeland, having obtained territory in Jin, which is currently embroiled in warlord conflicts. The people of Song, potentially the least warlike nation in this world, show no interest in the military equipment Yi Nan has promoted, merely procuring a few items to satisfy the quota for longevity elixirs before halting further purchases. However, Zhang Sibao has not hesitated to buy small pills, with his purchases alone accounting for 1/5 of Yi Nan's inventory. In contrast, Yang Wei represents a true bulk purchaser, acquiring food, essentials, and recreational items, anything absent in Song, until he has nearly exhausted his funds. He has also signed a subsequent supply agreement with the Royal Chamber of Commerce. The items he procured will hardly make waves in Song, at best allowing its citizens to sample something new. Meanwhile, merchants from Chun Kingdom, Zhou Kingdom, and others participating in the auction commenced an extensive procurement, and in an instant, the goods prepared by Yi Nan were completely sold out, leaving not a single roll of toilet paper remaining, let alone other products. Yi Nan had no choice but to urgently seek replenishment from Shun Xingqian, who, upon witnessing the demand, was filled with envy. Were it not for Shun Xingqian's inherent decency, the sheer volume of sales would have undoubtedly compelled him to raise prices. Today marked the time for the monthly matchmaking of friends. In the previous 2 months, Yi Nan had only matched with one friend, named Wei Hu, whose world resembled that of the warlord era, embroiled in chaos. This connection proved utterly unhelpful to Yi Nan, as Wei Hu purchased a few elixirs and a manual before vanishing without a trace. It had been so long that Yi Nan was nearly forgetting the existence of this acquaintance. He hoped to match with a more advanced friend this time. Ding! Searching for friends. Please wait. Search complete. Please choose from the following options. 1. Lover of Konjac Delight 2. Do you believe in light? 3. King of Kings. These names were as abstract as ever, Yinan remarked. I choose the third option. Selection complete. Attempting to add a friend, awaiting their approval. Ding. Addition successful. Yinan did not immediately engage in conversation with his new friend. Instead, he perused their profile, a new feature introduced by the system, eliminating the need for self-introductions. Upon reading, Yinan's eyes gleamed with delight. At last, I have awaited your arrival, my little baby. Chapter 60. The world of war at long last. My dear baby, you have arrived. It is no wonder that Yinan is filled with joy. His newly matched companion hails from the world of war. According to the introduction, this friend is named Lu Lin Yuan, and in his realm, warfare is a perpetual occurrence. The weaponry technology there is exceedingly advanced, and a unique characteristic of this world is that no matter how catastrophic the battles of one day, the planet rejuvenates itself by the next. Consequently, the inhabitants grow increasingly audacious, with conflicts becoming more frequent and weaponry ever more sophisticated, culminating in a reality where war is omnipresent. Eventually, a remarkable individual emerged, referred to as the ancestor of war, who unified the entire planet. However, after enduring centuries of relentless warfare, the populace has had the warrior spirit ingrained into their very essence. While short-term peace may be achievable, prolonged periods result in persistent fragmentation. In pursuit of a sustainable future, the ancestor of war sought out extraterrestrial civilizations and, indeed, discovered them. Thus began their conquest of other planets. In the initial stages, their endeavors proved relatively successful. Under the leadership of the ancestor of war, they were invincible, their aggressive nature leading them to conquer countless planets and galaxies, ultimately evolving into a colossal empire spanning multiple star systems. Yet, the conflicts continued. Wherever this nation ventured, battles ensued, earning them the moniker of the War Nation among others in the cosmos. This continued until they encountered another warlike civilization in the vastness of space, leading to a protracted conflict lasting several centuries. Yinan's match companion is a descendant of the nth generation of weaponry manufacturers, with his family having established their fortune through a weapons factory. He possesses a vast array of armaments, from battlefield weapons to personal defense tools, all available at his disposal. Thus, upon perusing the introduction, Yinan was as ecstatic as one who has struck the lottery. Yinan was contemplating ways to enhance the combat capability of the military of his nation, and this opportunity seemed serendipitous. King of Rogues, greetings, brother. Do you require war weapons? The latest model of the Gesh Group S Star Destroyer is available for a mere $999, $999. A bargain, I assure you, with no risk of regret or loss. Yi family's third son. King of Rogues. It's quite inexpensive. I have slashed the prices. King of Rogues. If you're not interested in the Star Destroyer, I also have City Annihilation Artillery. One shot can obliterate an entire city, covering an area of 3,000 square kilometers, ensuring no life survives. King of Rogues. Naturally, I also offer individual target weaponry, such as a sub-light-speed sniper rifle, which can unleash 1,000,000 projectiles covering a 2-kilometer radius with one shot. No matter how swift your enemy may be, they cannot evade it. King of Rogues. Still not satisfied? Fear not, for I also provide defensive armaments, such as a dark matter shield. The primary unit is merely the size of a suitcase. Once activated, it requires the infusion of dark matter, allowing the protective area to be adjusted. The more dark matter infused, the stronger the defense, capable of withstanding a strike from a Star Destroyer without sustaining damage. Yi family's third son. King of Rogues. Come on, make a decision. If you're not interested, please say so. I cannot decipher the meaning of your ellipsis. If you remain silent, I shall delete you. Yi family's youngest. No. My use of ellipsis signifies surprise, not a refusal to purchase. King of Rogues. My apologies, dear brother. It was my oversight. Thus, I shall present you with 10 matte-finish sniper rifles as a token of my contrition. Yi family's youngest. Brother, you are generous. In light of this, I shall not let you bear the expense alone. You must have seen my profile, based on my martial prowess. I request that you equip me with weapons for 100,000 men, with a budget of 3 billion. King of Rogues. No further words are needed, dear brother. Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements for you. As for Yi Nan's acquisition of arms to strengthen the military of Wu State, after Xiao Yunjian and Shui Su escaped the capital and traveled 100 miles eastward, they met with Shui's contacts and subsequently took a detour towards the barbarian kingdom. Meanwhile, upon receiving reports of the barbarian army's movements at the Weiqing Pass, the General S office of Zhendong did not dare to be negligent. They promptly reported to the Ministry of War, which in turn notified the cabinet, and the cabinet presented the information to Emperor Yizhen. Although this process appeared lengthy, the implementation of communication devices had expedited it tremendously, completing the entire transmission in less than an hour, something previously unimaginable. In the past, even with the use of swift eagles, it would take a day for such military intelligence to reach Yizhen. The report was clear. The barbarians were mobilizing. It seemed they intended to strike against our Wu state. Yizhen convened his ministers to discuss the military situation, and, as the crown prince, Yinan was naturally in attendance. Your Majesty, our Wu state currently possesses ample provisions and a robust army. Since the barbarians wish to invade our territory, why not teach them a lesson this time? Proposed Lin Hui, the newly appointed Minister of War. He had just assumed his role and was eager for a major victory to solidify his position. General Lin speaks wisely. The barbarians' intent to destroy us remains unyielding. It is time to impart a lesson. I am willing to lead the expedition, declared Ma Fengdao, the cavalry general who had been recalled by Yizhen. My esteemed ministers, what are your thoughts? Your Majesty, while General Lin and General Ma raise valid points, the combat prowess of the barbarian soldiers far exceeds that of our Wu state. I do not wish to bolster others' confidence. Although the barbarians appear to be deploying 30,000 troops, we lack precise intelligence on their true numbers. There is wisdom in knowing both oneself and one's enemy to achieve victory in every battle. I propose we first reinforce Weiqing Pass and gather intelligence before engaging in combat, remarked the cautious Chancellor, Zhao Enhai. Crown Prince, what is your perspective? Since they have dared to provoke us, we must respond with force. A single strike will prevent a multitude of blows. Your Highness speaks with great insight. A single blow will indeed spare us from enduring many. This reasoning is profound and far-reaching. I concur with the Crown Prince's opinion, stated Tang Tao, the Minister of Personnel. I too support the Crown Prince's view. Since the barbarians are ignorant of propriety, let us teach them the meaning of respect. The Minister of Personnel, Kong Ru, spoke up, seamlessly integrating himself into the faction of the Crown Prince, Yi Nan, as the latter's father-in-law. Kong Ru had nearly become a paragon of the Crown Prince's party, slightly trailing behind the Crown Prince's uncle, Tang Tao. Very well, let this matter be entrusted entirely to the Crown Prince. Once a battle plan is drafted, it simply requires my imperial approval. Yizhen observed the court, where the officials were increasingly rallying in support of Yinan. Although he felt a slight discomfort, it was not particularly troubling. Since the incident involving Yi Feng, Yizhen realized that his thoughts were drifting further from state affairs. He even harbored an urge to abandon his responsibilities. Were it not for the several princes still in their youth and the lack of a secure future for his other sons, he would have long since fled with his harem. As for this impending war, it would serve as a test of Yi Nan's capability to become a worthy emperor. Should the conflict result in a resounding victory, Yizhen would contemplate a life of retirement. In the Zikan Hall, Yi Nan and several cabinet elders and generals were engaged in discussions regarding the military strategy. Yi Nan declared this time, our primary objective is to decisively eliminate the barbaric nation once and for all. Chapter 61. Yi Nan's Theory of War Stop. I'm aware of your thoughts. You believe I'm overestimating my capabilities. However, allow me to finish my statement before you express your opinions. As Prime Minister Yang Ping prepared to voice his dissent, Yi Nan interrupted him. According to reliable sources, the barbarian forces are mobilizing 200,000 troops, nearly summoning their entire kin. As for the origin of this information, I implore you not to inquire further. In order to counter an army of 200,000, Generals Lin and Ma, Please each assess how many troops would be necessary to withstand and subsequently annihilate the opposing forces. Your Highness, should the adversary consist of 30,000, I would require between 100 to 150,000 to defend and 200,000 to destroy them. However, if the barbarian forces indeed number 200,000, we cannot prevail. Lin Hui stated gravely. My opinion aligns with that of the Grand General. If the enemy comprises 200,000, we shall need the assistance of the Chun and Zhou states to survive this calamity. Ma Feng added. And what are the others? The two generals are correct. Various cabinet ministers echoed in agreement. Enough. The barbarians are not as fearsome as you imagine. I possess a torrent of steel capable of determining the outcome of this conflict. As for the battlefield, rest assured, I shall lead the charge, accompanied by the 6 troops of the Eastern Palace to confront the enemy. The primary task for the 6 departments now is to select officials to govern the lands we are about to conquer. Although the barbarian population barely reaches 10 million, they occupy vast territories in the east, rich in mineral resources, and their steeds carry the bloodline of demon beasts, all of exceptional quality. Yet, they fail to exploit these resources. What a splendid land, squandered in their hands. Your Highness, this is unwise. As the saying goes, 1,000 gold sun should not be exposed to danger. We cannot permit you to lead the front lines, and His Majesty would never allow it. The first to voice opposition was not Prime Minister Yang Ping, but rather Yi Nan's uncle, Tang Tao. From Tang Tao's perspective, his concerns were valid. Yi Nan had only recently ascended to the position of Crown Prince, and the Tang family was just beginning to flourish. Should Yi Nan meet with misfortune, the family would plummet into despair with the loss of another heir. Indeed, please, Your Highness, reconsider, Kong Ru also urged. I have already reflected upon this matter. Your words are unnecessary. My resolve is firm. It must be I who defeats the barbarians. Once the battle commences, my movements will be swift. Grand General, you shall oversee military affairs, and the territories we conquer will require your forces for garrisoning. Prime Minister, from this day forth, mobilize officials from various regions to advance towards the barbarian nation. The cities we capture will need your governance, and some may lay in ruins. Lord Chengxian, the post-war reconstruction will be entrusted to your department. Furthermore, there will be the task of pacifying and educating the barbarian populace, though these matters will be addressed later. However, Lords Kong and Zhao, you must begin your preparations. I will discuss the specifics with my father, and you need only follow my directives. Having arranged these tasks, Yi Nan ceased his lengthy discourse and proceeded to the imperial study, determined to persuade Yi Zhen, for without his approval, Yi Zhen would certainly oppose his plans. Upon entering the imperial study, Yi Zhen was leisurely engrossed in his reading. Have you arrived? Yi Zhen spoke slowly. I ask you, Father, are you not being excessive? Ever since I ascended to the position of Crown Prince, I have been utterly overwhelmed, yet you find time to laze about here. Do you truly regard me as a mere nuclear-powered donkey? What is nuclear power? Is that even the crux of the matter? The crux is the donkey. I know what a donkey is. Its meat is quite delectable. Yi Zhen feigned ignorance of what was being said. He was disinterested in any affairs. Burdened with sleepless nights and endless toil, there was no happiness in such neglect. Since Yi Nan is capable, why not give him more responsibilities? The former third prince was eager for advancement. One cannot simply abandon ambition upon becoming the crown prince. Let us not delve into trivialities. I am aware you understand my words. This time, I intend to lead the charge at the front lines. Before my return, you must safeguard our rear. No errors must occur. I will leave Liya for you. What? You wish to go to the front lines? I cannot agree. Do not even consider it. Old Deng, I am not seeking your counsel. I am merely informing you. Moreover, if I do not go, our great Wu shall certainly lose this battle. I must inform you that the invading forces number not 30,000, but 200,000. You are well aware of the ferocity of the barbarians. A quantitative change leads to a qualitative one. You understand precisely what this means. I am all too aware, which is why I cannot allow you to go. I have already lost one son. I do not wish to lose another. Yi Zhen was increasingly resembling a father rather than an emperor. They say emperors lack familial affection, but this adage seemed increasingly inapplicable to Yi Zhen. Yi Nan cast a deep gaze at Yi Zhen and reassured, Do not worry, father. I am confident in my ability to return unscathed. Await my triumphant return as I expand our territories and become a legendary emperor. Yinan's sudden shift in address caused Yi Zhen to pause momentarily. A father's original aspiration was to surpass his ancestors and become a legendary emperor. Yet now his sole wish was to see his sons grow up safely. Now that you have grown, I understand I cannot dissuade you. So soar freely. I shall ensure the rear is secure while you achieve victory. Look at you, old Deng. Now you have made me sentimental. Fear not. I possess a secret weapon. This time, I shall capture the barbarian emperor and bring him back to dance for you. What did you just call me? You ungrateful child. If you have the audacity, do not run. See if I do not give you a proper beating. Yi Zhen, having been swept up in sentimentality, had overlooked Yinan's address. Now, reacting, he hurled the book in his hand at Yinan, who deftly dodged and quickly exited to the right. That rascal. He infuriates me. Yi Zhen shouted in exasperation. Chow Mao, how is it that this ungrateful child can never behave properly? I praised him a moment ago, and he immediately pulls a stunt. Your Majesty, do not be angry. The crown prince's filial piety is evident for all to see. Chow Mao quickly chimed in with a smile. Children grow up and develop their own ideas. Very well, when he returns, I suppose I should, as the third prince would say, what is it called? Your Majesty, it is called retirement. Yes, retirement. I truly cannot fathom how the third brother has conceived so many new terms. Were it not for the ancestral confirmation that his bloodline and soul fluctuations remain unchanged, I might even suspect that he has been replaced. Fortunately, Yinan is not present. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be drenched in sweat. The royal family possesses a sophisticated method of identification, rendering it impossible for anyone outside the royal lineage to evade their scrutiny. This serves to prevent outsiders from impersonating royalty and engaging in reckless behavior. Upon exiting the imperial study, Yinan immediately reached out to Lu Linyuan to procure weaponry. Yi family's third brother, Brother Lu, how is the preparation of the weaponry coming along? King of the Cunning, what's the rush, my brother? Most of it is ready, with a small portion still in production. If you need it urgently, I can have it ready for you within 12 hours. Yi family's third brother, please expedite. Brother Lu, I am in urgent need. We are preparing to go to war with the barbarians. Also, do not forget to send me the operation videos and user manuals for the weapons. King of the Cunning, rest assured, it will be taken care of. After concluding his communication with Lu Linyuan, Yinan then contacted Fan Fei, who had been gathering dust in his friend list for several days. Yi family's third brother, Fool, work has arrived. Chapter 62, The Ambush on Shao Yunjian. Yinan, hey you fool, the work has arrived. Fan Fei. Yinan, did you restart the robot factory as I advised you last time? Fan Fei, of course, I followed Sanji's orders. Why? Do you need them? Yinan, a great battle is about to unfold here. I have commissioned a batch of high-tech weaponry, but there isn't enough time to train the army, so I'll have to rely on your robots for now. Fan Fei, with such advanced technology, why would you still need humans? What good are they? Yinan, no matter how advanced the technology, it ultimately requires human control. Stop dawdling and send me a regiment post-haste. Fan Fei, a regiment? You might as well go and steal one. I don't have any, not a single one. Yinan, don't be so stingy. Besides, I want to take them for free. I'll pay for them. Fan Fei, a battalion then. Take it or leave it. Yinan, that's far too few. I need at least a company. Fan Fei, Fina, you truly are like a father to me. When do you need them? Yinan, the sooner, the better. Ideally, within 3 hours. Fan Fei, all right. This will deplete my inventory. Let me tell you, Yilao-san, I expect every coin back. In the world of celebrating remaining years at the Fan residence, Fan Fei's lips twitched with pain. He had finally managed to accumulate some savings, only to have them entirely drained by Yinan. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Yinan immediately set about organizing the tasks following his departure. The logistics would still be entrusted to Mr. Zhang, as I have complete faith in your abilities. Mr. Zhuge will accompany me to the front lines. This time, we shall wage a different kind of war, and he must learn with utmost diligence. The 6th Division will be led by El Ming and Li Kong, departing in 2 hours. I expect to see you at Weiqing Pass in 3 days. Is that clear? The subordinate accepts the command. Both El Ming and Li Kong responded simultaneously. As Yinan's elite troops, the 6th Division of the Eastern Palace was outfitted to the teeth, with each soldier assigned 3 horses, top-tier armor, and weaponry, along with unparalleled benefits. Do not underestimate the distance from the capital to Weiqing Pass. Even if it were a mere 1,500 miles, or even 3,000, as long as the Crown Prince commands, they would reach their destination within the allotted time, even at the risk of exhaustion. Mr. Jia, I entrust the intelligence work to you. Closely monitor the movements of the barbarian army and report back to me at all times. After arranging the affairs of the Eastern Palace, Yinan arrived at the martial arts arena, primarily because the spaciousness allowed for ample maneuvering. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a remarkably futuristic transport aircraft, whose rear compartment gradually opened. Leading the bewildered crowd aboard, Yinan entrusted the piloting to a robot, opting not to draw attention. Once airborne, he commanded the aircraft to activate its reflective panels, rendering it invisible to onlookers below. A quarter hour later, the transport reached Weiqing Pass. As Yinan and his companions disembarked, they found themselves encircled by the pass's garrison, with numerous archers aiming at the aircraft. Shielded by Lu Chong and others, Yinan stepped out and boldly declared, I am the Crown Prince Yinan of Dawu. Who is your commanding officer? Let him come forth to speak. Upon seeing the talisman in Yinan's hand, the guards felt a sense of relief, yet they remained on high alert. A young officer clad in military attire stepped forward, stating, Please hold on. The general will arrive shortly, as we have already sent word. What is your name? Yinan inquired, observing the officer's imposing demeanor. I am Zhao Zhifeng, sir. From a Zhao family in the capital? Not quite. Zhao Feng is my distant cousin. As they exchanged pleasantries, Zhao Zhifeng grew increasingly respectful, now nearly convinced that this was indeed the Crown Prince, given his familiarity with the capital's social dynamics. Yet, he knew confirmation from the commanding officer was necessary. Before long, the commanding officer, having received word of the Crown Prince's arrival, rushed to the scene with unprecedented speed. Upon seeing the talisman in Yinan's grasp, he immediately knelt. I am Bao Xing, the garrison commander of Weiqing Pass. At your service, your highness. Rise, General Bao. This is not the place for formalities. Please make the necessary arrangements. Your highness, please follow me, Bao Xing replied, leading Yinan to the commander's residence. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunjian and Shui Su were engaged in a desperate escape. After reuniting with their rescuers, they pressed onward towards the east, unaware that Yinan had already dispatched 4 9th-tier masters ahead to lie in wait. While they found some cover within the city, evading detection from the heavens above, their movements outside the city were as transparent to Jia He as a scenic view from a mountaintop. Exhausted from their relentless flight, Xiao Yunjian and his companions dared not pause, even in the absence of pursuing Dawu soldiers. They understood that reaching the borders of the barbarian kingdom was their only path to safety. General Shui, one of them suggested, should we not find a place to rest up ahead? We have been marching for 5 hours straight. Even if the brothers can endure, we must consider whether the prince can withstand it. The captain of Xiao Yunji's guards approached Shui Su and whispered, Commander Shi, we are currently within the borders of the Wugua. Every moment we linger increases our peril. It is prudent that we depart swiftly to rejoin the main forces. General Shui speaks wisely. I can endure. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with my well-being. Let us hasten our exit from Wugua. Xiao Yunji interjected upon overhearing their discourse. Your Highness is truly perceptive. Shui Su praised him. As the group neared a thicket, Shui Su suddenly halted his horse. What troubles you, General Shui? Xiao Yunji inquired, puzzled. There is a murderous intent. Protect His Highness. As soon as the words were uttered, a sharp arrow flew swiftly toward Xiao Yunji. In that critical moment, Captain Lin drew his blade and deflected the projectile, while the others swiftly shielded Xiao Yunji in their midst. From the woods emerged 2 figures, one clad in black, with a hooded cloak and a face concealed by a ghostly mask. The other bore an utterly nondescript visage, so unremarkable that one would struggle to recall it upon reflection. The aura radiating from these two instilled a sense of dread in Shui Su and his companions. 9th rank, Your Highness, exercise caution, Shui Su whispered urgently to the group. General Shui, Prince Xiao, we have been awaiting you for quite some time, spoke the figure with the ghostly mask, his voice raspy and grating, reminiscent of metal grinding, causing discomfort to those who heard it. Have Yinan dispatched you? The masked figure continued, feigning ignorance. It was said that Yinan had only 2 9th-rank experts under his command. Little did we expect there to be 4. Yinan conceals himself well. It is no wonder he emerges victorious in the end. There is no need to engage in idle chatter. He is merely stalling for time, remarked the indistinct figure. Kill. Chapter 63. The invasion of the barbarians. Take His Highness away first. I will hold them off, shouted Commander Shirlin, brandishing his weapon as he charged towards the 2 assailants. As the chief guardian of Xiao Yunjian, Shirlin's prowess was not to be underestimated, a peak 8th-tier expert fortified by the unique bloodline of the barbarian tribe. He was a formidable opponent even against most 9th-tier fighters. With a swift motion, Shirlin unleashed a blade of light that swiftly countered their assault. Go, Urged Xuse, leading the remaining members swiftly away. Yet, they had scarcely covered 3 or 4 miles when 2 more formidable figures emerged from the shadows. 2 additional 9th-tier experts under Yinan's command. Take His Highness away. Shui Su recognized the perilous nature of their situation, aware that escape today would be exceedingly difficult. However, in a bid to buy time for Xiao Yunjian, he resolved to confront the 2 9th-tier adversaries, though he had overestimated his own capabilities. Despite having recently broken through to the 8th tier, he lacked the extraordinary bloodline enhancement that Shirlin possessed, rendering him insufficient against such skilled opponents. Without further ado, Xiao Yunjian led the remaining guards away from the scene, heading eastward at a swift pace. 15 breaths later, Shui Su lay fallen, his head severed from his body, and his companions had all been dealt with. The Dawu Shui family would henceforth be officially erased from the annals of Dawu history. The 2 pursuers paid no heed to Xiao Yunjian's escape. Emboldened by their celestial vision, their mentality had transformed into that of a cat playing with a mouse, completely unconcerned about the possibility of a counterattack from the mouse. Meanwhile, on Shirlin's side, despite the enhancements granted by his barbarian bloodline, an 8th-tier warrior was still an 8th-tier warrior. In a one-on-one confrontation, he might have a chance to vanquish a 9th-tier opponent, but against 2, he felt himself falter within mere moments. In less than half a quarter of an hour, he had endured 57 strikes. Had it not been for his robust physique, he would have succumbed long ago. Even so, the excessive loss of blood began to cloud his vision. In a moment of carelessness, his 2 adversaries seized the opportunity, landing a decisive blow that sealed his fate. Though Shirlin fell with regret, the masked man did not relent. He approached Shirlin's fallen form and, with a swift stroke of his blade, severed Shirlin's head from his body. Our prince often instructs us that when one must kill, it must be done thoroughly. Some possess their hearts on the right side, while others may still live even after a throat is cut. Thus, the most foolproof method is to sever the head. Unless one is an immortal, death is inevitable. 2 individuals, carrying the severed head of Shirlin, pressed onward in pursuit. Soon, the quartet reunited. The masked figure raised the head of Shirlin, while Old Wu lifted the head of Shui Su, their intentions conveyed without utterance. Unceasing, they continued their relentless chase of Xiao Yunjian. Xiao Yunjian, having just escaped from the tiger's den only to plunge into the wolf's lair, felt as though he were on a tumultuous roller coaster of emotions. After fleeing for nearly an hour, he glanced back to find that his pursuers had not yet caught up, granting him a momentary sense of relief. However, upon surveying his remaining guards, he realized that only a handful remained, a far cry from the hundreds that had initially joined him upon departing the capital. Understanding that continuing in this manner would inevitably lead to his capture, Xiao Yunjian dismounted and promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare a sacrificial altar, a unique means of communication among the barbarian tribes. He needed to signal the vast army at the border for assistance, disregarding the potential consequences of his actions. In a matter of moments, a small altar, no larger than a basin, was erected. Despite its diminutive size, it was perfectly functional, serving as a simple transmission altar. Xiao Yunjian drew a dagger from his bosom and made a swift incision on his palm, blood gushing forth. He wasted no time in pouring his blood into the altar, which began to emit a crimson glow as it absorbed his essence. Simultaneously, within the camp of the barbarian army, another altar stood, far more exquisite and larger than Xiao Yunjian's makeshift version. A flash of red light illuminated the altar, revealing a shrunken image of Xiao Yunjian. The occupants of the tent collectively turned their attention to the figure displayed above. Xiao Yunjian spoke urgently. General Ta, I am being pursued by 4 ninth-tier masters within the borders of the Wu Kingdom. Come quickly to my aid. With that, his image vanished. What? The people of Wu dare to pursue our prince? Unthinkable. They shall pay a bloody price for this. Indeed, we must advance to their capital. I have heard that their women are far more beautiful, 100 times more so than these sheep at the border. Silence. His Highness is in grave danger. This is not the time for discussions of women. Should the 8th prince meet with misfortune, you all know the consequences, even if his majesty does not hold us accountable. Yun Fei and her clan will not spare us. Tai Chi Wu, I command you to lead your 10,000-man troop to strike first at the Wei Qing Pass of the Wu Kingdom, clearing a path for our forces. Chaon, your 10,000-man troop will accompany Tai Chi Wu. Should they face setbacks, you must provide timely support. I shall lead 100,000 troops as the central force and will arrive shortly. Let us all unite to rescue His Highness the 8th Prince. Prepare yourselves. Yes, General. As the crowd descended to prepare, within a mere quarter of an hour, the 10,000-man unit led by Tai Chi Wu surged forth with the swiftness of an arrow, unmistakably showcasing their elite prowess. Otherwise, they would not have been dispatched by Ta to lead the charge. Following closely was the second 10,000-man unit commanded by Chahan. After delivering the message, Xiao Yunjian witnessed the altar erupt violently, his complexion pale, for he had paid a price to convey the message. Yet, he dared not linger for a moment. With the assistance of several guards, he mounted his horse and fled eastward. A quarter of an hour later, Lao Wu and his companions arrived at the altar. The masked figure dismounted and surveyed the area, declaring, "The blood has yet to dry. They cannot have gone far. Pursue them. We must not allow them to escape back to the barbarian lands." The 4 men commenced their rapid pursuit. Meanwhile, on Yinan's side, upon arriving at the commander's residence, he immediately arranged for someone to notify General Wan Lang of the eastern garrison to convene for a discussion. Simultaneously, he instructed Bao Xing to seek an open space, as the weaponry and equipment prepared by Lu Linyuan had already been manufactured, and the inventory list had been sent to him. They were merely waiting for him to secure a suitable location to commence delivery. Furthermore, Fan Fei had also completed preparations and could dispatch the required robots to Yinan at any moment. Soon, Bao Xing identified a fitting location for Yinan, nestled in a valley behind Wei Qing Pass. It was more accurately described as a small basin, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, offering ample concealment, and spanning an extensive area of approximately 5 to 6 square kilometers with a level terrain. Yinan was thoroughly satisfied upon inspection. "Yi family's third, Brother Lu. Let's begin the delivery. King of the Cunning. Absolutely, I've been awaiting your word. Yinan fool, deliver it now." "Fan Fei, you rascal. You're truly asking for it." Just as Yinan completed his preparations, he heard the communicator buzz. Upon connecting, Jiahi's voice resonated. "Your Highness, the barbarian forces have mobilized. The vanguard of 10,000 has departed from Wei Qing Pass and is now less than 50 miles away. Following them is another unit of 10,000, and approximately 100,000 more are on the move, seemingly headed toward Wei Qing Pass." "Excellent," Yinan replied. "This is the perfect opportunity to test the power of the weaponry from the world of war." Chapter 64. Yi Hao's abduction. What a fortuitous opportunity to test the efficacy of the weapons from the world of warfare. With a mere wave of his hand, Yinan summoned an array of futuristic equipment within the valley. The arsenal meticulously assembled by Lu Linyuan for Yi Nan was exceedingly rational, encompassing airborne and terrestrial vehicles, while aquatic units were deemed unnecessary for the time being. The aerial units primarily consisted of high-energy combat aircraft, each capable of carrying 100 air-to-ground strategic missiles. On the ground, there were 1,000 nuclear-powered troop carriers and 500 divine-level tanks, each fitted with a main cannon and a secondary cannon, alongside a rotating high-caliber anti-aircraft machine gun. The main cannon boasted a maximum firing rate of 60 rounds per minute, with each projectile capable of covering an area of 500 square meters. Should a 7th-tier expert be struck by it, they would be utterly obliterated. The secondary cannon fired 500 rounds per minute, designed for precision strikes to target any foes that the main cannon might have missed, while the high-caliber machine gun unleashed a staggering 100,000 rounds per minute, primarily to counter aerial threats. Moreover, these formidable weapons could be operated remotely, with a single individual capable of controlling up to 50 divine tanks. When these armaments were dispatched by Lu Linyuan, they arrived fully equipped, and he also sent a supply of ammunition, with additional production ongoing. After all, the weapons Yinan requested were considered obsolete in his world, presenting no technological challenges. However, certain raw materials were in short supply, necessitating procurement from recycling stations for reprocessing. The high-energy combat aircraft were also remnants of the Divine Realm, as their world had already transitioned to sublight speed fighters. Nevertheless, for Yinan, sublight speed fighters were excessively advanced, and such sophistication was unwarranted against the barbarian tribes. It would be impractical to deploy cruise missiles against the drone forces of the Sandal Army. What pleased Yinan the most was the inclusion of 10 missile launchers, capable of firing intelligent cruise missiles that autonomously scout and identify targets before executing bombardments, with each launcher able to discharge 10 missiles in one go. Naturally, he did not neglect to procure individual weaponry, all intended for the elite of the Eastern Palace. A distance of 50 li posed little challenge for the cavalry of the barbarian tribes, whose steeds, infused with the blood of monstrous beasts, could sustain a charge for 5 to 6 consecutive hours. Within a radius of 100,000 li, there was no nation that did not envy the barbarian warhorses, which constituted one of their most vital strategic resources. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 10,000-strong contingent of Taichuwu found themselves less than 10 li from Weiqing Pass. Very well, since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. Attention, all units. Direction east, 5,000 meters distance. Commence barraging fire, fire at will. In an instant, 500 tanks pivoted their turrets, swiftly executing their first round of artillery fire. A minute later, the tank cannons ceased their bombardment. 30,000 shells were sufficient to quench the thirst of these barbarians. On the battlefield at that moment, there were no longer any barbarian armies. The ground was stained a dark crimson. Not only had the vanguard of the Tai Chi Wu been obliterated, but the following Chahan troops were also reduced to mincemeat by the relentless bombardment. The rearguard, comprising 100,000 soldiers under the command of Tutu, had just set forth when an ominous sound echoed from the west. Sensing something amiss, Tuatu halted the advance and promptly dispatched scouts to investigate. Shortly thereafter, the scouts returned with alarming news. They had spotted neither the Tai Chi Wu nor the Chahan forces. What? That amounts to 20,000 men, not to mention an elite contingent of 10,000 under the Tai Chi Wu. How could they simply vanish? Advance swiftly. Charge with me. Thus, the 100,000 troops surged forward, unwittingly marching towards their doom. In the capital city, ever since Yinan's departure, the entire court, under the vigilant oversight of Yizhen, began to mobilize. Prime Minister Yang Ping commenced the selection of the first batch of officials to journey to the borderlands of the barbarians. Although he harbored grave doubts regarding the Crown Prince Yinan's ability to conquer barbarian territory, he had no choice but to comply, for he was, after all, the sovereign. However, should the Crown Prince fail, Yang Ping would not hesitate to join forces with the censorate to hold him accountable. Meanwhile, those within the Eastern Palace were also stirring. The first to act was the Eastern Palace's 6 legions, led by El Ming and Li Kong. The soldiers moved with remarkable speed, and within 2 hours, they had covered 300 miles from the capital. At this pace, reaching Weiqing Pass within 3 days posed no challenge. As for why Yinan opted not to deploy transport aircraft for troop mobilization, he had his own considerations. One must take small bites, for a hasty step might lead to calamity. Were it not for the overwhelming barbarian forces, Yinan would not have contemplated using high-tech weaponry to annihilate them. After all, The roar of cannons could yield riches beyond measure, far exceeding mere millions. Just a minute of bombardment consumed 30,000 shells, each costing 5,000 taels. A single volley amounted to an astonishing 150 million. Had Yinan not recently come into a small fortune, he would not dare to act so extravagantly. Amidst the court's mobilization, Yi Hao's Wei Palace remained on high alert, for Yi Hao was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th tier. In the cultivation chamber, he sat cross-legged, his internal energy surging at an unprecedented pace. Though his countenance remained calm, his mind was intensely focused. After an hour, Yi Hao opened his eyes, drenched in sweat. What a stroke of luck! I nearly failed the breakthrough. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe standing a short distance away, silently observing him. Yi Hao's heart raced, yet his exterior remained composed. Meeting the man's gaze, he inquired, "May I ask what brings you here, esteemed elder? Aren't you curious about how I entered? Curiosity can lead to peril. Thus, I refrain from being curious." "Ah, your temperament is steady, and your potential is exceptional. A fine prospect indeed. It is permissible to disclose this. I hail from the realm beyond realms. I sought to find a worthy disciple here, and it appears my journey was not in vain. That may disappoint you, esteemed elder, though I know not where the realm beyond realms lies. As the saying goes, one should not wander far while one's parents are alive. My parents are present, and thus I cannot accept you as my master. I hope for your understanding. Young one, you may be mistaken. My intention to take you as my disciple is not up for discussion. Furthermore, within this realm, none have the power to refuse me. To become my apprentice is an extraordinary opportunity for you. I had initially considered allowing you to bid farewell to your family, but it seems that such a gesture is unnecessary. Therefore, come with me." With a mere gesture, Yi Hao found himself rendered immobile. From the sleeves of the middle-aged man clad in azure, a rope emerged, binding Yi Hao's hands. Thus, the man led Yi Hao out of the room. The servants outside appeared as if under a spell, unable to move or speak, helplessly witnessing the abduction of Prince Wei without recourse. The azure-clad man guided Yi Hao into the courtyard, and then soared into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. After an hour had passed, the servants of the Wei Prince's residence gradually regained their ability to move, yet their hearts were filled with dread. The sky had fallen. The Wei Prince had been abducted right before their eyes. "Hurry, rush to the palace, and inform His Majesty. The prince has been taken." Chapter 65. Yi Tian steals medicine. What did you say? Hauer has been abducted? Wasn't Hauer on the verge of breaking through to the 8th level? Indeed. After His Highness achieved the 8th level, a man clad in blue descended from the heavens and seized the prince. Without delving into the fury of Yi Town, Yinan, leading his 100,000-strong army, charged forth with great haste. Through the celestial eye, Yinan observed with clarity. Having already expended 150 million, he was unfazed by the additional 150 million. "Su Jin, unleash the barrage, and let us have another round." 500 tanks commenced a fresh wave of bombardment. As the first shell struck the earth, half of Tuo's army was obliterated. After this onslaught, the ground lay strewn with mangled flesh, and Tuo finally grasped how the first 20,000 had vanished. They had not merely disappeared but had merged with the land, nourishing it. The total population of the barbarian tribe was less than 10 million, and their military force was under 1 million. Tuo, as a general capable of commanding 200,000 troops, was undoubtedly formidable, being a renowned 9th-level warrior among the barbarians, not just any ordinary 9th-level fighter. While ordinary soldiers could not survive the barrage, Tuo, as a 9th-level master, endured, albeit sustaining injuries. After the first wave of bombardment, less than 1,000 of his 100,000 troops remained alive, those fortunate or strong enough to withstand the onslaught. Tuo was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the calamity that had befallen him. His once vibrant army of 100,000 was now reduced to a mist of blood and bone, utterly annihilated in mere moments. Had he dared to inquire of Yi Nin regarding this matter, Yi Nin would surely have informed him that the times had changed. Once Tuo collected his wits and gathered the remnants of his forces, he realized that he would not survive. The loss of such a vast contingent meant that even if he returned alive, the Emperor would not spare him. It would be better to make a desperate charge and uncover the true nature of the demon at Wei Qing Pass. Soldiers, let us avenge our compatriots. Charge forth. Tuo's warhorse was also reduced to a bloody mist. Not only did many of his surviving soldiers lose their mounts, but as they pressed forward, they could rely solely on their own two legs. How brave indeed, yet still unyielding. This time, we need not fire the cannons. Let the anti-aircraft machine guns lay waste to them, and I shall see how courageous you truly are. The tanks began to rearrange, and within a minute, the anti-aircraft guns lined up, ready to fire. By the time Tuo sensed the impending danger, it was already too late. Under a hail of gunfire from the anti-aircraft guns, he stood alone among the remnants of his forces. The previous bombardment had been a wide-area attack, whereas this shooting was a precise, targeted assault, with a staggering rate of 100,000 rounds per minute. Even the most robust protective aura of a warrior would be pierced if targeted for mere seconds. As Tuo stood alone on the battlefield, all anti-aircraft guns zeroed in on him. In but a second, he transformed into a mist of blood. A ninth-level warrior reduced to nothingness by the advanced technology of anti-aircraft machine guns. One must keep their family intact. You claim a total of 200,000 troops, yet only 120,000 arrived. If you return alone, how will you explain this to your emperor? Thus, it is indeed better for you to remain with your army, for the harmony of our intertwined fates is truly profound. Soon, I will send the additional 80,000 to join you. Xiao Yunjian has traversed a tumultuous journey filled with hope and despair, oscillating between elation and despondency, resulting in a roller coaster of emotions that left him utterly exhausted. Ultimately, he surrendered to fatigue, deciding not to flee any longer. They haven't come to capture me, have they? He remarked to the four individuals lingering not far behind. Having traversed a considerable distance, he found himself alone. All his guards had perished. The four ninth-tier masters followed him at a measured distance, neither advancing nor retreating, mirroring his pace, quickening when he did, and slowing when he did, effectively imposing psychological pressure upon him. Driven to the brink of despair, Xiao Yunjian resolved to abandon the cat-and-mouse game. You should have acted sooner. Let us proceed without binding you. Our destination is also Wei Qing Pass, where someone awaits your arrival. After Xiao Yunjian willingly surrendered, Old Wu and the others did not impose any difficulties upon him. The prince's command was clear. Capturing him alive was preferable, but if that proved impossible, execution would suffice. As Xiao Yunjian exhibited full cooperation, the necessity for his demise dissipated. The five of them leisurely made their way toward Wei Qing Pass. Meanwhile, let us turn our attention to His Highness, the King of Chu, who has unwittingly found himself ensnared in a realm of seduction and is indulging in romantic pursuits under royal decree. Sima Weining has gone to great lengths to curry favor with him in her quest for the longevity elixir. In light of the turmoil engulfing Jin, he fervently vowed to assist Nangong Weining in persuading his father, the emperor, to deploy troops to quell the unrest in Jin. If Yi Nan were present, he would surely deliver a scathing rebuke, for does he not realize the multitude of nations separating Jin from Wu? To mobilize forces for the sake of a woman is sheer folly. The notion of a love-struck brain is indeed a grave misfortune. In the original narrative, Nangong Weining ultimately ascends to the throne as empress, possessing an abundance of cunning and strategy. It would be a simple matter for her to manipulate a lovesick Yi Tian. Their eventual union in the original tale stems from a genuine bond forged through shared adversity, whereas the current Sima Weining harbors not a shred of affection for Yi Tian. Only machinations. Nangong Weining harbors doubts regarding Yi Tian's ability to persuade Emperor Yizhen to dispatch troops to aid Jin in quelling the rebellion. Even if Yizhen consented for the sake of his son's happiness, Crown Prince Yi Nin would undoubtedly oppose it. The individual capable of eliminating the former crown prince is not easily trifled with. Her singular desire is to obtain the longevity elixir and return to Jin to save her ancestor's life. Anything else she might gain from Yi Tian would be a mere bonus. Your Highness, the King of Chu has arrived. Upon hearing the maid's announcement, A flicker of impatience crossed Nangong Waniying's face. Yi Tian visited multiple times daily, each time promising the longevity elixir, yet failing to deliver. She had grown incredulous, doubting every word he spoke. Yet, for the sake of the elixir, she begrudgingly resolved to endure. With a smile gracing her features, she declared, "His Highness, the King of Chu, has arrived. Please make him welcome." Before long, Yi Tian was ushered into the reception hall. "Greetings, Your Highness." Nangong Waniying curtsied. "I regret to inform you, Waniying, that my father does not consent to dispatch troops to aid Jin in quelling the rebellion. No worries, after all. Our two nations are separated by great distance, and it is rather unrealistic for the Wu to dispatch troops. I can understand the Emperor Wu's concerns." Nangong Waniying was not the least bit surprised. Had she been in his position, she would have likely declined as well. "However, I did not leave empty-handed. While my third brother was away, I discreetly obtained several doses of longevity elixir from the Eastern Palace. Here, take this. You have always yearned for the longevity elixir. Haven't you? Really? You are truly willing to gift me the longevity elixir? What hesitation could there be? It is merely a few doses of the elixir. But are you not afraid of Prince Taizi's displeasure? My third brother dotes on me dearly. Do not worry. He will only scold me a little at most. It will be fine. Please report to Prince Taizi that His Highness, the Crown Prince, has taken away the longevity elixirs we prepared." Chapter 66. Xiao Yunjian finally arrives at Weiqing Pass when Yinan received the news. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still infuriated by Yi Tian's foolishness. Among all his brothers, 3 were ambitious. 1 was a martial arts fanatic, and the remaining 2 were still inconspicuous, but based on the original narrative, they could be considered rather bland. How could there be a sycophant among such a diverse group of brothers? A sycophant is a sycophant, yet as fate would have it, if one door opens, 2 must close. No one is perfect. Despite being a sycophant, the 4th brother was still a handsome one. Although our plans were meticulously crafted, we must remain vigilant. I shall inform the princess consort to keep an eye on Nangong Waniying in the capital, ensuring she does not lead my 4th brother astray. This sycophant is capable of anything in the name of love. In the imperial palace, in the study, Yi Zhen was still anxious over Yi Hao's abduction. It was bewildering that a living person could be seized in broad daylight, especially within the capital. This absurdity had occurred without any trace. Yi Zhen had already dispatched people to search, but there was no news of Yi Hao in the city. In desperation, Yi Zhen had no choice but to seek counsel from the ancestral ground to meet with Yi Ding. "Ancestor, the situation is as follows. Hao has been inexplicably taken, with no clues left behind." Yi Zhen relayed all the details to his ancestor, Yi Ding. After listening, Yi Ding's expression remained unfazed, yet he seemed to ponder deeply. It appears that the forces from the heavenly realm are becoming insufficient. They have begun to descend and kidnap. Heavenly realm? Ancestor, what do you mean by that? I will handle this matter. You may return and focus on supporting the Crown Prince. He is a person of great talent and vision. With him, your dreams will eventually be realized. For now, Hao is not in danger, so do not worry. After dismissing Yi Zhen, Yi Ding summoned Shui Wu. "Little Wu, I must be away for a while. During my absence, you are to keep a close watch on the royal family." "Your Highness, where are you going? Do you need me to accompany you?" "No need. Just take good care of the royal family. The place I am going, you cannot enter." "Understood, Your Highness. Please take care." After instructing Shui Wu, Yi Ding swiftly departed from the Yi family's ancestral ground, heading towards Tianyan Peak, where a passage to the heavenly realm awaited him. At the Kong residence, in Kong Jingshu's chamber, Kong Jingshu was enjoying some fruit while engrossed in an ancient text she had salvaged from her father's study. Ever since she had severed Yi Feng's fortune, she had become rather aimless. With Yinan's successful ascension to the crown prince, her own status had risen correspondingly. Her friends now addressed her as princess consort during their gatherings. As she was deeply absorbed in her reading, a maid entered to announce a visitor named Jia He. Jia He? An associate of the crown prince? What did he want with me? Let him wait in the reception hall. I shall be there shortly. Kong Jingshu set aside her book, rose to tidy her appearance, and proceeded to the reception hall to meet Jia He. "Have you come for matters concerning the crown prince?" "Your Majesty, Prince Chu, Jiahe recounted the entire sequence of events to Kong Jingshu. Thus, His Highness the Crown Prince hopes that your Majesty will keep a close watch on Nangong Weiniang, should she attempt to lure away Prince Chu. He wishes for you to intervene. The Yi family, from top to bottom, is quite rational. How has the fourth son become a love-stricken fool? Jiahe chose to ignore Kong Jingshu's sarcasm. Very well, I shall be vigilant. Rest assured, Your Highness. Return and inform the Crown Prince that he may contact me via phone. He is not unaware of my number. In this day and age, must he still send someone to relay messages? Does he wish to avoid me? I believe he is simply asking for a reprimand. Jiahe nearly buried his head in his chest. How could he endure such words? Enough. I shall not make it difficult for you. You may leave. Your subordinate takes his leave. Jiahe hurriedly departed, as if fleeing from a wolf. Kong Jingshu smirked slightly. 2 days later, Xiao Yunjian and the soldiers of the 6th Army from the Eastern Palace arrived at Weiqing Pass in succession. Upon their arrival, Yinan arranged for Zhuge Jia to conduct training on the use of individual weaponry. In these past few days, Yinan had imparted invaluable lessons to Zhuge Jia, fundamentally reshaping his understanding of warfare and revealing to him a different world. Zhuge Jia felt intellectually invigorated, ever since witnessing the might of Yinan's tanks and artillery. He was awestruck. Battle could indeed be fought in such a manner, where the enemy was annihilated without even laying eyes on our soldiers. Subsequently, Yinan presented individual weapons, which astonished Zhuge Jia further. With these weapons, even an unarmed scholar, caught off guard, could defeat martial artists of the 7th or 8th rank. The 6th Army was taken away for training under Zhuge Jia. At long last, Yinan encountered the one he had longed to see, Xiao Yunjian. Despite being splattered with blood, the latter's charisma remained undeniable. In terms of looks, Yinan admitted he could not compare. Xiao Yunjian possessed a striking allure akin to the fourth son, both possessing an undeniable handsomeness. However, while Yi Tian's charm was bright and clear, this one was enchantingly captivating. At last, I have the pleasure of meeting the 8th prince of the Man Kingdom. Why do you rush so in the capital? I have yet to extend my hospitality in the Great Wu, and you wish to depart? Must I personally send someone to invite you? Such behavior from the 8th prince is rather discourteous. Yinan teased, gazing at Xiao Yunjian. Your Highness need not insult me. Once my 200,000 troops arrive, you will personally see me off back to my homeland. I eagerly await that moment, which I trust will be most exhilarating. Xiao Yunjian replied nonchalantly, as if he were not a captive, but rather the exalted 8th prince. Oh, you speak of your 200,000 troops. Perhaps they will not arrive after all. Shall I escort you to meet them? Huh, you claim they cannot come? Those 200,000 are the formidable forces of my kingdom. As long as I do not return on time, they will breach Weiqing Pass and invade the territory of Great Wu. I imagine His Highness is more aware than I of what will transpire then. It will be prudent for you to allow me to depart. I will persuade them to retreat. Although Xiao Yunjian maintained a facade of bravado, he pondered the passage of time. It was peculiar that Weiqing Pass remained so eerily quiet at this hour. The 200,000 troops of the barbarian nation should have long since arrived at Weiqing Pass. After all, he had contacted the 8th prince, 2 days prior. Are you referring to that general named Tuada? If so, it would indeed be a pity. A pity for what? A pity that he, along with his formidable army, had become one with the earth and could no longer make an appearance. Ha ha! His Highness the Crown Prince certainly has a knack for humor. To suggest that General Tuata, a 9th-tier master of our barbarian nation, has been slain by you? Such jest is far from amusing. Don't believe it? No matter. I captured the moment on video. Please enjoy the VCR. Chapter 67. The flag ceremony. Xiao Yunjian remained silent after watching the video. He refrained from inquiring how Yinan managed to animate the captured images. Yet the scene undeniably depicted a dragging figure. Deceit was beyond his grasp. Xiao Yunjian found it impossible to trust Yinan, suspecting that the latter harbored some sinister scheme against him. Very well. I shall not relent until I reach the Yellow River. Bring forth that wolf-toothed club for our 8th prince to examine. In a short while, 2 formidable warriors entered, bearing a long, grotesquely deformed weapon. With a resounding thud, they cast the club onto the ground. Despite its distorted form, it was unmistakably the wolf-toothed club favored by the generals of the barbaric nation. Moreover, faint inscriptions in the barbarian tongue could still be discerned, spelling out the name Duo Duo. At this revelation, Xiao Yunjian's heart plummeted into despair. Generally, barbarian generals would never abandon their weapons unless they had met their demise in battle. Consequently, it could be concluded that General Duo Duo was indeed in grave peril. Speak. What is your purpose in not killing me and presenting me with such artifacts? Xiao Yunjian believed Yi Nan's decision to spare him was driven by ulterior motives. My intentions are rather simple. My subordinates inform me that you are worth a Jizhou, a claim I find hard to believe. Therefore, I require you to pen a missive to the barbarian emperor, requesting the return of Jizhou. What say you? My father will not heed my words. You might as well abandon this notion. Then I regret to inform you. We shall treat our 8th prince well. Let us sever a finger to send to our barbarian emperor, stating that his precious son is unwilling to concede Jizhou. We shall inquire if he concurs. As Yi Nan departed, the room echoed with Xiao Yunjian's anguished cries. In the barbaric nation, its capital was known as Zhengming City, a place steeped in legend, believed to possess the bloodline of the fierce beast, Zheng. Thus, the royal family established their city here. In stark contrast to the refined elegance of the great Wu's imperial city, Zhengming appeared rather crude. Within the grand palace, the barbarian emperor, Xiao Batian, convened his ministers for discussions. General Duo Duo had failed to relay any messages for 3 consecutive days, an unprecedented occurrence. Your Majesty, rest assured, as a 9th-stage master with the bloodline of the musk sheep, General Duo Duo can easily contend with 3 or 4 9th-stage opponents. The words of the esteemed minister ring true. Perhaps General Duo Duo is detained by pressing matters, causing a delay in communication. Your Majesty, please remain at ease. Let us hope so. At that moment, a messenger arrived with news. Is it word from Duo Duo? Your Majesty, it pertains to General Duo Duo. Quickly present it. Soon, Xiao Batian received and opened the missive, but upon reading its contents, his expression turned blank, causing the paper to slip from his grasp and fall to the floor. Royal brother, what has transpired? The ministers, witnessing Xiao Baishan's sudden pallor, sensed something was amiss. It was the Grand General and the Emperor's younger brother, Prince Xiao Bati, who spoke up. Noticing Xiao Baishan's prolonged silence, he implored, "What has happened? This suspense is truly unbearable." Xiao Bati could not wait for Xiao Baishan to speak. He had no choice but to pick up the folded document from the ground and read it. "This is impossible," Xiao Bati exclaimed incredulously. "Your Highness, what has transpired? How could you and His Majesty behave in such a manner? Take a look for yourselves." Xiao Bati handed the document to the assembled ministers. As the others received it and glanced at its contents, they gasped in disbelief. The document read, "The 20,000 troops of Tuachuo have been annihilated, their bodies unrecognizable." Although the Man Kingdom had the smallest army among the neighboring 10 or so nations, their combat prowess was unrivaled. Ordinary armies were no match for the Man Kingdom's forces. Only the elite troops of other nations could contend with their standard soldiers, such as the Imperial Guard of the Wu Kingdom, the Elephant Cavalry of the Chun Kingdom, and the Divine Dragon Army of the Zhou Kingdom. However, the army led by Tuachuo included 10,000 elite troops from Taichua. The Man Kingdom's forces were already limited, and those considered elite could typically defeat 10 of their adversaries. Yet now, news had arrived of the complete devastation of Tuachuo's 20,000 troops, including the loss of 1,000 elite soldiers. The disbelief among the populace of the Man Kingdom was palpable. Yet the news was undeniable, as the messenger dared not misreport such a grave message. Report. Just as they struggled to accept the news of the total annihilation of Tuachuo's forces, the messenger delivered yet another shocking announcement. The 8th prince, Xiao Yunjian, had been captured, and the enemy had even severed one of his fingers and sent it as a grim token. Xiao Baishan could no longer contain himself. In a fit of rage, he spat blood. "Your Majesty!" The ministers anxiously turned their gazes toward Xiao Baishan. "I am unscathed. This is a blatant provocation against our great Man Kingdom. If we do not respond, the Wu Kingdom will believe us weak and easily bullied." Xiao Baishan gritted his teeth. enduring the excruciating pain. Your Majesty is correct. This is a provocation against our great man kingdom and must not go unpunished. I am willing to lead troops to obliterate the Wu kingdom. Such audacity from the diminutive Wu kingdom, daring to slay our soldiers and abduct our prince. This is intolerable. We must unleash our wrath upon them. And I am prepared to march forth on your behalf to raise the Wu kingdom to the ground. Meanwhile, as discussions of a renewed military campaign unfolded in the Man Kingdom, Yinan was not idle. Zhuge Jia was training the 6th Brigade while also assisting General Jindong in integrating the troops arriving to support Weiqing Pass. With the arrival of additional forces, Weiqing Pass became increasingly bustling, and the local populace grew wary. As numbers swelled, incidents of oppression against the common people began to surface. Sensing the troubling trend, Zhuge Jia swiftly executed several soldiers who were bullying the citizens, immediately clarifying the demeanor of the remaining troops, much to the delight of the townsfolk. Yinan was pleased with Zhuge Jia's decisive actions. A day later, as Yinan awaited a response from the Man Kingdom with no reply forthcoming, he resolved to take action. Since the mountain does not come to me, I must go to the mountain. Having heard tales of ancient armies celebrating their campaigns with sacrifices, Yinan, ever compassionate, could not bear to harm the cattle and sheep of Weiqing Pass. Thus, he declared, "You shall suffice, my 8th prince. Please sacrifice yourself in place of the cattle and sheep of Weiqing Pass. They will be grateful for your offering." As the supporting troops arrived in full force, Yinan held a grand ceremony to mark the expedition. The barbaric nation, blind to the will of heaven, harbors an unrelenting ambition to annihilate our mighty Wu. They seek to deploy 200,000 troops to invade our lands, seize our cattle and sheep, and violate our wives and daughters. Can we acquiesce to such tyranny? No, no, no. The soldiers in the parade ground echoed these sentiments with fervent shouts. Thus, the crown prince resolved that we must retaliate with great ferocity. Before we embark on our campaign, there remains one crucial matter to attend to, a sacrificial offering to the heavens. As the adage wisely states, the affairs of the state hinge upon sacrifice and warfare. Bring forth the offerings. In that moment, Xiao Yunjian was brought forth tightly bound. Yinan, you cannot kill me. You promised to exchange me for Jizhou. You cannot be unfaithful to your word. Xiao Yunjian was utterly panicked. He had never anticipated that he would merely attend an auction in the Wu Kingdom, arriving in good spirits only to find himself unable to return. I have made the exchange. Your father, Xiao Batian, did not respond. Do not lay the blame upon me, but upon your own progenitor. Proceed with the execution. Chapter 68. The Torrent of Steel. Not at all, Xiao Yunjian exclaimed, his voice echoing with urgency. Upon hearing Yinan's command, the axe-wielders swiftly brandished their blades. Ensure that the body of our 8th prince is collected and delivered to the barbarian emperor as a gift. The mechanized battalion set forth first, followed by the 6th Brigade, led by General Wan Lang, who would arrive an hour later to secure the territory. 500 tanks emerged from the valley, advancing towards the eastern lands of the barbarian kingdom. With Yinan having annihilated the 200,000-strong barbarian army, the tanks surged forward uninterrupted for 300 miles. From above, the fleet of tanks resembled a torrent of steel, billowing clouds of dust in their wake. 1,000 troop carriers were not fully deployed. The 6th Brigade of the Eastern Palace comprised only 5,000 men, and each nuclear-powered transport could accommodate 50 individuals, resulting in the mobilization of merely 100 vehicles. As for the other forces led by Wan Lang, their cavalry and infantry could traverse the terrain on foot, and given that common soldiers held little utility in this conflict, it was more prudent to conduct a thorough battlefield sweep afterwards. After advancing 450 miles, the tanks finally encountered their first stronghold. Dubbed a city, it was, in truth, a mere small town, spanning only 3 to 4 kilometers east to west and 5 to 6 kilometers north to south. Smaller than an average county in the Wu Kingdom. The city gates were firmly shut, and shadows flitted atop the walls. Yinan dispatched El Ming to announce their presence. Despite the call for unification, the sentinels atop the gates not only refused to surrender, but audaciously rained arrows upon them. How could Yinan tolerate such insolence? Even if he could, Zhuge Jia could not, and El Ming, who was the primary target of the arrows, found it intolerable as well. Commander of Vehicle 1, please pay attention. Adjust the cannon's direction and prepare to fire 10 rounds. Boom! Boom! Soon, the 10 cannonballs were launched, and the people atop the city walls remained silent, even dismantling the city gates to welcome them in. The entrance, however, was too narrow for the tanks, necessitating the dispatch of 6 units to enter the city and pacify the local populace. The details of this pacification were inconsequential. What mattered was that after exiting the city, the residents bid farewell with reluctance, bestowing numerous treasures upon the soldiers. As the sun began to set, Yinan decided to rest outside the city, awaiting the arrival of Wan Lang's troops, for nighttime travel posed dangers. At dawn the next day, a hurried Wan Lang finally arrived with his forces. After the handover, Yinan continued onward, leaving 1,000 troops behind to guard the city, while he pursued Yinan with the remainder. Thus, after several more days, Yinan captured 5 additional cities. The higher echelons of the barbarian nation, finally realizing the gravity of their situation, summoned an army of 300,000, determined to annihilate the invading enemy. They naively believed that their previous loss of 200,000 troops had been due to a massive enemy assault, unaware of the true circumstances surrounding their defeat. In their misguided optimism, the entire court unanimously concluded that this new army would surely achieve victory. Unfortunately, they misjudged both the situation and Yinan's audacity. While their adversaries still relied on cold weapons, he had already advanced to high-tech warfare. Yinan declared, "Behold, my spoon of 3 flour milk, sending you to meet the great lady. Your Majesty, reports from the front indicate that the rebel army of Wu has captured our western 6 cities, now less than 800 miles from Zhongming City. Indeed, the rebels advance with ferocity. Our army of 300,000 must mobilize immediately. At their current pace, they will reach our gates within 3 days. Lordly, I entrust the 300,000 troops to you. Ensure the complete annihilation of the enemy." Xiao Batian proclaimed with an air of authority to Xiao Bati, "I shall not fail in this mission, Your Majesty. Within 10 days, I will present the enemy commander's head to you. Confidence is commendable, but do not underestimate them. Their swift conquest of cities reveals their extraordinary capabilities. I shall heed your counsel." 10 days later, beneath the walls of Zhongming City, Yinan gazed upon the significantly taller fortifications compared to those of Dowu's capital, reflecting on the formidable challenge posed by the barbarian army of 300,000, which had delayed him for 5 days. He had witnessed their resilience and tenacity. They were indeed worthy adversaries. Thus, he integrated them into the earth, reuniting them with the previous 200,000. "I am truly benevolent," Yinan murmured to himself. At that moment, the barbarian Emperor Xiao Batian convened an emergency meeting. "Your Majesty, it is time to unleash the royal heritage. In this crisis of survival, we can no longer conceal our strength," lamented the national advisor. "Indeed, Your Majesty, it is time to summon the barbarian deity. Your Majesty, I propose relocating the capital to Bailu City. As long as Your Majesty remains, we still have hope. I propose a negotiation. Did not the state of Wu previously express interest in acquiring Jizhou? If necessary, we may concede it to them. Jizhou is a barren land. As long as they are willing to withdraw from our territories, surrendering this one prefecture is of little consequence. Indeed, what Lord Sheng suggests is quite reasonable." Xiao Batian gazed at the raucous officials below him, his expression impassive. Were it possible, he would truly wish to send these inept individuals to meet their ancestors. Any further proposals for peace or retreat would be met with lethal consequences, exterminating their entire lineage. With a roar of fury, Xiao Batian quelled the assembly. "Our great man has not yet reached the brink of despair. Even now, you contemplate surrender and escape? Your Majesty, I voice this in the interest of our great man. Since Your Majesty possesses a strategy, I wholeheartedly support you." After dispersing the court, Xiao Batian proceeded toward the imperial study. Upon entering, he did not take a seat to attend to state affairs, but instead paused at a vase beside the bookshelf. He turned the vase 3 times to the right, and with several crisp sounds, the bookshelf retreated. A concealed door appeared before him. Entering through it, he produced a fire starter from his bosom and placed it into a nearby brazier. Instantly, flames spread into the depths of the secret chamber, illuminating the passage as brightly as day. Xiao Batian advanced deeper into the corridor, which sloped downward. After approximately 3/4 of an hour, he arrived at the passage's end, revealing a vast stone chamber. In the center stood a colossal pillar of an unknown material, upon which sat an elder with crimson hair, while beneath it flowed a torrent of molten lava. A wave of scorching heat engulfed him. The dragon robe he wore ignited spontaneously. Quickly, he cast aside the self-igniting garment and summoned his protective energy. It was not this hot during my last visit. It seems my ancestor's strength has grown even greater. How splendid! Xiao Batian felt a surge of joy. The current situation favored the enhancement of his ancestor's power, and he dared not enter further. Batian seeks an audience with the ancestor. The fate of our great man hangs in the balance. I implore the ancestor to emerge. I am aware of the circumstances. However, I am currently at a critical juncture. Grant me 2 days, and I shall personally intervene to deal with your adversaries. Batian expresses his gratitude in advance. Very well, you may leave. Chapter 69. Negotiation with a light heart. Xiao Batian emerged from the underground chamber and summoned several key ministers to deliberate on a crucial topic: how to buy time. The revered ancestor of the barbarian god was in the midst of a critical breakthrough. It was imperative to grant him at least 2 additional days. Your Majesty, if this is the case, we shall resort to negotiation. Indeed, furthermore, should the opposing party present any demands, we shall promptly acquiesce to the simpler ones. While for the more complex requests, we will claim the need for consultation with the court officials, thereby prolonging the discussions. Once the ancestor exits his seclusion, everything will be settled. Lord Chimu speaks wisely. Outside the city, in the Yinan encampment, Yinan turned to Zhugajia and inquired just now. The barbarian emperor dispatched envoys to propose negotiations. What is your perspective on this matter? Your Highness, if engaging in negotiations can mitigate the casualties of our forces, I believe it is prudent to proceed. Moreover, we have achieved considerable victories on the battlefield, and our rapid advance has left the officials dispatched by His Majesty struggling to manage the territories we have conquered. It would be wise to temper our pace. Your reasoning holds merit. Though speed is of the essence in warfare, we cannot disregard the safety of our rear. We must remember that as we advance from the west, the cities in the other 3 directions remain beyond our control. Should the enemy sever our retreat from the north or south, it would spell trouble. Very well, let us negotiate. You shall take full responsibility for this matter. I obey. Your Majesty, the Wu Kingdom has agreed to negotiations. Then let us commence. Our objective is to prolong the discussions. Rest assured, I shall execute this task flawlessly. Our side demands that the Wu Kingdom withdraw its troops from our territory. Withdraw? You must be dreaming. These cities are now under our control. Perhaps we should pause negotiations and resume hostilities. After the battle, we can discuss matters further. If you wish for our withdrawal, we require the cession of the 13 cities west of Jinming City and 12 cities to the south, totaling 25 cities, along with a compensation of 500 billion taels of silver for our military mobilization, as well as the Dragon Spring gold mine in the northern region of the Barbarian Kingdom. Unthinkable. Your demands are exorbitant. You are not here to negotiate. Although the officials of the Barbarian Kingdom were instructed to delay, they were infuriated by the conditions set forth by the Wu Kingdom. This was not negotiation. It was akin to a demand for a beheading, targeting the very jugular. We never intended to negotiate in the first place. Were you not the ones who sought our discussion? Your Highness, the Barbarian Kingdom exhibits no sincerity in these negotiations. It appears they are merely stalling for time. After a day of discussions, Zhuge Jia reported back to Yinan. Indeed, it seems they are waiting for someone or something to occur. Could they be anticipating the arrival of their ancestor, or reinforcements from another front, or perhaps they have a hidden card up their sleeve? All possibilities exist. We must prepare thoroughly to avoid falling victim to the Barbarian Kingdom's schemes. Otherwise, we shall return home to be ridiculed by others. In the capital, News of Yinan's continuous victories frequently circulated, elevating his reputation to its zenith. Were it not for the crown prince's impending marriage, one could only speculate on the machinations the noble families might concoct. Even so, numerous individuals sought out Yi Zhen or Tang Rou through various channels, attempting to marry their legitimate daughters into the crown prince's eastern palace, much to the annoyance of Yi Zhen and Tang Rou. What was even more outrageous was that many from the Tang family wished to wed Tang Yao into the eastern palace, aiming to further intertwine their families. Were Yinan present, he would surely have scorned them, for Tang Yao was his dear cousin, and they shared a close kinship. Who in their right mind would conceive such an idea? Kong Jingshu had been having her own difficulties lately. A long unheard from friend suddenly invited her out under the guise of nurturing their friendship. But Wang Lan dismissed all these invitations. In Wang Lan's own words, they did not miss her. Rather, they coveted the crown prince. However, even if Wang Lan hadn't declined, Kong Jingshu would not have gone. After all, the esteemed Kong matriarch had always been a homebody, only venturing out when funds were dwindling, and even then, only to conduct business. Moreover, who was Kong matriarch? She could discern the intentions of those who approached her with ease, unless they were individuals of extraordinary fortune, in which case she could foresee their fates, albeit at a cost. Your Majesty, look at these invitations I have received for visits to the palace, Tang Rou said, rubbing her forehead in exasperation as she addressed Yi Zhen, who had come to stroll in her palace. Nanner is still fighting on the front lines, and now these people have set their sights on his household. It is utterly preposterous. Yi Zhen snorted and replied, while I should be pleased by the attention Nanner receives, it is evident that these individuals harbor ulterior motives. As his mother, I will not permit them into Nanner's harem. Precisely. Such matters should be resolved by the young couple themselves. As parents, we ought not to interfere. Whether they choose to accept suitors or how many, let them decide. Indeed, I shall respond to these invitations accordingly. Yes, that is the right approach. Our descendants will have their own fortunes. They must resolve their own affairs, just as we handle ours, Yi Zhen remarked with a mischievous grin, pulling Tang Rou toward the bed. Your Majesty, oh, in the depths of the barbarian kingdom, in a secret chamber, the ancestral spirit of the barbarian people exclaimed with glee, at last, I have succeeded. My transformation technique has advanced further. It is time to emerge and eliminate the threats to my barbarian tribe. How dare they slay my sons and seize my lands? They shall face relentless retribution. The ancestral spirit's gaze was icy, and the aura emanating from him far surpassed the 9th tier. At the negotiation site, a voice exclaimed, this is absurd. Negotiations only involve reducing conditions. How can one possibly add them? Just yesterday, they demanded 25 cities, and today they audaciously ask for 55. This is utterly outrageous. The envoy of the barbarian nation, Sheng Zhong, was on the verge of madness. The opposing side demanded 25 cities, and he managed to reduce it to 1. Negotiation should involve a gradual adjustment, with concessions from one side balanced by gains from the other, leading to a mutually agreeable resolution. However, to his utter astonishment, today the young man from the Wu nation, surnamed Zhuge, defied all conventions. When Sheng Zhong proposed 2 cities, Zhuge Jia countered with 30. When Sheng Zhong offered 3, Zhuge Jia responded with 35. Sheng Zhong was nearly driven to despair. Which father taught you such negotiation tactics? Lord Zhuge, it appears you have no genuine intention to negotiate. Is this how one conducts negotiations? If this is the case, you might as well resort to theft. A splendid idea. Let's agree on this then, Lord Sheng. But do not go back on your word. Should we seize the cities, do not demand their return later. You. In a fit of rage, Sheng Zhong spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 70. The ancestor ascends to heaven. The representatives from the barbarian nation were in a state of chaos, yet they remained unperturbed. 2 young officials whispered to each other. Indeed, the performance of the Shungda people is exquisite. How else could they attain such esteemed ranks? Yes, we must observe closely and learn well. Oh look, he has vomited again. Jiang truly embodies the wisdom of age. I am in admiration. Zhuge Jia surveyed the scene with calm composure. leisurely sipping tea from a cup on the table while discussing the cuisine of the barbarian nation with a colleague. The barbarian nation is lacking. Yesterday, we could not even procure any vegetables. The Firehead camp, too, only serves meat daily, devoid of even a hint of greens. It is imperative to inform His Highness to ensure that the Firehead camp prepares more vegetables. I have been consuming so much meat these past few days that I am feeling somewhat constipated. Look at that old man across the way. How adeptly he feigns. One learns until the end of life. This negotiation presents a splendid opportunity for us novices to learn. Upon hearing the discussion of the young officials, Sheng Zhong found himself breathless, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Observing Sheng Zhong's collapse, the representatives from the barbarian nation could only express their admiration, silently giving him a thumbs up in their hearts. After a quarter of an hour, someone called out, "Old Sheng, enough of the pretense. Rise, we must continue the discussion." The deputy envoy, noticing that Sheng Zhong remained still, approached him and whispered in his ear, "Get up now. Further delay is unacceptable." Yet, Sheng Zhong did not respond. A young official remarked softly, "I do not believe Lord Sheng is merely pretending." This statement reverberated through the ears of everyone present like a thunderclap. The deputy envoy, trembling, reached out to touch Sheng Zhong's chest, only to retract his hand hastily. "No more jumping," he muttered. Suddenly, chaos erupted throughout the hall. Even Zhuge Jia, who had been composed, sprang to his feet. "Lord Sheng is dead. You have killed Lord Sheng. The people of the Wu nation have slain Lord Sheng. Do not cast baseless accusations. Everyone is watching. We have not laid a finger on him. In broad daylight, you cannot wrongfully accuse us." Another voice interjected. "If it were not for your excessively harsh conditions, Lord Sheng would not have succumbed to anger, and had he not been angered, he would not have fainted and died from the strain. Ultimately, this is a matter concerning your Wu nation." The two parties resumed their endless bickering. At that moment, a sound akin to a roaring beast erupted from within Ming City. Soldiers of lower cultivation suffered ruptured eardrums and bled from their orifices, while those of higher cultivation clutched their ears in extreme discomfort. Yet, the barbarian Emperor Xiao Batian, upon hearing the sound, was filled with delight. "The ancestor has emerged from seclusion. We shall no longer endure this indignity." After the furious roar, both the soldiers of the Wu kingdom and the common folk of the Man kingdom were plunged into a prolonged state of deafness. This was an indiscriminate sonic wave attack. Upon hearing this sound, Yinan realized that the trump card awaited by the Man kingdom had likely arrived. However, he was not overly concerned, for he had made preparations. Soon, Yinan beheld a fiery orb ascending in the sky, rapidly advancing toward the encampment of his army. As it drew closer, he discerned that it was not merely a flame, but rather a person engulfed in fire. The reason it was identified as a person was due to its humanoid shape. Yet its visage was far from human. This creature bore the face of a leopard, and atop its head sprouted a single horn. My goodness, could such a being truly exist in this world? Yinan rubbed his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Regardless of what you are, provoke me, and I shall send you to the heavens." As Yinan gazed at the man-god ancestor, the ancestor was equally scrutinizing him. The man-god ancestor spoke. "Is it you, little brat, who has led an assault against my man kingdom?" "It is I. And who, pray tell, are you?" "Arrogant. I am man-god." "Oh, so you're the trump card that Xiao Batian has been stalling for. You seem rather unimpressive. You dare to insult me, little brat? The ancestor shall send you on your way." With that, he unleashed his oppressive aura, instantly overwhelming the entire area. As the pressure descended, Yinan found it difficult to breathe, let alone the others. "Kid, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Cede half of your kingdom's territory to the Man Kingdom and take your own life. If you do so, I shall spare your royal family. Otherwise, I will eradicate every member of your royal lineage in the Wu Kingdom." "Hey, you bastard! I have a short temper. Snipers, prepare. Let us serve this so-called man got a few bullets for lunch." "Boldly spoken. It seems you refuse to surrender? Very well. I shall send you on your way." With a mere wave of his hand, the man-god ancestor sent the soldiers in Yinan's camp soaring into the air as if caught in a tempest of unimaginable strength. Every movement of his seemed imbued with the might of the heavens. Furthermore, the man-god ancestor opened his gaping maw, unleashing torrents of flames. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire amplified the wind's ferocity, causing not only gusts but also raging infernos within Yi Nan's encampment. In an instant, the Wu Kingdom's forces suffered grievous losses. Unbeknownst to the man-god ancestor, none of the soldiers he beheld were living beings. Snipers. Yenan Belovet. Biu. 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 With a few faint gunshots, the ancestor of the barbarian god was transformed into a porcupine by needles. It turned out that Yi Nan had contacted a friend upon realizing that the barbarian kingdom was stalling for time. These needles contained a custom-made anesthetic from Meng Qinshin. Do not underestimate them. These anesthetics are high-end products from Meng Qinshin's world. As a realm dedicated to biological research, her domain is home to many peculiar creatures, such as dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and black tortoises, legendary beasts from myth. They have begun mass breeding these beings, though they possess only their forms and lack any formidable powers. Yet, they remain unmatched by ordinary humans. Consequently, the inhabitants of that world have developed potent anesthetics to subdue these creatures, such as those currently employed by Yi Nan. Meng Qinshin had to exert considerable effort to acquire these anesthetics from a breeding facility, and they are not available for public sale, classified as controlled substances. After obtaining the anesthetic, Yi Nan asked Lu Linyuan to fashion them into anesthetic darts, capable of being launched from a sniper rifle. The needles embedded in the ancestor of the barbarian god were precisely those. When the ancestor regained awareness and noticed the needles protruding from his body, he paid them little heed, for they had hardly penetrated his flesh, barely breaching his defenses, resulting in little more than a trickle of blood. Foolish child, do you think this can harm me? Allow me to demonstrate the ancestor's ultimate move, Fire Rain. Star. Before the ancestor could finish speaking, he plummeted from the air, his flames extinguished. The elderly are fortunate. They can fall asleep so easily. Yenambistit. Approaching the ancestor, he wielded his gilded halberd and struck forcefully, eager to discover just how formidable one could be after being struck by a hypersonic sniper rifle that merely grazed the skin. To his astonishment, with a clang, the blade of the gilded halberd suffered a small chip. What the? This is a 9th-tier weapon. How could its skin be so resilient? Nina was left dumbfounded. Someone, prepare for the ancestor's ascension, he shouted. Soon, soldiers from the Mechanical Legion entered, hauling a rocket. This was a custom design Yi Nan had arranged with Shun Xingqian, boasting an extensive range, far beyond what Shun Xingqian could specify, but certainly exceeding the range of the rockets previously used for launching satellites. Additionally, Yi Nan had requested an increased fuel capacity. Once the rocket was positioned upright, the soldiers secured the ancestor of the barbarian god to it with specialized steel cables, effectively binding him like a dumpling, leaving only his eyes exposed. Let us go. Yi Nan decisively pressed the launch button. Chapter 71. The Royal Escape after Yi Nan summoned the Mantis God ancestor to ascend to the heavens. He retreated to a secure location at the rear. Moments ago, the Mantis God ancestor had unleashed a furious tempest, sweeping away not only the soldiers of the Mechanical Legion, but also a considerable number of tanks. Fortunately, the tanks were constructed with robust materials, sustaining damage to only a few. However, those who were engulfed in flames, as well as the tanks, were not so fortunate, incurring significant losses. Shortly after Yi Nan returned to the camp, the majority of the displaced tanks had nearly all returned. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. He found himself in complete agreement with a statement once made by Kong Jingshu. A step back leads to the growth of benign tumors. Enduring a moment leads to ovarian cysts. A curse broadens the horizon, while a beating extends one's life. Thus, in the interest of his longevity, he resolved to implement a comprehensive plan of retaliation against the barbaric nation. Meanwhile, Xiao Batian awaited news of the ancestor's triumphant return, unaware that Yi Nan had sent the ancestor skyward. Has the ancestor returned? Xiao Batian inquired. The ancestor has not yet returned, Your Majesty, a soldier replied. However, Your Majesty, while the ancestor possesses formidable strength, we must not underestimate the enemy. it is likely that the ancestor will require considerable effort. Yes, you make a valid point. Let us wait a little longer. Report. Speak quickly. Has the ancestor vanquished the enemy? Your Majesty. The messenger hesitated. Do not dawdle. Speak. Your Majesty. The ancestor has been struck down by the enemy. I witnessed the ancestor plummeting from the sky. What? Impossible. The ancestor is an unparalleled master, even more powerful than the ninth tier 2 decades ago. After this breakthrough, he must be even more unfathomable. How could he possibly be defeated? No, it cannot be. Xiao Batian repeated the phrase impossible several times, as if attempting to reassure himself. Report. At that moment, a second wave of messengers arrived. Xiao Batian raised his head abruptly, eyes filled with anticipation as he looked to the second soldier, hoping for good news. Your Majesty, the ancestor was launched into the heavens by the enemy. What? After the enemy struck down the ancestor, they bound him to a pillar, which was then ignited, sending it soaring into the sky. I waited for a quarter of an hour, and there was no sign of the pillar descending. Such deceit is utterly preposterous. How could the ancestor possibly fail? Guards, take these 2 traitorous messengers and execute them at once. Xiao Batian exclaimed, gritting his teeth. Soon, several soldiers entered the hall, dragging the 2 messengers outside. Your Majesty, spare us. We truly speak the truth. The ancestor has indeed been sent skyward. Your Majesty, I am not lying. I saw with my own eyes that the ancestor was indeed knocked unconscious. You must believe me. The anguished screams of the 2 messengers echoed from outside. Abruptly silenced, Xiao Batian collapsed upon his throne, struggling to accept the messenger's words. He could hardly believe it. In the eyes of the Wu nation, ninth-tier masters were as expendable as chicks. They could be slain with a mere utterance. The ancestor had been his last remaining trump card. Yet if he too had been defeated by the Wu nation, he had to prepare for the worst. Destruction of the nation. The 2 words flashed through Xiao Batian's mind. Absolutely not. I shall not allow this to transpire. He commanded, send out orders for all troops to assemble. We shall confront the people of the barbarian kingdom. Furthermore, he discreetly ordered the elite royal barbarian guards to ensure the safe departure of his children and concubines. Your Highness, we have intercepted intelligence from the barbarian kingdom. It states that the barbarian Emperor Xiao Batian intends to rally all his forces for a decisive battle against us. Oh, is that so? I was just pondering how to ensnare them all, and now he arrives. Is the barbarian Emperor a worm in my belly? How fortuitous that our thoughts align. However, Your Highness, if they are willing to pay any price, they could muster at least 1,000,000 troops. Although our weaponry is advanced, the pressure we would face would be immense. Who said I intend to engage them head-on? We shall encircle and strike at their reinforcements, consuming them in batches. Their reinforcements cannot possibly arrive simultaneously, can they? Your Highness means to gradually wear them down? Indeed, we shall study the terrain surrounding Zhengming City and set ambushes along their essential routes. Each portion we consume is a victory. I shall observe how the barbarian emperor intends to contend with us once his 1,000,000-strong army is depleted. Yes, the barbarian kingdom is not like the Liang kingdom. They boast many skilled warriors. If the barbarian emperor does not surrender, even if we conquer their lands, it will take decades of governance to win the hearts of the barbarian populace. Thus, the ideal outcome would be for the barbarian emperor to surrender personally. That is difficult. The barbarian emperor is not akin to the softies of the Liang kingdom. We must exhaust all his trump cards without cornering him to the brink of despair, offering him a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, he would likely prefer self-destruction over surrender. At this moment, Xiao Batian was bidding farewell to his children and concubines. Eldest, as the heir of the Xiao family, you must protect your younger siblings. Should I encounter any misfortune, do not seek vengeance from me. Hide away with the Xiao family until your strength is sufficient to consider retribution. Father, do not worry. I will remember your words. Xiao Yunjian replied, his eyes filled with determination. Your Majesty, why not accompany us? I cannot bear to leave you. The Empress, Lu Qingqing, said, her eyes brimming with tears. Do not speak such nonsense. I am the Emperor of the barbarian kingdom, bearing the hopes and dignity of our people. With a great enemy upon us, I cannot simply abandon my post. Yunjian, protect your mother and depart swiftly. Mother, let us go, Xiao Yunzhan urged, leading Lu Qingqing into the secret passage, followed in succession by dozens of royal members. Batian, take care of yourself. The royal elder, Xiao Qianchong, was the last to depart. Before leaving, he approached Xiao Batian and patted his shoulder, saying, Royal uncle, I entrust the safety of the royal family to you. Please ensure their protection. They are our last hope. Rest assured, I shall. Your Highness, 30 miles south of Zhengming City, a group of approximately 300 to 400 men has been spotted, and their movements are suspicious. In what manner are they suspicious? They emerged unexpectedly from a cavern, seemingly heading towards the southern city of Beiluching in the barbarian lands. The guards accompanying them appeared exceptionally elite, resembling the fabled barbarian divine guards that had never been seen before. Barbarian divine guards? The personal guards of the barbarian emperor? Indeed. Command Lu Ming to lead 3,000 troops from the Eastern Palace to pursue them. I am eager to uncover what schemes the barbarian emperor is concocting. After bidding farewell to his loved ones, Xiao Batian seemed to have laid down a heavy burden, quietly seated upon the throne, contemplating his next course of action. He had no intention of continuing to live after parting with his family. Instead, he was orchestrating his own demise. As a sovereign, he planned to grant himself a grand farewell ceremony. Even if the barbarian lands were ultimately conquered by the Wu kingdom, he intended to ensure that Wu would not know peace for a century. The common folk of the barbarian realm would likewise make life difficult for the rulers of Wu. Let us engage in a decisive battle to the death. Chapter 72, The Ultimatum, having resolved to make the kingdom of Wu pay dearly. Xiao Batian was unaware that El Ming, accompanied by 3,000 soldiers from the Eastern Palace's 6th Brigade, had caught up with the fleeing members of the royal family. After a fierce confrontation, El Ming successfully captured all of them. However, the barbarian divine guard, being the most elite force of the barbarian kingdom, inflicted significant casualties upon the 6th Brigade, despite their advanced weaponry. The 6th Brigade suffered nearly 1,000 losses in the process of annihilating 500 of the barbarian divine guard, during which El Ming sustained minor injuries. General, all enemies have been apprehended. All of them should be escorted back. In the military camp of the Kingdom of Wu, Your Highness, General L has returned, reported Zhuge Jia as he entered. Oh, what was the outcome? An entire net was cast. Zhuge Jia replied with a smile. Splendid. Now, I wonder how Xiao Batian will contend with us. Meanwhile, Xiao Batian was still plotting his grand scheme. He was acutely aware that even summoning an army of 1,000,000 would not suffice against the forces of the Kingdom of Wu, yet he proceeded regardless. This was his destiny as a sovereign and the last semblance of dignity for the great barbarian. 7 days later, the first reinforcement army appeared 100 miles north of Zhengming City. Your Highness, the first reinforcement army from the barbarian kingdom has arrived. How many are there? Where are they? Approximately 100,000. Just reached the vicinity of Tsanglong Gorge. Upon hearing the report, Yinan swiftly approached the sand table, focusing on the marked location of Tsanglong Gorge. Allow them to pass through Tsanglong Gorge, then eliminate them in the valley 10 miles ahead. Furthermore, you may determine the number of troops to deploy and how to engage. No need to report back to me. Consider yourself the commander now. I grant you full authority. Our singular objective is to capture Xiao Batian alive and bring him to the capital to dance for our sovereign. Yin in turn to Zhuge Jia, expressing his intention to focus on nurturing him, allowing this loyal minister from the original narrative to showcase his talents. In the capital, it was not Emperor Yizhan who was the busiest during this period, but rather the 5th prince, Yi Fei. Engrossed in his endeavors, Yi Fei enthusiastically embraced the grand vision Yi Nen had painted for him. He now held the position of vice president at the Royal Martial Academy, where the president was not Crown Prince Yinan, but Emperor Yizhan. Consequently, the prestige of the Royal Martial Academy soared to new heights. Initially, he reached out to his maternal grandfather, Xiao Tianzi, requesting the Liyun sect to dispatch 100 experienced disciples to the capital. His objective was to establish the headquarters of the Martial Academy, after which the other branches could simply replicate his model. As the saying goes, every beginning is difficult. Despite Yi Nen providing him with a detailed plan, various challenges arose during implementation. Yi Fei diligently addressed each issue, and through the trials of these mundane matters. He matured significantly, shedding his previous impulsiveness. If Yinan were by his side now, he would likely commend him. On the other hand, Yi Tian was immersed in a sweet romance. As the adage goes, a woman pursuing a man is like a veil between them. During this time, Nangong Weiniang's subtle flattery led to a rapid advancement in their relationship. He had unwittingly fallen into the sweet trap she had woven for him. However, upon receiving the longevity elixir, Nangong Weiniang prepared to depart back to the Jin Kingdom. Yet, faced with Yi Tian's relentless pursuit, she found herself compelled to feign compliance. In the residence of Prince Chu's Highness, Weiniang has come to bid farewell today. You are leaving? Indeed, Weiniang has spent a considerable amount of time away. Moreover, I trust Prince Chu is aware of the dire situation in the Jin Kingdom. Although Weiniang is a woman, she bears the responsibility of protecting her homeland, which is her destiny. But the battlefield is perilous. You are still a woman. I am uneasy about you journeying back alone. How about this? I shall escort you. No need. Your Highness, the distance between the Wu and Jin kingdoms is vast, and safeguarding Jin is inherently the duty of my Nangong family. Besides, as the son of the martial emperor, how could he allow you to be embroiled in another kingdom? Rest assured, I have my own means. You depart first, and I shall follow shortly. Nangong Weiniang looked at Yi Tian with tear-filled eyes, saying, I cannot repay your Highness's kindness. Do not cry. Trust me. The Jin kingdom will be just fine. How troublesome. Is this Yi Lao Si truly as dense as a pig? He usually appears quite clever. Why does he turn so foolish when romance is involved? Kong Jingshu lamented. That day, after receiving news from Jia He, Kong Jingshu expressed her frustration. No wonder His Highness the Crown Prince asked me to keep an eye on him. He is truly disappointing. Very well, I will take note of this matter. Keep a close watch on him, and if he intends to leave the city, inform me immediately. Yes, Your Highness. Since the disappearance of Yi Hao, Yi Zhen has not enjoyed a single peaceful night. He frequently dreams of Yi Hao enduring inhumane torment, often awakening to visions of his bloodied child pleading for rescue. Consumed by guilt, he, as an emperor, feels powerless to save his own son. He refrains from disclosing this matter to Yi Nan, who is currently occupied with pressing affairs. He does not wish to burden him further and chooses to shoulder this sorrow alone. Moreover, the venerable ancestor Yi Ding has embarked on a quest to rescue the second son, instilling in Yi Zhen a belief that the ancestor will undoubtedly return him safely. At this moment, the esteemed ancestor Yi Ding has arrived at the summit of Tianyan Peak. After 3 days of searching, he has finally located the entrance to the outer heavens. Unfortunately, the entrance has been claimed as a lair by a formidable black bear, a creature of the 8th tier. Despite its might, Yi Ding perceives the black bear merely as a slightly challenging opponent. After effortlessly dispatching the beast, he steps into the cave illuminated by a radiant barrier. Unbeknownst to him, the black bear revives shortly after his departure, settling down to slumber in front of the glowing barrier. Emerging from the barrier, he is greeted by a group of golden-armored guardians, who smile broadly as they welcome him. Welcome to the outer heavens, my dear miner. Meanwhile, Xiao Batian diligently refines his plan, convinced that it has reached a level of impeccable execution, lacking only a stage that he believes will soon present itself. Little does he know that his wife and children have been captured by Yinan, and the reinforcements sent to aid him have been largely vanquished by Zhuge Jia and his mechanical legion. The last contingent of 200,000 troops, arriving late from the south to Xinming City, finds themselves ensnared in a canyon by Zhuge Jia and his mechanical army. As this is the final support from the barbarian nation, Zhuge Jia is unafraid of revealing his position. He now commands the mechanical legion with increasing finesse. Moreover, he has devised his own tactical strategies, starkly contrasting Yi Nan's brute force approach. Zhuge Jia's methods are imbued with artistry, far surpassing Yi Nan in personnel deployment and coordination. While Yi Nan's command style resembles a chaotic flurry of strikes, Zhuge Jia's tactics are as precise as a scalpel, annihilating the maximum number of foes with the least exertion. As the last of the 200,000 soldiers is obliterated, Yi Nan delivers his final ultimatum to Xiao Batian. Chapter 73. The plans of Xiao Batian atop the walls of Xinming City Yinan sat astride his war steed, gazing at the imposing figure of Xiao Batian, the barbarian emperor. It is indeed a rare occasion to meet you. Oh, the crown prince of the Wu kingdom wishes to see me? How curious. Are you not the one who yearns to eliminate me? Your words are rather severe, barbarian emperor. I do not wish to kill you, but I genuinely invite you to be my guest in the capital of Wu kingdom. Ha ha ha. The crown prince is still quite youthful and rather naive. An emperor possesses his dignity. I would rather perish than take a single step away from Zhenming City. Do not be so obstinate. Once I finish speaking, I believe you will accompany me back. Moreover, the splendor of my Wu capital is unparalleled. Instead of being confined within this solitary city, why not return with me and indulge in wealth and prosperity? Your eloquence is commendable, crown prince, but if your prowess lies solely in your words, then I urge you to commence the siege. Let me witness whether the might of the Wu soldiers surpasses the strength of your tongue. The barbarian emperor is so audacious because he awaits your million-strong army, does he not? However, perhaps you shall not see them, for they have already perished along the way. Xiao Batian silently regarded him, his gaze as tranquil as water. By the way, I forgot to inform you that your wife and children have been escorted to the capital to enjoy a life of luxury. To assure you of their safety, I have retained one of them. Bring him forth. At this moment, the troops of Wu parted to create a pathway, and two soldiers led a figure forward. As the figure approached, Xiao Batian realized with horror that it was none other than his eldest son, Xiao Yunzhuang, bound and restrained. Xiao Yunzhuang bore a look of shame and rage. Upon seeing his father atop the city walls, his eyes reddened, yet he remained silent, tears brimming. What do you think of my gift, O barbarian emperor? Xiao Batian observed his son below, and his heart twisted painfully. His gaze towards Yinan transformed from indifference to one filled with murderous intent. What does this look, barbarian emperor? Do you wish to devour me? I would relish in consuming your flesh and wearing your skin. Well then, descend, and let us converse earnestly. Foolish child, even if you seize my land, you shall never win the hearts of my people. The loyalty of the citizens lies with the royal family of the barbarian kingdom. This land, even if taken by you, will inevitably return to its rightful owner in 10 years or 100 years hence. We shall discuss the matters of the future in due course. For now, let us converse about your invitation to the capital. I have already informed my Emperor of Wu, and a magnificent mansion has been prepared for your family to reunite. You shall not succeed. I would rather die than fulfill your desires. So this is your true sentiment. You secretly send away your wife and children, while urging the citizens of the city, and indeed the entire nation, to accompany you in death. Do you believe you are worthy of the barbarian people? Do you wish to demonstrate your greatness through your demise? Are you intent on playing the game of a ruler sacrificing his realm, leading the barbarian people to seek endless vengeance against Wu? For you? You. How did I uncover your innermost thoughts? Do you truly believe I would grant you this opportunity? And if I do, what of it? After a moment of panic, Xiao Batian quickly regained his composure. Was this a conspiracy? Did he no longer possess the right to determine his own fate? Yinan responded, No, even if you did, you would not consent. Mr. Emperor, I present you with two choices. First, you may take your own life upon the city walls. However, upon your demise, I shall ensure your wife and children follow you in death. Furthermore, I will issue an edict for the slaughter of the city. Since I am aware these individuals will pose future troubles for me, it is prudent to eliminate them now. My nation has a history of cleansing every city it occupies. Exterminating the 10 million citizens of the barbarian realm would be a mere task. Subsequently, I can relocate the citizens of my own land, ensuring that whether after 10 years or a century, no one will seek retribution against me. It will be a permanent solution. The second option is for you to surrender now and live out your days in my grand capital of Wu. I shall treat your Xiao family with kindness. And as long as you do not rebel, I will refrain from harming the citizens of the barbarian nation. The conditions have been laid before you. Choose as you will. Xiao Batian found himself in a quandary regarding Yinan's two propositions. Every emperor is acutely aware of their reputation, barring those who are tyrants. And it was evident that Xiao Batian did not belong to that category. As for Yinan's claim of exterminating every citizen of the barbarian realm, he was skeptical. The task of eradicating 10 million individuals was monumental. Yet, he harbored no doubt that Yinan would annihilate the barbarian royal family and all inhabitants of Zhengming City. After all, one must eradicate the roots of weeds. This principle is well understood by those in power. His internal struggle lay between preserving his reputation while plunging Wu into endless civil strife, a mutually destructive path, or surrendering to save his family at the cost of his own honor. Just as Xiao Batian wrestled with his thoughts, Yinan interjected, "You need not be torn. Should you choose the second option, I shall publicly declare that I initially intended to order a massacre, but the emperor of the barbarians surrendered out of a sense of duty to save his people. Thus, all animosity shall rest upon my shoulders. What say you, your majesty? Will you choose mutual destruction or a partnership that benefits us both? Very well. Grant me one day to ponder. Let us reconvene here at the same time tomorrow." Agreed. The next day, at the appointed hour, Yinan awaited Xiao Batian's response. "Your Highness, how do you believe Xiao Batian will decide?" "Humph. I have provided him with an opportunity. He must either take it or be forced to comply." "Are you suggesting he will opt for the second choice?" "Certainly. As a ruler, he yearns for a favorable reputation. I have offered him a chance. Even if he chooses the first option, it will not yield a better outcome than the second. Thus, I am confident he will select the latter." With a creak, the gates of Zhengming City, long closed, began to open slowly. Dressed in white robes and bearing the imperial jade seal, Xiao Batian approached Yinan, flanked by his court of officials and generals. Yinan dismounted and walked towards Xiao Batian. The emperor of the barbarian realm, Xiao Batian, accompanied by his court, seeks to surrender. I implore the Prince of Wu to honor his promise and spare the lives of my people. Rest assured, I, the prince, shall uphold my word. Under my governance, the citizens of the barbarian nation shall thrive. After Yinan spoke, Xiao Batian raised the precious jade seal of the barbarian kingdom above his head. Yinan reached out to accept it, lifting it high. The soldiers of the Wu kingdom behind him erupted in joyous cheers. "Great Wu! Great Wu! Great Wu! Enter the city." At Yinan's command, the grand army began to advance into Zhengming City, the economic and political heart of the barbarian kingdom, which had been its capital for several centuries. The moment Yinan stepped into Zhengming City, the news swiftly transmitted back to the Wu kingdom. The entire realm of Wu was instantly engulfed in fervor. "It truly happened," murmured the Chancellor Yang Ping, his expression cold. Chapter 74. Nangong leaves the capital after Yinan entered the city. He made his way to the palace of Xiao Batian. He paused at the Tianyi Hall, where Xiao Batian conducted official business, gazing at the grand palace that towered above even the residences in Yitown. Yinan couldn't help but smirk. "Don't emperors love to show off?" he remarked to Zhuge Jia, who merely smiled in silence. "Asking you is futile. Neither of us has ever been an emperor." Yinan scoffed, continuing deeper into the palace. "Inform all ranks of officers to strictly uphold military discipline. Since we have made a promise, we must honor it. Soon, we will assess the royal family's wealth in the barbarian nation, as well as the illicit merchants and corrupt officials and their families. Let us confiscate everything." Yinan's motivation stemmed from the fact that, after painstakingly earning some money, he had poured all into the war. Initially, he was indifferent to the loss, but now that the battle had ended, he felt a pang of regret upon reviewing his finances. War is exceedingly costly. "Yes, your highness. Additionally, seek out maps of the mineral resources in the barbarian nation. If any exist, bring me a copy. Their minerals are treasures that can be converted into wealth." As Yinan was busily scavenging for spoils in the barbarian nation, outside the capital, Yi Tian was bidding farewell to Nangong Weining. "Your highness, please wait. Weining is leaving. Allow me to see you off." "Your highness, we have already traveled 30 miles beyond the city. If you do not return soon, His Majesty, the martial emperor, will be anxious." "Very well then, Weining, travel safely. Rest assured, I shall return to find you shortly." "Your highness, if love can endure through time, what does it matter if we are apart day and night? Weining will await you in the state of Jin. I must take my leave now." Yi Tian watched the carriage disappear into the distance, feeling a profound sense of loss. By the time he regained his composure, the carriage had vanished beyond the horizon. "It is time for me to return and prepare as well." In the capital, within the Prime Minister's residence, Officials from a Huainan faction had gathered. Minister of Revenue Zhao Wenhai was the first to speak. I never expected that the crown prince would truly succeed. Yes, the emperor now has a worthy successor. Who would have thought, back when he was still the Prince of Qi, that he would prove to be the most martial among these princes? Not only is he martial, but he also possesses a keen business acumen. Just look at the recent auction. He earned billions in agent fees alone, more than all our wealth combined. I have heard he has developed many new weapons on the battlefield, slaughtering ninth-tier warriors as if they were mere pigs or dogs. If he ascends the throne, we may have no room for resistance. Let us not speak of the future. Do you even have the means to resist now? Well, there is indeed none. Then it is settled. We must cling tightly to this powerful leg. While we may choose to disregard the emperor's words, we must certainly heed those of the crown prince. All right, silence. Yang Ping lightly called for silence, and the entire assembly fell quiet, all eyes turning towards him. The purpose of gathering you all today is to deliberate on whether we should fully align ourselves with His Highness the Crown Prince. As you have all mentioned, His Highness is extraordinarily wise and treats those who follow him with great kindness. He is not only rich in martial virtue, but has also made notable achievements in commerce. Our support, although not a timely rescue, could certainly enhance his endeavors. I now ask for your agreement, or if anyone has valuable suggestions, please take this opportunity to voice them. I believe the Chancellor's words resonate profoundly. Now is indeed the most opportune moment for us to pledge our allegiance. If we forfeit this chance, who can say if another will arise? I wholeheartedly agree with the Chancellor's perspective. I will follow the Chancellor's lead. His opinion is my own. Very well. Since everyone concurs, we shall reach out to His Highness to express our intentions. After dismissing the assembly, Yang Ping sat in the main seat, his expression enigmatic. At that moment, his daughter Yang Yaoyin entered and softly inquired, "Father, are we truly willing to place all our hopes on Yinan? Do we have any other paths to pursue? To avenge the Yang family, he may be our only opportunity." Yang Ping regarded his daughter and asked, "What would you have me do?" "You need not concern yourself. Do not act rashly. Yinan is no fool. On the contrary, he is quite astute. Ensure that you do not jeopardize our plans in the end." "I understand, father." Meanwhile, Yizhen finally enjoyed a good night's sleep. Ever since Yi Hao's abduction, he had been living in constant fear, worried that his other sons might face a similar fate. It was only when the news of Yi Nan's great victory arrived that he finally felt a sense of relief. That day, after concluding state affairs, Chao Mao entered the room. "What brings you here?" "Your Majesty, the fourth prince has arrived." "What does he seek?" "Surely he isn't here to ask for something for that precious one of his." "That seems unlikely. The Princess Nangong has already departed the capital for Jin." "Ah, how curious. Our Prince of Chu has come to visit his father. When did he develop such filial piety?" "Very well, let him in." Before long, Yi Tian entered. "Father, may you be well." What brings you here today?" "Your Majesty, I have come to bid you farewell." "Where do you intend to go?" Yizhen immediately sat up straight, questioning him. "I have heard that traveling 1,000 miles is worth more than reading 1,000 books. Recently, I have had some insights and wish to explore the vast world." "I suspect you seek more than just to explore. It appears you are eager to see Nangong Weining. Is a woman truly capable of capturing your heart so completely?" "Father, I genuinely wish to travel and am not merely seeking Weining. Do you expect me to believe that?" Yi Tian cast a silent glance at Yi Zhen and finally admitted, "Yes, I am indeed going to find Weining." "Father, I cannot marry anyone but her in this lifetime." "What nonsense! Is a princess from Jin so captivating that she ensnares your every thought? Your second brother's fate remains uncertain, while your third brother continues to fight valiantly on the front lines. Even the fifth brother, once a carefree rogue, is now diligently establishing a martial academy for the greater cause. And what of you? Just look at your current state. You are prepared to abandon your home for the sake of a woman. Is this the measure of a person worthy of the Yi family name? Father, you are blessed with many remarkable sons. My presence adds neither to your fortune nor diminishes it. Yet, Wan Ying is left with no one but me, and I must assist her. Are you unwell? When did she ever claim you were her sole remaining supporter? What connection do you share with her? She has her own family, a younger brother, and elders to rely on. Does she truly require your aid? Chow Mao, confine this rebellious son to the ancestral hall. No one is to release him without my explicit permission. Father, you, your highness, the king of Chu, let us depart and refrain from provoking his majesty further. Chow Mao hastily seized Yi Tian, dragging him out of the chamber and towards the ancestral hall. This ungrateful son is truly infuriating. Chapter 75. Returning to the capital burdened, this rebellious son truly drives me to despair. A fortnight has swiftly passed, and during this month, Yinan has led an exceedingly fulfilling life. Although Shao Batian has surrendered, certain cities still refuse to accept the integration of the Wu Kingdom's forces, resulting in sporadic skirmishes that demand the general strategy and patience. Ultimately, Yinan, exhausted from the relentless efforts, delegated these responsibilities entirely to Zhuge Jia, who excels in financial matters, while Yinan focused on amassing wealth. The spoils from conquering the barbarian kingdom have proven to be quite lucrative, given its rich mineral resources, including several abundant gold mines. The weight on Yinan's heart lightened. He feared that after enduring the trials of battle, they would emerge victorious yet burdened with heavy losses, rendering the endeavor exceedingly unprofitable. With 4 gold mines, the total revenue reached an impressive 32.5 billion, yielding a favorable return on investment ratio of 1:5. The continued development of these mineral resources promises a steady influx of profits, making this conflict worthwhile. After tallying the gains, Yinan remarked, in the capital, at the House of Clan Affairs, Yi Tian has been confined here for over a month. He now appears remarkably subdued, devoid of the initial rage he displayed upon his imprisonment. To outsiders, it seems Yi Tian has undergone a transformation. How has that rebellious son been these past few days? Is he still causing a ruckus? After finishing his work, Yi Zhen suddenly remembered Yi Tian and inquired of his aide, Chow Mao. Your Majesty, the 4th prince has been rather quiet these past few days. Perhaps he has begun to comprehend your benevolent intentions. Very well, let us observe for a few more days. If there are no issues, he may be released. As you command. In the royal city, within the palace, the Kuan-Ning Palace emanates an eerie atmosphere. Since the Shui family rebelled alongside the former crown prince Yi Feng, Empress Shui Qian has been imprisoned by Emperor Yi Zhen within the Kuan-Ning Palace. Though her title has not been stripped away, her existence mirrors that of a consort in seclusion. The only difference being that Kuan-Ning Palace is larger than the Cold Palace. During this time, Shui Qian's mental state has been unstable, incessantly demanding to see Yi Zhen, who is preoccupied with managing logistics for Yinan and has no time for her. Fenger, your demise was so tragic. I shall surely avenge you. At this moment, Shui Qian had lost her former regal demeanor, her disheveled appearance resembling that of a malevolent spirit. As a formidable time traveler and a prominent figure in the realm of female narratives, her initial journey had been remarkably smooth. Born into the Shui family as their cherished only daughter, she was dearly beloved by her elder brother, Shui Wenjing, and held in high regard by her younger brother, Shui Su, while her father, Shui Li, treasured her above all else. In her previous life, as a dual doctorate holder in physics and chemistry, her contributions to the Shui family in this lifetime were substantial. Her younger brother, Shui Su, was a testament to her guidance. The early years of Shui Qian's life positioned her as a paragon for many young women in the capital. By the age of 12, she had already earned the title of the capital's foremost talent, with numerous noble suitors vying for her affection. Ultimately, she chose Yi Zhen, who was then merely the Prince of Rui. It was through their union that Yi Zhen gradually ascended to the imperial throne. While his own merit cannot be denied, Shui Qian's contributions were undeniably significant, accounting for at least a third of his success. By marrying Yi Zhen, Shui Qian effectively intertwined the fate of the Shui family with his, especially since Shui Li had not yet retreated from his prominent military position due to injury. During this time, Shui Wenjing began to emerge as a notable figure, and with the support of the Shui family, Yi Zhen's path to emperorship was remarkably smooth. Yi Zhen was no fool. Upon assuming the throne, he entrusted the majority of the kingdom's military to the Shui family. After Shui Qian bore him a son, Yi Feng, The child was designated as the crown prince shortly after his first month, effectively quelling any ambitions of other consorts. Yi Zhen's protection of both Xue Qian and Yi Feng during their formative years was steadfast, persisting until Yi Feng moved to the Eastern Palace. In summary, one must not oppose a formidable adversary, especially one endowed with a system. The reason Yi Zhen had yet to depose Xue Qian or cast her into obscurity was due to the lingering affection from their past. However, it seemed that Xue Qian was on the verge of exhausting this goodwill. Her life had been one of unparalleled splendor, having achieved the highest honor attainable by a time-traveling woman, the title of Empress. She had a son who was the crown prince, and her family wielded immense power. Yet this glory came with an expiration date. As sunlight streamed into Kunning Palace, illuminating Xue Qian's pallid visage, she appeared profoundly tranquil. "Fenger, wait for me. I shall avenge you and come to see you soon, very soon," murmured Xue Qian as she slipped into the shadows of Kunning Palace. Yi Tian was released, and everyone believed he had been reformed. Only he was aware that his yearning for Nangong Weiniang was akin to an impending nuclear explosion, ready to detonate at the slightest spark. On the third day of his release, our Prince of Chu prepared his belongings, intending to pursue true love. He incapacitated the guards assigned to him and mounted his steed, the White Dragon, galloping towards the city gates. As he approached the exit, the gates began to close slowly. Yi Tian's heart sank as he shouted, "I am Prince Yi Tian of Chu, and I have urgent matters to attend to outside the city. Open the gates." Regrettably, none of the soldiers on the walls responded. "If you do not open the gates, I shall report to my father and hold you accountable for your insubordination." "What is all this commotion? Yi Laosi, have you grown bold?" A most unexpected individual appeared at the city gates. A person whom Yi Tian had anticipated would be the Grand Eunuch Chao Mao, a close confidant of the emperor. To his astonishment, it was none other than his soon-to-be sister-in-law, Kong Jingshu. "Sister-in-law, what brings you here?" he implored. "I am in a hurry to leave the city on urgent matters. Please, have them open the gates." With a teasing smile, she replied, "Ah, off to explore the world are we? Or perhaps in search of your true love? Your third brother has been aware of your intentions for quite some time. 2 months ago, he instructed me to keep a watchful eye on you. Until he returns to the capital, you shall not venture beyond these walls." Yi Tian, feeling exasperated, lamented, "How unfair! Yi Lao San has found his true love, yet he prevents me from seeking mine. Sister-in-law, I implore you to show some mercy for your younger brother. I am no longer a child, and at long last, I have encountered a woman I admire. You cannot allow distance to sever our connection." Kong Jingshu remained unmoved. "It is futile to plead with me. When your brother returns, you may present your case to him. I possess no sympathy for your plight." "How could you?" Yi Tian felt a surge of frustration, but refrained from expressing it, mindful that in a few months, she would indeed be his sister-in-law. Moreover, his third brother, Yi Nan, had always treated him well. Since he refused to yield, I shall force my way through. Do not worry, I will not cause you harm. With that declaration, Yi Tian mounted his steed and charged forward. Embodying the valor of a prince seasoned in military affairs, his presence radiating the audacity of 1,000 warriors. "Oh, what a predicament!" Kong Jingshu sighed, pressing her forehead in exasperation. "Does Yi Tian truly believe he can escape my grasp?" Observing the determined charge of Yi Tian, she retrieved a handful of beans from her pocket and scattered them towards the city below. Formation of the mysterious disappearance. Activate. Chapter 76. The array of Kong Jingshu illusion array arise. As Kong Jingshu scattered the beans, the realm before Yi Tian abruptly shifted. No longer did he stand at the city gate. Instead, he found himself amidst an endless expanse of wilderness. Panic gripped Yi Tian, for he had never encountered such bewilderment. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure and began to run forward. Although the wilderness appeared boundless, he refused to believe it had no end. He was determined to find a way out. Meanwhile, a comical scene unfolded at the city gate, where onlookers observed Yi Tian circling atop his horse. Kong Jingshu had commanded her attendants to bring forth tables and chairs, tea, sunflower seeds, and pastries. As she comfortably sat and watched the antics of the spirited crown prince below, 3 hours later, the horse could no longer endure and ceased its gallop. regardless of Yi Tian's attempts to spur it onward. Feeling the pangs of hunger, he dismounted and retrieved the provisions he had prepared in advance. As he glanced back, the wilderness remained an unyielding sea of desolation. However, upon turning back around, he was dismayed to discover that his horse had vanished from sight. Stunned, he realized he was left with nothing but his provisions and water, now utterly alone. Panic began to set in. "Kong Jingshu, let me out at once," he implored, but she paid him no heed. After a while of futile attempts, Yi Tian resorted to cursing Kong Jingshu. "You wretched woman, release me immediately, or I shall make you regret this." "Oh, my temper. I had intended to confine you for just a while longer, but you dare to insult me? Let us add a bit of excitement." With that, Kong Jingshu casually tossed another handful of beans, this time of a different hue from those that had ensnared Yi Tian earlier. Oblivious to the peril, Yi Tian reveled in his predicament, failing to notice that a group of over a dozen armed men had emerged behind him. Nevertheless, as a prince nurtured by the royal court and a fifth-level warrior, he was still adept at the fundamental skill of discerning sounds. The whoosh of a blade slicing through the air reached his ears, and though he did not turn, he managed to evade the attack. Upon looking back, he was startled to see several formidable men advancing towards him. Finally, unable to restrain yourselves, "Are you? Very well. Allow me to entertain you." After another 2 hours, even Kong Jingshu began to feel weary of the spectacle. At this point, the crown prince was drenched in sweat, akin to one who had just emerged from a bath. In these 2 hours, he had faced myriad trials, sword-wielding assailants, ferocious tigers, stealthy leopards, falling meteors, quicksand, and earthquakes. Among various extreme conditions, Yi Tian had truly experienced the brink of ecstasy and despair. "Sister-in-law, I was wrong. I truly repent. Sister-in-law, I beseech you, release me. I implore you." Initially defiant, Yi Tian eventually succumbed to the pressure, for Kong Jingshu thrived on such obstinate individuals. Observing his disheveled state, Kong Jingshu remarked, "Oh, you acknowledge your errors? What exactly did you err in?" At that moment, Yi Tian heard Kong Jingshu's voice echoing in the sky. "Oh, you acknowledge your errors? What exactly did you err in?" "Sister-in-law, I was wrong. I should not have insulted you. And what else? I should not have scolded third brother. And further, I should not have blamed father. What else is there? Kong Jingshu, I must caution you not to overstep your bounds. It appears you still fail to recognize your transgressions, so let us proceed." Within the formation, a new tempest of torrential rain, swirling sands, and fierce winds begins to manifest. Just as Kong Jingshu was admonishing Yi Tian, Yinan had already completed his preparations to return to the capital. He had no intention of boarding a transport plane for his journey back. Having rushed to arrive, he now wished to savor the splendid landscapes of Wugua. Furthermore, based on his understanding of Yizhen, should he return now, Yizhen would undoubtedly delegate all national affairs to him. Rather than returning early to toil like a beast of burden, he preferred a leisurely journey back, allowing himself to unwind along the way. In the realm beyond realms, Yizhen, who once held the esteemed position of ancestor in Wugua, was now being pursued like a wretched scion. Ever since he exited the passage from Tianyan Peak, he had been relentlessly hunted. Fortunately, his extensive experience allowed him to evade capture time and again. It was not that he was unwilling to retaliate against these minions, but rather that each wave of attackers seemed to be inexhaustible. "Do not flee. You cannot escape. How would you know without trying?" After Yi Ding uttered these words, he broke through the encirclement and continued his flight. "Inform the commander that the recent tactics have proven quite effective. We need more personnel dispatched." "Yes, Captain." Meanwhile, what was Yi Hao up to at that moment? Upon being brought back to the celestial realm by the mysterious figure clad in azure, he realized that beyond the desolate expanse of the Tianwan continent, there existed yet another realm, intricately connected to it. The ascension he had heard of on the Tianwan continent was, in truth, not a genuine transcendence to immortality. Rather, it was a consequence of one's martial prowess reaching a certain pinnacle, causing the very fabric of the Tianwan space to buckle under the immense destructive force, thereby propelling individuals into the celestial realm. In the celestial realm, the spatial integrity is far more robust, and the concentration of spiritual energy is significantly denser. rendering it a more conducive environment for cultivation. Here, there exists no transitional phase. Only sects prevail. He found himself within one of the three major sects of the celestial realm, known as the Jinshi sect. The categorization of martial arts in this realm diverges entirely from that of the Tianwan continent, where practitioners are classified from 1 to 9 ranks. In contrast, within the celestial realm, a 9th rank master is merely considered to be of middling capacity, as there exists a 10th rank, and beyond that, the realm of the false Dan, and above the false Dan lies the realm of the void deity. It is said that there are further realms beyond the void deity. Yet such complexities are beyond the comprehension of a mere novice like Yi Hao. After arriving in this realm, Yi Hao learned of the true identity of the azure-clad figure. He was Lu Fan, the 5th elder of the Jinshi sect, reputed to be a formidable void deity. The sect boasts 11 such powerful figures, including the sect leaders and the other 9 elders. Yi Hao gleaned this information from other disciples. Upon his arrival, Lu Fan had unceremoniously deposited him into the inner door's most populous hall, the Zhongyuan Hall, entrusting him to Elder Gu Pengda, under the pretense of allowing Yi Hao to familiarize himself with his surroundings. However, more than a month had elapsed without a sign of Lu Fan, and Yi Hao had grown accustomed to this new environment. The spiritual energy here was exceedingly rich, and even the cultivation methods provided to ordinary disciples in the Jinshi sect were rare treasures back on the Tianwan continent. In just a month since his arrival in the celestial realm, Yi Hao felt an overwhelming urge to break through to the 9th rank. This clearly illustrated that the celestial realm was indeed an ideal place for cultivation, and many prodigies like himself had been brought back by elders or sect leaders. He pondered, amidst his training, whether his mother and father had grieved for him during his absence. He yearned to elevate his realm swiftly, to shake off the shackles of his current state, and return to the Tianwan continent to reunite with his parents. What? Non er returning. How splendid. I shall soon be liberated. I must issue a decree urging him to hasten his journey. I can no longer endure this relentless grind. I too desire to traverse the lands. Is it befitting for an emperor to have never surveyed his dominion? Chapter 77. The exceptional Zhang Jiang, upon receiving the news of Yi Nan's return, not only did Yi Zhen exhibit great excitement, but Yang Ping and Kong Jingshu were equally elated. The former was thrilled because, following their last discussion, Yang Ping had discreetly conveyed the information to Yi Nan through confidential channels. Unfortunately, Yi Nan's response was rather ambiguous. He neither consented nor declined, merely stating that they would discuss matters in detail upon his return to the capital. As for Kong Jingshu, her exhilaration stemmed from the fact that with Yi Nan's return, she would no longer have to babysit him, although she had reprimanded Yi Tian at the city gate. After sending him home, he had plotted multiple escape attempts, while Kong Jingshu had managed to capture him each time with relative ease. The frequency of these incidents had become quite bothersome. At the Royal Trading Company, after nearly a month of tumult, profits were exceedingly promising. Following the auction, merchants from various regions began to restock their supplies, and upon returning home, the goods instantly became all the rage. Nearby merchants commenced their second and third rounds of purchases, while those farther afield, such as Yang Wei from the Song Kingdom, had already contacted the Royal Trading Company requesting preparations for a second shipment. Having nearly exhausted his initial stock, upon returning, Yang Wei was not reprimanded for the steep agency fees. Rather, he was commended for bringing back the longevity elixir, which invigorated his enthusiasm. The adage that one performs exceptionally well when in high spirits resonated perfectly with Yang Wei's situation. The market agency he secured for billions yielded remarkable sales, particularly for the small elixirs and various perfumes, which garnered immense popularity among the nobility. Thus, he promptly reached out to Zhang Jiang to arrange for a second batch of goods. Although Zhang Sibao had successfully acquired the longevity elixir, the market he captured was not the golden goose of the Song Kingdom, leading to the 8th prince's indifferent attitude towards him. He now deeply regretted not having been more resolute at that time. In other regions, such as the Chun and Wu kingdoms, merchants were reaping substantial profits. Yet the lion's share of earnings still belonged to our crown prince, Yi Nan. Zhang Jiang was currently listening to a report from his subordinate. In our nation, The total sales across the 5 regions, north, south, east, and west, amounted to 830 million taels. The Qin Kingdom's total sales reached 1.2 billion, the Zhou Kingdom's 1.4 billion, and the Song Kingdom's 3 billion. Excellent. After His Highness returns, I shall commend you all. Thank you, Chairman. All right, you may all leave now. Continue to work diligently. I am confident that His Highness will not neglect us. Summon the communications group. Soon after, another group entered, composed of individuals from various backgrounds, including members of the Tang family, royal officials, and notably, the most representatives from the prince's court. Please, share how the prophets have fared during this period. Esteemed Lord, I humbly report that our telecommunications division has been experiencing remarkable profits during this period, achieving a significant leap in revenue. Daily earnings from communication fees have been surging rapidly, as making calls has become a routine for the dignitaries of neighboring countries. Initially, our daily revenue was 1 million taels, which has now escalated to 300 million taels. We have conducted thorough calculations, and should we reduce our rates to 700 coins per minute, our revenue could ascend to yet another level. Furthermore, the earnings from our equipment division have also seen substantial growth. Although the market within the capital is nearing saturation, the markets in surrounding regions and other nations are expanding swiftly, with daily sales consistently increasing. The market feedback for our second-generation visual communication device has been exceedingly positive. However, its price of 1,000 taels has dampened the enthusiasm of many potential consumers. High-end products necessitate commensurate pricing. Not only is the second-generation device priced steeply, but we also plan to implement further sales restrictions, creating a scarcity in the market. Such a strategy aligns with the concept of scarcity marketing, as articulated by Your Highness. Additionally, we are on the verge of launching the 3rd and 4th generations of communication devices. I encourage you to distribute the 2nd-generation devices widely, for the true harvest will come with the release of the 3rd and 4th generations. Indeed, my lord. Now, let us discuss the circumstances of your equipment division. The sales volume of the 1st-generation device has reached 573,385,000 units, and the overall trend continues to rise. However, within our nation, the market is approaching saturation. While surrounding nations are experiencing modest growth, the most substantial increase has been observed in Song country, where a significant portion of the populace can afford and utilize communication devices. According to data from Chairman Yang Wei, Song country has an approximate population of 3 billion, representing a vast market. What are the sales for the 2nd-generation device? The 2nd-generation device, due to its exorbitant price, has become popular solely among the elite. The sales figures for the Gilded and Plus variants are particularly low, with the standard variant outside the Song region achieving sales of 300,000 units. The Gilded variant 7,000 units, and the Plus variant 3,000 units. The figures for the Song region are still being compiled. Our next step will involve reducing the service fees, and the sales price of the 1st-generation device will also be lowered. Naturally, as the 3rd and 4th generations are launched, the 2nd-generation device will gradually find its way into the homes of ordinary citizens. Future revenue growth will primarily stem from advertising, monthly subscriptions, device fees, communication fees, and data charges. I have gleaned a general understanding of the situation. Subsequently, we will establish a customer service department, and I urge you to prepare for recruitment in advance. Those hired will receive generous compensation. Furthermore, upon your return, you are to submit a detailed report to me, as I must present it to His Highness. Yes, my lord. Yinan was still preoccupied with his financial situation. After all, in less than half a month, the preliminary round of the Fortune God competition would conclude. However, he found himself embroiled in the war of the barbarians. The funds he had acquired through auction were entirely invested in this conflict, and he even incurred additional expenses. Although he ultimately did not suffer a loss, achieving a return on investment ratio of 1.5 and significantly multiplying his assets, he remained far from his modest target of 1,000. He resigned himself to fate, believing that if fortune eluded him, then perhaps tranquility was his true pursuit. After all, even if he did not advance, there would still be participation rewards. Pitisenti, yenan maintained a composite minsit. recognizing that the myriad worlds did not revolve solely around him as the protagonist. Those who could compete were equally favored by fortune. Much like the narrative he had once observed in Wandering Ball, one individual could not save the world. Everyone was a protagonist in their own right, and many were more exceptional than he. Little did he know what surprises Zhang Zheng might have in store for him. At this moment, Yinan had just crossed the Wei Qing Pass. This time, he did not bring Zhuge Jia along. Instead, he left Zhuge Jia to manage the newly conquered territory of the barbarian nation. He took it upon himself to escort Xiao Batian and several prominent officials of the barbarian state back to the capital for their enjoyment. Moreover, he intended to designate a particular area in the capital for development, envisioning a construction district aptly named the Imperial Garden, where he would house all the emperors he had captured. He planned to design 100 residences. The thought of inviting all the emperors from the Tianhuang continent was exhilarating. He aimed to complete this endeavor before old Deng turned 60, celebrating a grand centennial for the emperors. What a magnificent spectacle that would be. Chapter 78. The advancement in the God of Wealth competition. 10 days have swiftly passed, and Yinan has arrived less than 50 miles from the capital, Kyoto. Yi Town places immense importance on Yinan's return, not only dispatching the Chancellor Yang Ping, but also sending the personal eunuch Chao Mao to represent him in welcoming Yinan. Were it not for the fact that he is Yinan's father, he would have personally come to greet any other general, as the merits of this achievement are monumental. However, had it been someone else, one might question whether Yi Town could have slept soundly at night, for those generals who overshadow their superiors rarely meet with favorable outcomes. Yet, if it is his own son, the crown prince, the situation is altogether different. At the very least, Yi Town would not be plagued by nightmares. The welcoming party ventured 30 miles out of the city, and soon Yi Nan encountered the assembly of civil and military officials led by Yang Ping. Upon seeing Yinan, Yang Ping signaled the commencement of the prepared ceremonial music, and amidst the clamor, Yinan returned to the capital. His first order of business was to present the captives at the Imperial Palace, which left Yi Town grinning from ear to ear. The pacification of the barbarian nation further cements Yi Town's achievements among all emperors of the Martial Kingdom. Xiao Batian was conferred the title of Duke of Fuan, symbolizing peace and stability, while other high-ranking officials from the barbarian nation received their own rewards, reflecting Yi Town's magnanimity. After entering the capital, presenting the captives, and attending court, even Yinan, now a master of the 9th rank, appeared quite fatigued. Yi Town seemed to notice his lack of vigor, and thus he did not retain Yi Nan after the court session concluded. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Yi Nan retired to his chambers and slept soundly until the next morning. Yi Town graciously permitted him to skip court the following day, allowing him to devote the entire day to managing affairs of the Royal Commerce Association and the Communications Group. "What did you say?" Yinan exclaimed, incredulous as he gazed at Zhang Zheng. "Your Highness, the Communications Group is currently generating a profit of 755 billion. And after deducting labor costs and the shares for the royal family and the Tang family, nearly 600 billion remains in the treasury. Additionally, the Royal Commerce Association has nearly 100 billion in profits. My dear Chairman Zhang, you have truly astonished me today." Yinan could hardly believe Zhang Zheng would present such remarkable news. It is no wonder that he served as the Minister of Revenue, supporting Zhuge Jia's military campaigns for nearly 30 years. It is well known that Zhuge Jia, a pillar of the later Martial Kingdom, engaged in warfare almost every year, yet never lacked funding, thanks to Zhang Zheng's unwavering support. Even at the age of nearly 80, Zhang Zheng continues to steadfastly fulfill his duties. If Zhuge Jia represents the towering white jade pillar and the golden beam that spans the sea for the great Martial Kingdom, then Zhang Zheng is the very foundation upon which these structures stand. Without a solid foundation, all else would be in vain. Yinan performed a simple calculation and realized that he had inadvertently advanced in the God of Wealth competition with only a few days remaining until the March deadline. Just focus on taking action. The heavens will surely provide you with worthy companions. This adage proved to be undeniably true. He had almost prepared to concede, but found himself inadvertently pulled into the elimination round by Zhang Zheng. "Excellent, excellent." Yinan repeatedly exclaimed in delight. "Mr. Zhang is truly my fortunate star. By the way, how many family members do you have now, Mr. Zhang? My grandson was just born last month, so, including myself, there are now 17 members in my family. Mr. Zhang now enjoys a flourishing lineage. As a token of reward from the south, he is to receive 16 portions of the longevity elixir from Xiachan. His Highness, in a state of trepidation, feels overwhelmed by the magnitude of such a gift, and humbly declines the honor. As the president of the Royal Commerce Association, Zhang is well aware of the numerous longevity elixirs that flow through his hands daily, and having personally experienced their remarkable effects, he understands the immense value of this reward. In monetary terms, it is staggering, yet in comparison to Mr. Zhang's worth, these elixirs are akin to fireflies against the bright moon. He insists he cannot accept such an extravagant gift. Zhang expresses profound gratitude on behalf of his family, declaring that he can only repay His Highness's great kindness with his life. After attending to matters concerning Zhang, Yinan met with Jiahe. Jiahe's intelligence network has permeated the entire realm of Wu, with informants positioned from the imperial palace down to local magistrates. It is reported that after the abduction of his second brother, he vanished into the vast heights, approximately 20,000 zhang. Although Yi Zhen did not inform Yinan of Yi Hao's abduction, the news reached him sooner through Jiahe's network, including Yi Ding's departure from the capital in search of Yi Hao. Indeed, the celestial calculations indicate a distance of 60,000 meters. It appears that his brother is not in immediate danger. The unknown expert who abducted him likely coveted his innate talents, for aside from that, there is little that would draw such an individual's interest. Is there anything else? Yes, regarding the Kuaning Palace, as you requested. I have been closely monitoring that area. What news do you have? Our informants within the palace have reported that the Empress may soon take action. A dying person. Had it not been for old Deng's regard, I would have disposed of her long ago. Inform our contacts that if she makes any move, there is no need for hesitation. She must be eliminated. As for old Deng, there is no need for concern. Understood, Your Highness. How goes your infiltration of the Chun, Zhou, and Song political spheres? I report to Your Highness that progress in Chun has been smooth, with several key positions already secured. However, we encountered some difficulties in Zhou, as an individual named Di Jia discovered our operatives. Fortunately, I ordered a swift withdrawal, or they would have been caught. Nonetheless, after the previous incident, we are proceeding with greater discretion. Although our pace has slowed, we have enhanced our security. As for Song, monetary persuasion is ineffective there, as they lack for riches. We must resort to employing extraordinary items to gradually infiltrate. Recently, we have established contact with Prime Minister Qin of Song, and we will proceed step by step. Nangong Weining has returned to the Jin Kingdom. Has she not? Yes, she has returned and even administered our enhanced longevity elixir to her ancestor. That is well. Send someone to infiltrate her circle, ensuring unwavering loyalty until we gain her complete trust, then lie in wait for our call. This woman is exceedingly cunning. Old 4 cannot manage her. How is the preparation for Old 5's Martial Academy progressing? The suggestion His Highness offered to the Prince of Shu is remarkably suitable for him. Now, the Prince of Shu is busily occupied every day. Jia and Lu cheerfully remarked, "That's splendid. One must not remain idle. Finding something to engage in is quite beneficial. Otherwise, if one languishes for too long, they may succumb to despondency. As for Jing Shu, one must truly marvel at how extraordinary she is. With just a few beans, she can ensnare the Crown Prince of Chu for an entire day, and she can accurately predict all of his actions. Yet this is merely the tip of the iceberg. He is well aware of Kong Jing Shu's remarkable abilities. These minor formations are mere trifles for her. Is there anything else? Indeed, there is, but it pertains to the Sixth Prince. The Sixth Prince? What has happened to him? Recently, the Sixth Prince had a near-drowning incident in the palace and fell into a coma. Upon awakening, he appeared as if transformed, devoid of his previous vivacity, and began to exude an aura of despondency, as if he had simply given up, as per Your Highness's description. Chapter 79. The Death of Xue Qian'a. So it is thus. During this period, you must focus your attention on the Sixth Prince. Should he exhibit any signs of movement, Notify me immediately, Yinan instructed. Yet, within his heart lay another thought. Had the sixth prince replaced himself with a version from another realm? Has he succumbed to apathy, realizing that the throne was beyond his reach, or was there some other reason? Yes, your highness. The following day, Yinan attended court as usual, while Yi Zhen resumed his blame-shifting tactics, passing all the administrative matters submitted by the cabinet onto the Eastern Palace for Yinan to manage. What choice did Yinan have but to accept this burden with resignation? Fortunately, during this period, the raiding party had returned with several valuable talents. Otherwise, in the absence of Zhuge Jia, he would have been utterly at a loss navigating these troublesome state affairs. Fortunately, these talented individuals held an almost mystical admiration for the Eastern Palace, which greatly pleased Yinan. After generously rewarding the raiding party, Yinan met with the talents they had brought back. First among them was Guoliang, a cunning strategist. It was said that his guards had spent nearly a month in vigil to secure his allegiance, ultimately capturing him while he was intoxicated and unawares. In the original narrative, Guoliang served as the chief strategist for the fifth prince. Initially, the fifth prince advanced cautiously, cornering the once dominant first prince, but at a critical juncture, Guoliang's mysterious demise led to the fifth prince's blunders, enabling the first prince to stage a successful comeback. The second individual was Han Wenzhong. Originally from the state of Wu, his father, a minor official, fell victim to the corruption of Wu's officials, prompting Han Wenzhong to seek refuge in the state of Zhou in a fit of rage. By a stroke of fate, he came under the tutelage of Di Jia. Through Di Jia's recommendation, Han Wenzhong joined the military, earning numerous accolades and eventually rising to the rank of Grand Marshal, becoming a formidable opponent to Zhuge Jia in later years. The third was Tian Zhongwen, a figure mentioned briefly in the original text, noted for his exceptional talents and strategy, possessing the acumen to attain dominion over the realm. However, he remained reclusive, ultimately choosing a life of solitude and reflection, making him the most enigmatic among the talents, with Yi Nan being unaware of the extent of his capabilities. To his astonishment, he had also been recruited by the raiding party. Sticking to his customary approach, Yi Nan presented an irresistible offer to these individuals, painting a grand vision of the future. After all, he was merely inflating the narrative. Those with ambition and aspirations would inevitably be drawn to his words. It was akin to a billionaire promising a multi-million-dollar salary, coupled with high office and prestige, only to inquire about one's dreams, pledging to help realize them, provided they remained by his side for a few years. Who could resist such a lure? As for whether they would depart after those years, Yinan mused. Once you enter my sphere, do you truly believe you can leave? After discussing the versatile talents, the remaining individuals were distinguished generals who would soon demonstrate their exceptional abilities. Following their meeting, Yinan assigned each of them their respective duties. Tian Zhongwen was kept by his side to assist with administrative affairs, while Guoliang was handed over to Jia He to see what unique sparks could be ignited between the Poison Master and the Ghost Strategist. Han Wenzhong was directly entrusted to Zhuge Jia, who was still within the borders of the barbarian nation, to observe whether these old rivals would clash upon their early encounter. 3 days later, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to the elimination round. Please continue your efforts and strive for excellence. Below was the ranking status of the host competition region. First place, Li Lei, Modern Realm. Asset Multiplier, 300x. Second place, Han Mimi, Low-Level Xinxia Realm. Asset Multiplier, 286x. 99th place, Yinan, High Martial Realm. Asset Multiplier, 11. 6x. 100th place, Lu Hong, Historical Realm. Asset Multiplier, 10x. Yinan, having traversed from first place to the very end, finally discovered his name as the second to last. Had it not been for Zhang Zheng's support at the last moment, he likely would not have qualified for the elimination round. As the term implies, the elimination round no longer considered multipliers. It was solely based on the total amount of money, with the top 10 advancing to the ranking competition. The time frame remained 3 months, during which Yi Nan would have to work diligently to earn money. Furthermore, as long as he advanced, he would be guaranteed at least one piece of celestial equipment. He had long coveted such artifacts and knew that business matters must continue to be strategized in order to secure his advancement. Despite his narrow qualification, he was determined not to give up. In Kuan-Ning Palace, Xue Qian had perished, succumbing to the very poison she had concocted. As a former PhD in chemistry, Xue Qian possessed considerable knowledge of toxins. She had created a poison from common substances around her, initially intending to eliminate Yi Nan and Yi Zhen. However, she found herself unable to confront either of them. Even during her reign as empress, the hidden power she once wielded could not reach them, leading her to set her sights on the virtuous and favored consort, Tang Rou. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Nan was already aware of the shadow guard she still commanded. It was evident that a woman who had been empress for so many years would certainly possess her own influence. Yi Nan had refrained from taking action against her previously out of respect for Yi Zhen, who, in his heart, still cherished Xue Qian above all. This was evident from his decision to spare her life despite the execution of her scholarly family. Had it not been for Yi Feng's suicide, Yi Zhen would likely never have harmed him, for he had nurtured his successor for over 20 years, being his firstborn. Yi Zhen would have only confined him, providing for him throughout his life, but alas, Yi Feng's fiery temperament sealed his fate. In truth, had Xue Qian spoken a few soft words to Yi Zhen after the downfall of the Xue family, her situation might have been considerably more favorable. Yet, what high-minded and ambitious woman, especially one who has traversed time, would lower herself to such humility? It would be akin to slaying her, particularly given that her only son has taken his own life, rendering any possibility of her yielding even more implausible. Xue Qian commanded her shadow guards to poison Tang Rou. But before the execution of her plan, she was intercepted by spies of Jiahe. Yi Nan ordered the complete annihilation of Xue Qian's shadow guards, and that very night, she was sent to meet Yi Feng using the poison she had concocted herself. The following day, the news reached Yi Zhen's ears, and upon hearing it, he fell into a prolonged silence. Gao Mao, do you believe that my choice of him as the crown prince was right or wrong? Your Majesty, this humble servant would not dare to speculate. However, I believe Crown Prince did not act wrongly. Had the Empress not perished, it would have been the virtuous concubine who would have met her end. As a son, the Crown Prince's actions are within the realm of normalcy. But she was my Empress, my first wife. Could he not, for my sake, have spared her? After all, without her, I would not be where I am today. I cannot bear to have her killed. Having served Yi Zhen for over 2 decades, Cao Mao was acutely aware of the complex feelings between Yi Zhen and Xue Qian. Nevertheless, he felt that Yi Nan had not erred. The bond between emperor and empress is profound. Yet what concern is it of the crown prince? Moreover, were it not for the empress's initial aggression, the crown prince would not have retaliated. Alas, it is of little consequence. Her heart had long since ceased to live. Perhaps it is for the best that she departs early to reunite with Fenger. Proclaim the edict. Let be known throughout the realm that Empress Xue Qian succumbed to illness last night in Kuan-Ning Palace. The Crown Prince Yi Nan, neglectful of duty, shall be reprimanded. Chapter 80. The layback old six. This old deng, if he wishes to scold, then let him do so. Yet issuing a decree to reprimand makes it seem rather formal. Yi Nan chuckled as he casually tossed aside the imperial edict he had received, allowing it to gather dust in the corner. The messenger, Cao Mao, twitched at the corner of his mouth, choosing to ignore the action. Your Highness, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, for the Emperor is never short of attendants. Zhongwen, please escort Lord Chao. Lord Chao, please. Mr. Tian, you are too kind, please. Tian Zhongwen accompanied Cao Mao out, leaving Yi Nan alone in the Grand Hall. His gaze deepened. The various factions within the court had either been eliminated or brought under his control. Even the errant old five had been guided onto another track. At present, the only potential hindrance remained Yi Zhen, yet Yi Nan sensed no malice from him, merely a desire to assert his presence at times. With no threats within the country, it was time to turn his attention outward, advancing to the next level in 3 months hinged upon the Song Kingdom. Yi Nan contemplated. In the palace, at the Qing'an Hall, Sorrow, General Yi was reclining in a chair, his brow furrowed in worry. Not long ago, He had donned the yellow robe and transitioned into a crimson attire, successfully securing the 5 insurances and a fund, thus ensuring his old age was cared for. Alas, a careless mistake had landed him in this fantastical world. In the memories of this young boy, his elder brother Yi Feng was the crown prince, though he had just been killed by the third brother Yinan. The second brother, with an icy demeanor, was the one he feared most. However, he typically did not trouble him. Recently, he had heard that the second brother was missing. The third brother, who had once been the most unpredictable in his recollection, had become quite mysterious after leaving the palace to establish a residence. He had even eliminated the elder brother, and whispers in the palace suggested that the third brother was, in fact, a 9th-tier master. Moreover, there were several 9th-tier masters in the Eastern Palace, and the power he wielded surpassed that of the emperor. The Royal Merchant Association, the Longevity Elixir, the Communication Group, and more, these were all initiatives orchestrated by the third brother, now the Crown Prince. Based on his 20-plus years of reading novels, he could only conclude that Yi Nan was undoubtedly the protagonist of a grand tale. The fourth brother, while not particularly remarkable, was known for his talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, earning him a place among the 4 great talents of the capital. The fifth brother's maternal family boasted a sect background, reportedly commanding respect throughout the martial world, akin to a leader of the martial arts community. Rumor had it that, with the Crown Prince's support, they were establishing a martial academy. As for himself, he ranked 6th, having just celebrated his 11th birthday, with 5 more years to wait before he could leave the palace to establish his own residence. Below him was the foolish 7th brother, who either came to play or sought him out daily, driving General Yi to near madness. The deceased elder brother, the missing second brother, the seemingly transmigrated third brother, the talented 4th brother, the educational 5th brother, and the foolish 7th brother. System, do you think I should seek out that third brother to establish a connection? If he perceives my existence and regards me as an enemy, it could spell doom for me. Ding. That is a matter for the host to decide. The system shall not intervene. If I were to perish, would you not also cease to exist? We are intertwined. You must provide some counsel. Ding. This system is a laid-back system, solely monitoring whether the host is relaxed. Rewards are granted for relaxation, while effort results in a decrease in cultivation. Other matters are of no concern to me. I prefer to remain indifferent. Do not disturb me with trifles. Should you fail, I shall simply choose another host. Surely, you do not believe that this system is bound exclusively to you? How naive. Hey, wait. You must provide me with today's reward. Ding. The host has been relaxed for a day. Thus, I grant the host 10 days of cultivation. Yi Shuai felt a surge of warmth within, enhancing his physical prowess slightly. I shall simply remain laid back. I am too weary to explain. In my past life, I toiled like a dog, and in this life, a good rest is all I desire. Yi Shuai then procured a reclining chair, which he had commissioned days prior, and peacefully dozed off, murmuring how delightful it was. In the kingdom of Zhou, within the imperial palace, Taichi Hall, the emperor of Zhou was summoning Minister Di Jie. As the top scholar of the previous examination cycle, Emperor Zhousong held Di Jie in high esteem, having honed his skills in the political arena over the years. Di Jie had matured remarkably, demonstrating significant progress in his dealings with others. Today, he was summoned due to a recent report in which he claimed to have discovered an organization that was undermining the bureaucratic integrity of the Great Zhou. This matter piqued Emperor Zhousong's interest. He trusted that Di Jie would not speak frivolously, nor would he dare to deceive him openly. Thus, he sought clarity on the matter. Di Jie, you assert that you have uncovered this organization corrupting the Great Zhou's bureaucracy. Do you possess any evidence? Your Majesty, although I have not apprehended any members of this organization, upon my discovery, they hastily eliminated all the officials they had corrupted. Each of these slain officials bore a red plum blossom tattoo on their shoulders. I have yet to comprehend the significance of this recurring motif. Yet it is conspicuous that each victim possessed it, indicating that this is no mere coincidence. Furthermore, during my investigation, General Li Feng had also encountered these individuals. The organization operates with strict discipline. In the face of imminent capture, They resolutely chose to poison themselves, leaving no survivors. Recently, it appears that this organization has adopted a more cautious approach, vanishing without a trace. I implore your majesty to conduct a thorough investigation into this matter, for it is not trivial. It concerns the very stability of our great Zhou. Dijie addressed Emperor Zhou Song earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Song replied, "This matter shall be entrusted to you, Di Aiqing, with the crown prince assisting you. We must root out this organization entirely." Crown Prince Zhou Yuan pledged, "Yes, father. I shall diligently support Lord Di in his efforts to swiftly expose this organization. Thank you, your majesty, for your trust. I shall expedite this investigation. Dijie, I grant you the authority to act freely in this matter. Regardless of whether those involved are high-ranking officials or royal relatives, you possess the right to investigate. Additionally, I bestow upon you the imperial sword. Beneath the first rank, you wield the power of life and death. I am willing to serve your majesty until death." In the kingdom of Song, within the city of Bianjing, the 8th prince still refuses to see me. Zhang Sebeo was unaware of how many times he had been turned away from the residence of the 8th prince since his return from the kingdom of Wu. Upon arriving in Bianjing, the 8th prince ceased to grant him an audience upon learning that he had failed to secure for the Song kingdom. Even though he had presented the longevity elixir, which the prince accepted, he himself remained an unwelcome visitor. "The prince is in a foul mood today and is not receiving guests. You should return," the doorkeeper brusquely informed him, disregarding Zhang Sibao entirely. "Is Steward Wang present? I wish to speak with him." Zhang pressed on. "Steward Wang is unavailable. Perhaps you could visit another day," came the indifferent reply. "Very well. Please convey these gifts to Steward Wang. I shall return another time," Zhang Sibao said, turning to leave. "Huh, a mere merchant believes he can meet the prince? How audacious!" The doorkeeper's scornful remarks reached Zhang's ears, causing his expression to turn frigid. Yet, he felt powerless. Without a patron in the Song Kingdom, he would be devoured by those seeking to exploit his vulnerability. Thus, in light of the 8th prince's abandonment, he found himself in urgent need of a new ally. Chapter 81. The return of Zhang Sibao. As Zhang Sibao traversed the path ahead, he was engulfed in contemplation regarding his next course of action. He urgently needed to identify a formidable ally. Otherwise, once others learned of his severed ties with the 8th prince, they would not hesitate to pursue him. Suddenly, a figure emerged in his mind, not from the kingdom of Song, but the prince of the kingdom of Wu, Yinan, the ambitious and charismatic man. During his time in Wu, Zhang had heard tales of Yinan's unwavering commitment to commercial advancement and his benevolent treatment of subordinates. If he were to align himself with Yinan, not only could he potentially secure a significant position, but he might also acquire some of the lucrative ventures at Yinan's disposal, thereby transforming his own status dramatically. Consider the illustrious Yang Wei, who, despite his current success, would not dare to challenge Zhang directly. Thus, should Zhang choose to ally with Yinan and become a member of the Royal Chamber of Commerce, both Yang Wei and even the 8th prince would likely regard him with greater respect, for the Royal Chamber possessed what the dignitaries of Song so desperately sought. Determined to act, Zhang resolved to make a journey back to Wu, bringing along his 2 sons. Once there, he intended to leave them under Yinan's watchful eye. The unfamiliarity between them would render a hasty alliance dubious. However, by introducing his sons as hostages, he would bolster his credibility. This maneuver served dual purposes. Not only did it provide a safeguard for his sons, but it also ensured that should any threats arise from the Song side, he would not be left without heirs. At the Chu Wang mansion, Yi Tian lay in bed, nursing his wounds, grumbling about the torment inflicted by the woman, Kong Jingshu. Last night, he had attempted to escape again, only to find himself ensnared by her array until dawn. After a night spent grappling with 18 tigers, he was finally released by her. "Serves you right." Yinan entered with a frosty demeanor. "Third brother." Yi Tian sprang up, only to be met with a sharp pain in his side, causing him to collapse back onto the bed. How did our Yi family produce such a romantic fool? Is it truly worth it for a woman? Third brother, you do not understand. For this period, my mind has been consumed by Wanning. Perhaps this is what they call love. I love you, my dear, but do you truly know her? That woman has more schemes in a single strand of hair than you possess in your entire being. You imbecile. The beating you received from Jingshu was orchestrated at my behest. Otherwise, she would have ignored you. If you must harbor resentment, direct it toward me. Third brother, I forbid you to speak ill of Wan Ning. Alas, will you truly marry no one but her in this lifetime? Indeed, I have resolved to commit to her for life. No regrets? Not a single one in this lifetime. Very well, remember your words. I shall support you. For the next few days, remain obedient. I will petition our father to send you to the Gene Kingdom. However, once you arrive there, whether you live or die will no longer concern us. Conduct yourself wisely. Really? Thank you, third brother. I always knew you held my best interests at heart. Yi Tian merely heard Yi Nin mention his intention to send him to the Gene Kingdom, disregarding the subsequent barrage of words. Observing Yinan's cheerful demeanor, Yi Tian sighed and rose to his feet. You should focus on your recovery over the next few days. For now, rest well. All right, third brother. Take care on your journey. Yi Nin shook his head and departed from the residence of the king of Chu. None of his brothers offered him peace of mind. Upon returning to the eastern palace, Yi Nin summoned Jia He, Zhang Jing, Tian Zhongwen, Guo Liang, and all the military talents in the capital for a discussion. They deliberated behind closed doors for 2 hours. Subsequently, 3 of the generals stealthily left the city under the cover of night, their destinations unknown. Before dawn the next day, Guo Liang set off on his donkey, indulging in a bit of wine as he traveled the world. After the morning court session, Yi Nin presented a request to Yi Zhan for Yi Tian's departure. This led to a heated argument between the two, yet in the end, Yinan successfully persuaded Yi Zhen. 7 days later, Yi Tian had recovered, and this day marked his departure from the capital. 15 miles from the northern gate of the capital, Yi Nin said, "All right, third brother, this is where I shall bid you farewell. Travel safely." "Yes, I understand. I'm off now." Yi Tian urged his horse forward, gradually picking up speed. As he watched Yi Tian recede into the distance, Yi Nin instructed the 2 men beside him, "Follow him." "Yes, your highness." The 2 men mounted their horses and rode in pursuit of Yi Tian. Ahead, Yi Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief, having exited the capital. His journey to the Gene Kingdom was not solely to seek Nangong Wan Ning. It was undeniable that he was infatuated, yet he was no fool. During Yi Nan's absence, he had received clandestine visits from individuals who explicitly offered their support in opposing Yi Nan from the shadows. However, Yi Tian was disinclined to accept their assistance. Fully aware that he could not compete with his brother, rather than remain entangled in the vortex of the capital, he preferred to venture far and wide. In the residence of the 8th Prince of the Song Kingdom, news was relayed, "Your Highness, Zhang Sibao, whom you asked us to monitor, has made a move. He has departed with his 2 sons, seemingly heading towards the Wu Kingdom, and has even liquidated some of his assets within Bianjing. Oh, what his other family members? None have stirred, including his favored 3rd son and youngest daughter, who remain in Bianjing. Then let him be, allow him to flounder. As long as we hold the strings of the kite, he won't fly far." Zhang Sibao, accompanied by his 2 sons, headed straight for the Wu Kingdom. "Dad, what is our purpose in going to the Wu Kingdom?" his elder son inquired, perplexed. Zhang Sibao was accompanied by his eldest son, Zhang Exen, and his 2nd son, Zhang Sun, aged 20 and 18 respectively. The elder bore a striking resemblance to his father, both possessing a slightly plump build and a simple appearance, while the younger son was more slender and appeared somewhat astute. "We seek a patron. You must have noticed a shift in the 8th Prince's attitude towards us. While our enemies in Bianjing remain unaware, we must swiftly secure another ally." Zhang Exen wisely refrained from questioning why they did not seek such support in Bianjing. Nodding in agreement and riding alongside Zhang Sibao, the group fell silent, their focus solely on the journey ahead. 10 days later, they finally returned once more. Zhang Sibao wiped the sweat from his brow as he and his companions journeyed tirelessly along the road, losing several horses along the way. Remarkably, they arrived at the capital city in just over 10 days. After resting for a night, Zhang Sibao first visited the Royal Chamber of Commerce, where he met with Zhang Jing to convey his desire to meet Yi Nan. It was not until the 3rd day that Zhang Sibao finally encountered Yi Nan. Upon their meeting, Zhang Sibao bowed deeply and expressed his intentions, hoping to align himself with His Highness, the Crown Prince, and earnestly requested an opportunity. Yinan regarded Zhang Sibao with a steady gaze, anticipating a clear explanation. Although he was eager to recruit a merchant from the Song dynasty to expand local business, he recognized the pressing need for a figure who could oversee the entire operation, despite the current success of their endeavors in the Song dynasty. Chapter 82. The new position of Zhang Sibao. Zhang Sibao laid bare his tribulations and circumstances in the state of Song, expressing his willingness to devote all his assets to the Crown Prince should he be accepted. Yinan, however, harbored no designs on Zhang Sibao's wealth. Instead, he sought to gain insight into the current state of the Song. Through Zhang Sibao's narration, Yinan acquired a vivid understanding of the situation in the state of Song. The reigning emperor, Zhao Jin, is largely indifferent to governance, preoccupied solely with his own pleasures. The nation is under the influence of two principal powers, the Chancellor Qin Gui, a stalwart of the civil service who has toiled in the court for nearly 2 to 3 decades, and the eighth prince, Zhao Qian, a royal relative held in high esteem among the populace and referred to as the eighth virtuous king, wielding significant influence in the court and controlling a faction of reformists. The state of Song favors scholarly pursuits over military might, and in a most absurd twist, the position of Grand General is occupied by a eunuch named Tongwan. Although the state boasts an army of 5 million, the actual number capable of combat is scarcely 1 million, with rampant instances of soldiers drawing pay without performing duties. The border troops once possessed some fighting spirit, yet following Emperor Zhao Jin's decision to hire mercenaries with state funds several years ago, the military's effectiveness has plummeted. Economically, the state of Song is exceedingly prosperous. Its citizens rarely suffer from hunger. A mere day of labor can provide enough sustenance for a family for 3 to 4 days. And a month's wage can afford a new garment for the household. A moderately wealthy merchant's fortune could rival that of small nation's treasury, which explains Yinan's keen interest in the commercial landscape of the state of Song. Subsequently, the group discussed the operations of the De Wu Communications Group in Song. Zhang Sibao noted that the first-generation communication devices were sold at a premium in Song, with impressive sales figures, while the second generation was sold at double the price. Afterward, Yinan dismissed those who were not pertinent to the discussion, retaining only Zhang Zheng and Zhang Sibao. Chairman Zhang, since you wish to align yourself with me, let's speak candidly. Our De Wu indeed requires a representative in the state of Song. This could be you, Zhang Sibao, or it could be Li Wubao. You must understand this matter clearly, and once you commit, there can be no turning back. The consequences of such a retreat would be most undesirable for you. Chairman Zhang, rest assured, Your Highness, I am fully cognizant of the rules. Having resolved to pledge my allegiance to Your Highness, I shall not waver. Moreover, I do not come empty-handed. Prior to my arrival, I sold 1/3 of my assets from Bianjing and offer all proceeds to Your Highness. Additionally, my son holds you in great esteem and wishes to serve you in any capacity you find suitable. It appears that Chairman Zhang is most sincere. In that case, I shall graciously accept your gifts. Now, Mr. Zhang, let us review if there are any positions within our Royal Chamber of Commerce or the Communications Group that would be fitting for you. As we shall now be family, we must ensure that no one dares to mistreat you. Your Highness, there is indeed a position that would suit Chairman Zhang remarkably well. Our Communications Group is in need of a head for the Songjin region, and I believe Chairman Zhang would be an excellent fit. Zhang Jing interjected. Your Highness, since we are to be family henceforth, please do not refer to me as Chairman Zhang. You may call me Sibao or by my nickname, Baozi, as my mother does at home. Ha. Very well. I shall henceforth refer to you as Sibao. Sibao, what are your thoughts on this position? I am grateful for Your Highness's support. I vow not to disappoint Your Highness's benevolence. Now, for the specific matters, you may confer with Mr. Zhang. By the way, Mr. Zhang, do remember to arrange some work for the 2 young masters Zhang, as they shall also be part of my Royal Trading Guild. Yinan lifted his teacup and took a sip, saying, Indeed, Your Highness. With that, the subordinate took his leave. Zhang Jing and Sibao stood to bid farewell. Subsequently, Zhang Jing and Sibao engaged in further detailed discussions. Sibao remained an ally of Prince Zhao Qian in the Song Kingdom, covertly aligned with Yinan, while publicly Si Bao had acquired the operational rights of the communications group in both the Song and Jin states. Upon returning to the Song kingdom, the unaware nobility would inevitably regard Si Bao with a degree of apprehension. Of course, Yunnan would not allow Si Bao to return alone. The technical and security personnel from the communications group would accompany him. Naturally, as Si Bao's public backing, the benefits owed to Prince Zhao Qian must be honored. For Yunnan and his associates still required Zhao Qian to draw fire in the public eye. After leaving the capital, Yi Tian journeyed northward without pause, heading towards the Jin kingdom. After approximately 400 to 500 miles, he arrived at a small town under the jurisdiction of the Wu kingdom's Jizhou. Feeling hunger pangs, Yi Tian rode into the town in search of a restaurant to dine before continuing his journey. After considerable searching, he finally found a modest eatery at the town's end. Upon entering, he discovered the restaurant was simply furnished, with only 2 tables and a few chairs. One table was already occupied by a group of rowdy youths enjoying their noodles, prompting Yi Tian to take a seat at the other table. An elderly man tended to the fire in the back kitchen, while a young waiter approached him, inquiring, "What would you like to eat, esteemed guest? Please bring me 2 of your signature dishes, and a bowl of noodles will suffice." Yi Tian replied, "Certainly, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly." Within less than 15 minutes, the waiter returned with 2 plates, one containing meat and the other an unidentified pickled dish. "Esteemed guest, you are in luck today. We have just received fresh dog meat. Very delightful. Do give it a try. This pickled dish is a secret family recipe from our proprietor, unique in flavor. The noodles will arrive shortly." Yi Tian gestured for the waiter to be quicker and began to eat. Just then, one of the patrons at the other table abruptly stood and approached Yi Tian, sitting down across from him. "Brother, you are not from around here, are you?" Yi Tian sized him up. The man appeared to be around 30, with a clean visage, and were it not for his disheveled hair and attire, he might have been considered handsome. "I am merely passing through." "Ah, our meeting is serendipitous. How about I treat you to a drink?" "No need. I shall depart once I finish my meal." Yi Tian was reluctant to engage in conversation. "It seems my brother is unwilling to grant me this courtesy. Is that so? Do I know you?" "Ah, indeed. How forgetful of me. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu San. They may call me Brother Lu, as my companions do. Now that we are acquainted, let's celebrate. Xiao Chong, bring a jar of your finest brew for my brother to sample. You would do well to depart before my temper flares." Yi Tian warned. "Do you look down upon me, brother?" Yi Tian paid him no heed, continuing to savor the dog meat on his plate. "It seems you prefer to refuse a toast and instead invite punishment. I hope you can remain so defiant shortly." "Oh, are you referring to the soporific poison hidden within the meat? Or perhaps the concealed blades beneath the table?" Yi Tian replied nonchalantly. "Brothers, it appears the stakes have been raised. Let us proceed." Chapter 83. Yi Tian eliminates threats with a resounding crash. The most robust of the lurking individuals raised a table and hurled it towards Yi Tian. Rising to his feet, Yi Tian executed a swift kick, shattering the table into splinters. Simultaneously, the others brandished their knives, charging at him. Although Yi Tian ranked lowest in martial prowess among his companions, he had been nurtured by the royal family since childhood, never lacking in resources for martial cultivation. At the very least, he was now a 5th-tier warrior, while these ruffians barely reached 2nd tier. Their chaotic techniques betrayed their lack of formal training, resembling the frenzied flailing of an amateur. Unfortunately for them, the gap between their skills and Yi Tian's was insurmountable. Yi Tian effortlessly dispatched the group. The taste of dog meat is quite delightful. Why are you unharmed?" Lu San inquired incredulously. "Ah, merely a trivial trick. I once consumed a soporific, as if it were tea." Yi Tian explained it, then descended from the wall of the restaurant with a coil of rope, binding everyone present, including the proprietor. He subsequently indulged in the noodles prepared in the kitchen. After finishing his meal, Yi Tian led the group towards the county town, intending to turn them over to the authorities. Unbeknownst to Lu San and the others, Yi Tian harbored a secret. Not a single poison affected him. Apart from Yinan, even his father, the Emperor Yizhen, remained oblivious to this fact. By the time Yi Tian arrived in the county town, the The sun had begun its descent in the west. He approached the county office, whereupon a constable immediately inquired about his presence. Noticing Yi Tian's refined attire and demeanor, the constable treated him with utmost courtesy. Yi Tian recounted the events leading up to the incident and narrated the details to the scribe at the office. Subsequently, officials conducted a formal interrogation of Lu San and his accomplices, who confessed without hesitation. After spending a night in the county town, Yi Tian set forth northward. Little did he know that Lu San was no ordinary individual. In the later chapters of the original narrative, during the tumultuous period of the Martial Kingdom, Lu San would become a notorious figure opposing the crown, already marked for elimination by Yinan. Upon Yi Tian's departure, the county magistrate received a decree from the crown prince, sentencing Lu San and his associates to immediate execution on the spot. Lu San remained oblivious to the fact that his random act of robbery had entangled him with a force beyond his reckoning, ultimately costing him his life. Mercury Wei, who had been in this world for over half a year, 3 months prior, he activated the fortune god system and added a friend named Yi family's third son. According to his profile, this individual was a prince from a high martial world empire. Why am I not fortunate enough to traverse worlds and emerge as anything more than a petty thug? Wei Hu lamented. Nonetheless, his interactions with Yi family's third son have been fairly amiable, unlike another friend from a cultivation realm, a woman named Han Mimi, who dismissed him entirely in their conversations. At the very least, Yi family's third son had sold him a manual and a few pills, enabling him to establish himself in this chaotic world, transforming from a mere thug into a formidable one. Initially, he traversed into this realm as a mere lowly thug within the Qing Axe Gang, not even meriting a place among their ranks, merely a peripheral figure. Through diligent practice of the semi-available techniques imparted by Yi Nan, supplemented by medicinal elixirs, he ultimately acquired immense strength, nearing 10,000 pounds. His remarkable performance during 2 skirmishes caught the eye of the deputy leader, Shun Haijian, who subsequently adopted him as his son. Now, he has risen to a notable position within the Qing Axe Gang and has finally earned his own title. In this world, the Qing Axe Gang boasts a long-standing legacy, comprising 24 generations: Tianyin Changming, Rini Zhongxin, Wenwu Hongdao, DC Hai, Anbong Dinghua, and Wanchu Yongcheng. Within this lineage, Shun Haijian belongs to the Hai generation, while as Shun's adopted son, he is part of the Yin generation, thus he is now referred to as Wei Anhu. Moreover, Shun Haijian oversees the gang's law enforcement hall, and as a result, Wei Hu has been appointed as the deputy chief of this hall. Due to Wei Hu's tenacity and martial prowess, which rivals the current top fighter in the gang, Li Juefeng, none dare to challenge his authority. Should one seek to identify the distinctive traits of their world, it is noteworthy that the major powers possess deep-rooted heritages, particularly in ancient martial traditions. Exceptional warriors can even seize the heads of enemy generals amidst a sea of adversaries. Recently, there were rumors of a master from Yanbei on the battlefield, mercilessly slaying generals of the Wanu nation before gracefully departing unscathed. Although the Wanu publicly denied this, claiming their leaders were ambushed and killed by Yanbei forces, the ancient martial community is well aware of the truth. After some time, Wei Hu has finally accumulated a modest fortune, granting him the confidence to reach out to Yi Nan. Wei Hu, third brother, are you there? In the eastern palace of the Martial Kingdom, Yi Nan glanced at the message in the chat box. Initially, he assumed it was from Lu Linyuan, as they had been in frequent contact lately, sharing light-hearted conversations. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered it was Wei Hu, who had been dormant in his friend's list for several months. Yi Nan, well, from which hidden corner have you emerged, brother? Wei Hu, I've just managed to save up a bit. Thought I'd de-treat myself with third brother. Yi Nan, speak, what do you wish to purchase this time? Wei Hu, medicinal elixir, technique. Yi Nan, very well, as long as the price is right. Third brother has everything for sale. Wei Hu proceeded to procure a batch of medicinal elixirs and a few advanced techniques, items that are utterly unattainable in their world. Wei Hu, third brother, may I inquire about something? Yi Nan, go ahead. Wei Hu, do you accept medicinal materials? The kind that has aged for a long time. Yi Nan, of course, do you have a substantial amount over there? In the realm where Wei Hu resides, An abundance of medicinal herbs flourishes, which is perhaps its most notable advantage. However, the utilization of these herbs remains woefully inadequate, barely reaching even 1% of their potential. Despite the presence of martial arts, practitioners seem oblivious to the benefits of employing these herbs to enhance their training, often resorting to their solitary use without the art of combination. Consequently, a plethora of herbs languish in this world, with many remote mountains blanketed in age-old medicinal plants. It is this very realization that prompted Wei Hu to reach out to Yi Nan, inquiring whether he might have an interest in procuring some of these herbs. Wei Hu is well aware of the lucrative nature of foreign trade, especially in cross-industry ventures. Should Yi Nan express a need, Wei Hu would only incur minimal labor costs, while reaping substantial rewards and acquiring the resources he requires in return. Yi Nan responded enthusiastically, "That sounds splendid. Please gather some herbs, and rest assured, third brother will offer a generous price for them." With the construction of Meng Qinshin's pharmaceutical factory nearing completion, Yi Nan's current needs extend beyond longevity potions. He also requires elixirs to enhance martial prowess. Regrettably, Meng Qinshin's establishment lacks the necessary herbs for this purpose. Although Yi Nan's world possesses various herbs, the majority are monopolized by influential families, rendering mass production unfeasible. The scant quantities available are simply insufficient. Therefore, the prospect of acquiring herbs from Wei Hu is indeed fortuitous. Chapter 84. Yi Ding captured after negotiating with Wei Hu. Wei Hu assured that he could provide a steady supply in the future. Yi Nan let out a sigh of relief. The Wu Kingdom currently commanded an army of 1.5 million. Yet the number of warriors constituted less than a third of that force. Yi Nan contemplated reaching out to Qianhai to transform the entire national army into warriors, but the subsequent training program had always been a source of concern for him. Furthermore, he was apprehensive about resource allocation, not due to financial worries, but rather the fear of insufficient resources. However, with Wei Hu's world at his disposal, this issue was effortlessly resolved. No friend is without merit. Yi Nan mused. In the imperial study, Yi Zhen sat across from Yi Nan. "Will you not provide me with an explanation?" "Explanation for what? Have you not already chastised me?" "Invincible. That is still your mother. How could you lay a hand on her? She sought my mother's life. Was I to stand idly by? That does not necessitate her demise. If she lives, my heart remains uneasy. Where there is one threat, there will be another. I cannot constantly guard against her. A decisive resolution is best for everyone." Yi Zhen glared at Yi Nan in silence, and Yi Nan met his gaze unflinchingly. "Enough. Prepare yourself. In a few days, you shall ascend the throne." "What? Do you wish to abandon your post?" "Do not even think about it. You are not yet 40. I intend for you to serve until 60. Moreover, having consumed the longevity drug, you have centuries ahead of you. Are you truly unwilling to serve now?" "Absolutely not. I refuse to allow it." "Invincible. Do you wish to drive your father to his grave? You would spurn the throne? It is not rejection. It is simply not the right time. Attend to your duties as emperor, and when I desire the throne, I shall inform you." "I." Yi Zhen removed his shoe and hurled it at Yi Nan, who gracefully evaded it and leisurely exited the imperial study. Outside the realm, in the residence of outer disciples, I have finally broken through. Yehao exclaimed, his face alight with joy. His diligent efforts in cultivation had borne fruit, allowing him to ascend to the 9th rank, fulfilling his aspiration to return to the Tianwang continent sooner than expected. Have you heard? It seems the 3 major sects will soon hold a disciple competition. A competition? Indeed. It is said that all disciples below the 10th rank may participate, and the top 10 will receive special rewards, along with the opportunity to make a request to the sect. Is that truly the case? Absolutely. The announcement has already been posted at the Qingshu platform. The event is scheduled for 2 months from now. That is splendid news. I have not returned home in 10 years. If I place in the top 10, might I request the sect to allow me a visit? What a splendid idea. You are not alone in this thought. Most of us share the same sentiment. Unfortunately, with our 7th and 8th rank cultivation, securing a position in the competition seems a distant dream. Outside the door, the voices of other disciples wafted in, and Yi Hao, after attentively listening, found himself engulfed in peculiar thoughts. As a martial enthusiast, he felt utterly at home in the heavenly realm, where the spiritual energy was abundant, providing an ideal environment for cultivation. Were it not for the ties he still had in the desolate lands, he would have been reluctant to leave this paradise. If he were to secure a respectable rank in this competition, he could return briefly and subsequently immerse himself in focused training to strive for even greater heights. Meanwhile, Yi Ding, who had come to the heavenly realm in search of Yi Hao, finally fell into a trap. Indeed, he'd been ensnared. Why aren't you running now? The captain of the pursuing team taunted as he observed Yi Ding struggling within the net. Their relentless pursuit had lasted over a month, and with the aid of the magical golden net bestowed by their leader, they finally captured him. Yi Ding glared furiously at the captain. "Oh, you dare to glare at me? Brothers, he still dares to glare at me." The other members of the team rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Yi Ding to vent their pent-up anger from the past month. Yi Ding, curled up within the net, braced himself against the onslaught of the pursuing team. Since arriving in the heavenly realm, Yi Ding's cultivation had progressed rapidly without any deliberate restraint, elevating to the late stage of the 10th rank within just over a month, thanks to the foundation he built in the desolate lands. His progress was akin to a springing geyser. The members of the pursuing team, in truth, did not possess higher cultivation than him. Among the 10 members, 9 were the 9th rank, while only the captain was a 10th rank expert. Had it not been for that so-called golden net weapon now ensnaring him, even all 10 of them would have been powerless against Yi Ding. "Enough. Stop before you break him. We cannot afford to report a damage capture," the captain commanded, and the others ceased their assault, subsequently shackling Yi Ding's hands and feet. These shackles were remarkably enchanted. Once donned, they severed his connection to his true energy, rendering him unable to sense its presence at all. No use struggling. Once those shackles are on, resistance is futile. Your only way out is to comply and come with us. The captain seemed to sense Yi Ding's subtle attempts at channeling energy and felt the need to clarify. Afterward, they escorted Yi Ding towards the mining site under the jurisdiction of the Zhenshi sect. Since returning to the homeland, Nangong Weining had assumed control of the state affairs. The current monarch of Jin was her younger brother, who, being both young and frail, was utterly incapable of managing the complex political landscape. After bringing back the longevity elixir to extend their ancestors' life, she garnered their full support. Thus, Nangong Weining wielded considerable influence within the Jin court. However, she felt utterly helpless in the face of the rampant rebellions across the nation. Jin comprised 13 provinces, yet the court currently only retained control over 2.5, with the latter half already seized by enemies. She faced immense pressure to restore the remaining 10.5 provinces with the limited resources of her 2.5. Upon returning to the princess's residence after court, Nangong Weining changed into her everyday attire. "How goes your search for the talents you sought?" she casually inquired of the steward. "Pray, inform Her Highness the Princess. There is indeed a remarkable talent. Just a few days ago, a master named Li Fei arrived in the capital. With his hook spear technique, he has bested the 6 greatest masters of the city without a single defeat and is suspected to be of the 8th tier. Moreover, he appears to possess knowledge of military strategy." "Oh, such a formidable individual. Have you conducted an investigation? Is there any cause for concern regarding him?" "Your Highness, I have already looked into it. He claims to be from Ji Prefecture and has spent the past few years honing his skills in secluded mountains, only just re-emerging into the world. Then we must entice him, sparing no effort or expense, promising him high office, ample wealth, and treasures of gold and jewels. Whatever conditions he may propose, we shall strive to fulfill them, as long as he is willing to serve our great Jin." South Palace Wanting proclaimed. "Understood. I shall take immediate action to secure this individual for your highness." The winds of change are tumultuous. South Palace Wanting sighed, gently pinching her brow in contemplation. Chapter 85. The extraordinary talent of Nangong Weining, the steward of the princess's residence, was tasked with recruiting Li Fei in the capital of the Jin Kingdom. At the Yueli Inn, room number 1, this was Li Fei's current lodging. At that moment, he was organizing his belongings. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking startled Li Fei, who assumed it was the innkeeper. He replied, "Just a moment." After stuffing his personal items into his bag, he rose to open the door. "Who are you?" Upon seeing not the innkeeper but an elderly gentleman dressed in luxurious silk, Li Fei inquired, puzzled. "Are you Mr. Li Fei?" The man asked politely. "Indeed, that is I. Ruplia Li Fei. I am the steward of the Crown Princess's residence. I have come on behalf of Her Highness, who wishes to invite you to the palace for a discussion. I hope you will honor us with your presence." The steward said courteously, "Your Highness, I have no prior acquaintance with the Crown Princess. What business does she have with me? Please enlighten me." Li Fei responded. "Your name has spread throughout the capital, and Her Highness values your talent immensely. She wishes to invite you to serve in her court. We hope you will consent to meet her. Of course, the princess has also prepared generous rewards for you." "Very well. Since the princess holds me in such high regard, I shall not refuse a meeting. Please wait a moment while I change my attire. I shall join you shortly." Li Fei replied, returning to his room. A little while later, he donned a proper outfit and accompanied the steward to the princess's residence. In the reception hall of the palace, Nangong Weiniang welcomed Li Fei, expressing her eager desire for talent. Li Fei was equally pleased with her demeanor, and their conversation flowed pleasantly. Li Fei then demonstrated his strategic insight and military expertise. Nangong Weiniang was thoroughly impressed. His performance aligned perfectly with her expectations of a renowned general. She promptly declared her intention to petition the emperor to appoint Li Fei as a general, entrusting him with the task of leading the Jin army to reclaim lost territories. Not long after, on the very next day, Nangong Weiniang successfully secured a decree from the emperor, Nangong Shun, officially appointing Li Fei as the general of the elite cavalry, commanding 10,000 feathered forest troops. The feathered forest troops are directly under the emperor's command, and the 10,000 men Li Fei led were not merely elite soldiers. Moreover, Emperor Nangong Shun not only conferred upon Li Fei the title of general of the elite cavalry, but also commanded him to consolidate his forces within 7 days and to embark on a campaign to quell the rebellion. Despite the tight timeline, Li Fei felt no trepidation. After receiving the imperial edict, he hastened to the feathered forest army's camp without delay. 3 days later, the 10,000 feathered forest troops were thoroughly convinced of Li Fei's capabilities as he led them into battle. A week later, he engaged the rebels in his first confrontation, achieving a resounding victory and annihilating over 30,000 enemy soldiers. News of this triumph spread rapidly throughout the capital, lifting the spirits of the populace, who had previously only heard of defeats and lost territories. "Indeed, I was right about Li Fei. He is the divine general of our Jin kingdom." Nangong Weiniang praised him without reservation. "The steward shall be rewarded for bringing such a remarkable talent to me. In the southern part of the city, I have a 3-courtyard residence. Steward, it is now yours." "Thank you, Your Highness." The steward's face radiated with gratitude. "We must continue to seek out more talents. We cannot afford to be complacent." "Indeed, Your Highness, I shall endeavor to gather all the talented individuals of the realm to serve under you." 3 days later, the steward presented 2 remarkable talents to Nangong Weiniang. The duo, comprising a scholarly brother and a martial brother, was named Jiang Xian and Jiang Han, respectively. Jiang Xian was an 8th-tier warrior, while Jiang Han, though a 5th-tier warrior, was exceptionally gifted, hailed by the Confucian scholars as the most outstanding talent in the kingdom of Jin in the past 3 centuries. The 2 swiftly became integral to Nangong Weiniang's retinue. Jiang Xian was appointed as the general of the Guardian Army, while Jiang Han remained by her side, offering strategic counsel. Subsequently, Jiang Xian led an expedition with an army of 10,000 feathered troops. While Li Fei marched northwards, Jiang Xian advanced southward, their paths diverging. Nevertheless, Jiang Xian proved equally formidable. After 10 days of campaigning, he achieved a resounding victory in his first battle, pacifying an entire region. Observing her 2 generals' consecutive triumphs, Nangong Weiniang's countenance radiated with increasing delight. During this period, Jiang Han's influence became increasingly pronounced. He meticulously organized the court's governance and formulated a 3-step strategic plan. First, to consolidate military authority, acknowledging that power emanates from the barrel of a gun. Second, to tighten control over finances by swiftly replacing officials in the Ministry of Revenue with their loyalists. And third, to suppress dissenting officials, gradually marginalizing those who defied her, and eliminating them based on situational assessments. She wholeheartedly endorsed Jiang Han's theories, recognizing that the restoration of authority to the royal family was of utmost urgency. Moreover, her brother, Nangong Shun, whose health had always been frail, had grown increasingly weakened due to nearly a year of anxiety. Although he had wed, he had yet to produce an heir, leaving the future of their lineage uncertain. Consequently, she was eager to quell internal strife and seek renowned physicians and miraculous remedies to restore her brother's health. Zhang Sibao, on the other hand, was now brimming with confidence. His role had transformed into the chief officer of the Dao Communications Group for the Songjin region. Upon returning to the Song Kingdom, he immediately exercised his authority to reclaim the sales rights of communication devices from Yang Wei. Although Yang Wei had secured the agency rights for the Royal Chamber of Commerce in the Song Kingdom, it did not include the sales rights of the communications group. Previously, the sales rights had been entrusted to him due to the communications group's nascent stage, allowing him to leverage the Royal Chamber of Commerce's influence to establish his market. Now that the communications group had developed a stable customer base, the sales rights were gradually being reclaimed, albeit with an air of betrayal. What? You intend to reclaim the sales rights for the communication devices? Yang Wei exclaimed in disbelief, staring incredulously at the representative of the Royal Chamber of Commerce. Yes, President Yang. Please understand. You must have known that the communications group does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Royal Chamber of Commerce. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for them to establish their own sales system and reclaim their rights, the representative replied. Reasonable? What you're doing is akin to dismantling the bridge after crossing it. Were it not for me, Yang Wei, the sales volume of your communication devices in the Song Kingdom would not be nearly as prosperous. Now that you are reaping the rewards, you wish to sever ties with us? Such a notion is preposterous. Return to your chairman Zhang and inform him that I vehemently oppose this decision. If he persists, let us see whether your communication devices can continue to thrive in the Song Kingdom. Oh, President Yang, are you attempting to monopolize the Song Kingdom? A voice that Yang Wei found exceedingly distasteful echoed from outside. Zhang Sibao. Yang Wei's expression darkened as he said, "You may leave. I wish to converse with our President Yang." Zhang Sibao addressed the steward of the Royal Chamber of Commerce, who nodded silently before exiting the room without uttering a word. Zhang Sibao, it seems there is little for us to discuss, Yang Wei remarked sternly, harboring no fondness for this rival in the business arena, thus offering Zhang Sibao a rather unfriendly demeanor. Oh, how forgetful of me. Allow me to introduce my new identity. I am Songjin, the chief representative of the Wu Communications Group for both